Welcome to part 3 of this amazing Doomsday adventure audiobook by Far East Stories. Be prepared to be blown away by the action and excitement as we navigate the chaos of the apocalypse. Don't forget to subscribe. Zhang Ziao looked at the doll-like army that seemed to be scared silly, then glanced at the strange man and the mutated dog slowly walking towards him, and suddenly felt a shiver. "Don't, sir. This kid was just joking with you. We live in a lawful society. How could anyone collect tolls on the road?" As an adult, Zhang Ziao had more experience and quicker reactions than this group of doll-like soldiers, and immediately spoke to the strange man. The current situation was very clear. That big dog was definitely the strange man's underling or a summoned creature. Since the apocalypse began, many bizarre beings had appeared, and it was common for professionals to have pets or battle pets. However, the battle pet in front of him was a bit too strong. In front of a powerful being overly submissive was not out of place. The strange man, of course, was Wen Yu. He looked at the trembling children and a bare-bottomed adult male in front of him and knew their thoughts, unable to suppress a teasing desire. "Really don't need it. I have a bit of magic crystal." The doll-like soldiers shook their heads like rattling drums. "Really don't need it?" Seeing the fear and suppressed expressions on the faces in front of him, Wen Yu immediately lost his interest. They were too weak. Even his casual joke made them panic. The gap in strength also meant a gap in status. The apocalypse was even more so. Turning around, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. The originally dilapidated old city had become even more desolate, with traces of mutated beasts everywhere. The low houses had collapsed by more than half, and with the rampant growth of mutated plants, strictly speaking, what used to be suburban areas could now only be considered the junction between city and forest. Only in such a broken place could a group of children establish their territory. Looking back at the mountains and forests behind him, a complex expression flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. It had been nearly 20 days since he left Chehe town. When he left, he, the Cyclops, and Xing were all at Tier 3 peak strength. Wen Yu's plan was to first enter the mountains and increase both his and his spirit pet's levels to Tier 4. The result was naturally successful, but the process. There had been a small deviation. The Cyclops was too strong. Strong enough that the pressure it emitted was enough to alert the mutated beasts in the mountains, causing them to directly avoid the area where the Cyclops was. As a result, during the first few days, he didn't encounter a single mutated creature in the vast forest. But Xing didn't have such concerns. With its small size, the range of pressure influence was reduced by dozens of times. It wasn't until Xing explained the reason that Wen Yu finally realized. By the time he and his two pets had risen to Tier 4, nearly 20 days had passed. And the first person he met upon exiting was a bare-bottomed man. Wen Yu swore he just wanted to greet him, but he didn't expect this professional to be so timid. After glancing at the doll-like soldiers and the bare-bottomed man, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and then waved at the Cyclops. The Cyclops immediately understood Wen Yu's meaning, opened its mouth wide, and dropped the corpse of a mutated wild boar with a loud thud. Then, in the stunned expressions of Zhang Ziao and the doll-like soldiers, Wen Yu directly reached into the mutated wild boar's skull. As if they were not in the same time and space, Wen Yu groped inside the wild boar's head for a moment and then pulled out a magic crystal. A level 2 magic crystal. The magic crystal traced a beautiful parabola and directly fell into the hands of the leading boy. "Tolfi, and I want to inquire about some information." A grand barbecue party unfolded at the doll-like soldiers' camp. The so-called camp was merely a low house, but the difference was that this house had a large underground space. According to Zheng Yi, although there were occasionally mutated beasts like rats below, it was still safer than above. After all, this place was close to the mountains and would definitely not lack mutated beasts wanting to come out for a change of taste. Zheng Yi was the leader of this group of doll-like soldiers, a Tier 1 peak warrior, and the underground space was where these children rested. Zhang Ziao had also put on his protective gear again, at least covering up his flustered little brother. Wen Yu looked at Zheng Yi, who sat beside him, tearing into the wild boar meat and couldn't help but laugh. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you." What responded to Wen Yu was Zheng Yi's exaggerated eye roll. After a short period of interaction, Zheng Yi could tell that Wen Yu was not a bad person. At least he didn't harbor any hostility towards his group of kids. Moreover, Wen Yu's previous statement was indeed a little misleading. The wild boar was quite large enough to eat, provided there were no Cyclops and Xing. The Cyclops and Xing were each holding a bloody piece of wild boar meat and were gnawing away happily. And what stunned everyone was that just when Wen Yu shouted, the big dog immediately changed. Its originally 10-meter-high body kept shrinking until it turned into a normal-sized gray dog, finishing just like that. This was the result from their time in the mountains. In the early stages of entering the mountains, noticing the Cyclops issue, when you directly asked Zing how to change its size. This could be considered the powerful mutated beast's innate ability. Two forms, one being the normal battle form, manifesting as the giant dragon close to 10 meters tall. Yes, it was even bigger after reaching Tier 4. The other form was the energy-saving form, when you preferred to call it the mini form or the show-off form. In this state, the energy within the body would be stored, and in the mini form, it would only need a small amount of food each day to sustain its energy demands. Under Zing's enthusiastic guidance, the highly gifted Cyclops mastered this method when it reached Tier 4. Of course, to help the Cyclops reach Tier 4, both Zing and Wenyu had put in a lot of effort. Based on Wenyu's estimates, even without Zing's guidance, the Cyclops would automatically comprehend this method by Tier 5. After all, in Wenyu's last life, the most impressive Simba didn't have this ability when it was at Tier 5. This also explained one of Wenyu's original questions. As the strength of mutated beasts increased, their size kept growing, leading to larger food consumption, and it was only a matter of time before they starved to death due to lack of food. But the mini form perfectly solved this problem. By the way, Uncle, what level is your dog as a mutated beast? Looking at Zhang Yi's seemingly innocent little eyes, Wenyu immediately gave his forehead a heavy tap. Don't think too much at such a young age. Wenyu paused for a moment, looked at Zhang Yi with teary eyes and said very seriously, "And call me brother." "All right, brother, you're still pretending to be young at your age," Zhang Yi muttered quietly, but it was no secret to Wenyu, whose hearing was exceptional. In response, Wenyu could only manage a self-deprecating smile. Living in the mountains like a wild man indeed made one seem quite old. Shaking his head helplessly, Wenyu continued to take out level 2 magic crystals from his spatial ring and feed them to the little soul beast. These were merely the little soul beast's daily snacks. Although the level 4 little soul beast had not visibly changed, it exclaimed, "Master, I want more." The clear, crisp voice resonated in Wenyu's mind. This was the mental fluctuation of the soul beast. After reaching level 4, the little soul beast could emit its consciousness clearly. Under the power of their contract, the little soul beast could not only communicate with Wenyu, but also connect with the consciousness of all spirit pets. "Big boss, I want some too." The one-eyed pink tongue whipped across its face, licking off the blood, and it scampered over to Wenyu. Sitting respectfully, its eyes were filled with desire. "Big boss, there's also me." "All right, there was you too." After a few days of training, Zing's speech had improved significantly. And as a divine beast species, it underwent more miraculous transformations after reaching level 4. Looking at the little soul beast on his shoulder and the eager expressions of the little dog and little dragon in front of him, Wenyu suddenly had a premonition of how tragic his future life would be. "They're all my little brothers, all my family, not a single one can be left out." Gritting his teeth, Wenyu painfully shoved 2 third-tier magic crystals into the mouths of the one-eyed beast and Zing, respectively. The crunching sounds were like hammers striking Wenyu's heart. Those were third-tier magic crystals. Third tier, just like that they were eaten. The key point was, "Big boss, we want more." "Really, it's all gone." Wenyu trembled as he covered the spatial ring, helplessly addressing the 3 little beasts. "Didn't you say we could eat our fill after coming out? So stingy." Zing shot Wenyu a contemptuous glare and turned to sway its long tail, continuing to enjoy the fresh blood and meat. The one-eyed beast happily joined Zing, rushing over. Wenyu couldn't help but rub his forehead. Soul crystals were an extremely delicious food for these spirit pets. However, just like humans, whether you fill your stomach with a feast or with steamed buns and pickles, it's still filling. Unless it's a magic crystal of the same level, consuming lower-tier magic crystals wouldn't have any special effects. Well, that's not entirely true. At least it could alleviate their cravings. Seeing the 3 spirit pets continuously berating him in his mind, Wenyu gritted his teeth and took out 2 more third-tier magic crystals. In an instant, before Wenyu even reacted, the little dragon and little dog zipped past at lightning speed. After the shadows intertwined, the magic crystals in his hand had already vanished. "Woo, master, you don't care about me anymore? They all have some? Woo." Before Wenyu could respond, the little soul beast's soul fluctuation transmitted to him, "You have some too." Wenyu let out a deep breath. Everyone stared at Wenyu, clearly incredulous about his lavish feeding of spirit pets. Wenyu quickly masked his pained expression and turned to Zhang Yi. "Now, you shouldn't be looking at me. We should talk about the information regarding Mudanjiang City." Zhang Yi first glanced at Wenyu, then at the one-eyed beast and Zing, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Brother, those 2 are amazing. Their speed was so fast earlier I couldn't even see clearly. Are they all your pets?" As Zhang Yi asked his question, the atmosphere instantly became lively. "Yeah, look at that little black thing. It looks like the dragon I used to play with in games." Look at those two. They must be very powerful. They've eaten half a wild boar and their bellies haven't changed at all. Wow. They don't have a dimensional stomach, do they? And the ball on your shoulder, it moves. And they've eaten so many magic crystals. Their meals are so high grade. I want some too. A jumble of voices emerged from the surrounding kids. The apocalypse had made this group of children mature beyond their years, but it hadn't extinguished their innocence. The surrounding noise, combined with the three soul pets in his mind continuously discussing how to eat magic crystals for better taste, was making Wen Yu's head almost explode. SHH, SHH, SHH? Wen Yu raised his index finger in front of his mouth, signaling the kids and soul pets to be quiet. Once everything settled down, Wen Yu looked seriously at Zheng Yi and said, "All right, let's talk about serious matters now." Night fell, and the children who had been sitting around had gone underground to rest early. Only Wen Yu and Zhang Ziao remained by the campfire, continuously adding wood to illuminate the quiet night. "By the way, sir, were you originally from Mudanjiang City?" Wen Yu's movements paused slightly, then he nodded slowly. "And just call me Wen Yu." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Ziao still seemed a bit reserved, hesitating for a moment before nodding at Wen Yu. "Then Wen Yu, what brought you back this time?" Wen Yu looked into Zhang Zio's eyes and understood that this wasn't a test, just pure curiosity. Wen Yu fell silent for a moment, as if deep in thought or perhaps reminiscing. "Right, why did I come back?" His voice carried a hint of confusion and a sigh. "Big boss, Simba, I want to eat it." The one-eyed beast keeping watch suddenly called out frantically, but in its mini state that little sound hardly seemed fierce. Hearing the one-eyed beast's reminder, Wen Yu paused for a moment and slowly shook his head. "No, at least not entirely." Then he fell silent again. "Home." After a while, Wen Yu uttered two words with a very firm tone. "This is my home. I simply want to go home." Seeing Wen Yu's serious expression, Zhang Ziao nodded and added another log to the fire. "Home is very important." Hearing Zhang Zio's words, Wen Yu smiled. "Indeed, home is very important." The flickering firelight illuminated Wen Yu's face, and then Zhang Zio saw the depth in Wen Yu's eyes. This was a man with a story. "By the way, tell me about the situation in Mudanjiang City." Although Wen Yu had spent his previous life in Mudanjiang City, he had never cared about such things as the situation back then. For the cannon fodder, those matters were irrelevant. Just now, amidst the lively playfulness, Zheng Yi ultimately hadn't said anything useful. Moreover, based on Wen Yu's estimation, kids probably wouldn't be able to provide much of the information he wanted. It was better to take advantage of this quiet moment to ask Zhang Ziao. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Ziao fell silent for a moment, then looked at Wen Yu with a slightly bitter smile on his face. The situation. What does situation even mean? This might have been self-deprecation or perhaps a meaningless outburst. Wen Yu naturally understood this, remaining silent for a moment without saying anything, just adding another piece of firewood to the campfire. As soon as Zhang Ziao finished speaking, he immediately realized that his tone was somewhat inappropriate. Fortunately, Wen Yu didn't mind the pessimistic emotion in Zhang Zio's words. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Zio spoke again. "The current situation in Mudanjiang City is not good. At least for me and these children, it is very bad." Wen Yu nodded slowly upon hearing Zhang Zio's words. Given the strength of Zhang Zio and the kids, the entire apocalypse environment must be filled with malice. It had to be filled with malice. Continue. Since the apocalypse began, Mudanjiang City lost government management and also lost moral and legal constraints. At the very start, survivors discovered the function of the exchange stone pillar, and the first to suffer were the zombies in Mudanjiang City. A large number of zombies were slaughtered by more numerous and stronger professionals. And when the zombies were nearly wiped out, the next to suffer were the mutated beasts in Mudanjiang City. Under the influence of point enhancement, the individual powers began to show differences. When individual powers showed differences, it meant the reorganization of class order, and this process didn't take long. The reorganization of order can also be described as a small-scale revolution. Revolution means bloodshed, so the third to suffer were humans themselves. At that time, battles between humans and mutated beasts, confrontations between groups, and conflicts between individuals were all too common. Fighting was everywhere, slaughter was everywhere, and the ugliness of human nature was everywhere. Rivers of blood flowed. The victors were just a few humans, while more were left with despair and pain. After saying these words, Zhang Zio fell silent again, perhaps lost in memories. Clearly, this process of class order reorganization must have contained many stories that weren't so pleasant. Moreover, it was likely that Zhang Zio was also a victim. "By the way, what did you do before? Listening to you talk is quite interesting," Wen Yu interrupted Zhang Zio's reverie with a smile. I was a teacher, a history teacher, one of the most useful professions before the apocalypse and one of the most useless after. Wen Yu nodded. Until recently, about half a month ago, the entire Mudanjiang city only just regained some calm. Zhang Ziya continued in a low voice. At least it was a partial calm. The former head of the police station, Wang Zhigeng, united with part of the garrison around Mudanjiang city, using absolute power to dominate the entire city, and then they established the central city. Central city, huh? Hearing the phrase, Central City, Wen Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. In his previous life, Central City was the holy land that Wen Yu yearned for. However, entering Central City requires a fee, and ultimately, Central City is not the government. It will not provide free food for survivors. There are vacant rooms in Central City, but only if you can pay the exorbitant admission fee. That's not all. When professionals go out hunting and then return again, they also need to pay the admission fee. Wang Zhigeng and his group would earn enough just from the admission fees. There was a hint of resentment in Zhang Ziyou's words. This was the resentment of the oppressed towards the ruling class. But it was of no use. Wen Yu immediately fell silent. He understood Central City and was aware of the admission fee regulations. It really was outrageous. Without any kind of residence permit, if one wanted to enter the city, they had to pay a fee. The safety in the city was assured, but the cost. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the fees were low, the Mudanjiang city, Wen Yu remembered, wouldn't have so many groups, big and small. By the way, you just mentioned that Wang Zhigeng has joined forces with the military. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Zhang Ziyo first nodded, then shook his head. Recently, the troops stationed at Tiling River passed through Mudanjiang City and left some personnel behind, while the main force is said to be heading to Beijing City to join the military headquarters. This wasn't surprising. As a military force, at the beginning of the apocalypse, when the demon realm hadn't invaded yet, they were unbeatable on land. Humans had ruled this planet for so long. It was impossible for them to hand over power to mutated organisms in just 2 months. In fact, this group that stayed behind is nominally cooperating with Wang Zhigeng, but their true purpose is to oversee him. In Central City, what Wang Zhigeng says doesn't matter. What truly counts are those soldiers or the orders from the military. After listening to Zhang Ziyou's words, Wen Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, since the military left personnel here, they would naturally have means of communication with the military headquarters. Wen Yu would never forget the promise he made to Sun Ruixing when he was in Che town. Originally, Wen Yu had planned to return to Mudanjiang to take a look and then rush directly to Beijing City, but now it seemed there were better solutions available. What Zhang Ziyo said next, Wen Yu didn't listen closely to anymore. It was merely about the distribution of groups in Mudanjiang City, which group was stronger, which group was weaker. These topics were of no use. At least for Wen Yu, these were completely useless. Zhang Ziyo might have also noticed that Wen Yu was somewhat distracted, so he didn't continue speaking. After a while, Wen Yu asked again, "What's the deal with these kids, a group of unfortunate ones who lost their parents and have no home? Isn't the military taking care of them?" Zhang Ziyo shook his head. "Those big shots have no time to care about the lives of ordinary people." Wen Yu nodded, not saying anything more. "By the way, tomorrow, accompany me to Central City and bring these kids along." Zhang Ziyo raised an eyebrow at Wen Yu, understanding bringing a guide, but bringing these kids was something he couldn't comprehend. "Returning to Mudanjiang, you are the first humans I've seen. I can help you a little, just a little. At least, getting you a permanent residence permit for Central City is not difficult for me." Zhang Ziyo fell silent for a while. "Thank you, a small favor." The next day, just as the sky had cleared up, a large group of children emerged from the underground space, yawning. In peacetime, the morning routine consisted of 4 essential tasks: using the toilet, brushing teeth, washing face, and having breakfast. However, for this bunch of kids, it had been condensed to just one task, or perhaps none at all. Of course, none of this mattered. It was the apocalypse, and very few cared about personal hygiene. Wen Yu himself had no habit of acting as a babysitter. Watching the group of children gathered around the one-eyed and Zing, chattering non-stop, Wen Yu couldn't help but rub his forehead. Indeed, little brats can be the most troublesome. When Zhang Ziyo informed them that Wen Yu was planning to take everyone to Central City, the atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. "What's wrong? Don't you want to go?" Wen Yu looked seriously at the hesitant children in front of him and couldn't help but ask. "That's not it." But Zhang Yi's gaze flickered slightly. "We can't afford the entrance fee for the city." A child behind Zhang Yi quietly voiced the children's concerns. "I said if you come with me, you won't need to pay the entrance fee." Wen Yu replied confidently. "There's no rule in Central City that allows free entry. If Big Brother does that, it will definitely cause conflict with the people there." Zhang Yi's voice grew louder as he spoke. Big Brother treated us to barbecue yesterday, and we are already very satisfied. If this situation will cause trouble for Big Brother, we'd rather not go to Central City. We can live well here. Right, right! A chorus of young voices rose up behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Ziyo stood quietly to the side. For Zhang Ziyo, gaining permanent residency rights in Central City was an enormous blessing. As for troubling Wen Yu, as an adult, Zhang Ziyo didn't consider such things deeply. Wen Yu quietly observed the firm and stubborn look in Zhang Yi's eyes, and after a moment he began to smile happily. For me, this is really not a bother. Really don't believe me. Come with me and see. If it doesn't work out, you can always come back, right? And I promise there won't be any conflict with the people in Central City. I guarantee it. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Wen Yu watched as the young brigade began to pack their things and pulled out a cigarette from his spatial ring, slowly lighting it. Sure enough, little brats can be quite adorable. When the young brigade had everything packed up, Wen Yu turned and walked out of the camp directly. Xing quietly lay on top of Wen Yu's head, its tail playfully tugging at the little soul beast on Wen Yu's shoulder, causing the little soul beast to make a fuss in Wen Yu's mind. One-eyed, grow bigger. Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, the one-eyed's body swelled up instantly, and in just a second it had returned to its normal height of 10 meters. Let's go, lead the way. At Wen Yu's order, Zhang Ziyo stepped ahead of the one-eyed and started walking towards the gathering place of Central City. Behind, Wen Yu jumped powerfully, sitting atop the one-eyed's head, 10 meters, nearly 3 stories high. The massive dog head was almost the size of a car, enough for Wen Yu to comfortably lie there. From this angle, Wen Yu finally understood why so many people loved to be in high places. It gave a sense of superiority and control over everything. Children, let's set off. With a wave of Wen Yu's hand, the young brigade hurriedly followed in Zhang Ziyo's footsteps, carrying various bags. Then the one-eyed set off. With every step of its pillar-like legs, it created a rumbling sound as if an earthquake had struck. The enormous size didn't seem cumbersome at all, and the one-eyed's powerful physical strength allowed it to maintain excellent balance. At least Wen Yu sitting on its head felt no tremors. The roaring sound spread far and wide, and under the one-eyed's fierce intimidation, the small mutated beasts hiding in the corners of the city trembled in fear as if they had encountered a natural enemy. And of course, such sounds couldn't go unnoticed by the professionals spread throughout the city. What is that? When the first survivor from Mudanjiang City followed, the rumbling sound defined Wen Yu and his group. Shock and fear naturally escaped his lips. That's a mutated beast, a confirmed voice came from behind. It was the captain of the survivors, the big boss of their small group. How can it be so big? The captain's eyes were filled with shock, and a complex expression flashed across his face. Tier 4, a Tier 4 mutated beast, and it has an owner. Professionals had excellent eyesight. After their transition, even those with visual impairments were treated adequately. Thus, observing the one-eyed from afar, the professionals could naturally see Zhang Ziyo and the young brigade in front of it, as well as Wen Yu sitting high atop the one-eyed's head. F4. Tier 4, this was an almost divine level for this small group. You probably don't know, but back when the apocalypse first began, the boss of our Mudanjiang city wasn't Wang Zhigang. It was a lion. Some people once set their sights on that lion. Not to mention magic crystals, even the lion's skin and claws, if made into weapons and armor, would definitely be far superior to the protective gear and steel knives produced by the exchange stone pillar. And then, the captain scoffed. What happened then? Have you ever seen how humans step on ants? You should take a look. Such a miserable death. Hearing their captain's words, the entire team fell silent. At that time, the lion was Tier 3, standing about 5 meters tall. That one. The captain pouted and gestured toward the one-eyed. At least Tier 4. Do you understand what this level signifies? The captain of this team seemed to have a dark sense of humor, and his team members knew well about his wicked sense of humor. What? The surrounding team members eagerly asked. It signifies catastrophe, the catastrophe of Mudanjiang City. If this mutated beast didn't have an owner, we should seriously consider evacuating Mudanjiang City. The captain focused intently on the distant one-eyed, then glanced at Zhang Ziyo and the young brigade in front of it, comparing their direction of travel. After a moment, he spoke in astonishment. This mutated beast is heading to Central City. The captain pondered for a moment and waved to the group behind him. Let's go, follow them, and take a look. Watching the excitement is human nature, and such a big commotion caused by a one-eyed creature is absolutely rare. Many people might not see it in their lifetime. Moreover, when they saw the excited, agitated, and happy little warrior kids in front of the one-eyed creature, many professionals realized that this mutated beast wasn't harmful. Therefore, when the first professional followed closely behind the one-eyed creature and saw that it didn't have any extreme reactions, The professionals along the way erupted in enthusiasm. After walking for such a long time, any professional could judge the direction the one-eyed creature was heading. That was towards the Center City, Tier 4 mutated beast, Center City. When these two terms were related, it also meant a major event. Thus, a spectacular scene appeared in the long-silent Mudanjiang City. Wen Yu turned back to glance at the long line of professionals trailing behind the one-eyed creature and shook his head helplessly. The intention behind making the one-eyed creature larger was to make the path easier to walk, to prevent some blind fools from trying to rob or collect tolls. Wen Yu was not naive enough to believe that the professionals in this city would show mercy and spare a group led by 2 adults and a bunch of kids, because children mean weakness. Therefore, it was very necessary to appropriately display muscles. However, Wen Yu hadn't considered that the small segment of muscle he secretly exposed on his arm appeared to the professionals in Mudanjiang City as a stabilizing pillar. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you level up. Look at the mess this has caused. It was so much better when you were Tier 3, you ate less, your size wasn't too large, and you didn't attract attention. And to help you level up, I and Xing put in so much effort. Wen Yu sighed and patted the one-eyed creature's head, complaining to it. Woof woof, big boss, I didn't want to grow. Growing makes me hungrier, you're the one who made me grow. All right, I'll take the blame. Woof woof, why not just kill these people already? The one-eyed creature had been with Wen Yu the longest, and its experience was also the richest, with a brutality and killing intent that was several times stronger than Xing. No need. Wen Yu directly threw the cigarette butt in his hand into a window on the 4th floor of a passing residential building. If they want to watch, let them watch. I guess they're definitely envious of your mighty and imposing figure now. Woof woof, absolutely. Hearing Wen Yu's flattery made the one-eyed creature extremely happy. By the way, I want to claim territory. After saying that, the one-eyed creature began to jog towards a commercial building. Wen Yu immediately understood what the one-eyed creature was going to do and smiled bitterly as he jumped down from its body. Above, Xing, like a hat, stuck out its tongue at the one-eyed creature. Why does Brother Dog always want to claim territory? Can't we all share it together? Woof woof woof. You're too small and don't understand. This is the best way to attract little pretty dogs. After saying that, the one-eyed creature directly propped its right leg up on the windowsill of the 3rd floor, revealing its substantial member. Let's go, When you couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene anymore, so he followed Xing and caught up with the little warrior kids ahead. Behind them, a stirring sound emerged, a light yellow liquid quickly spreading over a large area of land. At the same time, a foul and rancid smell wafted out, making Wen Yu wrinkle his brow involuntarily. This is too disgusting. The spiritual fluctuations from the little soul beast conveyed to Wen Yu's mind, and then quickly reached the one-eyed creature and Xing. Who says it's not? Territory isn't something you're born with, why claim it in this way? And it stinks too much. As the king of Che Town's mountains, Xing naturally had a large territory from birth. This is Brother Dog's life, Brother Dog's way, Brother Dog's attitude. I'm proud. The one-eyed creature shook its ugly thing, then happily ran over to Wen Yu, winking at Xing and the little soul beast on Wen Yu's head. Sigh, Wen Yu let out a long sigh. When the one-eyed creature had claimed its territory, the team set off once more. The difference this time was that everyone, including the professionals following behind, was holding their noses, trying to quickly distance themselves from that place. The one-eyed creature's urine smell was intoxicating. Let's go. Wen Yu barely restrained his helplessness and spoke to the one-eyed creature. After Wen Yu and the spirit pets all upgraded to Tier 4, the intelligence of the mutated beasts and soul beasts significantly increased, and the one-eyed creature and Xing often caused situations that left Wen Yu both laughing and crying. Just like claiming territory. The mountainous areas around Mudanjiang City had already been claimed by the one-eyed creature, and it was foreseeable that this behavior would not stop. According to the one-eyed creature's words, it was to leave its scent. What if some little cute dog smelled it and was strongly conquered by Brother Dog? Naturally, Brother Dog's harem would grow, and Wen Yu had strictly warned the one-eyed creature. Your harem is your own business, but don't even think about making me contract your wives, unless they're stronger than you, and the one-eyed creature expressed it wouldn't. The wouldn't here meant the one-eyed creature was very sure that there wouldn't be any female dog stronger than it. Wen Yu sat back on top of the one-eyed creature's head, watching the one-eyed creature look back repeatedly at the messy ground behind, and couldn't help but give it a knock. Faster, you're a Tier 4, and you've almost let the kids run out of sight. Oh. The one-eyed creature called out in grievance. The entire scope of Mudanjiang City was neither too big nor too small. Perhaps for ordinary people, Mudanjiang City was large, but under the powerful mobility of professionals, the distances within the entire city were infinitely shortened. In less than an hour, the gates of the center city gathering place were already in sight. Before Wen Yu and his group had even walked halfway, the Center City had already learned that a Tier 4 mutated creature had appeared in Mudanjiang City, and it had an owner. Moreover, it was heading towards Center City. Controlling the entirety of Mudanjiang City was Wang Zhigeng, who had blown up the police station with Wen Yu at the beginning of the apocalypse. At that time, Wang Zhigeng's decisiveness and bravery left a deep impression on Wen Yu. This person certainly wouldn't lack courage, and of course, wouldn't be short on brains. So when Wang Zhigeng learned that the Tier 4 mutated beast was about to reach Center City, he had already led the personnel from the camp up to the city walls of Center City. The so-called city wall had been built during the initial design of Center City to prevent attacks from mutated beasts, and it was constantly being widened, thickened, and raised. This was a requirement from the military headquarters. Wang Zhigeng didn't understand the reason, but it didn't hinder him from perfectly executing the orders. Zhang Ziao had said something right. Wang Zhigeng indeed obeyed the military. Not for any other reason, but simply because the military's powerful combat strength left him with no means to resist. Standing on the city wall, Wang Zhigeng watched the distant gray figure grow larger and couldn't help but sigh. Let's go open the city gate and head out to welcome them. Wait, old Wang, we don't yet know whether the person coming is friend or foe. How can we easily open the city gate? The one speaking was a young man in military uniform beside him. Upon hearing this man's words, Zhang Wen, who stood next to Wang Zhigeng, snorted coldly. What can we do if they are enemies? Do you think this wall, which is less than 10 meters high, can stop that thing? People outside the city say that dog is 10 meters tall. If that dog's owner is our enemy, then building 3 more walls wouldn't be enough for them to break through. After Zhang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for the young man to respond and directly followed Wang Zhigeng towards the city gate. Wang Zhigeng hadn't paid any attention to this person from beginning to end. A flicker of hatred flashed in the young man's eyes, and he then followed behind Zhang Wen. Once this is over, I have to report this back to headquarters. These two are becoming increasingly unruly. When Wen Yu arrived at the front of the central city, he saw his old acquaintance, Wang Zhigeng. Oh, and there was also Zhang Wen, whom he had only met once. Long time no see. Wen Yu jumped down from the one-eyed creature and greeted Wang Zhigeng. You are, Wen Yu? Wen Yu smiled and nodded. It could only be said that Wen Yu had changed a lot since leaving Chase Town. He hadn't taken care of his hair or beard at all, and there simply hadn't been time to change clothes. Currently, his appearance looked quite wild. If it weren't for Wang Zhigeng noticing the little soul beast that had grown several sizes on Wen Yu's shoulder, he might not have recognized him at all. Seeing Wen Yu acknowledge his identity, Wang Zhigeng immediately laughed heartily, disregarding the dirt on Wen Yu's clothes, and stepped forward to hug him. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Then, Wang Zhigeng turned around and shouted at Zhang Wen. This is Wen Yu. Don't you remember the guy who went with me to blow up the police station last time? Zhang Wen suddenly realized and nodded at Wen Yu. Come on, let's go into the city. If I had known it was you returning, I would have had food prepared. Wang Zhigeng grabbed Wen Yu's hand and headed towards the central city. Wen Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Wang Zhigeng towards the gathering place in the central city. Wen Yu could tell that Wang Zhigeng's happiness was genuine. However, at that moment there were some discordant voices that arose. Old Wang, what are you doing? This person hasn't proven his identity yet. If he causes any trouble in the city, can you bear the responsibility? Hearing these words, Wang Zhigeng paused and turned around, staring seriously at the young man in military uniform who had spoken. This is my friend. What does it have to do with you? This was Wang Zhigeng's first exchange with the young man in military uniform today. Unfortunately, the content was far from perfect. Humph, your friend can just casually enter the central city. Don't forget your identity. If anything happens, you, Wang Zhigeng, can't bear that responsibility. Hearing Wang Zhigeng's words, the young man in military uniform clearly felt embarrassed and reprimanded Wang Zhigeng loudly. Old Wang's temper flared, and upon hearing the words of the young man in military uniform, he directly stepped forward, glaring at him. Wang Zhigeng's current strength was at initial level 3, with a physical quality around 60 points, while the young man in military uniform was only at initial level 2. If it weren't for his other identity, Wang Zhigeng would have torn this person apart and fed him to the dogs. Thus, under Wang Zhigeng's overwhelming strength and aggressive gaze, the young man in military uniform gradually lowered his head, while the hatred in his eyes grew stronger. Let's go, don't pay attention to this idiot. Seeing that the young man in military uniform had softened, Wang Zhigeng sneered, turned, and continued walking towards the city with Wen Yu. Although the young man in military uniform had a notable background, Wang Zhigeng was not someone to be trifled with. If the young man truly angered Wang Zhigeng, he could easily kill him and leave. This big boss, I won't be taking it anymore. Wang Zhigeng slipped into the forest. The army wouldn't come looking for trouble with Wang Zhigeng over a level 2 professional. Moreover, if he had any status and support from the military, how could he possibly only be at level 2? Seeing the young man in military uniform's tightly clenched fists, Wen Yu shook his head slightly. Wen Yu knew very well what this was about. It was nothing more than a power struggle within the camp, which had flared up because of Wen Yu's arrival here. Strictly speaking, these matters had nothing to do with Wen Yu. However, in the eyes of some idiots, Wen Yu's shaking head could represent many things. Wait, the young man in military uniform spoke again. Are you done? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Brother Wang, it's not because of this matter. The young man in military uniform smiled smugly at Wang Zhigeng and Wen Yu, slowly speaking. Don't you remember? Earlier, headquarters issued an order for each base to keep an eye out for powerful mutated beasts, and once there's news, headquarters will send people over. We reported Simba, but now I feel this dog should be even stronger than Simba. Although I don't know why headquarters is looking for powerful mutated beasts, a level 4 mutated beast would definitely meet their requirements. I think since this person is your friend, Brother Wang, you should talk to him about handing over this mutated beast to the state. I believe the state will reward your friend handsomely. This isn't me looking for trouble, it's what headquarters said. Anyway, I will contact headquarters. Looking at the smug expression of the young man in military uniform, Wang Zhigeng was filled with hatred but could not find any flaws in what he said. Because the military headquarters had indeed issued such a document. You do what you want. Wang Zhigeng gritted his teeth and spat out those 3 words towards the young man in military uniform, then turned to Wen Yu. Little brother, let's go, just treat him like he's nothing. As for your battle pet, I will explain it to the military. I won't make things difficult for you. After saying that, Wang Zhigeng pulled Wen Yu and continued walking towards the city. But Wen Yu stood still, not moving. This person, is he your friend? A low voice came from Wen Yu's mouth. Wang Zhigeng's answer was very straightforward. No, he's just a pile of dog shit. Wen Yu nodded. Then his left hand slowly raised, and a half-meter-long short gun suddenly appeared in Wen Yu's hand. Wen Yu's movement was slow and gentle. Every movement seemed meticulously crafted, and even the action of raising the gun gave everyone present a sense of unusual beauty. The gun was not long, but its design was ancient, as if it were an antique meticulously cared for by its owner. But it's undeniable that an antique gun is still a gun. In the eyes of ordinary people, firearms still hold a certain degree of intimidation. So, when the gun was aimed at the young man in military uniform, he felt a bit flustered, but he quickly calmed down. Because a level 2 professional, even against modern firearms, would find it hard to suffer fatal damage, let alone against this antique gun before him. To regain some of the dignity he had just lost, the young man in military uniform immediately puffed out his chest and shouted at Wen Yu. Do you know who my father is? Bang! The gun fired. It was proven that the Frenzy Song was not an antique gun, and the power of Frenzy Song was unveiled before humanity for the first time. A slightly blurred bullet directly hit the torso of the young man in military uniform. If there were any professionals present with strength above level 5, they would see that the bullet from Frenzy Song did not have the normal shape of a bullet. It was a mass of energy resembling a plate, with the bottom resembling a bullet head, the entire bullet presenting a flattened shape. This kind of bullet head lacked sufficient penetrative power, but the real power of Frenzy Song did not lie in its penetration. The part of the young man in military uniform that was hit felt as if it had been struck with a heavy hammer, and the immense force instantly tore through his body. Then, the annihilation effect activated. Half of the young man in military uniform's body vanished completely. Then came the explosion. Amid the thunderous noise, the young man's remains could not withstand the force of the explosion, and in an instant there was nothing left of him. Therefore, the third effect of Frenzy Song, Tear, did not take effect. When Yu slowly lowered the Frenzy Song in his hand, then, amidst the stunned expressions of everyone present, he withdrew Frenzy Song back into his body. Let's go, old Wang. Meanwhile, Wang Zhigeng was clearly in shock, first staring blankly at the completely vanished young man in military uniform, then turning to Wen Yu, incredulously asking, How did you kill him? Oh, you mean that idiot? Wen Yu responded calmly to Wang Zhigeng. I can't let such an idiot live past a chapter. Wang Zhigeng was silent for a moment before he spoke. Brother, if you kill him, there might be trouble. Why don't you leave the city for a while? Once I help you resolve this issue, you can come back. This was the best plan Wang Zhigeng could think of. After all, the young man in military uniform, according to his own words, should have some connections above. At the same time, he himself was appointed by the military to establish leadership that connects Central City with the military headquarters. However, what Wang Zhigeng considered was quite different from Wen Yu's thoughts. Or rather, the gap in strength between Wang Zhigeng and Wen Yu was too large, so their ideas could not possibly be the same. Seeing the urgency in Wang Zhigeng's eyes, Wen Yu shook his head. No need for that. You can contact the military headquarters, right? That is possible, but... Before Wang Zhigeng could finish his sentence, Wen Yu directly patted him on the shoulder. I'll talk to them, it's just right. I want to discuss some matters with them. As for that idiot just now, trust me, it's not a problem. They should thank me. Really, that's why I'm happy today. Otherwise, the trouble wouldn't be mine but the military's. Before Wang Zhigeng could react, Wen Yu waved at the doll-like soldiers not far away. Kids, let's go. I'll take you into the city. Although Central City did not have any permanent residency permits, there was a saying before the apocalypse. Some people make things easier. Wang Zhigeng regarded Wen Yu as a friend and benefactor, so he naturally agreed to Wen Yu's request to arrange permanent residency permits for this group of children. At the same time, through Wang Zhigeng, Wen Yu learned something. The entry fee was actually proposed by the young man in military uniform. Wang Zhigeng originally intended to completely open Central City, turning it into a safe fortress for all survivors of Mudanjiang City. Unfortunately, Wang Zhigeng's idea met with opposition from everyone. As for now, although the military uniformed man was dead, the rules had already been established, and Wang Zhigeng himself was also a beneficiary. Now Wang Zhigeng wouldn't express any opinions on the entry fee anymore. The benefits brought by power indeed slowly corrode people's hearts. At this time, Wen Yu stood beside Zheng Yi, patting his head. I'll drop you off here, and from now on you'll have to rely on yourselves. Wen Yu felt a complicated emotion towards this group of soldier kids. In his previous life, Wen Yu didn't think too much, because at every moment he was struggling against the god of death. But in this life, especially after returning from Chehe town, Wen Yu felt more and more that this world was just too messed up. At the very least, the children were innocent. They shouldn't have to bear the pressures that even adults couldn't handle. With a slight sigh, Wen Yu placed the star on the now small Cyclops' side and took out several level 2 magic crystals from his spatial ring. Take these. Work hard to become stronger. Since you chose to be the leader for these kids, you must also bear the corresponding responsibility. This is all I can help you with. Remember one thing, to live ultimately you must rely on yourselves. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zheng Yi's eyes became a little misty. After a while, Zheng Yi took the magic crystals from Wen Yu's hand and nodded vigorously at him. Thank you, uncle. You are a good person. Wen Yu straightened his body and shook his head at Zheng Yi. I'm not a good person, really, but I can assure you, you all will become good people. Come on, do your best. After saying that, Wen Yu extended his tightly clenched right fist. Seeing this, Zheng Yi wiped the tears that were about to fall with his dirty sleeve and also extended his right fist. The large and small fists slowly touched together. Then Wen Yu turned and walked to Wang Zhigeng's side, waving at Zheng Yi. Remember, my name is Wen Yu. If we meet again in the future, you should call me Brother Wen Yu. It's brother, got it, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Goodbye, uncle. The children who followed Zhang Wen far away heard Wen Yu's words and immediately began to shout and call out to him. Wen Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Looking back at the smirking Wang Zhigeng, Wen Yu asked very seriously, Do I look that old? Wang Zhigeng carefully examined Wen Yu and said seriously, To be honest, you should shave, take a bath, and change your clothes. Standing in front of the mirror, Wen Yu seriously examined his appearance. After a long while, he shook his head. Wen Yu, uncle, hehe, what a true image. Without a mirror for a while, and due to the environment not allowing Wen Yu to take care of his personal hygiene, he could only wash his face and brush his teeth. When he saw himself in the mirror for the first time, he was genuinely shocked by his appearance. A fine sequence eye had turned into a beggar. When Wang Zhigeng asked Wen Yu whether he wanted to contact the military first or tidy up his personal image first, Wen Yu chose to contact them first. Then Wang Zhigeng took out a mirror, so Wen Yu ended up in the bathroom. Voices kept coming from outside, and in Wen Yu's perception, the Cyclops and the star were rolling around on the soft, big bed. No need to think. After Wen Yu tidied up, the outside would definitely be a mess. Star, come over, let me show you something fun. The Cyclops' barking voice came, and then a sound erupted from the TV in the living room. Power supply in Central City had basically been restored. Electricity might be tight, but as Wen Yu's status, he shouldn't have to worry about things like that. Wang Zhigeng would use the best things to entertain Wen Yu, just like the 105-inch TV in the living room, but what the hell were those "Amidai" sounds outside? Wow! That was Star's shocked voice. Bark, bark, isn't it great? Humans really know how to play, tusk that position. By the way, did you get hard? Brother dog, you're really disgusting. The species are different and you're still watching so happily. Bark, bark. Brother just asked you if you got hard, Star was male, and Wen Yu and the Cyclops had already known this in the forest. So the Cyclops had found a good friend, and it had made a grand wish to cultivate Star into a playboy. This was contributing to the great biodiversity of Earth. However, this was clearly a form of coercive training. Star was still a child. So Wen Yu rushed out of the bathroom, grabbing the Cyclops by the collar with one hand and lifting Star's tail with the other, directly heading towards the bathroom. Then the room door was opened, and Wang Zhigeng walked in directly. "By the way, brother Wen Yu, what do you want to eat tonight?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Zhigeng glanced at the 105-inch TV and then at Wen Yu, who was completely naked, and his old face suddenly turned awkward. Sorry, I walked into the wrong room. By the way, the door lock is here." When the sound of the door closing echoed, Wen Yu finally reacted. Then fine goosebumps began to appear on Wen Yu's skin. "Can I say this is my dog's doing?" A murmured voice escaped from Wen Yu's mouth. The sadness in his words made the Cyclops shiver. Unfortunately, in the vast room besides Star and the Cyclops, there was no one else. When Wen Yu finished tidying up his personal hygiene and stood in front of the mirror, he instantly looked much more spirited. Wen Yu was not handsome, but at least he couldn't be considered unattractive. Combined with the physical modifications that came from his powerful abilities, his body resembled a finely crafted machine. Along with the fierce aura brought by his intense combat experiences, he gained a lot of points in terms of presence. His well-defined muscles immediately rippled with a simple movement. This simple action was him giving a bath to the one-eyed creature on the floor, only with his foot. "Woof, big boss, I was wrong. Do you know you're wrong now? Woof, got it. How did the big boss teach you? Woof woof. If you make a mistake, you have to acknowledge it. Stand straight when you're being punished." When Yu nodded and smiled strangely at the one-eyed creature. "Then accept your punishment." When Wen Yu, dressed in a long black coat, walked out of the room, Xing stumbled out behind him. He was laughing. Accompanied by Xing's huff-huff laughter, the one-eyed creature walked out with a face full of grievance. Dressed in a pink pet outfit with a big red flower on its head, it at least looked cute now. Looking at the one-eyed creature's pitiful expression, Wen Yu squatted down and patted its head. "You have to wear it for a whole day." The one-eyed creature drooped its head and instantly went silent. "Don't worry, it's very cute. I designed this outfit carefully for you. It will definitely awaken a girl's affection." Hearing Wen Yu's assured tone, the one-eyed creature's eyes instantly lit up. "Woof woof. Really, big boss? Really, it looks great. Haven't you seen pet dogs in clothes before? They look so good, and after just taking a bath, you should change into a new outfit. Didn't I just change into a new one too? Woof woof. It just feels a bit strange." Upon hearing the one-eyed creature's words, Wen Yu straightened up, but the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. It was obvious that Wen Yu was also trying hard to hold back his laughter. When Wen Yu found Wang Zhigeng, he was organizing documents in his office. Don't think that the apocalypse means there's no need for an office. At least in the current environment, humanity's living space is not small. Though they can't be called the absolute sovereigns of this planet, they are definitely the most powerful race. As the big boss of the central city, Wang Zhigeng had a lot to deal with. When he saw Wen Yu walk into the office, he nodded at him, then curiously looked at the one-eyed creature in Wen Yu's arms. That's my battle pet." Wang Zhigeng's eyes involuntarily twitched a couple of times. This was a level 4 battle pet. What are you trying to do by dressing it up like this? A level 4 battle pet. If this were given to someone else, wouldn't it be treated like an ancestor? Does it look good? Hearing Wen Yu's slightly amused question, Wang Zhigeng directly nodded. How is it? What did the big boss say?" "Woof woof. The big boss is mighty and powerful." Upon hearing Wang Zhigeng's reply, the one-eyed creature instantly became smug, immediately wriggling out of Wen Yu's arms and bouncing around. Before the one-eyed creature could show off for long, Wen Yu caught it by the tail. All right, let's handle the important matters first, and then you can do whatever you want." Hearing Wen Yu's words, the one-eyed creature immediately quieted down. Daily playfulness is fine, but when it comes to serious matters, it's definitely not a joke. "Now I want to communicate with the military." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Wang Zhigeng immediately stood up. "Let's go, I'll take you to the communication room." At the early stage of the apocalypse, power and communication were naturally destroyed by zombies or mutated beasts. However, once humanity reacted, everything quickly returned to normal. After all, due to the existence of the exchange stone pillar, humanity's evolution speed isn't inferior to that of mutated beasts. The reason high-end combat power is less than that of mutated beasts is, besides the divine beast species, the number of mutated beasts far exceeds that of humans. When the military passed through Mudanjiang City, their technical personnel had already restored the communication capability between Mudanjiang City and the military headquarters. Ordinary line communications can no longer be used. What the military is currently using are satellite communications. According to the military's technicians, at the beginning of the apocalypse, due to the invasion of demonic energy, the Earth's magnetic field changed, causing the original satellites to be unusable. The satellites used for communication now are modified versions belonging to military technicians. Saying this, Wang Zhigeng pushed open the door of the communication room. Then he muttered quietly to himself, "God knows what demonic energy is." Wen Yu's mind flashed with thoughts. It seems the military's upper management has sealed off the information about demonic energy and demonic creatures. Then he looked around the communication room filled with dazzling instruments. The military's foundation, huh? It was clear that the military had not abandoned their technological strength because of the emergence of the evolutionary system. After all, technology is the foundation of humanity's rule over the Earth. Commander, the staff inside, wearing military uniforms, immediately stood straight and saluted Wang Zhigeng when they saw him walk in. Seeing Wen Yu's slightly amused gaze, Wang Zhigeng turned around to explain. As the commander of the central city, I am naturally also stationed in the military department. Currently, my rank is First Lieutenant. First Lieutenant Wang? Wen Yu jokingly gave Wang Zhigeng a not-so-standard military salute. All right, quit joking. I don't want to be constrained by a military rank. If it weren't for my old buddies, I would have been wandering around like you long ago. Okay, enough with the jokes. Let's connect the communication, Wang Zhigeng said to the communicator. Instead, the communicator hesitated, glancing between Wang Zhigeng and Wen Yu. Well, if Captain Zyro isn't here, I don't have the authority to initiate communication. When Wen Yu killed the military uniform man, Wang Zhigeng sealed the news. He's dead. Now I'm connecting the communication, which complies with emergency regulations. Yes, Commander. Hearing Wang Zhigeng's words, the communicator didn't say anything useless and immediately turned to fiddle with the console. This is what a real soldier looks like, obeying orders and acting decisively. From a certain perspective, it was also clear that the military uniform man was not well liked by others. With a crackling sound, the large screen on the wall of the communication room quickly lit up. Then, a military woman in her 20s appeared on the screen. In a neat military uniform with a serious face that held no smile, her originally beautiful features dropped several notches in attractiveness. Through the background of the military woman, one could clearly see the large interior of the military communication room, bustling with many military communication personnel. Greetings from the gathering place in Mudanjiang City, Heilongjiang Province. I am from the Military Communications Department, 13th Company, 7th Squad, Internal Code 115,896, responsible for this communication with the gathering place in Mudanjiang City. How may I assist you? Hearing the military woman's words from the screen, Wen Yu gently nudged the communicator sitting in front of the screen, then sat down himself. Holding the pink-clad one-eyed creature in his arms, and with Xing resting on his head, he quietly surveyed the military personnel at the headquarters on the screen, then spoke up. I am Sequence 2. I am Sequence 2. When Wen Yu uttered these 5 words, he was no longer the lonely wanderer or the cannon fodder struggling for survival in his previous life, but a super powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the human race. Seeing the bewildered expression on the military-clad woman on the screen, Wen Yu sighed. For a communications officer sitting in an office, a title like Sequence was far too high-level. You might not fully understand what this title means. You can go find your leader. If your leader doesn't know, let him find his leader. There will always be someone who knows. The military woman first glanced at Wang Zhigeng, who was standing behind Wen Yu, and then at the hesitant communications officer from Mudanjiang City. After a moment, she shook her head. I'm sorry, but this doesn't comply with the regulations. Please have your communications team leader come to see me. This was the so-called bureaucratic attitude, and from this, one could see that large organizations have their downsides. I'll kill him, Wen Yu's calm voice responded to the military woman. I don't belong to your military. Strictly speaking, I am a lone ranger. This communication is to discuss some matters with the military, but you are not in a position to negotiate with me. Go find your leader. If you still can't understand, let me put it this way. I am very strong, Tier 4. Moreover, I currently hold the lives of all survivors in Mudanjiang City in my hands. You can treat me as a robber. I am here to negotiate terms with you, got it? Then, Wen Yu kicked Wang Zhigeng a few times in a place off the screen. Wang Zhigeng was somewhat hesitant. Wen Yu's words had a positive aspect for him. At the very least, Wen Yu's statement had pulled Wang Zhigeng out of the matter related to the military-clad man's death. In fact, there was no need for Wang Zhigeng to react further. When the communications officer on the other side of the screen heard the term Tier 4, she immediately shuddered. When you didn't know how high the levels of peak military powerhouses would be, but the military-clad woman did. Currently, the military only had one known Tier 4 powerhouse, the War God. Not even a single military super soldier had reached Tier 4. Thus, when the words Tier 4 came out of Wen Yu's mouth, all issues regarding rules and regulations were no longer matters of concern. Please hold on. The military woman quickly stood up from her seat and hurriedly ran toward her leader's office, slightly flustered. When the military woman relayed Wen Yu's words to her leader, it was unfortunate that this small leader also didn't know what Sequence 2 represented. However, the meaning of Tier 4 was absolutely clear to the small leader. He immediately dialed his superior's phone number. Then, the message about the communication request from Sequence 2 was relayed upwards layer by layer. It eventually reached the hands of a certain individual. In a luxurious conference room, a meeting among elite military super powerhouses was underway. A large projector beside them clearly marked the military's offensive routes for reclaiming lost territory, with several large black dots indicating the locations of powerful mutated beasts known to the military. At the same time, these were the mission targets for the crowd gathered in the meeting. On the route to Nanjing, a Tier 3 peak mutated beast has been discovered, identified as a pig. Damn it, even pigs aren't obedient these days. The military man holding an electronic pen spoke while cursing and venting his frustrations about the information. Given his casual attire, it was evident that this person could not be considered a standard soldier, but rather a powerhouse absorbed into the military after the apocalypse. Once this person finished his complaints, he noticed something was off. Because today's meeting was not being held with military super powerhouses of his own level, but with the Lord of War, the strongest person in the military. The war god, hef. This person awkwardly scratched his head and stole a glance at the young man sitting in the main position. He appeared to be in his 20s, perhaps not yet 30. For professionals, the powerful strength brought about a significant enhancement in physical vitality, making it quite easy to appear younger. A military jacket was casually draped over him, with simple casual clothes underneath. Upon hearing the military man's somewhat disrespectful remarks, the war god slightly curled his right index finger and tapped the table in front of him. Tap, tap, tap. A series of crisp sounds followed, and then the war god's slightly magnetic voice slowly echoed. Be casual, having your own style is a good thing. Moreover, now that you are military super soldier, no. 7, you don't need to be overly respectful to me. From now on, I will be your captain. I don't want my team members to behave as if they are in a military graveyard when facing me. Hearing the war god's words, no. 7 finally relaxed and continued to explain the situation on the map. However, the subsequent explanation became much more official. This area, the Tier 4 mutated beast we observed last time, has been confirmed dead. Number 7 pointed to a huge black dot far from Demon City. According to reliable information, it was taken down by Sequence 5. The person in charge of the gathering at Demon City stated that Sequence 5 is currently severely injured and recovering within the gathering place. They need a large number of personnel and weaponry support. More importantly, they request the support of strong individuals from the military. The mutated beasts in the sea have been increasingly restless lately. Bullshit, after hearing no. 7's words, a professional sitting to the left of the war god immediately scoffed. What's seriously injured? That's just nonsense. What injury can't be healed with treatment drugs? They're clearly trying to extort us for resources. That old thief, Peng Jun, really thinks we won't dare to wipe them out? The tapping sound grew increasingly urgent, and after a while the war god shook his head. Allocate some of the newly developed powerful treatment drugs from the technology department to them, and send a batch of heavy weaponry to the gathering place in Demon City. Then inform them that we in Beijing do not have enough strong individuals available either. Let No. 10 run this errand, and casually remind Peng Jun to be careful. He only has Sequence 5 as his bargaining chip. Understood. The middle-aged military man sitting at the end of the table nodded at the war god. Also, my Lord of War, we have just received the latest news. The team escorting Professor Bai has been hijacked in CD. Number 7's lips moved up and down for a moment before finally articulating the remaining words. It seems it was once again Fang Bai's doing. Hearing the name Fang Bai, all the military superpowers ranked from 1 to 10 fell silent. This person had a significant connection to the military, and more importantly, Fang Bai was once a candidate for the military war god and also ranked No. 11 in the human race ranking. Such terrifying strength was enough to compete with the war god. In terms of this level of powerhouse, aside from the war god, there was no one in the military who could resolve this. Fang Bai, huh? When this name was mentioned, the war god finally stopped tapping his index finger on the table, picked up the cup of water in front of him, and took a large gulp. He then pressed his hands against his temples and gently rubbed them a couple of times. I understand. I'll personally handle this matter. Sai, by the way, what's the situation with Commander Lin? A young woman who had been sitting next to the war god spoke slowly. Commander Lin has recently overexerted his abilities and is still recuperating. Coupled with Fang Bai's assassination attempt last time, according to the doctors, he may need about another week of rest. The one speaking was the military super soldier ranked No. One with a little soul beast slightly smaller than Wen Yu's soul beast trembling on her shoulder. The war god nodded gently. Seeing that number 7 wanted to continue speaking, he waved his hand. Let's stop here for today. Let's temporarily adjourn the meeting. It was clear that the war god was quite troubled by the situation in Demon City and the matter of Fang Bai, and the remaining information wouldn't be more troublesome than these two issues. Knock, knock, knock! Before everyone present could leave their chairs, a sudden series of urgent knocks on the door echoed through the room. Then the conference room door was abruptly pulled open. The one who entered was the personal secretary belonging to the Lord of War. Only she could directly enter during a meeting with the Lord of War. Of course, this sort of disrespect only occurred during urgent circumstances. What's the matter? Seeing the woman burst into the conference room, the war god's brows immediately furrowed. Sir, urgent information. Sequence 2 is gathering in Mudanjiang, attempting to contact headquarters. What? Sequence which? Seeing the war god's surprised tone, the secretary repeated very clearly in standard Mandarin. Sequence 2, immediately connect the call to the conference room and also. The war god glanced at the super soldiers below him and spoke with a slight seriousness. You all stay. At this moment, Wen Yu was sitting in the communication room, idly toying with the little one-eyed soul beast. Watching the little beast's pitiful expression, Wen Yu couldn't help but adjust the clothes on the little beast. Looking at the empty image on the large screen, Wen Yu couldn't help but rub his head. It's just too slow, inefficient. Wen Yu mentally labeled the military as bloated. Then looking at the little one-eyed beast in his arms and the star above his head, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and directly said to his two spirit pets, You both go out for a walk, just make sure to come back tonight. Hearing Wen Yu's words, the little one-eyed beast immediately let out 3 excited cries and darted to the ground, running toward the door. The little beast was eager to go. The star also spread its wings and flew up from above Wen Yu's head. By the way, try not to kill anyone. Woof woof. Got it, big boss. This was also Wen Yu's consideration. From Jiang Wentao, he learned that the military's super soldier No. One had the same profession as him, and when the military learned about his profession, hiding his spirit pet was equivalent to hiding his strength. As for the little soul beast, Wen Yu looked at the little soul beast on his head and slowly shook his head. As a member of Sequence 2, he would inevitably have dealings with the military, so there was no significant need to hide his profession. Moreover, his current strength didn't require him to hide or be low-key. Furthermore, revealing his profession while the other side couldn't see his spirit pet would undoubtedly leave room for imagination. And this room for imagination could also be called caution. When Wen Yu finished 3 cups of hot tea, the scene on the screen suddenly shifted from the communication room to a luxurious large conference room. In front of the camera, a young man in military uniform greeted Wen Yu first. Hello, I am the military war god and also Sequence 3. Nice to meet you. At this moment, Wen Yu was evaluating the young man on the screen. Similarly, the war god was also assessing Wen Yu up and down, dressed in a long black coat with a slightly archaic pendant hanging around his neck. He appeared to be of a similar age, with an ordinary appearance. But none of these were the main points. The focus was on the similar aura he exuded and the little soul beast on his shoulder. Confidence and sharpness represented a strong confidence in his own strength and combat experience, and the little soul beast on his shoulder represented his profession. A soul master? The war god asked with some doubt. Wen Yu nodded and spoke. Isn't your number 1 also a soul master? Seeing the war god on the screen slightly furrow his brow, Wen Yu continued. It was Jiang Wentao who told me. By the way, how are Jiang Wentao, the monkey, and Big Bear's families? The war god paused for a moment in recollection before responding. They have been receiving supplies monthly as families of martyrs. Wen Yu pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Send them a bit more. The war god nodded in acknowledgement. A trivial matter. Hearing this, Wen Yu immediately smiled. I thought all government officials were calculating and stingy, but you are quite good. The war god slowly shook his head. There's no need to differentiate what matters. Such things are part of our responsibility. As for you, you seem to have some ties with Jiang Wentao and the others. Wen Yu nodded directly. They are heroes. All the soldiers of our military are heroes. The two fell silent for a while, with Wen Yu being the first to break the silence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wen Yu, Sequence 2. You can call me Quang Liu, currently the military's war god, Sequence 3. I wonder why you reached out to the military. Wen Yu nodded. Just now, when I entered the central city, I killed someone. By the way, what was that idiot's name? Xiao Longtao. Seeing Wen Yu's gaze turn to him, Wang Zhigang immediately answered. His name is Xiao Longtao. He seems to be the officer responsible for contacting you. The war god, or Quang Liu, nodded. Killed him? It doesn't matter. That position could be filled by a mutated pig. No, that's not what I mean. Wen Yu shook his head and continued. I heard he has a father who seems to be in the military headquarters. I'm not sure what position he holds. I'm the type of person who dislikes trouble. I killed his son, and he will definitely seek revenge on me. I want to resolve this matter now. Please hold on a moment. Quang Liu nodded without much hesitation and made a gesture to his secretary. The secretary immediately understood and left the conference room. In less than 3 minutes, the secretary returned, bringing back a piece of paper. This Xiao whatever, his father is a small head in the military personnel department. How do you want to deal with him? Kill him. Quang Liu nodded without hesitation. Number 8, handle this matter, make it clean. Number 8 saluted Quang Liu, then slowly disappeared from sight. Sequence 2 and Sequence 3. In a casual conversation, as if between everyday friends, the two decided the fate of one person, possibly more. And it can be foreseen that within a couple of days, the two would forget about this matter and no longer remember that there was a person named Xiao Longtao. At the same time, they would also forget that they ordered the death of his father. After all, this is ultimately a world where the strong decide everything. Seeing the straightforward attitude of Quang Liu, Wen Yu smiled at him. Thank you. It was just a small effort. Now can we discuss serious matters? The trivial matter earlier was not enough to make the Tier 2 actively connect with the military headquarters. Quang Liu knew this very well. Wen Yu pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I want to make a deal with you. I have a life-and-death friend. Before he passed away, he entrusted his daughter to me. I am currently in Mudanjiang, and I have some matters to attend to here. I won't be able to reach Beijing City in a short time, so I want to ask the military to help me find someone and protect her until I arrive in Beijing. In exchange, I am willing to resolve something for the Beijing military. But it's only one thing, and I have the right to refuse the task. After hearing Wen Yu's words, Quang Liu nodded on the other side of the screen. This is very simple for us, but you need to understand the task we assign to you will definitely not be easy. That's fine, as long as the person I'm asking you to find is still alive. If she is dead, then the deal naturally doesn't hold. Understood. Quang Liu did not care about these details. Finding her would be better, but if not, it didn't matter. As long as there was contact information for Tier 2 and their current location, future cooperation would certainly be possible. As long as the interests are sufficient, anything is possible. This is the photo and information of the person I'm looking for. Wen Yu aimed a photo of Sun Zuwei at the camera and then shared information about her age and current location. You will have news within 3 days. When we have news, we will actively connect with the communications in Mudanjiang. Understood. Wen Yu nodded and was about to leave the seat when he was called back again. By the way, I heard that a Tier 3 peak lion-type mutated beast appeared in Mudanjiang. I wonder if that is your target spirit pet? Wen Yu thought for a moment and immediately understood that Quang Liu was talking about Simba. No, it doesn't qualify to be my spirit pet. Well, in that case, I will send our military super soldier number 1 to Mudanjiang. I would like to ask for your help. Is this part of the deal? Quang Liu shook his head. No, this is a matter of friendship. We've already established a friendship, haven't we? Wen Yu fell silent for a moment and slowly nodded. Just a reminder, I don't like trouble. Quang Liu nodded. It's just a small matter, when one captures this spirit pet, you won't need to take action. But if number 1 fails, please help us protect her life and kill that Tier 3 mutated lion. After listening to Quang Liu's words, Wen Yu thought briefly. Originally, Wen Yu's goal was to kill Simba directly, but with the military's request, he had to weigh it carefully. After a while, Wen Yu nodded. Okay. Killing Simba would not be difficult. Even if Simba was currently at Tier 4, he would definitely not be able to withstand Wen Yu and his 2 spirit pets. The dilemma for Wen Yu was whether to kill or not. When Quang Liu brought up the question about Simba, Wen Yu took a moment to evaluate. Rather than killing Simba, it would be better to let know. 1 contract Simba, allowing Simba to work for the human race for the Earth. Having made up his mind, Wen Yu closed the call request and headed downstairs. Downstairs, Wang Zhigang had already prepared a lavish banquet for Wen Yu. In the luxurious conference room of the military headquarters, Quang Liu sat there after ending the call, his head leaning against the chair back, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a while, Quang Liu came back to his senses and waved to the crowd below who were waiting. Go back. By the way, number one, stay. Yes, Commander. After a neat military salute, everyone except No. One exited the conference room in order. Once everyone left, number one finally spoke up. Can we be sure it's Tier 2? Quang Liu nodded. His gaze, that confident look, is enough to prove this person's strength. Even if it's a fake, he's still a super powerhouse. Quang Liu paused before continuing. He is at least stronger than Fang Bai, and he is also a soul master. Number one, covering his mouth, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Quang Liu looked at number one with a hint of confusion and couldn't help but ask, "What's so funny? He's not one of us." Quang Liu's tone had lost the earlier seriousness, sounding more like a conversation between close friends. No. One shook his head, but the laughter didn't cease. After a while, number one finally spoke. I just find it interesting. I always thought I was the only soul master. I didn't expect another one to appear, and he's from Tier 2. He might be stronger than you. Hearing No, one's teasing tone, Quang Liu helplessly shook his head. The tier number does not represent real combat ability. Just like Fang Bai, his power is definitely stronger than Tier 5. At least it can represent combat power to a certain extent. Quang Liu shrugged, saying nothing further. A creaking sound was heard. The door to the conference room was pushed open. Seeing the elderly man walk in, Quang Liu frowned immediately. The only person in the entire military who could walk in without knocking while knowing Quang Liu was in the conference room was the commander-in-chief, Lin Heifeng. I heard that Tier 2 initiated a call request. Before the old man reached Quang Liu, he had already started questioning. Quang Liu slowly nodded. Yes, do you have a plan to deal with it? Try to win him over. Lin Heifeng nodded. And I plan to send number one to Mudanjiang with the nominal purpose of contracting the mutated lion in Mudanjiang, but the real goal is to contact Tier 2. Very good. After listening to Quang Liu's words, Lin Heifeng casually pulled over a chair, sat down heavily, and took out a cigarette from his pocket, starting to smoke right away. Seeing Lin Heifeng's actions, Quang Liu couldn't help but frown. Your injury hasn't healed yet. The doctor said you can't smoke. Lin Heifeng shook his head. What they say doesn't count. This is for your own good. Having a cigarette is for my own good. After a brief silence, Quang Liu shook his head. Do as you please. By the way, tomorrow I will set off with No. 1. She will go to Mudanjiang and I will go to Chengdu. Lin Heifeng paused for a moment, then nodded after a while. If possible, don't kill that kid Fang Bai. I know. In a short time, the cigarette in Lin Heifeng's hand had burned down to the filter. He gently extinguished it and stood up, walking toward the door. By the way, today is my birthday. Behind him, Quang Liu's flat voice sounded. Lin Heifeng, who was striding forward, suddenly paused. Take half a day off today. Consider it a holiday granted by the military. And happy birthday! After the brief blessing, Lin Heifeng opened the door to the conference room and walked away without looking back, leaving only Quang Liu and No. 1 in the conference room. Number 1 reached out his clean right hand, gently grasping the slowly clenching fist of Quang Liu, comforting him softly. He's very busy. Right, he is very busy, always very busy. A low sigh escaped from Quang Liu, and then it gradually fell silent. Let's go, it's my birthday today, I'm treating you to a meal. Then I should eat more, Number 1 said with a smile. No problem, I have money. After a simple meal, Wen Yu returned to the room that Wang Zhigang arranged for him, lying on the comfortable big bed feeling drowsy. I haven't slept on such a soft bed in a long time. Thinking of the days when he slept outdoors in the mountains, Wen Yu couldn't help but drift into a dream. The sky outside was completely dark when Wen Yu was awakened by a rustling sound. The slight noise couldn't escape Wen Yu's keen hearing, and the familiar sound made him aware of who had entered the room. Wen Yu had not locked the door, naturally for this reason. Subtle spiritual fluctuations emanated from Wen Yu's mind. They were very faint. Clearly the two soul pets were afraid of waking Wen Yu. Go to sleep, brother dog. Not sleeping, angry? You really are bored. If you ask me, just force it and do it, right? You told me this. Wang Wang. Upon hearing Xing's words, the one-eyed soul pet barked twice. Why do they say I'm a pervert? Xing stammered and spoke in a low voice. With that outfit, you are a pervert? You make me so mad. The big boss clearly said this outfit is very cute. As soon as the two pets finished speaking, Wen Yu suddenly sat up. Seeing the two soul pets lying obediently on the ground, and glancing at the pink outfit that had been dirtied by the one-eyed soul pet, Wen Yu couldn't help but chuckle and waved at them. The two soul pets understood Wen Yu's gesture and jumped onto the big bed immediately. Did you get into any trouble today? Wen Yu genuinely feared these two guys might cause some issues. Not because he was afraid of trouble, but because he was afraid that if the two soul pets got angry, they would completely destroy his hometown. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Xing and the one-eyed soul pet shook their heads vigorously as if they were playing a drum. Did anything interesting happen today? After Wen Yu finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at the pink pet outfit on the one-eyed soul pet. Hearing Wen Yu's teasing, the one-eyed soul pet immediately began to complain. Wang, wang, wang. Boss, you lied to me. This outfit is not good at all. Those little female dogs all said I'm a pervert. Little female dogs? Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. Where did you find the little female dogs? Right over there. Xing's tail stood up as it pointed in a direction. That was the direction of the old town, and Wen Yu's home was also in that direction. Are there many of them? Wang, wang, wang. Not few, they are all stray cats and dogs. After mutating, they have claimed that area as their territory. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. Then tomorrow, let's go over there and check out those little female dogs, and by the way, bring you two back home. Home? Isn't this your home? Xing asked with a confused blink. No, this is not our home. This is just a house that Wang Zhigeng lent us. Wen Yu shook his head. That place is where I used to live in this city. I wonder how it is now. Wen Yu looked out the window towards the location of his former rental place. That was where Wen Yu had lived for nearly 7 years. 7 years, I guess that counts as my home. Wen Yu sighed quietly in his heart. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Wen Yu bid farewell to Wang Zhigeng. After Wen Yu communicated with the military headquarters, Wang Zhigeng would definitely connect to the military again. What specifically was discussed, Wen Yu did not know, but it was probably about Wen Yu's deeper intelligence and the power transfer in Mudanjiang City. Just by looking at Wang Zhigeng's invigorated state, it was clear that the results from yesterday were very pleasing to him. By the way, if the military has news, send someone to find me. My location is XXX. Seeing Wang Zhigeng nod, Wen Yu headed directly towards the old town with the one-eyed soul pet and Xing, walking casually on the streets of Mudanjiang. The desolate and dilapidated urban area had long lost the prosperity of peacetime. Occasionally, some lurking professionals would glance at Wen Yu, then quickly hide their figures. The new clothes and the little soul beast on his shoulder, which implied a hidden profession, were enough for these individuals to understand that the professional walking in front of them was not to be trifled with. The original purpose of the walk was to take another look at the city where he had lived for over 20 years, but now it seemed there was nothing much to see. In the apocalypse, even though there were currently no demonic creatures, just the professionals and mutated beasts were enough to destroy the exterior of this city, as well as the spirit of the entire city. Let's go, One-Eyed, lead the way, speed up, Wen Yu said to the one-eyed soul pet, deciding not to waste time on useless matters. Wang, wang! The one-eyed soul pet barked twice at Wen Yu and took off first. In its mini-state, although the one-eyed soul pet's physical ability was greatly reduced, it was definitely no longer the stray dog it once was before the mutation. Within its small body lay powerful strength. Its 4 short legs quickly created a blur of motion, and its gray body rushed towards the old town like the wind. Wen Yu followed closely behind. In less than 10 minutes, the trio had crossed most of Mudanjiang City and arrived at the old town. This is it. The one-eyed soul pet stopped in front of a half-abandoned community. Wen Yu frowned as he looked at the large puddle of dog waste in front of him, smelling the terrible odor in the air. He decisively said to the one-eyed soul pet, "You can go in if you want, but come back by following my scent when you're done." Wang, wang, wang. Boss, aren't you coming in with me? There are so many little beauties inside. Wen Yu gulped hard. Forget it. Wang, wang, what about you, Xing? We're all brothers, I'll share 2 with you. Upon hearing the one-eyed soul pet's invitation, Xing immediately shook its head. You really don't know how to enjoy. The one-eyed soul pet grumbled a few words and turned to walk into the community. Only Wen Yu and Xing remained, exchanging bitter smiles. Then, Wen Yu turned and left. It was really too smelly here. Golden Capital community in the old town. This was originally where Wen Yu had lived. As an orphan, Wen Yu had lived here alone for 7 years. 7 years was enough for one person to develop some feelings for a place. Looking at the surrounding dilapidated and deserted scenery, Wen Yu sighed deeply. I'm home. Home, in a certain sense, is very important. Although on the surface, it looked like a rundown little rental unit of a single loser. According to the original contract, it actually no longer belonged to Wen Yu. But at this time, who would care? Wen Yu wouldn't, and the landlord probably wouldn't either. Just like returning home usually, Wen Yu walked calmly along the community road, explaining to Xing the significance of the dilapidated buildings beside him. Do you see this exchange stone pillar? This was the place where I had my first fierce confrontation with the one-eyed beast. Wow, so big, boss, you must have given that one-eyed beast a good beating, right? Wen Yu raised his brow slightly. Sort of. Over there is the place where I changed my job. Wen Yu pointed to a convenience store nearby. That's where my home is. Though the community was run down, the zombies that Wen Yu had killed were long gone. It was evident that someone had cleaned up the area. As for whether there were survivors, as when you stood at his doorstep, he had already sensed it. The house of the elderly couple across the hall had been occupied by someone else. Perhaps alerted by the sounds in the hallway, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the elderly couple's room, and then a survivor crouched by the peephole, carefully observing Wen Yu. With the strength of a level 4 professional, he could even hear the sound of their heartbeat at close range. Wen Yu naturally knew there were survivors behind the door. There were 2 people, a woman and a child. However, Wen Yu couldn't help but laugh at himself with his back turned to the survivors in the room. It had nothing to do with him. He pushed open the door of his little rental unit and stepped into his cramped space after 2 months. If one were to describe the current state of the room in one sentence, it would be a complete mess. When the apocalypse first began, Wen Yu never thought he would return, and since he had encountered the little girl upstairs while clearing out zombies, he naturally hadn't locked the door. An unoccupied empty room, combined with not being locked, was definitely a treasure in the eyes of survivors. Sure enough, looking at the room where not a single usable item remained, Wen Yu shook his head helplessly. "Zing, let's clean up the room. Big boss, the ones across?" Zing raised his tail and pointed at the survivors inside the door. Wen Yu shook his head, signaling Zing to ignore it. Let them live their own lives, that's just fine. If one were to say what was most abundant after the apocalypse, Wen Yu was sure that empty rooms were definitely among them. The houses that used to trouble most people were no longer a problem. With countless empty rooms, furniture and such were naturally not lacking. After Wen Yu scavenged the entire first floor of the building, he had already gathered the things he needed. A bed, a sofa, a table, plus bedding. Pretty simple, right? These mismatched items filled the little rental unit to the brim with no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. But as long as there was a place to sleep, that was enough. From this perspective, humanity's adaptability is truly strong. While passing by the upstairs, Wen Yu also took the time to observe the situation above. The first survivor he had seen since the start of the apocalypse had long since left. He let out a low sigh. "Hope you run into good people." After moving some pots, bowls, and gas supplies, Wen Yu quickly made a meal. Experiencing the days accompanied by Zing, Wen Yu silently swallowed a piece of biscuit. This made Wen Yu think of a movie called I Am Legend. Unfortunately, his dog had run out to find a girlfriend. In the hallway, a somewhat heavy sound of footsteps approached, then stopped at the door next door, gently knocking. A male weighing around 140 pounds, judging by the heartbeat, was likely in his prime. Zing curiously turned to look, then looked back at Wen Yu. Wen Yu shook his head once more. The woman and child across the hall were just ordinary people, and the man who had just returned was only at the mid-level of a rank 1 professional. Based on the current strength of survivors in Mudanjiang City, this family of 3 was very weak. No team, no power, just barely finding a spot to survive in this old city with few survivors, living on the edge of existence. Perhaps it could be a mutated beast, perhaps other survivors, perhaps a natural disaster, or perhaps a disease. Any of these could easily extinguish the lives of these 3 weak individuals. Life is great yet insignificant. Essentially, Wen Yu's current state of existence was already different from these low-level professionals. The gap in strength between the two made it hard for Wen Yu and the professionals across the hall to find common ground. So close yet truly from 2 different worlds. As night fell, the one-eyed beast still showed no signs of returning. Wen Yu wasn't worried, after all. The one-eyed beast and Zing were his battle pets. If they couldn't handle danger independently, Wen Yu would have to ponder whether he was raising a battle pet or an ancestor. With powerful hearing, he clearly heard the sound of conversation coming from across the hall, mostly mundane topics like family matters and daily necessities. After a while, the door next door opened, and then a gentle knock sounded. Hello, we live across the hall and wanted to come over and say hi." A slightly deep male voice came through, and after a moment of hesitation, Wen Yu stood up and walked toward the door. The sound of the man's return and closing the door was not small. At that time, he also didn't realize a survivor had come next door and didn't control his volume. It was only when he started chatting with the woman inside that he realized a new survivor had arrived next door. Whether he was good or bad, whether he was a good person or a bad person, and how strong he really was, the man did not know. So the man decided to get closer to this unknown survivor, even if the risk involved was quite high. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the door, a man in his 30s appeared before Wen Yu. He wasn't old, but his temples had some gray, and combined with his tattered clothes and the bruises still visible at the corners of his eyes, it was clear he was in a difficult situation. Looking at the slightly nervous man before him, Wen Yu offered a slight smile. "Please come in." The man hesitated, glancing at the slightly smiling young man in front of him, then nodded gently after a while. At the same time, his right hand, which had been hidden behind him, slowly relaxed, revealing a worn knife handle. The room wasn't big, but it was enough for two people to sit down. When Yu quietly handed the man a cup of hot tea, seeing the man's slightly restrained demeanor, he spoke up. "Don't be nervous. This place used to be my home, so I came back to take a look. I might leave in a couple of days." Hearing Wen Yu's explanation, the man noticeably relaxed, giving him time to take in his surroundings. The originally messy environment had been cleaned up, and the spiderwebs that once hung in the room had been cleared away. What made the man particularly wary were the little soul beast on Wen Yu's shoulder and Xing lying on the table. The little soul beast indicated a hidden profession. Xing suggested that the man in front of him at least wasn't struggling for food and had the means to raise a pet. Just these 2 points implied that the man before him was not as harmless as he seemed. My name is Yinan. I live right across from you." "I am Wen Yu." Hearing Yinan's introduction, Wen Yu nodded. It was a form of politeness, and merely that. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a while, Yinan finally spoke up. "Well, I came just to take a look. If you lack anything, feel free to tell me." After hesitating for a moment, perhaps feeling that Wen Yu was not a bad person, or perhaps sensing that his wife and child couldn't hide from Wen Yu, Yinan continued. "I have a wife at home, and we've taken your bedding." Seeing Yinan's slightly embarrassed expression, Wen Yu smiled and nodded. "It's just a small matter, no need to mind." Perhaps it was Wen Yu's friendly attitude that eased Yinan's guard just a bit, and Yinan went on. "How about I go get you a cleaner set of bedding?" Wen Yu looked at Yinan's somewhat sincere eyes and nodded after some thought. "Thank you, Brother Yi." The clean bedding exuded a faint scent of laundry detergent. Wen Yu also met Yinan's wife and child. The child was small, not yet 10 years old, and had a lively appearance. As for Yinan's wife, she had a good figure but was quite unattractive, not because of a naturally unpleasant appearance, but because her face was covered in hideous scars. Wen Yu knew that such scars were inflicted by sharp blades, and judging by the wounds, this had happened after the apocalypse. Yinan's wife seemed a bit reserved, and when she saw that Wen Yu did not show any signs of disgust or revulsion at her scars, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps the sigh was a bit loud, and Yinan gently wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, softly kissing her scarred forehead. Then Yinan turned back to Wen Yu, who had finished arranging the bedding, and said apologetically, "Sorry to make you witness this, Brother Wen Yu." Wen Yu simply smiled and shook his head, not asking further. Everyone has a story, right? Lying on the bed, listening to Yinan's snoring that seemed to be right next to him, and the distant roars of mutated beasts or the chirping of some still unmutated insects, Wen Yu gradually fell into a dream. Early the next morning, Wen Yu first went out to find Dayu. Among a large group of stray cats and dogs, Wen Yu spotted the proud Dayu. After shedding its pink disguise, Dayu smoothly blended into this small gang roaming the city, and it seemed to be treated quite well. Up close, Wen Yu connected to Dayu's mind. In their simple conversation, Wen Yu learned that Dayu wanted to continue playing here for a while longer and would only return with Xing to Central City. In case of a fight, Wen Yu could always use the Soul Realm to pull Dayu back, so he didn't have to worry about where Dayu might run off to. In the conference room of Central City. The originally spacious conference room was used by Wang Zhigang to entertain Wen Yu. He briefly inquired about the military headquarters news. Sun Zuwei still hadn't been found, but there was no rush. As long as there was no confirmed news of death, the military would definitely give Wen Yu an explanation. By the way, there's one more thing. Military super soldier no. One will arrive in Mudanjiang City tomorrow. So, brother, what do you think? Seeing Wang Zhigang rubbing his hands awkwardly, Wen Yu nodded. When he arrives tomorrow, just have him come find me at my place. By the way, do you have any news about Simba? Hearing Wen Yu's question, Wang Zhigang nodded. Simba should be around the East Mountain area. The last time survivors encountered Simba, he was already at Tier 3 peak, and he's probably at Tier 4 now. Wang Zhigang's words carried some worry. Wen Yu shook his head. Tier 4 is no big deal. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll be waiting at my place tomorrow. I've already given you the address. Having said that, Wen Yu turned and walked toward the outskirts of Central City. Back and forth under Wen Yu's powerful abilities, it took less than an hour to return home. Slowly making his way upstairs, hearing the noisy sounds coming from Yinan's house, Wen Yu hesitated for a moment but still knocked on Yinan's door. "Who is it?" A slightly weak voice came from inside. "It's me, Wen Yu. I heard some noises in your room. I wasn't sure if you were in trouble." "Oh, it's nothing, just the kids crying." Let me know if you need anything." From the brief exchange, Wen Yu could tell that Yinan didn't want him interfering in these matters. Since he didn't want help, why should Wen Yu meddle? With Wen Yu's powerful physique, he could hear every movement in the house. Besides Yinan's family, there were also 2 other professionals present. Then, a harsh voice came through. "Wait, Yinan, open the door." Brother, just let it go. The guy just arrived yesterday. Smack! The sound of a slap echoed, followed by the sobbing of Yi Nan's wife and child as the speaker continued. I told you to do what I say. Why are you asking so many questions? Brother, he just got here and doesn't understand the rules. How about I help him pay? Smack! You're just trying to pay the protection fee for your whole family and still want to meddle in other people's affairs. Wen Yu's actions halted for a moment, then he turned around and knocked again on Yi Nan's door. Brother Yi, do you really not need me to intervene? Brother Wen Yu, really, it's not necessary. You should just leave. From behind the door, chaotic sounds followed, and after a while, the two professionals collecting protection fees agreed to Yi Nan's suggestion. Yi Nan handed over Wen Yu's protection fee. As the door swung open, Wen Yu stood quietly in front of Yi Nan's door, observing the scene inside. Yi Nan's eyes had darkened bruises, and apart from that, the furnishings in the room hadn't been destroyed, and Yi Nan's wife and child didn't seem to have suffered any harm. The two professionals collecting protection fees sized up Wen Yu, and when they saw the little soul beast floating on his shoulder, their expressions changed, uncertain whether it was due to their surprise at the hidden profession or something else. Perhaps seeing Wen Yu's slightly grim face, the two professionals didn't say any more nonsense and turned to head downstairs. Wen Yu glanced at the two figures disappearing down the corridor, then looked at Yi Nan, who was applying medicine, and slowly walked into Yi Nan's room. What happened? Yi Nan paused slightly in applying medicine. The biggest group in this area came to collect protection fees? Yi Nan's voice was very calm, as if similar events had been happening for a long time. Wen Yu hesitated a bit, looking at Yi Nan's wife cleaning up the room and the child with tear stains at the corner of his eyes, and after a while he spoke. Do you really not need me to intervene? Yi Nan glanced at Wen Yu's calm eyes and gently shook his head. No need. I can take care of them, all of them. This was quite simple for Wen Yu. He just needed Dayu to track their scent, and tomorrow Mudanjiang City would have a piece of gossip. A certain group in the old city was attacked by a powerful mutated beast and was completely wiped out. Yi Nan slowly put down the medicinal ointment in his hand and looked seriously into Wen Yu's eyes, shaking his head slowly but firmly. Really no need. Can I ask why? This was also what Wen Yu was curious about. As long as this group was dealt with, there would be no one to collect protection fees, and Yi Nan's family should live better. Yi Nan sighed heavily. The protection fee isn't much. Compared to other places, it's really not a lot. These people are responsible for clearing the mutated beasts in this area, protecting us scavengers from their attacks. Yi Nan hesitated for a moment and continued. They're not bad people. At least they don't disturb us at other times, nor do they randomly steal women. After saying this, Yi Nan might have felt he said something wrong and couldn't help but glance at his wife. Seeing that his wife showed no reaction, Yi Nan spoke the last sentence. The most important thing is if they're gone, there will be others. They might be better or worse, right? At least under the current circumstances, things are already quite good. After hearing these words, Wen Yu hesitated for a long time and slowly nodded. I understand. Having said that, Wen Yu turned to leave. Brother Wen Yu, a voice came from behind. It was Yi Nan. Please don't go looking for trouble with them just for us. Wen Yu remained silent for a long time before slowly nodding his head. By the way, let's have dinner at my place tonight. I'll treat you. I found quite a bit of food this morning. Upon hearing Yi Nan's enthusiastic invitation, Wen Yu nodded again. In the apocalypse, these ordinary people lived in a strange cycle. Faced with exploitation and oppression, they had no ability to resist and couldn't fight back. Even though it was oppression, they could find contrasts to keep their hopes alive. Wen Yu understood this. He had experienced it in his previous life, whether being exploited or being the exploiter. Because he had gone through it, he understood. There will always be hope, right? Hearing Wen Yu's question, Yi Nan nodded. There will always be hope. In a vast factory area, two professionals who had just collected protection money from Yi Nan's home walked into an office inside the factory, led by another professional. Big boss, the two looked at the sturdy man sitting at the desk and respectfully greeted him. Hearing their voices, the big boss slowly raised his head. What's the matter? A deep voice came from the big boss, causing the two professionals to tremble involuntarily. They were scared. As subordinates, they were very aware of their boss's methods. The news about that hidden professional that the big boss asked us to pay attention to has made some progress. Oh! As soon as the sturdy man heard this, he immediately raised his head, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Where did you see him? In the old district Golden Capital community. Are you sure? Both nodded. The black spherical object on his shoulder is too conspicuous, plus his age, it should be correct. The big boss fell silent for a while and then slowly nodded. I'm giving you a task. Keep a close watch on this person's every move and report to me immediately if anything happens. After saying this, the big boss quickly walked to the door and patted the shoulders of the two. The immense strength caused the two to stumble. If you do well, you'll be the management around here." Hearing the big boss's words, the two instantly burst into a frenzy of joy. "Understood, big boss? Go ahead." The big boss nodded and walked out of the room, heading towards a restricted area in the factory underground. Before an iron door underground, the big boss stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked on the iron door. Bang, bang! The sound of knocking echoed back and forth in the small space, but it didn't reach the factory above. However, there was no response from inside the door. After waiting for about a minute, the big boss knocked again. This time the door finally opened. A creaking sound slowly came from the iron door, reminiscent of an old, poorly maintained vehicle. The big boss ignored the eerie sounds and stepped directly inside. Inside, it was spacious, with only a man in a black robe sitting alone on a chair. After observing his former good brother for a long time, the big boss finally spoke. "He has returned." Then there was another dead silence. The black-robed man seemed to take a long time to respond before he asked, "Who?" A simple word, but it emerged with several different tones, sounding strange and terrifying. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, the big boss's eyelids twitched violently, and he said again, "When you?" The black-robed man remained silent for a while before asking again, "When you, who is that?" "The one who killed Wanan's dog and took him away." Silence and oppression enveloped the room. Even the big boss couldn't help but break out in a few beads of sweat. "Then who is Wanan?" This time, even the big boss fell silent. A long silence, perhaps a minute, maybe 10 minutes, the black-robed man slowly let out a chilling laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, Wanan, he is my brother. Yes, he is my brother. No, Wanan is my name. My name is Lin Li. I am Wanan." Various voices emerged from the black-robed man. Their number and rapid transitions made the big boss standing nearby unable to help but roar loudly. "Enough, enough!" His strong arms struck the wall beside him violently, causing the entire underground space to rumble. "You are Wan Ping, you are Wan Ping." The voice started low and grew louder. The big boss forcefully grabbed Wan Ping by the collar, lifting him into the air. "Wake up, Wan Ping, wake up! When you has returned, that dog must be with him. We will kill him. We will kill him. As long as we kill him, you won't have to suffer this torment anymore." Suspended in the air, Wan Ping calmly looked at the big boss, and after a long while he gently nodded. "Okay." Hearing Wan Ping's voice, the big boss let out a sigh of relief and set Wan Ping back down in the chair. Taking out a cigarette, the big boss first lit one for himself, then stuffed one into Wan Ping's mouth and lit another for himself. After a long silence, the big boss finally spoke. "Is it worth it? Is it really worth it for revenge?" After a long while, when the big boss had finished the entire cigarette, Wan Ping finally spoke. "It's worth it. After so long, I've suffered so much just for this day. What's not worth it?" Hearing Wan Ping's words, the big boss stubbed out the cigarette and slowly said, "Try to gain control of the body recently, and when the opportunity comes, I will notify you." Seeing that Wan Ping had no response, the big boss sighed heavily and turned to walk towards the door. Once the big boss left the room, Wan Ping softly murmured, "Brother Tao, thank you." When Yu entered Yinan's house, he was greeted by a table full of food. The food wasn't lavish. Perhaps the best was a piece of dried sausage. Seeing Yinan's child staring at the sausage with wide eyes, swallowing saliva, Wen Yu took out a piece of cured meat from his spatial ring. "This is what I found when I went out today. Cut it for the child." Yinan's wife hesitated and said, "This? How could I accept this?" "Come on, take it. The child is in a growth spurt." Yinan patted Wen Yu's shoulder, but the gratitude in his eyes was impossible to hide. "Thank you, little brother." Upon hearing her husband's words, Yinan's wife finally took the cured meat and walked toward the kitchen. Before long, the cured meat was cut into slices and brought in, but just as the child was about to grab it, Yinan swatted it away. "Pray first." "Oh!" The child's face displayed a bit of grievance, but he still clasped his hands together and slowly closed his eyes. Wen Yu remained silent for a moment, mimicking Yinan's posture and muttering a few words in his heart. After a while, the prayer for Yinan's family was completed, and seeing Wen Yu's curious gaze, Yinan smiled and nodded. "This is our family's own rule. It was actually thought up by my wife, mainly to pray for a good harvest tomorrow." Wen Yu nodded in understanding. "Uncle, what are you praying for?" The child looked at Wen Yu and asked seriously. "Me, probably praying for heaven's favor." Wen Yu smiled and patted the child's head, silently adding in his heart, "May heaven favor me and ensure I won't end up on another creature's dinner table." As night deepened, Wen Yu and Yinan's family bid farewell to each other and returned to their own little nests. Xing had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Looking at the night outside, Wen Yu reflected on his life over the past few days. He had heard a lot and seen a lot. Although it was mundane, it was rich in flavor. However, Wen Yu would not forget what caused this ordinary life. It was completely rooted in his own strength. Because of his strength, he could enjoy everything in this terrifying apocalypse that others couldn't. Tomorrow, it's time to work. Thinking of the upcoming military super soldier no. One and Simba near Dongshan, when Yu slowly closed his eyes, adjusting his state. The simplicity of life made when Yu very comfortable, but having experienced the apocalypse, he naturally knew that life could be mundane, but his heart could never be. Only slaughter, only strength would be his greatest guarantee. And in this somewhat quiet night, the city of CD, known as the Land of Abundance, was destined to be anything but calm. In the ruins of a city, Kuang Liu stood atop a collapsed building, quietly waiting. He had set off from the military headquarters in the morning with super soldier no. 1 and with various modes of transportation plus the speed of a level 4 professional, it took him only a few hours to reach this land. If it weren't for concerns about excessive physical consumption, Kuang Liu could have arrived even faster. The battlefield he chose was also a well-considered result. There were very few mutated beasts within the city, which meant that the battle between the two sides would not be disturbed by other creatures. Moreover, this place was already devoid of human presence, ensuring that the aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect innocent people. As a provincial capital, after the apocalypse broke out, CD naturally suffered even greater devastation, and correspondingly there would be more strong fighters. But unfortunately, the original strongest in CD had already been taken down by Fang Bai. This also led to the loss of military control over the CD gathering place. Kuang Liu had only one goal, to restore order. Killing Fang Bai would solve all problems. As for Lin Haifeng, the older generation practiced leaving a way out for others, but now it was a matter of life and death, so why spare any mercy? While Kuang Liu had his arms crossed, gazing at the moonlight, a tall figure slowly appeared in his line of sight. The wild and unrestrained long hair fluttered with the wind, and with each step it seemed measured, revealing the discipline and military demeanor of the person. His smooth face, with skin as fair as a woman's, along with his handsome features and the charming smile that unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth, indicated that this person was undoubtedly a seasoned player in the world of romance, a dashing rogue. Unfortunately, a hideous scar split his face in two. The visitor was Fang Bai. Seeing Kuang Liu getting closer, Fang Bai slightly managed a smile, and a clear voice came from his mouth. "Kuang Liu, you finally have time to visit me today?" Kuang Liu nodded and pointed at the scar on Fang Bai's face with a smirk. "Why isn't it healed yet? Can't you afford a bottle of healing potion? What a shame for your face." "Oh, you mean this?" Fang Bai touched the scar on his face and said indifferently, "This is to remind me that my best brother almost killed me with a knife. Just a little commemorative scar, you don't mind, do you, Kuang Liu?" Kuang Liu fell silent for a moment and slowly shook his head. "I just feel it's a pity. What a shame for your face, really. Haha, you're just regretting that I didn't die with that knife." Then both fell into silence. After a while, Kuang Liu was the first to speak. "Come back with me, the old man wants you to return." Upon hearing Kuang Liu's words, Fang Bai fell silent for a moment. "Thank Uncle Lin for me, but you know that's impossible. In this world, the winner takes all, that's just how it is. So I don't blame Uncle Lin for my dad's death, really. If my means aren't as strong as theirs, and my trump cards aren't as many as theirs, how can I think of rebelling and becoming the big boss? If he died, who can I blame? However, there's an old saying in Huaxia, the enmity of killing one's father cannot be shared under heaven. I've seen with my own eyes how your father used a steel knife to chop off my father's head. So, let's put away this useless sentiment." Hearing the increasingly cold voice of Fang Bai, Kuang Liu gently nodded. "Forget what I said earlier. Actually, those words were just to save Commander Lin's face. My true purpose in coming here is to kill you," Fang Bai nodded. "This is you, no kinship, no love, and no regard for friendship, only valuing your own cold-blooded nature. It's a pity I once considered you a big brother. I was really young back then." After Fang Bai finished speaking, his right hand slowly reached for the spatial ring on his left hand. Then a sky-splitting halberd that was as tall as a person was drawn out by Fang Bai. Kuang Liu nodded, seeing that Fang Bai was ready for battle. From his spatial ring, he directly took out a giant war blade that was 2 meters long. Then with a halberd and a blade, they charged at each other. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing resonated. Both sides possessed early level 4 strength, with a body quality just emerging above 200 points, and they were all warriors heavily trained by the military. This meant that the combat capability of both sides was actually not much different. In a short time, the aftermath of their exchange had already shattered the surrounding ruins, and the two had yet to show any obvious distinction in strength. Kuang Liu wielded the long blade with great force, and the blade suddenly lit up with a blue arc. Thunder SS level, active ability, Heaven's Punishment, controlling the power of lightning, SS level, elemental ability. and at level 4, one could already wield elemental abilities to a certain extent. One could see the electric arc on Kuang Liu's war blade quivering, then the lightning shot forward, extending like a whip and fiercely striking at Fang Bai's body. Seeing this strike, the coldness in Fang Bai's eyes intensified. "Kuang Liu, you really are merciless." Then a black light enveloped Fang Bai's entire body. The thick electric serpent and the black light made contact, instantly producing a bright flash before crackling and disappearing. Only Fang Bai's original body remained, along with a huge phantom covering him. Demon God Power S level, active ability, a skill that can only be awakened through the trials of blood and fire. Once activated, your body will gain the blessing of Demon God Power, and a Demon God Phantom will appear around you. Your strength will be multiplied 5 times, while your stamina consumption will increase. Your strength will make all enemies grovel at your feet. Then, Fang Bai's eyes slowly turned red, emitting a horrifying blood light. Demon God will SS level, active ability. An unknown demon god grants you strength while bestowing the host with powerful combat instincts. During the activation of the demon god will, any damage you receive will be reduced by 90%, and the host may choose to consume stamina to enhance physical attributes. The moment demon god will was activated, the muscle tissue on Fang Bai's body visibly swelled. Consume stamina, enhance physical attributes. Although this was disadvantageous for prolonged battles, in Fang Bai's eyes, as long as he could resolve the battle in a short time, he could solve all problems. The sky-splitting halberd in his hand radiated a violent blood light. Demonic weapon enhancement, a level active ability. Consume stamina to enhance the sharpness of the weapon, with effects depending on the amount of stamina consumed. Of course, at this moment, Fang Bai had very little stamina left to consume. If it were in a group battle, Fang Bai's fourth ability could restore significant stamina, but unfortunately it was useless in a one-on-one. This was also the fundamental reason Fang Bai failed to compete with Kuang Liu for the title of War God. Kuang Liu watched as Fang Bai activated one skill after another, observing the increasingly powerful aura of Fang Bai, and after a while he shook his head. "Time's up. Time's up." As soon as Kuang Liu finished speaking, Fang Bai's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Without bothering with the unprepared Kuang Liu, he turned and began to run wildly in the distance. At that moment flames erupted in the sky. Tusk, I'm sorry to resort to such measures against you. But as you said, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. Regardless of the means, it's all about winning and losing." Kuang Liu seemed to be speaking to himself, not caring whether Fang Bai heard him or not, and then activated another skill. Invincible SS level active skill. Once activated, you will not take any damage for 10 seconds. "Go all out, I'm here." 3 seconds later. Missiles rained down on the relatively small battlefield like a torrential downpour, plowing through the area dozens of times in less than 5 seconds. Smoke filled the air and the ground shook. Survivors far away at the CD gathering site looked at the scene in the distance, which resembled a natural disaster, and felt the tremors beneath their feet, unable to suppress a shiver. The power of modern weapons at this stage could be deemed a killing tool. When everything settled, Kuang Liu calmly took out a gas mask from his spatial ring and put it on his face before walking towards the direction Fang Bai fled. The ground, bombarded by missiles, was pockmarked, but fortunately with Kuang Liu's strength, he didn't mind these trivial things. As if taking a stroll, Kuang Liu walked for about a minute before finally stopping. On the ground, a pool of blood bloomed like flowers. Kuang Liu slowly squatted down and picked up an arm that had fallen to the ground. After carefully examining the amount of blood and the wounds on the arm, Kuang Liu fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was contemplating. After a while, he took out a silver intercom from his spatial ring and slowly spoke. "Mission failed, Fang Bai is not dead. And also, send someone to recruit the survivors at the CD gathering site. Yes, I will directly bring Professor Bai back to Beijing." After saying this, Kuang Liu took another look at his surroundings, turned around, and walked towards the CD gathering site. Early the next morning, the sounds from next door woke Wen Yu up. From the content of the conversation, it was nothing more than a gentle housewife advising her husband, who was about to leave, to be cautious. Plain, yet warm. Wen Yu lay in bed and stretched lazily before climbing out of bed, washing his face, brushing his teeth, having breakfast, and giving Xing a little wipe down. This was the morning routine. Unfortunately, today was destined to be different from the usual. When a large group led by Wang Zhigeng arrived in the community, Wen Yu was already dressed and quietly sitting in the house. Before long, Wang Zhigeng knocked on Wen Yu's door. With a creak, the door opened, and Wang Zhigeng looked at Wen Yu with a smile and nodded before stepping aside to let in someone behind him. Dressed in a neat military uniform with short hair and looking at least 80 points, she seemed heroic and beautiful. This was Wen Yu's first impression. Yes, her physique was great, and more importantly, she looked very clean, clearly indicating she hadn't lacked water or various washing and grooming products during the apocalypse. It's important to know that before the apocalypse, the term beauty had a different meaning than after. Before the apocalypse, there were countless standards for judging beauty. But after, as long as a young woman was clean and dressed nicely, with a bit of makeup, she was enough to be considered beautiful in the eyes of survivors. Beauties before the apocalypse were people everyone tried to get close to, but beauties after the apocalypse were definitely objects everyone respected and avoided. Because beauty meant that behind her there was either a powerful backing or she herself was strong. And this woman obviously had both. This could be inferred from the little soul beast on her shoulder. Military super soldier no. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow at the woman. Then Number 1 smiled charmingly at Wen Yu. Yes, I am Number 1 and also part of Sequence 19. You can call me Little Snow. When Wang Zhigang introduced Little Snow to Wen Yu, his mission could be considered complete. After saying goodbye to Wen Yu, Wang Zhigang turned and left the room to return to the central city. Only Little Snow, her subordinates, and Wen Yu were left. Little Snow slowly walked into the room, turning her head to examine the arrangement inside. After a while, her clear yet slightly sweet voice rang out. Why don't you live in the central city? The environment there should be much better than here, right? Wen Yu looked at Little Snow's questioning gaze and replied, This is my home. Oh, Little Snow intentionally elongated her tone while nodding, then looked at Wen Yu curiously. You, well, how should I put this, are a bit lazy? Because you've really made your home look very messy. Wen Yu was momentarily speechless. This woman sure was straightforward. After a while, Little Snow finally finished inspecting the room and directly sat down opposite Wen Yu, picking up the cup in front of her and gulping down the tea meant for guests. Her beautiful big eyes scanned Wen Yu and the soul beast on his shoulder, then she directly asked, Is that your spirit pet? Wen Yu glanced at Xing and nodded. Why is it so small? Size doesn't matter. Strength is the most important. Little Snow nodded. Can I hold it? What? Wen Yu looked at Little Snow uncertainly, his eyes filled with astonishment. As a soul master, Little Snow also understood the position of spirit pets in their hearts, realizing her request was a bit abrupt. If you won't let me hold it, then why are you looking at me with such a fierce expression? Little Snow also sensed her request was a bit excessive and muttered softly. However, in less than 30 seconds, Little Snow asked again, You must have other spirit pets, right? Can I see them? Ha ha. Wen Yu smiled and nodded, then asked seriously, Do you want to die? Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the soldiers behind Little Snow quickly drew their weapons, pointing them at Wen Yu in unison. Yet Wen Yu stood motionless in the face of the soldiers' hostility. This was confidence and self-assurance. Perhaps sensing the killing intent in Wen Yu's eyes, Little Snow fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Put the guns down, and also I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just like this, blunt and thoughtless in what I say. I didn't mean anything by it. Perhaps realizing that Wen Yu truly was impatient, Little Snow changed her approach, lowering her head and softly speaking. Let's go solve Simba quickly so you can get back. Wen Yu sighed and shook his head, sensing this task would be quite tricky. Do you know where that lion is? East Mountain. Where is East Mountain? Wen Yu shook his head helplessly. That way? Wen Yu pointed casually in the direction of East Mountain. How can we find it in such a big area? How about this? I'll have my people find Simba's location first and then we'll go. Furrowing his brows, Wen Yu was about to refuse when Little Snow spoke again. I finally got a chance to come out. Let's consider it a vacation, okay? As if I owe you a favor. Who? Wen Yu let out a heavy breath, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded. 2 rules. First, don't disturb me unless necessary. Okay. Little Snow immediately nodded. Second, don't disturb the people across the street. Little Snow nodded again. And you owe me a favor. Little Snow nodded her head continuously like a chick pecking at rice. Then you can leave. All right, I'll come inform you when there's news. Seeing Wen Yu nod, Little Snow finally walked out of his room. Then sounds of clattering continued to ring out from above and below. These guys had settled in the houses above and below Wen Yu. Little Snow, what a hassle. After Little Snow's people cleared out 3 rooms, all noise finally subsided. Wen Yu also knocked on the door opposite him and explained to Yi Nan's wife, reassuring her and her child not to be afraid. Then, Wen Yu walked down the stairs towards the direction where he sensed the one-eyed creature. With the military's strength and equipment, as long as Simba was still within Mudanjiang City, finding him wouldn't be difficult. According to Wen Yu's estimation, if not today, there would definitely be news tomorrow. So the one-eyed creature had to come back. In Wen Yu's visual blind spot, a non-mutated little bird first watched Wen Yu walk away. then looked at the busy military personnel in the building before flapping its wings and flying off into the distance. And when you found the one-eyed creature, it had successfully taken over the position of the leader among the stray cats and dogs. Seeing the mini one-eyed creature standing atop a level 3 mutated dog, barking woof woof at the underlings below, when you didn't disturb its excitement. He only transmitted a message through spiritual waves, must return by night. Though the one-eyed creature loved to play, it had never delayed serious matters. Nodding at the hidden Wenyu in the distance, the one-eyed creature glanced at the large group of mutated cats and dogs below, a flash of reluctance crossing its eyes. A calm and comfortable life was not only humanity's hope, but also the hope of mutated beings. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, finding true peace was very difficult. In just under an hour back and forth, Wenyu had returned to Golden Capital Community. Looking at the furniture scattered on the street below, Wenyu's eyelids suddenly twitched. These were the furnishings from his room. This meant that in the short time he was out, someone had dismantled his home. Raising his head, he saw Little Snow standing at his window, waving at him repeatedly, and Wenyu suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?" "Hey, why are you angry? I'm helping you tidy up your room. I'm doing you a favor. What's with that temper?" After saying this, Little Snow slammed the window shut, and Wenyu heard the sounds of ding-ding-clang-clang coming from his room. Most importantly, this noise was coming from his own room. The coldness in Wenyu's eyes deepened. There was no denying that after experiencing the trials of Shan Lan Star and the battlefield of the two realms, Wenyu's temper had improved a lot. However, Wenyu's essence had not changed. In areas where I can help, I can do so. That is compassion and conscience. If I promise something, I will certainly help. That speaks to my integrity. And what makes me unhappy, Wenyu will ensure others pay the price. That is ruthlessness. Ruthlessness and decisiveness are the deepest characteristics of Wenyu's personality. During this period, Wenyu's life at home was called living. A plain yet peaceful life. Wenyu did not want to show up in his ordinary life like an unapproachable lion, just as he dealt with the Yinan family, because that's life. Yet some people always try to provoke this sleeping lion. Maybe I've been too kind." Wenyu lowered his head and quietly spoke in a voice no one else could hear. Little Snow's actions might have come from a test from the military, or perhaps it was his own test. But now none of that mattered. Wenyu ignored the constant noisy sounds coming from his room and slowly walked up the stairs. At the same time, in Wenyu's heart, a storm was brewing and a ferocious beast was slowly awakening. Standing quietly in front of his door, Wenyu slightly relaxed his body, and the weapons of fury and passion slowly appeared in his hands. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out, and then the door slowly opened. A figure suddenly leaped into Wenyu's embrace. "Uncle Wenyu, you're back!" At this moment, Wenyu was surprised while taking in his home. The small house itself wasn't big. Wenyu initially only intended to take a quick look since he might leave here in just a couple of days. Thus, the various arrangements seemed very cluttered. However, now having removed the furniture Wenyu brought back, the whole room had been rearranged by someone else. In the bedroom, a brand new set of bedding was laid on Wenyu's bed, and a light beige nightstand was placed at the head of the bed, upon which sat a slightly worn lampshade. Of course, without electricity, the lamp was merely a decoration. In the living room, several sofas were neatly arranged, and the table Wenyu had brought back was thrown downstairs. Instead, there was a glass coffee table that looked almost new, set with several cups and a complete tea set. Not far away in the kitchen, the sounds of cooking could be heard, and conversations indicated that more than one person was cooking. "Uncle, your gun is so beautiful." The child of Yinan's words made Wenyu come back to his senses, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. After a moment, Wenyu sighed and slowly retracted fury and passion. The kitchen door slowly opened, revealing Little Snow and Yinan's wife in front of Wenyu. "Back, change your shoes first." Looking at the arrangement in front of him, and then glancing at Little Snow standing to the side, Wenyu nodded and managed a faint smile. "Thank you so much." Perhaps seeing Wenyu's somewhat forced smile, Little Snow casually brushed her hands over her freshly changed outfit and nodded. "It's nothing. I should be the one to apologize for taking the liberty to rearrange your room. By the way, let's eat first. Little Snow's cooking is really good." Yinan's wife seemed to sense the tension in the atmosphere and spoke up, then tugged at Wenyu's sleeve. "Let's eat first." The meal passed quickly. With Wenyu's jokes and antics, he didn't let Yinan's children notice the awkward atmosphere at the table. After Yinan's wife and children left, Wenyu pointed to the sofa next to him, signaling Little Snow to sit down. "Do you still remember our agreement?" Little Snow hesitated for a moment, then sat on the sofa and nodded. "I need to repeat it. Don't disturb me. I hope you can remember that actually if it weren't for the woman and child next door, I would really kill you. Please don't joke about your life." As Little Snow looked into Wen Yu's serious eyes, after a moment, she suddenly smiled. "I understand you're so serious." Before she could finish her sentence, a half-meter-long handgun was already pressed against Little Snow's forehead. Seeing Wen Yu holding the gun, Little Snow slowly raised her hands. Then she began to fiddle with the teapot. "You are very guarded." At this moment, Little Snow no longer had her usual smile, and her tone revealed a serious flavor. "When we first met, I was indeed testing you. It was an order given to me by the war god to observe your strength. Actually, there's nothing much to observe. I haven't seen your spirit pet in full, and as a fellow soul master, I believe your strength must be greater than the Lord of War. A single Simba shouldn't be a problem for you, even if it evolves into a Tier 4 mutated beast." As Little Snow spoke, she skillfully brewed tea and warmed the cups. "However, this order was not mandatory. I have not received any professional training in this area. Moreover, my test this morning was quite basic and must have annoyed you. So after you left, I tidied up your house a bit. Since you want to live here for a while, I thought your living space should reflect a semblance of daily life. It was also a way to make up for the inconvenience. Perhaps I'm too clumsy and couldn't handle these small matters, causing more trouble instead. If you really got angry, I promise not to disturb you again. This cup of tea is my apology." After Little Snow finished, she smiled again, respectfully holding up the teacup and offering it to Wen Yu. Wen Yu, holding the gun, examined Little Snow seriously for a few moments and slowly nodded. He took the teacup and drank it in one gulp. "I accept your apology, but you must know there will be no next time. Never again. Now you can leave. Okay." Little Snow finally restored a bit of her normal demeanor, modestly nodded, and slowly walked out of Wen Yu's room. After a while, Wen Yu put away his gun and took another look at the arrangement in the house. "Not bad," a voice of a star slowly emerged. "Yeah, not bad." In the afternoon, after Yi Nan returned, he visited Wen Yu's room once. Yi Nan felt a bit wary of the new resident, but more than that, he felt fear. Wen Yu reassured him, and after clearly informing Yi Nan that he and the soldiers would leave in a few days, Yi Nan finally relaxed. He even invited Wen Yu to have dinner together. Dinner was excellent. The main reason was that Little Snow was also invited by Yi Nan's wife. Being a strong member of the military, Little Snow had quite a bit of supplies in her spatial ring, and the variety of dishes allowed Wen Yu to feast heartily. Moreover, the personnel Little Snow brought along had already located Simba's position. After scheduling the time to act the next day, Wen Yu returned to his room and went to bed early. Early the next morning, Wen Yu was awakened by a knocking sound at the door. When he opened the door, the first thing he saw was Little Snow in military uniform. Oh, and there was the one-eyed dog in Little Snow's arms. As it turned out, the one-eyed dog was very obedient. Wen Yu had asked it to return at night, and it indeed came back. Unfortunately, Wen Yu slept early, so the one-eyed dog could only lay in the corridor all night. Of course, given the one-eyed dog's strength, it didn't matter where it napped. It certainly wouldn't catch a cold. Perhaps noticing Wen Yu's gaze on the one-eyed dog, Little Snow spoke up. "This isn't my spirit pet. When I went out this morning, I saw this little dog lying in the hallway. I felt sorry for it, so I fed it some food." Little Snow sighed softly and continued, "This little dog is so small, I wonder how it has survived. It must have gone through many hardships, really too pitiful." As soon as Little Snow finished her words, the one-eyed dog barked twice. "You are the one who is pitiful. Your whole family is pitiful. However, the dog food I had this morning was garlic-flavored, and it was delicious." Of course, Little Snow had no idea what the one-eyed dog had said. "Look, this little dog is very spiritual. It must have been thanking me just now." Little Snow concluded with a serious and affirmative tone, gently stroking the one-eyed dog's forehead. And the one-eyed dog, comfortably squinting its eyes, enjoyed the soft touch of her hand. Tusk, tusk. What should I say?" Looking at the one-eyed dog still lying in Little Snow's arms and her somewhat confused expression, Wen Yu pondered for a long time but could not bring himself to mention that the one-eyed dog was his spirit pet. "Then let's set off. We should resolve this issue early so you can return to the military base sooner." Seeing Little Snow nodding gently, Wen Yu took the lead and headed down the stairs. Just as they reached downstairs, Little Snow activated her soul realm. This was a self-defense measure for soul masters, also a sign of Little Snow's caution. It revealed another issue. Little Snow was likely the type that treated soul masters as summoners as mentioned by the sovereign. A flash of purple light appeared in midair, and then a 3-meter-tall husky jumped out of the soul realm. With its shiny fur and bright eyes scanning the surroundings, it quietly tucked its tail and ran off to a distance. Animals indeed have a much stronger sense of danger than humans. Little Snow silently communicated with her spirit pet and then stuffed the one-eyed dog into Wen Yu's arms. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your spirit pet." Seeing Little Snow's slightly flushed cheeks, Wen Yu smiled at her and her spirit pet. It's called One-Eyed, and it's a bit mischievous. Why is it so small? Little Snow hesitated for a long time before finally asking. When Yu shook his head, indicating he wasn't going to explain that issue. Let's go find Simba. It's been a while since I last saw him. As Wen Yu and the group moved away, a trap targeting Wen Yu and the one-eyed dog was already set up near the factory in the old city. Creak, the harsh sound of a door opening echoed. Then Wan Ping's figure slowly emerged from the underground space. His pace was slow, resembling an elderly person on the verge of collapse. Guan Tao looked at his good brother in front of him and sighed gently, saying, "Are you ready? The fish has taken the bait." Wan Ping slowly nodded and then raised his head to look at Guan Tao's eyes seriously. After a moment, Wan Ping's voice gradually came out. "Have the people from the organization arrived?" Guan Tao nodded. "They are already preparing at the trap site." "Okay." At that moment, Wan Ping's response was quick. "Once we deal with that dog, kill everyone present, including the organization's people." Guan Tao was shocked to hear this and looked at Wan Ping in surprise. "If you kill them, what will you do? They are the only ones who can help you regain control of your body." "That's meaningless," Wan Ping quickly replied to Guan Tao's question. "You know what their solution is. I'd rather be dead than become that kind of monster that is neither human nor ghost. Moreover, I really hate these traitorous people, really." When Wen Yu and his group met with the personnel who had located Simba, they were already at the foot of the eastern mountain. Little Snow approached her subordinates and talked for a long time before returning to Wen Yu. "My people say that the lion is currently in a cave on the backside of the mountain, and judging by its size, it hasn't reached Tier 4 yet. It seems the task can be completed easily. By the way, my third soul realm has finally found a target." After hearing Little Snow's words, Wen Yu nodded. "Then let's hurry. By the way, you should have reached Tier 4 by now. Why haven't you contracted your fourth spirit pet?" As Little Snow walked alongside the guide, she struck up a conversation with Wen Yu. "I have high standards. You even look down on that lion. It's quite strong." Wen Yu glanced at the slightly excited Little Snow and casually replied, "If Crazy Flo had told me you talked so much, I would definitely have declined his request. After this matter is settled, I'll go to Beijing to have a chat with him." Little Snow pouted, deliberately lagged behind a couple of steps, rolled her eyes at Wen Yu, and then slowly walked to the front. Little Snow brought 5 subordinates, all Tier 3 professionals. This alone showed the military's strong foundation. Combined with Tier 3 Peak Little Snow and Tier 4 Wen Yu, along with the intimidation from Little Snow's spirit pet Kiki. Although the path up the mountain was difficult, no foolish mutated beasts disturbed their group, so it didn't take long to ascend. In less than half an hour, the leading soldier had brought the group to a massive cave entrance. "It's right inside," the leading soldier said to Little Snow behind him. "Okay." Little Snow nodded and walked directly toward the cave entrance. "Woof woof, big boss, there's no scent of Simba inside." The one-eyed dog's sense of smell was keen, and having encountered Simba before, it could naturally distinguish his scent. "Wait," hearing the one-eyed dog's warning, Wen Yu immediately called out to Little Snow, who was about to enter the cave, and turned to look at the soldier leading them. "My spirit pet tells me there's no scent of that lion inside." The soldier frowned at Wen Yu's statement. "Impossible. My skill indicates that the lion is indeed inside." Wen Yu examined the soldier's serious expression and then turned to the pitch-black cave, promptly speaking. "My spirit pet will definitely not be wrong. There's an issue here." Then, looking seriously at the somewhat conflicted Little Snow, he stated directly, "This mission should be abandoned. I suspect your people have made an error. The danger level inside cannot be determined, and if you insist on taking the risk, I will not accompany you." Little Snow first glanced at Wen Yu, then at the soldier who stood still, and after a moment shook her head at Wen Yu. "He won't have a problem. He has always been my personal guard. I trust him more than you." "Then, goodbye," Wen Yu said, and ignored Little Snow and the others, turning to head down the mountain. The absence of Simba's scent in the cave meant that he wasn't there, so it naturally posed no danger. Under these circumstances, Wen Yu certainly wouldn't engage in futile efforts. If it were the second scenario, then someone was out to deal with Little Snow. Wen Yu understood that a large group like the military must have its share of sordid matters. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but definitely didn't want to attract it. These messy issues were like a great whirlpool. Once involved, Wen Yu would undoubtedly be used as a pawn by these politicians. Wen Yu absolutely kept his distance from such things. As for someone targeting him, Wen Yu had never really considered that question. He had very few enemies. Seeing Wen Yu turn and leave, Little Snow didn't say much. She turned and walked into the cave. Behind her, the other 5 closely followed. One of the soldiers spoke up. "Can this be called Tier 2? It can't be real. There's no courage at all." The mockery was thick in the words. Another soldier quickly chimed in. I think he must have been scared silly by that lion. Just look at him piss his pants. Once this topic opened, everyone, except the reconnaissance soldier, began to criticize Wen Yu. The military is a place that reveres the strong. Regarding Wen Yu's cowardly behavior, these soldiers were very disdainful. All right, everyone, tone it down. Hearing the increasingly unbearable remarks behind her, Little Snow directly interrupted the conversation. The cave was long, possibly a former air raid shelter from before the apocalypse. They had been walking for about 2 minutes and still hadn't reached the end. Moreover, the height was getting lower and the visibility dimmer. Uncle Wang, are you sure there's no error? Little Snow stopped and pulled out a lighting stick from her spatial ring, turning to observe the increasingly dark surroundings and the cave ceiling that was less than 3 meters high, and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Little Snow also sensed that something was off. The soldiers behind her slowly raised their rifles and seriously scanned their surroundings. They had also noticed something was wrong. This height wouldn't accommodate a Tier 3 mutated lion? No problem. The reconnaissance soldier slowly spoke, but his voice had a strange, mechanical tone. Little Snow squinted her eyes, looked the soldier up and down, and directly said, "Withdraw." "Retreat." Little Snow had just finished speaking when she immediately turned around and headed back towards the cave entrance. Unfortunately, the trap had already been set, so how could the fish escape easily? Before the group could walk even 100 meters, the path ahead was already blocked. 3 figures in black robes appeared. "Uncle Wang, you owe me an explanation." Little Snow glared at the 3 partially visible figures ahead and couldn't help but shout at the soldier responsible for reconnaissance beside her. Regrettably, Little Snow's words received no response. From the boundless darkness behind, 3 more figures slowly emerged. "Come back." A deep voice sounded from one of the figures completely shrouded in a black robe in the middle. Then the scout walked directly from Little Snow's side to stand before the black-robed figure. Seeing this scene, if Little Snow still didn't understand that she had been set up, then she truly had lived in vain. "Who are you working for? Peng Jun or Li Haoran?" Little Snow squinted her eyes and asked the person who had just spoken in the middle while seriously sizing up the surrounding black-robed figures. These individuals were completely covered by black robes, not a hint of skin exposed, and they emitted a faint stench. Upon hearing Little Snow's question, the 6 black-robed figures remained silent. The leading black-robed figure placed a hand directly on Uncle Wang's head, and then a mass of white gas continuously emerged from Uncle Wang's body, condensing in the black-robed figure's hand until it formed a quivering mass resembling dough. Uncle Wang simply stood there silently, and when the white dough-like object finally coalesced, he collapsed to the ground. He was dead. Observing the bizarre scene before her, Little Snow remained silent. It was evident that Uncle Wang had long been controlled by someone else and had led their group straight into the trap. The so-called trap was meant for hunting, and naturally it would be dug as deep as necessary. Without the assistance of Sequence 2, Little Snow had no optimistic hopes for the outcome of her group. "Perhaps we can talk about this. What is your goal? Is it to use me to threaten Commander Lin or to achieve some objectives with the military? I feel that fighting isn't a good way to solve problems. Maybe we can approach the issue from a different angle. For example, you could join Commander Lin's ranks. Trust me, for strong individuals like you, the military would offer decent treatment." After Little Snow finished speaking, the scene fell into an eerie silence once again. After a while, the leading black-robed figure retracted the dough and first glanced at the soldiers in front, then turned to speak to a companion beside him. "Wan Ping is the target among these people?" "No, it isn't." Magpie, scout the direction and find Wen Yu's location." The voice was loud enough for Little Snow and the others not far ahead to hear. Then, without Little Snow needing to clarify anything further, the remaining soldiers immediately drew their weapons and launched an attack on the 3 figures blocking their path. In an instant, gunfire erupted. How rude to interrupt others while they are speaking. Watching the seemingly intense battle ahead, the leading black-robed figure made no move but instead spoke to the person next to him, who was codenamed Magpie. "Prepare to awaken Simba, then let your little pets find Wen Yu's position." "Oh, right." The black-robed figure seemed to think of something and shouted loudly at the 3 companions currently fighting Little Snow and the others. "Leave that woman behind. A Tier 3 peak professional and still a tender young girl, she should taste quite good." As Wen Yu was about to descend the mountain, there was still no significant movement in the distance. "Perhaps Simba really is gone," Wen Yu muttered to himself. "By the way, One-Eyed, can you smell Simba's scent?" One-Eyed shook his head. "Forget it, then let's not look for it." "Woof woof, it really did beat us up badly back then." Wen Yu immediately fell silent. "Then let's search for another week. This task is up to you. If we still can't find it, we must set off for another place. Strengthening ourselves is what matters most." Just as Wen Yu was casually chatting with One-Eyed, the entire mountain seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Countless unmutated insects and birds were chirping incessantly, the sounds spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, a weak wave of spiritual energy mingled in this sound wave and swept directly over Wen Yu and the two spirit pets. Feeling the malicious spiritual wave, Wen Yu frowned. It seems like we've dragged others into this. Wen Yu was now certain this was a trap. However, after Little Snow and the others fell into the trap, the enemy still launched such a massive spiritual scan, then their target was undoubtedly clear. Wen Yu hesitated slightly, then entered a combat state and turned to walk toward the cave's location. Since they had plotted against him, they were his enemies. The best choice was to resolve these troubles as soon as possible. Hiding meant ceding the initiative to the enemy. It would be better to take the offensive and see who had designed this trap, and perhaps send them to their deaths. Enemies that die are good enemies, and the quicker they die, the better. I found it. Magpie closed his eyes, connecting to the spiritual waves of small animals. This ability seemed to turn all unmutated creatures within the skill's range into his eyes. The range was large, but it could only sense the positions of individuals. Currently at the foot of the mountain, about to leave the mountain's range, the target has turned around and is running this way very quickly. The leading black-robed figure nodded and spoke again. Change skills and check the strength of the target. Magpie nodded and took out a small bird from beneath the black robe. The bird had not mutated and was quite weak. But being weak meant a weak life wave, which also meant it was hard to detect. And reconnaissance, of course, was best done in secrecy. Magpie slowly removed his hood, revealing a face hidden beneath the black robe. He looked to be around 30 years old and had a very ordinary appearance. However, Magpie's skin was extraordinarily pale. It wasn't just fair, it was a sickly kind of pale. Magpie gently grasped the small bird in his hand and positioned it in front of his eyes. Their gazes met, and the red light in Magpie's eyes suddenly brightened. Soul grafting, a grade, active ability. After activating this skill, a portion of the host's soul can be separated and enter a body that is much weaker than itself, establishing a soul link between the two. After Magpie used this skill on the small bird, it was as if a moving eye had opened in the sky. In terms of reconnaissance ability, this skill was indeed very strong. Go, my darling. Magpie gently stroked the small bird twice, then entered a part of his soul into the bird's body, controlling it to avoid the ongoing battle ahead and fly outside. The bird was very fast, and Wen Yu was also fast, so at a distance of less than a kilometer from the cave, the bird controlled by Magpie had already spotted Wen Yu's figure. A weak spiritual wave swept over Wen Yu, making him alert immediately. Life Detection C-grade, active skill. After activation, it can differentiate the life intensity of the detected target. And life intensity was essentially the level. The strongest aspect of the soul grafting ability lay in the fact that the grafted subject could use the skills of the original body. Tier 4. 3 life waves are all Tier 4. Feeling the information relayed by the skill, cold sweat instantly poured down Magpie's back. This level and this number seemed off. He initially thought the fishing line was strong enough and the fishing hook sturdy enough, only to now realize that they seemed to have hooked a big shark. 3 Tier 4s? Wan Ping, your intel is wrong. Upon hearing the black-robed figure's words, Wan Ping slowly nodded. The information was incorrect. I didn't expect that the Tier 4 mutated dog that stirred up Mudanjiang some time ago would be my enemy. This dog has evolved too quickly. It has exceeded my expectations. When One-Eyed killed Wan An, he was only Tier 2, yet within 2 months, it had become a Tier 4 mutated beast. It was precisely because of this that Wan Ping believed the Tier 4 mutated beast that had recently caused such a commotion wouldn't be One-Eyed. However, it's no big deal, is it? Wan Ping slowly turned his head, looking at the black-robed figure, and asked calmly. The black-robed figure remained silent for a moment before slowly breaking into a smile. No, you may have misunderstood. I wasn't blaming you just now. Tier 4 professionals, tusk, did you see that? I'm drooling. A dog, a person, and a lizard-like thing, it's too small, I can't really distinguish. Magpie continued to send information. Then get closer. By the way, notify Simba to hurry over. 3 level 4s will be difficult without him. Understood. Magpie simply responded, first controlling a small mouse near Simba to relay the message, then guiding a little bird toward Wen Yu's direction. The distance grew closer and closer. Then he saw a bullet that was getting larger and larger. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out from the tremor in Wen Yu's right hand. Then the little bird fell directly from midair. The bullet shattered the little bird's skull. The eyes have been shot out, initiating an attack. Magpie had just wanted to send a message, but was suddenly overwhelmed by an unknown force crashing into his mind. The strange power continuously tore at Magpie's nerves, as if a sharp knife had plunged into his brain, stirring back and forth. Soul strike, effective. Magpie's soul grafting was equivalent to splitting off a part of his soul, entering into the body of the grafting target. However, this part of the soul was not isolated. It had a significant connection to Magpie. When the trembling bullet hit the little bird, it destroyed the bird's physical body while directly killing the soul that Magpie had lodged in the bird's body. According to Magpie's script, once the grafting target was killed, this part of the soul would return to its original body in a short time. Unfortunately, Magpie did not wait for this moment. Trembling could increase the power of the soul strike, but the extent of this enhancement was very vague. The fact proved that this enhancement greatly satisfied when the power of the soul strike annihilated the fragment of the soul within the little bird's body, and the power still did not consume much, directly flooding into Magpie's mind through the soul link between Magpie and the bird. Wave after wave of terrifying power crashed into the depths of Magpie's soul like giant waves. Each wave of attack made Magpie let out a piercing scream, until Magpie's consciousness was completely destroyed by the power of the soul strike. When Magpie's scream stopped, he lay motionless on the ground. The leading black-robed man stepped forward to check Magpie's pulse, glancing at his bloodshot eyes, and after a moment shook his head. He's dead, some sort of psychic impact skill. Okay, make a note of it, be careful of this skill later. There was not much sorrow in the black-robed man's words. It's fine, Magpie's mission is complete. In the upcoming battle, his abilities will be of no use. Wan Ping's voice also showed little fluctuation. The black-robed man nodded, then knelt before Magpie, clasped his hands together, and muttered a long string of words in an incomprehensible language. After a while, this simple ceremony came to an end. The black-robed man stood tall and took one last look at Magpie's corpse before speaking loudly. Congratulations, Magpie. Return to the embrace of the Demon Lord. May he achieve eternal life in the demon realm. Achieve eternal life, the remaining few immediately echoed. One could easily hear a fervent emotion in their voices. The black-robed man looked at the four people below, including Wan Ping and Guan Tao, their faces revealing a fanatical expression. He didn't care whether their fervor was genuine or feigned, and raised his hands high, shouting vigorously, "Long live the demonic clan! Long live the cult of the demon worshippers! Long live the demonic clan! Long live the cult of the demon worshippers!" The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the already dead soldiers and at Little Snow, who was being held by Guan Tao, and slowly began to speak. "Let's go, the target is nearby. Kill him. Use his corpse to add bricks and tiles to our great cult of the demon worshippers." Looking at the fervent group around them, Wan Ping and Guan Tao exchanged glances, complex expressions flashing in their eyes. These guys, both Guan Tao and Wan Ping, understood. Others referred to them as the Forgotten, but in fact, not long ago, they themselves referred to themselves as the Forgotten. Unfortunately, under the leadership of a mysterious figure, these Forgotten Ones, cannibalistic monsters, united. They also obtained an alternative method of evolution. Now, they called themselves apostles. In simple terms, they wanted to actively serve as dogs of the demonic clan, essentially becoming human traitors. Under the banner of faith, they committed all kinds of evil. This is the sect hiding in the shadows, the cult of the demon worshippers. When the few walked out of the cave, they saw Wen Yu standing not far from the cave. "Hello!" Wen Yu greeted calmly, then looked at these lurking individuals. "By the way, may I ask what brings you to me?" His tone was flat, yet carried a hint of warmth, as if he were an old friend who hadn't seen them in a long time. But in Wen Yu's heart, he had already sentenced these people to death. No, not only did he want to kill all these people before him, but he also wanted to carefully check if they had any backing. If they did, it would be best to eliminate the roots. The black-robed man looked at the calm-faced Wen Yu and slowly nodded. "We have a prospective disciple who has enmity with you, so we want to borrow your head." Wen Yu nodded, then aimed his left hand's cuage directly at the black-robed man and pulled the trigger. "Just joking with you. You're still here acting all pretentious. You might as well die." Boom! The loud explosion echoed as smoke filled the air. When the dust settled, Wen Yu saw a massive shield made of condensed sand and dirt. This shield had withstood the attack of Cuage. Wen Yu's physical quality was 200 points, and in a battle state, it was 400 points. Cuage's attack could deal damage equal to twice the current physical quality, in addition to the shape of Cuage's bullets. A single strike from Cuage equated to a full-force blow from a fighter with 800 points of physical quality wielding a warhammer. Currently, very few fighters could withstand such an attack. The leading black-robed man slowly made a gesture, and the sand and stone shield before him gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the others behind it. Cuage's attack could not be said to have no effect. At least the explosive wind generated by the blast made their robes flutter, and one person's hood was blown off. Seeing the somewhat familiar face before him, Wen Yu slowly lowered his gun, carefully staring at the fighter before him, and slowly began to speak. "Guan Tao, right? Long time no see." Guan Tao nodded. "Indeed, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to remember me." Wen Yu nodded. "I have a good memory, so when I saw you, I roughly understood what was going on." "So, are we enemies now?" "Not exactly. Our goal is just that dog." Wen Yu's response was very straightforward. "Fine, I'll leave it to you." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he directly grabbed the one-eyed creature and violently swung it toward Guan Tao and the others. At the same time, Wen Yu's voice rang out once more. "Here you go, it seems you can't kill it either." Long before seeing Guan Tao, Wen Yu had already communicated with the one-eyed creature and the star. It was simple. The mission for one person and two pets was to eliminate all these lurking individuals before him. Of course, the recent direct shot from Quage being blocked had already made Wen Yu realize that this group was not weak. The one-eyed creature alone might not be enough. So in that instant, Wen Yu and the one-eyed creature's cooperation had already begun. The one-eyed creature in midair directly entered its combat form, its muscles bulging wildly. Before it even landed, it had already transformed into a giant dog standing 10 meters tall. The fury of the inferno in its mouth brewed frantically, then it unleashed a torrent of flames at the group in front of it. At the same time, the gunfire from Zhu Wei and Quang rang out continuously. Quang's rate of fire was not fast. He could only fire 2 shots per second. However, Zhu Wei was different. It was as if she had a miniature submachine gun with mysterious blue light flickering at the gun's muzzle. Bullets poured down like rain, enveloping the group in front of her. Xing's body began to heat up. This was a premonition that she was about to enter combat mode. Seeing this scene, the leading black-robed man immediately cursed. "Damn it. Do you want your companion to die? She's still in my hands." This companion referred to Little Snow, who was unconscious and held by Guan Tao. Wen Yu, upon hearing this, snorted disdainfully. Companions are those you fight alongside, not someone to create trouble for you. Not to mention that he had hardly met Little Snow a few times. Even if she truly was Wen Yu's companion, once in the enemy's hands, she would have to fend for herself. The kind of person who could threaten Wen Yu hadn't even been born yet. As he saw the killing intent in Wen Yu's eyes grow stronger, the rate of fire of the bullets increase, and the one-eyed creature's attacks become more ferocious, Xing's aura also became more violent. He then watched as the gravel shield he had erected began to scatter, while his stamina was depleting faster and faster. The black-robed man shouted loudly, "Split up and run!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 immediately scattered. The gravel shield that had initially blocked the group immediately shattered, and the scattered stones hit the one-eyed creature's outer skin with loud thuds, momentarily slowing its onslaught. The one-eyed creature fixed its gaze on the leading black-robed man and gave chase. It was all the black-robed man's fault for being so arrogant that he attracted the one-eyed creature's attention. From the speed of the black-robed man, it was clear that he was also at level 4. However, the gap between level 4 and level 4 was significant. Without powerful weapons or items, with the quality of skills the one-eyed creature possessed, it could easily take down most level 4 professionals. Wen Yu glanced at the one-eyed creature chasing after the black-robed man and then looked at the scattering black-robed figures. After a moment's thought, he directed Xing to pursue one of them while he himself chased after Guan Tao's direction. Guan Tao was only at mid-level 3, and with Little Snow in his hands, it took less than 5 seconds for Wen Yu to catch up. Seeing Wen Yu's gun aimed at him, Guan Tao hastily placed Little Snow on the ground and stood still, quietly watching Wen Yu. "Are you going to kill me?" Wen Yu pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Then, bang, Quang fired. The bullet struck Guan Tao directly, sending his entire body flying. Unfortunately, Guan Tao did not die. With a physical quality nearly 5 times weaker, and despite the increase in power from Quang's bullets, Guan Tao still survived, not even sustaining injuries. Protective Jade Pendant, a rank item. Can withstand 100 attacks of level 3 or below, 10 attacks of level 4, and 1 attack of level 5. And Quang's power, combined with negative effects like annihilation and explosion, was definitely above level 5 in damage capability. With just 1 hit, the protective jade pendant hanging around Guan Tao's neck shattered. Guan Tao looked at Wen Yu before him, his face pale as he climbed back up from the ground, moving behind a large tree while muttering angrily. "Weren't you going to spare me?" Wen Yu nodded. "I suddenly changed my mind." Then Wen Yu ignored Guan Tao, who wanted to flee but was too afraid to move, and directly picked up Little Snow. After carefully checking her vitals, he found that her injuries were not serious. She had simply lost consciousness. He then took out a bottle of high-level healing potion from his spatial ring and poured it into Little Snow's mouth. This person was worth saving. Saving her meant that the military owed him a favor. Even if this favor was small and Wenyu might not use it himself, passing it on to Sun Zue to ensure she received better treatment would be a good choice. After all, Wenyu couldn't waste his time taking care of Sun Zue, nor could he afford to devote too much energy to her. He barely had enough time for himself. How could he have time to care about someone else's life and death? After a while, Little Snow groggily awakened. The first thing she saw was Wenyu in front of her. "Thank you," Wenyu nodded. "You're welcome, if you don't blame me for getting you into trouble." Little Snow remained silent for a long time and still did not speak. "Now you can leave. Go back to Central City first. I will handle things here and come back to find you." I... Little Snow hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I want to stay and get revenge for my companions." "That's up to you." What she wanted to do was her own business. Saving her was already a kindness on Wenyu's part. Perhaps noticing Wenyu's somewhat impatient expression, Little Snow fell silent for a moment, then slowly took 2 steps back. "Now it's your turn, Guan Tao." Looking at the figure hiding behind the tree, Wenyu wasted no time. The bullets from his gun, sonic boom, sprayed out in a frenzy, directly enveloping Guan Tao. The one-eyed creature chased the black-robed leader, racing towards the distant deep mountains. The speed of the one-eyed creature was not slow, and the black-robed man was also quick. One man and one dog chased and fled for nearly 3 minutes, after which the black-robed man abruptly stopped. The sand and dirt on the ground began to rise, shooting towards the one-eyed creature like bullets. The one-eyed creature neither dodged nor evaded. It directly smashed through the obstacles in front of it, opening its jaws wide to bite at the black-robed man, while a sudden red light flashed on its claws. Savage Strike C rank, active ability. Consumes a small amount of stamina to deliver a blow far exceeding usual power, while also causing bleeding effects on the enemy. This was a skill that the one-eyed creature automatically mastered upon leveling up to 4. Though the level was not high, it was simple and brutal. The one-eyed creature had no single target attack skills. In Wenyu's eyes, this ability was already quite impressive for the one-eyed creature, but unfortunately, the one-eyed creature itself was not satisfied. According to Brother Dog, it was "I want to become a biological entity with 10s plus male fierce dogs." With claws glowing red, it lashed out at the black-robed man, the air itself cracking with a sonic boom from the immense power. The one-eyed creature's claws were enormous, almost the same size as the black-robed man, casting a colossal shadow that descended like a dark cloud. However, facing the one-eyed creature's frenzied attack, the black-robed man remained remarkably calm. A flash of silver light appeared in his eyes, and the black-robed man instantly vanished without a trace. Teleportation S-rank, active ability, shifts spatial positions, allowing oneself to appear elsewhere, consuming stamina based on the distance. The one-eyed creature's claws struck the ground, creating a massive sound like an explosion. 4 scratch marks spread across the earth, kicking up clouds of dust before slowly settling. The one-eyed creature carefully discerned the residual scent of the black-robed man in the air, and after a while turned its head to look behind it. There, not only was there the scent of the black-robed man, but there was also a rather familiar aura. Very strong, very familiar, and it made the one-eyed creature feel irritated. The one-eyed creature slowly crouched down, a prelude to launching its attack. The ground shook, dust rose, and trees in the distance fell one after another, accompanied by a series of low roars. Watching the trees swaying and collapsing in the distance, the one-eyed beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed a fierce fury of the inferno towards its target. Then it was blocked by a flow of orange-red flames. The power of the flame flow was somewhat inferior to the fury of the inferno. In the confrontation between the two, the black flames of the one-eyed beast gained the upper hand. When the black flames dispersed the flame flow, a massive figure leaped lightly, evading the remaining fury of the inferno, and appeared right in front of the one-eyed beast. Standing 10 meters tall, its earth-colored skin exuded a metallic texture. The muscles beneath its skin surged like waves, with brown mane flowing in the wind, creating a crisp sound as they collided. The one-eyed beast looked at the lion in front of it, letting out a frenzied roar. Perhaps recalling the harm and humiliation caused by Simba, its murderous intent grew stronger. Then it lunged directly at Simba. Simba, upon seeing this wild dog that he had once played with recklessly daring to attack him first, roared back in anger. The two monsters, both nearly 3 stories high, immediately engaged in a bloody melee. In an instant, the ground cracked, and trees fell. The aftermath of the battle between the Tier 4 mutated beasts resembled a small-scale natural disaster, with dust and dirt rising that could even be observed from the central city. The black-robed figure observed the battle scene, curling their lips slightly, as if an outsider, carefully assessing the situation. As a Tier 4 early-stage mutated beast, Simba's physical qualities were nearly on par with the one-eyed beast. Unfortunately, Simba's innate qualities were indeed inferior to those of the one-eyed beast. Although he possessed the agility unique to felines, Simba was not stronger than the one-eyed beast in terms of raw power due to their similar physiques. Moreover, the one-eyed beast had the destiny fight and flesh and blood chapter skills. In a purely melee combat scenario, Simba was far from being the one-eyed beast's match. The one-eyed beast's violent physical power slammed into Simba, causing him to stagger. Then, a red light suddenly flashed from the claws of the one-eyed beast. Before Simba could regain his balance, the one-eyed beast's claws had already struck his face. A harsh grinding sound echoed. Simba's steel armor could not withstand the brutal strike of the one-eyed beast. Accompanied by bursts of blood and flesh, a deep scar appeared on Simba's face. However, Simba did not retreat one step. Roar, accompanied by Simba's violent roar, he opened his mouth wide and bit down on the one-eyed beast's neck. At the same time, the mane on his neck began to change. Like snakes, the hairs on Simba's neck stood erect and quickly burrowed into the one-eyed beast's body. Explosive serpent hair Grade A, active ability, can manipulate hair to act like snakes. When the controlled hair touches an enemy's body, it will burrow into the enemy's body and create an explosion. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled sounds emanated from the one-eyed beast's body. Simba's ability was quite insidious. If it were a normal flesh and blood creature, being pierced by the serpent hair into a vital area would likely result in immediate death from the subsequent explosion. Unfortunately, the one-eyed beast's flesh and blood chapter ability was not afraid of such things. Instead, the injuries only made it stronger. Ignoring the still-biting Simba, the one-eyed beast activated the Fury of the Inferno. After reaching Tier 4, the terrifying power of the Fury of the Inferno began to reveal its ferocity. Demonic flames surged from the one-eyed beast and directly burrowed into Simba's body through his mouth. The destructive demonic flames caused immense pain to Simba. He opened his mouth wide, spraying flames everywhere and barely forcing the one-eyed beast back. Then, Simba's massive figure quickly retreated until the internal pain lessened considerably before he looked up at the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast simply waited in silence for Simba to rid himself of the fury of the Inferno, not taking the opportunity to attack. This wasn't politeness, it was disdain, a mockery. Once weren't you the one who toyed with me? Once weren't you so high and mighty? Once didn't you look down on my submission? Today I will completely crush all your honors. Seeing the one-eyed beast's demeanor, an unnameable rage surged within Simba. This posture of being looked down upon by the enemy had only been something he could do in the past, and only he deserved to do. But now, he had become one of the objects of contempt. Simba's body gradually tightened, clearly wanting to continue attacking the one-eyed beast. Unfortunately, he was interrupted. A black-robed figure standing at a distance instantaneously appeared next to Simba and slowly spoke. "Don't be hasty, you can't defeat it on your own." Turning back to look at the massive eyes, Simba glanced at the one-eyed beast, which remained in place without attacking, and said nothing. This was the truth. The intelligence of Tier 4 mutated beasts was sufficient to assess the current situation and the balance of power. "But I have a way," the black-robed figure slowly said, speaking in a volume inaudible to the one-eyed beast. Seeing that Simba did not respond, the black-robed figure added, "You're not thinking of taking it down in a one-on-one fight, are you? What era is this? Even if you mutated beasts have gained intelligence, you are still just as foolish." Hearing the black-robed figure's sarcasm, Simba abruptly turned back and shot a flow of flames toward the figure's position. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure had appeared at Simba's other side. "Open your mouth! I need to take some blood and flesh from that big dog." Just as Simba had bitten down on the one-eyed beast and ripped off a large piece of skin, remnants of the one-eyed beast's tissue must still be stuck in Simba's teeth. Simba hesitated for a moment, first glancing at the black-robed figure beside him, then looking at the one-eyed beast, which still regarded him with mocking eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. Beasts, their wildness must be greater than reason. But for a wise beast, the ratio of wildness to reason is truly hard to judge. At this moment, Simba had a strong desire to take down the one-eyed beast, and when he found himself powerless, relying on external force was undoubtedly the only option. This is the way to go. Aiming for brute strength alone is what low-intelligence creatures do. Allies are meant to be utilized. After the black-robed figure finished speaking, he took the gray-white flesh from Simba's mouth, examined it closely, and then took out a dough-like substance he had just retrieved from the scout. "Tut-tut, what a powerful creature! Now it's ours!" Then the flesh and dough slowly began to merge together. As the dough devoured the bits of the one-eyed creature, it immediately began to swell. what was initially the size of a fist, resembling the clay used by children, twisted and deformed under a strange power, continuously consuming the bits of the one-eyed creature. It grew larger and larger. The black-robed figure smiled eerily at the one-eyed creature, directly tossing the dough onto the ground, taking 2 steps back, and then spoke to Simba, who was beside him. "This thing is the source of your confidence for killing that big dog." There was an undeniable certainty in his tone. Both the one-eyed creature and Simba were astonished by the scene before them, their 4 huge eyes fixated on the limp dough lying on the ground. Then the dough began to change. First, it enlarged, then its color slowly turned gray, and its shape began to transform. In the astonished expressions of the one-eyed creature and Simba, the dough gradually morphed into a creature standing 10 meters tall. It was a dog, identical to the one-eyed creature. Except for its grayish-white pupils, there was no difference whatsoever. Seeing the large dog standing next to Simba, the one-eyed creature immediately felt a sense of unreality. "Woof woof, what are you?" This question from the one-eyed creature was directed at the fake one-eyed creature. Unfortunately, there was no response. "This is the sacred beast of our cult of the demon worshippers." Seeing that the dough had successfully taken shape, the black-robed figure proclaimed loudly with an air of pride, "As long as it exists, no creature can escape our control." Of course, this control did not imply complete domination. However, if I cannot control the original body, I still have the clone. Moreover, the black-robed figure was well aware of the terror of this thing. It was a perfect copy, including skills, combat instincts, and everything about the copied creature. Except for intellect, this dough-like thing was practically perfect. Naturally, the black-robed figure did not truly understand what this thing was. But since the cult leader said it was the sacred beast of the cult of the demon worshippers, he would just consider it a living entity. Watching the one-eyed creature breathe heavily in agitation, the black-robed figure let out a strange, piercing laugh. Turning to Simba, the black-robed figure said, "Now, with it, if you still can't win, then truly." The remaining words went unspoken, as nothing more needed to be said. Seeing his reinforcements, Simba roared and lunged at the one-eyed creature. The fake one-eyed creature followed closely behind. The one-eyed creature was already impatient. When it saw its clone appear before it, and even in an adversarial role, nobody could contain themselves. A fierce battle erupted once again, but this time there were 3 participants. This battle was fiercer, more violent, but lasted a shorter time. Because in the brief exchanges, the one-eyed creature discovered that the fake one-eyed creature before it had all the same skills. Destiny fight, chapter of flesh and blood, fury of the inferno, brutal strike. All of them. Moreover, its combat experience was identical to its own. This meant that it certainly could not defeat the combination of the fake one-eyed creature and Simba. The one-eyed creature was smart. Upon realizing the current situation had taken a turn for the worse, it immediately endured a brutal strike while quickly retreating. The one-eyed creature wanted to escape. Behind it, 2 differently colored pillars of fire quickly shot towards the one-eyed creature, which it dodged. Feeling the fluctuations in the soul link, the one-eyed creature dashed towards Wen Yu. At this moment, Wen Yu had stopped shooting towards Guan Tao, because Guan Tao had once again taken out an item. As the big boss of several major groups outside the center city of Mudanjiang City, Guan Tao's financial strength was formidable. His diverse array of items barely allowed him to keep his life intact in front of Wen Yu. And it was merely a matter of keeping his life intact. If nothing unexpected occurred, Guan Tao's items would be completely exhausted in under 3 minutes, and he would be left completely exposed before Wen Yu. What would happen then was naturally self-evident. "Hey, let's negotiate. How about letting me go?" Guan Tao's voice came, but it was met with a bullet from Wen Yu. The meaning was clear. "Your level of hatred cannot be bought off with any amount of money." I said, "There's no need to waste bullets. I can hold on for a few more minutes with these items. Why don't we sit down and have a proper talk? I actually think that fighting isn't the best way to solve problems." Then came another bullet. "I think it is." That was Wen Yu's response. "So that means I'm done for, huh? You have a good sense of self-awareness." Guan Tao fell silent for a while, then slowly stepped out from behind a tree. The towering tree that Guan Tao had used to hide had long been reduced to wood shavings. It was unclear how many times it had been replaced. "Let's talk." Looking at the white light barrier surrounding Guan Tao, Wen Yu silently reholstered his gun and nodded. To be honest, Wen Yu felt a twinge of jealousy towards these wealthy individuals. Even if they were not strong, they had plenty of life-saving items. These items were produced within the treasure land, and the exchange stone pillar wouldn't provide exchanges for them. According to Wen Yu's estimation, Little Snow likely had similar items in her possession, but unfortunately she must have exhausted them in the cave. "Say your last words, though I definitely won't help you fulfill them." Watching Guan Tao's cautious expression, Wen Yu suddenly fired a shot at Guan Tao, which, although it did not penetrate his defenses, certainly startled him. Ah, Guan Tao sighed heavily, and after a moment he finally spoke. Wan Ping must be ready by now. Wen Yu was immediately silent. Guan Tao should be playing a role in drawing fire. The protective items on him were likely gathered by everyone together. All of this was in order to buy time for others. In that case, when the hood of Guan Tao was only blown off in the wind and he was left carrying little snow, it might have also been premeditated. Seriously, I'm most annoyed dealing with scheming boys like you. Wen Yu was silent for a moment, then suddenly complained, while his dual guns unleashed a barrage of bullets. The barrier in front of Guan Tao emitted a brilliant light, while his hands moved quickly, constantly pulling out defensive items from his spatial ring. Clearly, the pressure Wen Yu exerted on Guan Tao was quite substantial. After a while, Wen Yu stopped shooting again and turned to look behind him. From behind, hurried voices came. "Woof woof, big boss, save me, I just realized how strong I am." Wen Yu frowned as he looked at the one-eyed creature rushing towards him, his eyes filled with a grave expression. He was well aware of the strength of the one-eyed beast. Once it went berserk, very few creatures below Tier 4 could compete with it. However, it was currently being chased around, which clearly indicated that some unknown change had occurred. "What's going on?" Wen Yu asked as he heard a loud crash coming from behind the one-eyed creature. "Woof woof, another me has appeared." "Another you, what do you mean?" "Woof woof." This time the one-eyed creature's words carried no meaning, merely a straightforward threat aimed at the pursuing creatures behind it. Wen Yu glanced at Guan Tao, who was slowly retreating, and then looked at the giant creature that was about to appear. After a moment of thought, he chose to ignore Guan Tao's subtle movements. In comparison to the creature that could drive the one-eyed beast away, Guan Tao's threat was pitifully small. Before him, accompanied by the rumbling footsteps and a slight tremor in the ground, a dusty yellow figure slowly appeared. Wen Yu recognized it instantly. It was Simba. Looking at Simba's 10-meter-tall body, Wen Yu remained silent for a while before turning to the one-eyed beast and saying, "Could it be this guy that made you jump around?" Ever since the one-eyed creature started following Wen Yu, its rapid growth in strength and terrifying combination of skills had been evident. If the one-eyed beast, which was also at Tier 4, couldn't handle Simba, who had similar physical attributes, Wen Yu would be the first to disagree. After all, while Simba was strong, he was ultimately just a small tyrant from a Tier 4 city, while Wen Yu was a genuine Tier 2 of the human race. Woof woof, and there's another one. Actually, it didn't need the one-eyed beast to explain. As soon as that familiar figure appeared beside Simba, Wen Yu had already figured out why the one-eyed creature was running away. Woof woof, the skills are the same and the fighting styles are similar. Listening to the one-eyed creature's explanation, Wen Yu nodded after a moment. Your decision to run was correct. As the master of the one-eyed beast, Wen Yu understood its terrifying aspects very well. Without any hesitation, he activated the third soul realm and summoned Xing back. Accompanied by flickering purple light, Xing's tiny body emerged from the space. In its mini-state, Xing was still quite powerful. At least it didn't need to enter battle mode to chase down a mid-tier 3 human. I killed two, but I couldn't find the other one. As soon as Xing landed, it immediately communicated the results of its battle to Wen Yu before scanning the situation around. Beside Wen Yu was the one-eyed beast, and next to Wen Yu stood Little Snow, who hadn't left yet. Behind them was Guan Tao. At this moment, Guan Tao was slowly moving toward the edge of the woods, about to leave the main battlefield. Wen Yu was well aware of this, but chose to ignore it. In front of Xing, two figures, one yellow and one gray, stood at 10 meters tall. Seeing the familiar figures ahead, Xing seemed momentarily confused. It first glanced at the one-eyed beast beside it, then looked at the fake one-eyed creature ahead, scratching its head in confusion. Brother dog, your brother. Woof woof. That's a fake, it's a transformation of something. In Wen Yu's mind, the one-eyed beast conveyed what had just happened in detail to both Wen Yu and Xing. Sacred beast. Are you sure that's a mutated beast and not some bizarre item? Woof woof. It was said by that black-robed figure. Wen Yu nodded in understanding. Looking at the fake one-eyed creature before him, Wen Yu squinted, and waves of excitement began to stir within him. It was clear that Wen Yu was intrigued. Right now, Wen Yu's fourth soul was vacant, but there were very few mutated beasts that could catch his attention. If there was a spirit pet that could transform into different forms, its potential value would be immense, possibly even greater than Xing's. Even if that thing wasn't a mutated beast, it would only waste Wen Yu's contract cooldown of 3 days. That's a wait Wen Yu could afford. Behind Simba and the fake one-eyed creature, the black-robed leader and another black-robed figure slowly emerged. Wen Yu, long time no see? A slightly oppressive voice came from one of the black-robed figures. Who are you again? The black-robed figure removed their hood, revealing the face hidden beneath the robe. Seeing the familiar figure before him, Wenyu nodded. It really has been a while, but your complexion doesn't look good. Looks like you won't survive today. The black-robed figure who had removed its hood was Wan Ping. It's not as serious as you say. Wan Ping pondered for a moment, finally realizing that Wenyu was implying he would definitely die here today. However, we have no deep-seated enmity. If you can hand over your dog, I can let you go. Wan Ping, that won't work. Weren't we supposed to agree that you take your revenge and leave this person and his mutated beast to us? Upon hearing the black-robed figure's words, Wan Ping fell silent for a moment and then slowly nodded. Originally, the plan between Wan Ping and Guan Tao was to kill Wenyu first and then deal with the members of the cult of the demon worshippers. But now it seemed that even with the extra manpower from the cult and the sacred beast, they couldn't be certain of defeating Wenyu. The possibility of wiping out all the creatures present had vanished. Then, Tao Ji, you should leave first. The upcoming battle is no longer something you can participate in. Guan Tao had already retreated to a distance, and upon hearing Wan Ping's words, he immediately nodded and turned to run down the mountain. You should go too. Also, you owe me a favor. Without turning his head, Wenyu said to Little Snow. Little Snow glanced at the remaining creatures present, none of which were below Tier 4, and instantly understood how ridiculous her desire for personal revenge was. She summoned her spirit pet Kiki and ran away. Only Wenyu, two beasts, and the two figures opposite remained. Wenyu surveyed the pale-faced Wan Ping and the still-hidden black-robed figure, briefly communicated with the one-eyed beast and Xing, and then launched an attack directly at Wan Ping. The gunshot resounded as bullets hit the spot where Wan Ping had been, but he had already dodged away from the enemy. Simba let out a furious roar and charged directly at Wenyu, but was intercepted by a similarly sized figure. Blocking Simba was the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast's front limbs viciously struck Simba's body, while it spewed the fury of the inferno, causing Simba to stagger back. The two Tier 4 mutated beasts tangled together and rolled away into the distance. Follow them! Kill that dog! The black-robed figure commanded the fake one-eyed creature, which was about to turn around but was caught by an even larger black figure. The two hind paws clamped onto the spine of the fake one-eyed creature, while Xing spread its wings, nearly 30 meters in wingspan, blocking out the sun. With glimmering scales, fierce fangs, sharp claws, and a 20-meter-long body, it all conveyed to everyone present who had never seen Xing in battle mode just how terrifying this creature was. The black-robed figure stared in shock at the monstrous creature, watching as Xing flapped its wings, whipping up a fierce wind, and then lifted the fake one-eyed creature to fly off into the distance. This was Wenyu's plan: to divide the battlefield, using the overwhelming individual strength of the one-eyed beast and Xing to eliminate Simba and the fake one-eyed creature first. As for the two figures in front, Wenyu himself was not easy to deal with either. The black-robed figure glanced at the increasingly distant Xing before turning to Wenyu, trembling as he asked, "What was that just now?" Without a doubt, the face hidden beneath the black robe must have looked extremely ugly. That, Wenyu calmly shot a bullet towards Wan Ping and continued, "Your nightmare?" The black-robed figure fell silent instantly. Just from its size, one could tell that Xing in battle form possessed terrifying combat power. According to the black-robed figure's calculations, the Cyclops wouldn't be a match for that giant dragon. During the brief encounter earlier, the black-robed figure had never regarded Xing as a threat, nor did he have any means to obtain Xing's biological materials. At this moment, a wave of bitterness arose in the black-robed figure's heart. A feeling of regret emerged. "This is bad." That was the first thought that appeared in the black-robed figure's mind. However, Wenyu remained somewhat anxious. After all, Xing and the Cyclops had never faced each other directly, and no one knew the limits of the Cyclops' destiny fight ability. Wenyu couldn't be sure that Xing could definitely defeat the Cyclops. If he lost the fight, things would really become troublesome. Looking at the two people in front of him, Wenyu calmly raised the thrilling wild song in his hand but said nothing. Both of the individuals before him should possess level 4 strength. In a one-on-one battle, Wenyu naturally wasn't afraid of anyone, but facing two at once would be a bit troublesome. Wenyu wasn't naive enough to believe that the two in front of him posed no threat. According to the original strategy, after dividing the troops with 2 pets each, Wenyu would entangle the two in front of him, while the Cyclops and Xing dealt with 1 mutated beast each. Thus, while the opponents hesitated and felt anxious, the other 2 battlefields were slowly reaching conclusions. Wenyu wasn't in a hurry, not at all. Unfortunately, perhaps Wenyu's intentions were too obvious, and the black-robed figure first glanced at Wenyu before looking at the 2 dust clouds stirring up nearby. He directly spoke to Wan Ping beside him. "You hold him off. I'll go assist Simba and the sacred beast." Seeing Wan Ping nod, the black-robed figure instantly used a teleportation skill to dodge the bullets from the approaching wild song and then disappeared without a trace. Upon witnessing the black-robed figure's skill, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. Teleportation? What a useful skill! With this ability, it also cut off Wen Yu's desire to pursue and entangle him. Not bad, Wan Ping nodded, noting Wen Yu's lack of desire to chase down the black-robed figure. He slowly began to loosen his black robe and smiled at Wen Yu. By the way, Wen Yu, Lin Li and my brother haven't introduced themselves to you yet. Looking at Wan Ping's somewhat sinister smile, Wen Yu couldn't help but frown. When Wan Ping had been wearing his hood, his behavior had been normal, but as he gradually unbuttoned the black robe, a sense of danger rushed toward him. At the same time, Wan Ping's voice rang out again. Actually, we saw you escaping with that dog back then. That dog has a grudge against you, right? Seeing Wen Yu nod, Wan Ping continued, to be precise, my brother acted as a bullet shield for you. So you're also one of the murderers of my brother. You can think however you want, but today I'm definitely going to kill you. As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, he quickly began shooting at Wan Ping. Wan Ping looked at the bullets sweeping towards him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. At the same time, a bizarrely sharp voice emerged from his mouth. You, how dare you? Try to kill me again? Then, the non-physical bullets originally flying toward Wan Ping abruptly stopped in midair and slowly dissipated. At the same time, Wan Ping's black robe fell to the ground. Looking at the bare-chested Wan Ping in front of him, Wen Yu's eyes twitched violently. His whole body was completely smooth. The smoothness, referring to being as bare as a blank sheet of paper, with even hair and organs like the belly button completely vanished. Only two horrific faces remained on his chest. Wen Yu recognized these two faces. One was named Wan An, the other Lin Li. At this moment, the face of Wan An located on the left chest slowly opened its eyes. The face was pale, with some corpse spots visible. Given the circumstances, it appeared that a considerable amount of time had passed since Wan An's death, and only now had Wan Ping transferred this face onto his body. As the bizarre face slowly opened its eyes, Wan Ping's voice began to change continuously. One moment it was the originally plain voice of Wan Ping, and the next it became a sharp, ghostly voice. Those two short words seemed to be shouted out by two different voices simultaneously. This is my brother, Wan An. Come greet an old friend. Just as Wan Ping's words fell, Wan An's eyes fully opened, and a red beam shot out from his eyes towards Wen Yu. The speed was fast, but it didn't exceed Wen Yu's reaction limit. Wen Yu slightly twisted his body to dodge Wan An's attack. At the same time, he continued shooting a barrage of bullets towards Wan Ping. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. Once the bullets entered a 3-meter radius around Wan Ping, they would directly dissipate. Watching the calm Wan Ping and the fiercely roaring face of Wan An, Wen Yu furrowed his brow tightly and asked Wan Ping seriously, "What exactly are you?" Name, Wan Ping. Occupation, Trinity Soul Demon Trinity form, must devour 2 other practitioners to fully unleash the terrifying potential of the Trinity Soul Demon profession. Skill 1, Soul Devour S-Rank, Active Ability. After activation, devouring a practitioner's corpse will completely inherit the physical qualities of that practitioner, and the face of the devoured will appear on the body. Note: if the devoured dies with resentment, the power gained by the Trinity Soul Demon will significantly increase, but there is a risk of backlash. Maximum of 2 practitioners can be devoured. Skill 2, Evil Spirit Wave rank, Active Ability. The eyes and mouth of the devoured emit bizarre energy waves. This energy wave deals almost no physical damage, but carries strong corrosive and mental shock effects. Skill 3, Soul Force Field SS level, Passive Skill. The terrifying power emitted from the body makes the host completely unafraid of ranged attacks. Whenever a ranged attack enters within 3 meters of the body, the terrifying force field energy will directly nullify the attack, but it consumes stamina based on the attack power. Skill 4, for a hidden profession of Trinity Soul Demon level, every time it levels up, the skills obtained will definitely be closely related to the profession. This is also the terror of advanced hidden professions. Wan Ping's rapid ascension to level 4 was closely related to the Soul Devour ability. First, he devoured Wan An's corpse, then he devoured Lin Li. And judging by his state, he clearly suffered a considerable backlash, enough to prove how heavy the resentment Lin Li felt at the moment of death. What had just blocked Wen Yu's bullets was indeed Wan Ping's Soul Force Field ability. And a characteristic of the Trinity Soul Demon is that its stamina is 3 times that of normal practitioners. Of course, Wen Yu was completely unaware of this information, just as Wan Ping was ignorant of Wen Yu's abilities. Wen Yu cautiously sized up Wan Ping in front of him. A bizarre body indicated unknown power. Although the existence of a professional system allowed for a variety of abilities, most had discernible patterns. However, the fact that Wan Ping had two faces on his chest and could emit energy waves made Wen Yu feel quite embarrassed. More importantly, Wan Ping showed no fear of Wen Yu's heartbeat and crazy song. This meant that Wen Yu's most powerful and effective attack method was rendered almost useless. Wan Ping glanced at Wen Yu, who was still shooting, and feeling the speed of his physical strength draining, he stepped forward and charged at Wen Yu. This indicated a desire for close combat. Seeing that the attacks from Heartbeat and Crazy Song had no effect, the touch of greed in Wen Yu's hand began to elongate. Close combat was exactly what Wen Yu desired. At this moment, the one-eyed creature and Simba were becoming more and more entangled, gradually drifting away from the battlefield where Wen Yu and Wan Ping were located. When they were far enough away, the one-eyed creature gave up on the close brawl with Simba and slowly retreated a few steps. Simba, however, stood still, panting heavily, his large eyes cautiously fixed on the one-eyed creature in front of him. From a purely combat perspective, Simba was no match for the one-eyed creature, and both Simba and the one-eyed creature knew this. Therefore, the one-eyed creature slightly adjusted his stance and lunged at Simba. During the previous battle, the one-eyed creature had been injured by Simba and the false one-eyed creature. The right side of his torso was badly bruised from a brutal blow, leaving him in tatters. Under the influence of the ability of the Blood and Flesh chapter, these injuries were merely superficial. Moreover, boosted by the Destiny Fight ability, the current physical quality of the one-eyed creature had surpassed Simba by over 50 points. With a base physical quality of 200 points for both beasts, a 50-point enhancement guaranteed the one-eyed creature an absolute advantage. Accompanied by the one-eyed creature's furious roar, the two giant beasts crashed into each other. The enhanced physical quality allowed the one-eyed creature to dominate in close quarters. With black flames roaring from its mouth, sharp teeth and claws viciously tore at Simba. Although Simba was at a disadvantage, his wild instincts and the glory of being a king drove him to fight fiercely against the one-eyed creature. The raging flame flow seared the air, depleting the oxygen in the battlefield atmosphere. The black-robed figure, who had already moved nearby, observed the situation and, unlike before, chose to enter the battlefield directly. Supporting Simba was a well-considered decision by the black-robed figure. Having gained a rough understanding of the one-eyed creature's combat potential, the black-robed figure realized that if the one-eyed creature was left unchecked, Simba could easily be torn to shreds within 5 minutes. And should Simba succumb to the one-eyed creature, it could trigger a chain collapse of the entire battlefield. The black-robed figure slowly raised his right hand, and the sand on the ground quickly coalesced, forming 2 spears over 3 meters long in no time. Sand manipulation power, a level, active ability, allows control of sand within 10 meters to unleash various abilities. Strictly speaking, this ability does not belong to the elemental category, but the skill's power is not weak, and its combat effects are quite bizarre. The sandy shield that had blocked Wen Yu's attack earlier was also created using this ability. With vigorous movements of both hands, the black-robed figure suddenly changed the entire battlefield environment. At this moment, the one-eyed creature was atop Simba, using its front claws to deliver brutal blows to Simba, biting down on Simba's neck while black light flickered from its mouth. Under such a frequency and power of attack, Simba was quickly losing his chance to retaliate. However, at that moment, the one-eyed creature suddenly felt a void beneath its feet. A massive sand pit appeared where the one-eyed creature's hind legs stood. Though the one-eyed creature's hind legs were strong, they could not maintain balance in an unsupported area. The one-eyed creature stumbled, and at the same time, its attacking forelimbs and sharp teeth released their grip, trying to find ground to stabilize itself. Unfortunately, the black-robed figure would not let this hard-won opportunity slip away. The flow of sand beneath the one-eyed creature suddenly accelerated, becoming increasingly soft. And this was not over. The one-eyed creature's hind legs, trapped in the sand pit, felt a sharp pain as if pricked by needles. This was also a side effect of the sand manipulation power. Within the sand pit, some of the sand had formed sharp spikes, barely breaking the one-eyed creature's outer skin, causing it to sustain minor damage. Seeing the one-eyed creature's predicament, Simba did not miss the chance created by the black-robed figure and delivered a heavy blow to the one-eyed creature's soon-to-be unbalanced body. Heavy Strike E-Level, active ability. Briefly charges to unleash a stronger attack than usual. This skill was obtained after Simba leveled up to Tier 3. It was weak, but abilities are not strictly about strength. It depends more on the user. And Simba's strength, needless to say, was already formidable. The heavy strike slammed into the one-eyed creature's head, splattering grayish-white flesh and blood. Against the backdrop of the one-eyed creature's increasing physical quality, this could only be considered a fresh scratch. However, in the face of imminent imbalance, this heavy strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The one-eyed creature's massive body toppled to the ground, and then the black-robed figure pushed the sand manipulation power to its limits. The ground beneath the one-eyed creature quickly softened, and ropes made of sand quickly wrapped around its hind legs. Roar! The one-eyed creature let out a furious roar, straining its body to try and snap the annoying sand ropes. But this battle was 1v2. Simba would not let this opportunity slip away. Seeing the one-eyed creature downed on the ground, he lunged in, delivering heavy blows to the one-eyed creature's head while flames surged from his mouth, scorching the one-eyed creature's body. Meanwhile, noticing that the one-eyed creature was being pinned down by Simba, the two newly formed sand spears shot towards the one-eyed creature lying on the ground. The sharp spearheads drilled into the one-eyed creature's body and then exploded. Of course, the explosion wasn't powerful. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be considered an explosion, just the sand spears controlled by the black-robed figure scattering apart. The objective was to let some of the sand enter the one-eyed creature's body. The sand entering the one-eyed creature's body began to move slowly. From the black-robed figure's exposed eyes, which were now filled with a crimson hue, it was evident how much pressure controlling the sand within the one-eyed creature was causing him. The foreign objects inside the one-eyed creature made it somewhat agitated. Fortunately, the ability of the blood and flesh chapter greatly reduced the one-eyed creature's sense of pain. If it were a normal flesh and blood body, the entry of sand into its body could kill the target creature. However, the power of the blood and flesh chapter allowed the one-eyed creature's body to exceed the limits of a typical flesh and blood frame. And all of this was unknown to the black-robed figure. Faster, even faster! The sense of urgency in the black-robed figure grew stronger, as energy fluctuations from the distant battle between Zing and the false one-eyed creature became increasingly intense. By now, the violent energy fluctuations made the black-robed figure feel a chill down his spine. Amidst the black-robed figure's fervent wishes, some of the sand successfully entered the one-eyed creature's brain. Feeling the target's progress, the black-robed figure couldn't help but shout loudly. Then he expended a massive amount of physical strength to directly control the sand within the one-eyed creature's brain to change shape. Cone-shaped, spherical, triangular. In just a short time, the sand in the one-eyed creature's brain transformed into dozens of different shapes. This change was enough to turn the one-eyed creature's brain matter to mush. The black-robed figure exhaled a long breath. It's over. Looking at the one-eyed creature that lay still on the ground and then at Simba, who was still venting on the one-eyed creature's head, the black-robed figure spoke. "He's dead. Come back." Hearing the black-robed figure's words, Simba delivered another heavy strike to the one-eyed creature's head before turning to head towards the black-robed figure. Seeing the varying depths of wounds on Simba, the corners of the black-robed figure's eyes hidden beneath the hood twitched. This dog's power was truly a bit terrifying. Standing still, the black-robed figure addressed the approaching Simba. "Now we need to go to the sacred beast. Be careful." Before the black-robed figure could finish, the one-eyed creature, which had originally been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. Although the recent injuries were severe, under the power of the blood and flesh chapter, the one-eyed creature considered these minor injuries as nothing to worry about. In fact, the black-robed figure had done him a great favor. The brain injuries had completely destroyed the one-eyed creature's brain matter. But unfortunately, the one-eyed creature was a legendary beast that could still fight even without a head. The injuries inside its head allowed the one-eyed creature's physical quality to rise, reaching around 400 points. Moreover, having sensed the black-robed figure's thoughts, the one-eyed creature suddenly came up with an idea. According to the one-eyed creature's calculations, to regain the initiative in the battle under the combined pressure of the black-robed figure and Simba, it would have to endure a long period of attack to increase its strength to the point of breaking free from the sand pit. It was more comfortable to pretend to be dead. Thus, the one-eyed creature half-voluntarily released control over its body, allowing the sand to smoothly enter its brain. Then it slowed its heartbeat. This was very easy for the one-eyed creature, which possessed the blood and flesh chapter ability. Thus, the black-robed figure, unaware of the one-eyed creature's abilities, fell into a trap, and the price was incredibly heavy. The one-eyed creature crouched slightly, unleashing the raging power from within its body. Under its feet, it was as if 4 hand grenades had exploded simultaneously, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, and with such force, the one-eyed creature sprang high into the air. The height reached an astonishing 30 meters. This height even surpassed most trees in the forest, which had grown tall due to demonic energy. Survivors far within the city limits of Mudanjiang City had already noticed that a great battle was occurring in the distant mountains. Unfortunately, with the strength of these professionals, they could not participate in such a level of combat. Even the aftermath was not something they could easily endure. The professionals watching from within the city could only pull out binoculars to catch a glimpse of the battle's status and speculate on the outcome. So, when the one-eyed creature leaped high into the air, a large group of professionals naturally witnessed this spectacle. A dazed professional lowered his binoculars and swallowed hard, turning to his teammate. "I think I just saw a dog flying. Seems like..." "Right," the nearby professional, looking utterly dazed, replied uncertainly as he stared into the distance at the eastern mountain. Then the two of them simultaneously lifted their binoculars again, continuing to observe the battle that was completely unimaginable to them. As the one-eyed creature leaped, it indeed felt a hint of pleasure. Flying was a dream sought after by humans, and likewise, it was a desire for these earth-moving creatures. Though a leap of 30 meters did not seem high compared to the one-eyed creature's stature, it still allowed the one-eyed creature to experience the thrill of free fall. And then there was an even greater thrill. That was revenge. When the black-robed figure had just issued a startled warning, the one-eyed creature was nearing the ground, and the landing spot was right where Simba stood. Simba, hearing the black-robed figure's warning, barely turned his head, only to see a dark cloud in the sky drawing closer. Then, a tremendous force knocked Simba to the ground, with his unprotected neck facing the one-eyed creature's massive jaws. Brutal strikes with one claw, then another, tore into Simba's vulnerable belly, the power of steel armor appearing weak against over twice the physical quality. Red blood sprayed everywhere, and with the torn yellow skin and shredded intestines, the one-eyed creature quickly transformed this battlefield into a bloody hell. Sensing the smell of blood, the one-eyed creature's eyes gradually turned red. This was battle. This was the exhilarating taste of revenge. What could be more satisfying than hearing the cries of the enemy beneath one's feet? Closing its jaws tightly, the one-eyed creature listened to Simba's agonizing screams, recalling how it had once been shattered by Simba's pride. "Now you must regret it deeply." Then the one-eyed creature's sharp teeth completely clenched. The black-robed figure stared in disbelief at the rapidly changing situation before him. In a matter of moments, what he thought was victory had flipped completely. A piece of meat fell directly onto the black-robed figure's hood. Trembling, the black-robed figure removed the foreign object from his head, trying to see what it was. It was Simba's liver, and the monster before him that had come back from the dead slowly raised its head, its crimson tongue sweeping across its blood-stained face, and its blood-red eyes stared intently at him. Those eyes were full of mockery, undoubtedly conveying a fact to the black-robed figure. "Just now I was only playing with you." The black-robed figure first glanced at the one-eyed creature, then looked down at Simba beneath it. Simba's neck had been completely torn apart, with only a thin layer of skin connecting its head to its body. On its massive frame, a series of ghastly wounds had completely ripped open Simba's belly. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Simba's most vulnerable spot suffered the most brutal assault from the one-eyed creature. The organs within its abdomen had spilled all over the ground, and fresh blood continued to flow from Simba's exposed veins. With a height of 10 meters, the amount of blood that flowed could only be described as a river of blood. And this Tier 4 mutated beast, a being that meant invincibility at this stage, just died like that. Watching the one-eyed creature pick up Simba's heart and swallow it whole, the black-robed figure swallowed hard and activated his third ability. Life Strength Equivalent Exchange, a rank, active ability. Consumes the vitality from the cells in the body, which can also be understood as life force to rapidly restore strength. It can be used without restriction, but be careful, the price you pay, although not visible now, will one day make you regret it. Remember, there is no love without reason, nor is there any reward without reason. This ability is highly compatible with teleportation. This is also the power granted to the black-robed figure by the cult leader of the cult of the demon worshippers. In fact, all the apostles' abilities are bestowed by the cult leader. And in the current situation, the black-robed figure could no longer care about something as trivial as life force. When life is almost gone, who would still feel pity for those ethereal things? The ability took effect at an astonishing speed. The nearly depleted strength swiftly restored. Then, seeing the one-eyed creature glaring at him while slowly arching its body, the black-robed figure quickly used teleportation, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seeing the black-robed figure disappear before him, the one-eyed creature strained to discern the scent in the air. Unfortunately, for something like teleportation, the traces of its scent are practically impossible to find. The one-eyed creature first sensed the location of Wen Yu, then briefly communicated with him before lying down on Simba's body, devouring it voraciously. The battle was over, and it was time for Brother Dog's favorite part, collecting the spoils. As the one-eyed creature and Simba moved away from the battlefield where Wen Yu was, Xing was also clutching a fake one-eyed creature, flying towards the back of the mountain. Xing fully understood the abilities of the one-eyed creature. Although he had never fought it, Xing would never underestimate the combination of its abilities. It was a combination of skills purely born for battle and destined for death, especially since the fake one-eyed creature had no intelligence. No intelligence meant no thoughts, and it also meant that the fake one-eyed creature would completely disregard its own life. A being that disregards its life would certainly possess terrifying destructive power. Moreover, it was a reckless one-eyed creature. Xing's wings flapped rapidly, enduring the searing sensation of the fury of the inferno that came from its claws, and soon found a large patch of farmland at the back of the mountain. This location had no tall trees, which was important because for a flying creature like Xing, trees are a hindrance in battle. After dropping the fake one-eyed creature to the ground, Xing flew up high, looking down at the fake one-eyed creature that was roaring incessantly. In his eyes, a hint of fiery rage mixed with fury slowly emerged. The one-eyed creature and Xing, both being Wen Yu's spirit pets, naturally wouldn't fight each other. However, as long as there are living beings, there will be a desire to distinguish strength among other beings. No matter how close the relationship is, this is called competition, even if that being is a one-eyed creature. Under normal circumstances, Xing would never be able to engage in combat with the one-eyed creature, and thus there would be no distinction of strength. But then, the unexpected happened. A creature appeared that had identical combat power to the one-eyed creature. As a divine beast species, Xing was undoubtedly proud. Therefore, this time, Xing decided to use all of his power to send this fake one-eyed creature straight to hell. The frenzied fury of the inferno erupted from the fake one-eyed creature, quickly morphing into the shape of armor that enveloped the entire one-eyed creature. This was a special application of the fury of the inferno. As an SS-level elemental ability, its skill application was incredibly versatile, far surpassing the mere rank flame flow. From this point, it was evident that the fake one-eyed creature's mastery of skills was stronger than that of the one-eyed creature's body. Black spikes made of countless black flames erupted from the black armor, then shot towards Xing. The fake one-eyed creature actually launched an attack on Xing first. Xing looked at the incoming black spikes, and a flicker of pride passed in his eyes. The fake one-eyed creature on the ground had minor injuries, with a physical quality just over 200 points, comparable to Xing. In this situation, if Xing still needed to dodge, it would truly be a disgrace to his divine beast species title. Roar! A fierce roar erupted from Xing's mouth, and then a red glow surged, with a massive dragon flame fire pillar descending upon the fake one-eyed creature. Its scale and the heat emitted were far superior to the fire pillar unleashed by the one-eyed creature or Simba. Facing the surging dragon flame, the black flame spikes shot from the fake one-eyed creature were completely shattered and extinguished, followed by the dragon flame directly pouring down onto the fake one-eyed creature. And the fake one-eyed creature remained motionless. The sacred beast of the cult of the demon worshippers was indeed peculiar. Despite having no intelligence, its ability to apply skills was even stronger than the original body. As the fire engulfed the fake one-eyed creature, it instantly made the black armor surrounding the one-eyed creature disappear, then burned upon the fake one-eyed creature's body, producing a series of sizzling sounds. The gray fur was instantly evaporated by the dragon flame, and then the gray skin began to char. The fake one-eyed creature, bathed in the torrents of dragon flame, slowly fixed its gaze on Xing. In its eyes, a deep killing intent and fighting spirit began to brew. Xing and the fake one-eyed creature were worlds apart. Neither made any further moves, leaving only the constant sizzling of burning flesh. The fake one-eyed creature was waiting for its destiny fight ability to elevate its physical quality to the limit. Xing was also waiting for the fake one-eyed creature to maximize its physical quality before deciding the victor against the one-eyed creature in its peak state. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. A figure appeared at great speed in the outer circle of the battlefield. It was the black-robed figure. Looking at the standoff between the fake one-eyed creature and Xing, the black-robed figure's eyelids twitched violently twice. The purpose of the black-robed figure appearing here was undoubtedly to retrieve the sacred beast of the cult of the demon worshippers. You must understand, even with the foundation of the cult, something of this level is absolutely invaluable. Unfortunately, glancing at the suspended Xing in the sky, then at the dragon flame enveloping the fake one-eyed creature, The black-robed figure made a prompt decision and turned to dive into the forest. He did not wish to partake in the battle between these two monsters, for his strength made it difficult to participate. Once the black-robed figure entered the combat range, Xing would certainly not hesitate to unleash a dragon flame. And once hit by Xing's dragon flame, it would be challenging for the black-robed figure to withstand it. Thus, waiting on the outskirts of the battlefield for an opportunity was the best choice for the black-robed figure. The appearance of the black-robed figure did not escape Wen Yu's notice. However, in comparison to the strength of this black-robed figure, Wen Yu was more focused on the fake one-eyed creature in front of him. At this moment, all the skin on the fake one-eyed creature had completely vanished, leaving only exposed muscle tendons, with some areas even clearly revealing its internal organs. Moreover, the size of the fake one-eyed creature had been reduced by 1/3. Under the dual enhancement of the Destiny fight and the chapter of Flesh and Blood, the injuries on the fake one-eyed creature not only did not affect its combat ability, but rather provided a significant boost to its physical qualities. Sensing the injuries on its body and the extent of its power increase, the fake one-eyed creature launched an attack. Surrounded by black flames, the first skill used by the fake one-eyed creature was none other than the Fury of the Inferno. However, under the powerful enhancement of the Destiny fight ability, the Fury of the Inferno had already undergone a transformation. A series of black fire chains intertwined, and in an instant, hundreds of fire chains coalesced into a massive fire whip, which then violently struck towards Wen Yu. The fire whip wreaked havoc. Facing the black flames in front of him, Wen Yu did not dodge. Instead, dragon flames erupted from his mouth one after another, intertwining with the ominous black fire whip. In an instant, terrifying energy fluctuations surged forth, incinerating all the weeds and shrubs within the farming area to ashes. Even the black-robed figure far away in the mountains could feel the approaching ferocity. In that moment, it teleported to a farther location. After a while, as Wen Yu unleashed up to 10 dragon flames, the black fire whip finally disappeared from view. On the ground, the fake one-eyed creature quietly gazed at Wen Yu in the sky, its crimson eyes brimming with brutality. Then, the fake one-eyed creature moved. Wen Yu did not know how much enhancement the Destiny fight would provide to the one-eyed creature, and of course, Wen Yu had no idea either. But the one-eyed creature knew. This meant that the fake one-eyed creature also understood. In the case where its flesh had been completely burned away and its size had evaporated by 1/3, how much strength had the Destiny fight provided to the one-eyed creature? The answer was 5 times. With a basic physical quality of 200 points, enhanced 5-fold, this resulted in a physical quality of 1,000 points. In the context of a reduced size and a significant boost in physical quality, the combat ability of the one-eyed creature skyrocketed to its limits. As Wen Yu focused intently on the one-eyed creature, its body instantly vanished from sight. This was the extreme speed brought about by a physical quality of 1,000 points. At this speed, even Wen Yu's dynamic vision could only catch fleeting afterimages. After a moment, a terrifying sonic boom echoed through the air, as if countless bombs were being detonated, the rumbling sound spreading far. Then, boom, before the sonic boom could fade away, an even more shocking sound erupted. This was the result of the fake one-eyed creature's attack. When the fake one-eyed creature reappeared, it was directly above Wen Yu. With a violent force, extreme speed, and the significant reduction in weight from the massive loss of tissue, the one-eyed creature's jumping ability was greatly enhanced. This leap reached a height exceeding 100 meters. Moreover, the speed was so fast that Wen Yu didn't even have time to react. Terror-inducing energy fluctuations began to brew on the one-eyed creature's right front limb. Countless black flames swirled around the right front limb of the fake one-eyed creature, then continuously compressed, until the terrifying black flames were squeezed into a small ball, followed by a flash of red light. Fury of the Inferno plus Brutal Strike. Strictly speaking, this could not be considered a combination skill. It was merely a combination of 2 different abilities. However, the effect would be greater than the sum of its parts. A deafening explosion resonated directly from Wen Yu's back. 4 streams of sharp air currents, red mixed with black flames, traveled along the one-eyed creature's claws and spread throughout Wen Yu's body. On Wen Yu's back, pieces of black scales flew apart and blood suddenly dripped. The Demon Dragon Armor S-Rank, passive skill activated. The 4 claw marks laced with black flames had yet to fully penetrate Wen Yu's body when they were directly caught by its powerful muscle tissue. Even the fury of the Inferno that seeped into its body was slowly forced out. However, the immense force caused Wen Yu, who was suspended in midair, to lose balance. In the moment of being hit, Wen Yu quickly reacted. After enduring a strike from the fake one-eyed creature, its wings abruptly folded, and using the downward force, it flipped its body, grabbing hold of the one-eyed creature's body with its front limbs, dragging the fake one-eyed creature down towards the ground. Boom, like an earthquake, the bodies of the two monsters crashed to the ground, creating a mushroom cloud. Naturally, Wenyu, being the first to hit the ground, suffered more damage than the one-eyed creature above. But under the effects of the demon dragon armor, this damage was completely negligible for Wenyu. With both front claws gripping the one-eyed creature, Wenyu rolled over, pinning the one-eyed creature to the ground, its sharp teeth aimed at the one-eyed creature's head, ready to bite down. Once it bit down with Wenyu's biting force, even with the one-eyed creature's current physical quality at 1,000 points, it would not escape from Wenyu's jaws. Seeing this scene, the fake one-eyed creature immediately struggled. With a physical quality of 1,000 points, along with its shrunken form, the fake one-eyed creature felt like a solid iron block and quickly broke free from Wenyu's claws, then fled at incredible speed. Wenyu's current physical quality was 200 points, and even with the race talent of the divine beast species, it was only comparable to the strength of the now-fake one-eyed creature. Not to mention speed. The difference in size meant that Wenyu's speed was far inferior to that of the fake one-eyed creature. In that brief contact, sensing the combat power of the fake one-eyed creature, Wenyu did not hesitate to activate its third skill. Dragon Might Domain SS level, active skill. After activation, the area surrounding the body is enveloped by a mysterious force field, severely weakening all creatures entering that range. This ability can cause a 50% reduction in physical qualities for all creatures within the area, and the skill effect does not differentiate between friend and foe. In fact, most skill effects do not distinguish between friend and enemy. This was also the reason Wenyu had Wenyu's and the one-eyed creature's separate battlefields. Sensing the inexplicable pressure surrounding its body, the fake one-eyed creature quickly retreated, cautiously testing around Wenyu. Eventually, the fake one-eyed creature gauged the range of the Dragon Might Domain. It was a full 100 meters. Of course, the effectiveness of this ability would increase as Wenyu's level rose. Upon seeing the fake one-eyed creature's movements, a flash of mockery crossed Wenyu's eyes. Although the range was only 100 meters, this ability could move along with Wenyu. Moreover, Wenyu had one more ability. Noticing that the fake one-eyed creature stayed outside the domain's range, Wenyu directly activated its fourth ability, which was Wenyu's greatest trump card. Dragon Blood Amplification SSS rank, active ability. Burn the blood within the body to enhance all skills and physical qualities. Once activated, it can be deactivated at will, and during the skill's effect, blood will continuously burn. This ability is rated as SSS rank because its amplification effect is terrifying. Dragon Flame, Demon Dragon Armor, Dragon Might Domain, and even Wenyu's physical quality all received amplification. Aside from the Dragon Flame and Demon Dragon Armor, the Dragon Might Domain, after receiving amplification, expanded its range to 300 meters. Simultaneously, the reduction effect reached as much as 80%. This meant that the enhancement of the one-eyed creature's Destiny Fight ability had been completely negated. After amplification, Wenyu's physical quality surged threefold, reaching 600 points. This was the physical quality of a divine beast species at 600 points. Feeling the blood in its body continuously transforming into mysterious power, Wenyu had gained a rough understanding of this ability. After Wenyu advanced to level 4, it had never activated this ability. First, it had never encountered a worthy opponent. Second, since this ability required burning blood, Wenyu was afraid it would cause permanent damage to Wenyu's body, so it had never tried it. But now it seemed, based on Wenyu's own judgment, this ability would not cause permanent damage to Wenyu's body, and the amount of blood consumed was not extensive. This meant that in an amplified state, Wenyu could still fight for a long time. Watching the fake one-eyed creature writhing anxiously in front of him, Wenyu roared, and the red light in his mouth was unprecedentedly intense. Amplified Dragon Flame? The originally red dragon flames now had hints of cyan flames at the edges. While they weren't as thick as before amplification, their heat and power had increased several times. The amplified dragon flame struck at the single-eyed figure swiftly. This time, the false single eye no longer dared to take the dragon flame head-on. Its figure moved quickly, turning to flee backward. Just after the amplification, the Dragon Might Domain once again enveloped the single eye, and coupled with the enhanced power, the false single eye immediately felt an extremely intense sense of crisis. The quality of Star's ability was too high, and its strength too powerful. The false single eye had already realized that it would definitely not be a match for Star. Although the sacred beast of the cult of the demon worshippers lacked intelligence, the will to survive was an instinct. Thus, the false single eye decided to escape. Upon observing the actions of the false single eye, Star roared wildly, its wings flaring, directly pouncing towards the direction of the false single eye. Under the effect of the dragon might domain and amplification, the strength of Star and the false single eye had become completely disproportionate, one increasing while the other decreased. Before the false single eye could take a step, Star had already dashed to its back. Two gigantic dragon claws seized the hind legs of the false single eye, and then an immense force surged. Star was actually attempting to tear the false single eye in half. Realizing Star's intention, the false single eye let out a furious roar. Seeing that it was already bound by Star, with a tearing pain coursing through its body, it immediately gave up the thought of escape, turning to lunge at Star's head. The sound of crack crack rang out as the false single eye had completely entered a desperate state. Just the simple action of turning its head caused the false single eye to fracture its own spine due to the intensity of its efforts and the positioning of its body. The Destiny Fight ability activated once again. Unfortunately, under the dragon might domain of Star, the effects of the Destiny Fight ability were directly weakened by 80%, rendering its effectiveness pitifully small. Seeing the false single eye disregard its own body, the fury surged in Star's eyes, and it opened its massive jaws, clamping down on the false single eye's head. Star's size was already much larger than the single eye's, and combined with the burns on the false single eye causing its size to shrink, this bite completely engulfed the false single eye's head. Jagged fangs gleamed coldly, and the scent of sulfur wafted from Star's mouth, with its sharp and serrated teeth arranged in a terrifying display. Like a guillotine, as Star's large mouth clamped down with force. Grayish-white blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This strike directly bit off the single eye's head, however the false single eye still did not die. The ability of the flesh and blood chapter meant that it would only completely die when half of its body disappeared. The current injuries of the false single eye had reached a critical threshold. This also meant that the Destiny Fight ability of the false single eye had reached its strongest state. The raging fury of the Inferno rose, rapidly transforming into a dog-like head, replacing the vanishing head of the false single eye. Then the false single eye swung its forelimbs, with black flames surging, lunging fiercely at Star. With the current physical attributes of the false single eye close to 400 points, deducting the weakening from the dragon might domain, its physical attributes were approximately around 2,000 points. This meant that the maximum enhancement provided by the Destiny Fight for the single eye would be 10 times. Unfortunately, all of this had no effect in front of Star. The enormous dragon claws descended like a storm upon the false single eye, forcibly interrupting its upward momentum and slamming it into the ground. With this strike, the earth trembled, even causing the entire East Mountain to shake twice from the immense impact. Pressing down firmly on the struggling false single eye with its right foreleg, Star howled to the sky. This was a declaration of victory. Then Star slightly lowered its head, looking at the still erupting fury of the Inferno, and raised its claw once more. Boom! 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 The massive dragon claw lifted, lifted, and descended. Like an executioner, Star was using its actions to proclaim the death sentence of the false single eye. The black-robed figure watched with wide eyes as the life waves of the false single eye beneath Star grew weaker and weaker, then glanced at Star, who had its head raised, brandishing its claws, and swallowed hard, directly activating its teleportation ability to flee into the distance. Clearly, the black-robed figure had given up on retrieving the sacred beast to save its own life. After a while, when the false single eye beneath Star had been battered into a bloody pulp, Star finally ceased its actions. Feeling the complete absence of life waves from the false single eye beneath its feet, Star slowly raised its claw and looked down. What was once the single eye's body had turned into a mushy mass, and in Star's bewildered and surprised gaze, the mushy mass began to undergo a transformation. First, it started to flow little by little, then the color gradually changed from grayish-white to pure white, until it became a completely white gel-like substance. This gel-like substance continuously gathered beneath Star's feet, until it condensed into a complete spherical shape, then slowly hardened, finally coming to rest in the large pit created by Star, no longer moving. Star scratched its head with its enormous claw, its eyes no longer filled with the earlier killing intent and fury, leaving only curiosity. Extending its giant claw, Star gently poked the spherical object in front of it with its sharp finger. Soft and very elastic. Star felt the texture of this unknown object and then slightly increased the pressure, poking it again. Perhaps this poke caused pain to the object in front of it, as the white mass in front of Star instantly sprang up, releasing white threads that directly wrapped around Star's head. It was very fast and quite sudden, and Star had no time to react before being pricked in the face by the threads. The threads, like gas, entered directly into Star's brain through its facial features. Then, Star felt as if it had drunk too much, swaying unsteadily for a moment. However, this time was very brief. Star swayed only twice before regaining its footing. Phew! Phew, phew! Star stood in place, forcefully sneezing several times, with airflow from its mouth and nose blowing out faint white gas that sent the white mass rolling far away. Star finally realized that this object had tried to control it with insidious means. Upon discovering this, Star became furious, looking at the now smaller white mass, and poked it hard 2 more times. This finally connected with Wen Yu's consciousness. Wen Yu's response was simple: "Stay there and keep an eye on that thing while I deal with the single eye." Receiving Wen Yu's reply, Star looked at the surrounding environment, then at the large white mass beneath its feet that was the size of a basin, and hesitated, extending its finger. After Wen Yu finished communicating with Xing and the One-Eyed separately, he scrutinized Wan Ping in front of him. At this moment, Wan Ping looked truly miserable, although Wan Ping's skills had been rendered useless by his heartbeat and mad song. It did not diminish Wen Yu's physical attributes and the close combat experience he had honed through training. In a combat state, Wen Yu's physical quality reached a staggering 400 points, a figure that was absolutely unattainable for Wan Ping. Thus, Wan Ping, who wanted to engage in close combat, was undoubtedly taught a harsh lesson by Wen Yu. If it weren't for the 2 faces on Wan Ping's chest, which had already opened their eyes, firing red beams from their mouths, making it difficult for Wen Yu to defend himself, the process of defeating Wan Ping could have been even quicker. However, it should end now. Looking at Wan Ping, who was barely standing, covered in blood and wounds, Wen Yu said lightly. He then exerted force in his legs, propelling his body towards Wan Ping's position at high speed. With his right hand raised high, the touch of greed stirred up a gust of wind and reached directly for Wan Ping's head. The injuries on Wan Ping's body and the significant blood loss left him somewhat unresponsive. As Wen Yu's touch of greed descended upon him, Wan Ping barely managed to turn his body, bracing himself with his left hand against the blow. Blood splattered everywhere, and at the same time Wan Ping's left hand fell to the ground. The soul strike took effect. Without the enhancement from heartbeat, the effectiveness of the soul strike should not be underestimated, especially when dealing with someone like Wan Ping, whose mental state was clearly problematic. Strange soul fluctuations echoed in Wan Ping's mind, and the intense pain made him involuntarily emit a harsh scream. Even more terrifying, both faces on Wan Ping's body began to scream in unison. The damage from the soul strike dealt to Wan Ping was actually 3 times as much. Faced with the terrifying damage from the soul strike, Wan Ping was left paralyzed by the agonizing pain. Wen Yu naturally would not let this opportunity slip by and immediately activated the skill he obtained from upgrading his soul beast to level 4. Void Shift C rank, active ability. Once activated, it can defy the laws of motion, allowing a single change of movement direction at will. In an instant, Wen Yu, who was originally charging forward, came to a halt. Without changing speed, he dashed towards the direction where Wan Ping had lost his left hand. Before Wan Ping could react, Wen Yu's body had already shifted from directly in front of Wan Ping to his left side. Then his claws stabbed forward, piercing through Wan Ping's left rib and emerging from his right shoulder. This strike signified the end of this battle. Wen Yu used his left hand to lift Wan Ping, who was impaled by the touch of greed, high into the air. Looking at Wan Ping's face twisted in pain, there was no fluctuation in Wen Yu's heart. Since you wanted to create trouble for the One-Eyed, it meant you were creating trouble for me. Thus, you are the enemy. With that, Wen Yu's right hand moved the touch of greed swiftly, tearing Wan Ping's body into 4 pieces. Watching Wan Ping's dismembered body lying on the ground, Wen Yu, expressionless, crushed Wan Ping's lifeless head with his foot. The battle was over. Although Wan Ping's strength was at level 4, the gap between 2 level 4s was significant. Slightly sensing the position of Xing in his mind, Wen Yu headed directly in that direction. At this moment, the One-Eyed had arrived at Xing's location, both staring wide-eyed at the white dough on the ground. Perhaps sensing danger, the white dough trembled slightly and quickly released some white threads, wrapping around the heads of the One-Eyed and Xing. Seeing this scene, Xing and the One-Eyed immediately became excited. Without needing the white threads to take the initiative, Xing and the One-Eyed pushed their heads forward, took a deep breath, and inhaled the white threads into their mouths. Then the 2 beasts stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, and within 3 seconds they managed to endure this pleasure. "How's it going, brother dog?" Xing called out to the One-Eyed. "Woof woof, awesome, that was exhilarating." The one-eyed then looked at the now half-sized doe, hesitatingly said, "You think if we keep playing with it, we won't accidentally kill it? The big boss still wants this thing." Hearing the one-eyed's words, Zing hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's do it one more time, just once." The one-eyed gritted his teeth. "All right, but we have to stick together if the big boss gets mad. Everyone knows, Zing, that you're the most loyal." After their brief conversation, both the one-eyed and Zing simultaneously extended their fingers and jabbed at the white doe with force. Then the white threads surged forth once more. When Wen Yu arrived at Zing's location, he saw the two spirit pets excitedly stimulating the white doe in front of them. The white doe, which had originally been the size of a basin, had now shrunk to the size of a fist. Faced with the sharp claws of Zing and the one-eyed, the white doe had long ceased releasing white threads 3 minutes ago, simply remaining stationary. This made Zing and the one-eyed furious, shouting and increasing the intensity of their jabs. Yet the white doe, whatever it was, remained intact despite the increasing force from the one-eyed and Zing. "What are you guys doing?" Seeing the slightly disappointed expressions on the one-eyed and Zing, Wen Yu was momentarily puzzled. Upon hearing Wen Yu's voice, the one-eyed and Zing immediately snapped back to reality, quickly straightened up and stood properly before Wen Yu. Noticing the guilty expressions on his spirit pets, Wen Yu glanced at the white doe on the ground. Unfortunately, Wen Yu had never seen the original size of the white doe, and naturally, he did not realize that its volume had been reduced to only a quarter of its original size due to the antics of the one-eyed and Zing. "Is this it?" Wen Yu took a few steps forward and grabbed the motionless white doe from the ground. Carefully examining the so-called sacred beast of the cult of the demon worshippers, Wen Yu turned to the one-eyed. "Are you sure this is the thing?" The one-eyed nodded directly. Wen Yu looked again at the white doe, which lay limply in his hands, and then at the strangely expressive Zing and the one-eyed, unable to help but ask, "Are you sure it looked like this when you first saw it?" The one-eyed nodded his head vigorously. "Yeah," when you didn't delve too deeply and directly activated the contract power of the fourth soul realm. He had set his sights on this thing. As the purple light of the contract flashed, mysterious purple light continuously wrapped around the white doe. Then the purple light slowly immersed into the body of the white doe, gradually disappearing. At this moment, Wen Yu felt a mysterious spiritual wave surge in his mind. It was very powerful, comparable to the one-eyed, but unfortunately it was a mass of chaos, completely devoid of its own consciousness. It was like a zombie, possessing a body but lacking any thought or wisdom. However, a fiery glint flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. Even if it was a zombie beast, as long as it was powerful enough and could be contracted, Wen Yu would not be afraid of it. Looking at the doe in his hand that seemed to regain a hint of vitality, trembling lightly as it expressed a sense of closeness, Wen Yu remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Since you can transform into any creature, from now on, I'll call you Faceless." After naming his fourth soul pet, Wen Yu began to examine the skills of Faceless. Faceless. Level, early stage level 4. Its true form is an unknown human creation, formed by the aggregation of various plants, fungi, microorganisms, and other organisms. It was shaped into the unknown creature before him through the catalysis and transformation of demonic energy. Skill 1, Human Creation F rank, Passive Skill. It is a life form that has been artificially produced. Although it exhibits life characteristics, it does not possess a soul, only a small amount of instinct. This life form can evolve by swallowing the corpses of mutated creatures, but it cannot gain skills after evolving. It can obtain skills through special channels. Skill 2, Manipulation, a rank, Active Ability. It can split off white threads that enter the bodies of other creatures. These threads will penetrate the brains of those creatures, allowing direct control, but it cannot control creatures of equal or higher level. Skill 3, Perfect Duplication, SSS rank, Active Ability. By absorbing the bodily tissues of other creatures, it can transform into the appearance of those creatures, but the creatures it can duplicate cannot exceed its own level. Moreover, it cannot duplicate certain special creatures. Seeing the introduction of Faceless, Wen Yu furrowed his brow. This thing, while a life form, is actually a human creation. By the way, one-eyed, you just mentioned that the black-robed figure belongs to which organization? Woof woof. It's called the Cult of the Demon Worshippers. Wen Yu nodded at one-eyed's response. The name Cult of the Demon Worshippers is straightforward and directly reveals the essence of this cult. Moreover, from the introduction of Faceless, it is evident how powerful the forces behind this so-called Cult of the Demon Worshippers are. A human creation that has even received the approval of a sovereign. If there are no exceptional talents and methods within this cult, Wen Yu would definitely not believe it. He briefly reviewed the 3 skills of Faceless. The ability of human creation is practically useless, as it is merely a limitation and does not provide Wen Yu with any necessity to unleash spirit pet empowerment. The manipulation ability is fairly decent. Unfortunately, it has no effect on Wen Yu's own enhancement. Even if he empowered himself with this ability, it would be better to simply release Faceless and let it use this skill. However, the description of perfect duplication is somewhat interesting. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and directly said to Star beside him, "You need to bleed a little." At that moment, Star, who was worried that Wen Yu would notice his earlier small action, appeared distracted and took a while to understand Wen Yu's intent. Star forcefully tore at his own scales, managing to squeeze out a bit of blood, which dripped onto Faceless that Wen Yu handed over. The bright red blood entered Faceless's body, causing it to vibrate violently, as if a drop of boiling water had splashed into a hot oil pot. After a while, once Faceless completely digested Star's blood, it did not change into Star's form, but only slightly increased in size. Seeing this situation, Wen Yu's brow immediately furrowed, and after a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Do it again and let out a bit more." Star frowned, muttering something under his breath, unwillingly tearing open the scales on his arm. As a large amount of blood flowed out, it was completely absorbed by Faceless. Faceless's entire body seemed as if it was about to explode. The scarlet dragon blood flowed endlessly within Faceless and was slowly assimilated and absorbed. Then, once again, nothing happened. When Yu let out a heavy breath, his expression somewhat unsightly. Faceless's perfect duplication skill can only duplicate the capabilities of ordinary creatures, but Star, as Wen Yu's strongest combat force, does not belong to ordinary creatures. Based on Wen Yu's calculation, divine beast species should belong to a type of special creature. This is reasonable. If Faceless's perfect duplication could perfectly replicate the powers of divine beast species, then this ability would definitely be a foundation-level skill, not the current SSS rank. Looking at Faceless in his hands, Wen Yu pondered for a long time before directly cutting his finger and dripping several drops of blood into Faceless's body. After absorbing Wen Yu's blood, Faceless immediately underwent a different transformation than when it absorbed Star's blood earlier. Its body shape kept changing, and the blood surrounding Faceless slowly dissipated. Then, Faceless's body continuously elongated, while various organs began to appear within its body. The scene was somewhat disgusting, but fortunately, the molding time for Faceless was relatively short. In just about 10 seconds, Faceless had transformed into Wen Yu's appearance. "Attack me," Wen Yu simply said, but Faceless did not move at all. Furrowing his brow slightly, Wen Yu realized that Faceless had no intelligence and could not understand his words. So what about communicating through the power of the soul contract? As Wen Yu's thought quickly transmitted to the fourth soul, the fake Wen Yu in front of him finally moved. The Wen Yu that Faceless transformed into threw a punch at the real Wen Yu, and the two quickly exchanged several moves. "Stop!" With a fleeting thought from Wen Yu, Faceless immediately halted its movement. Wen Yu then summarized Faceless's performance. "Its physical quality is exactly the same as mine, and even its combat state is perfectly replicated. Moreover, it has completely inherited the skills of the soul beast. It seems that the only thing Faceless cannot replicate is the power of divine beast species. It can copy all other life forms. I wonder about the demonic clan. Unfortunately, Wen Yu currently did not have any bodily tissues from the demonic clan. Otherwise, he could have tested whether Faceless could replicate their powers. Disperse!" With this simple command from Wen Yu, the fake Wen Yu began to melt away, quickly returning to its dough-like form. He directly withdrew Faceless back into the fourth soul realm and nodded in satisfaction. Although it couldn't replicate Star's power, which is indeed somewhat regrettable, being able to replicate One-Eye's and the professional's powers is more than enough. After all, One-Eye's combat power stands at the pinnacle of this world, and finding a spirit pet that is not weaker than One-Eyed is quite difficult. Not to mention that it can also replicate the powers of professionals. Thinking about this, Wen Yu suddenly had an idea. If he could make Faceless replicate the power of Sequence 1, then no matter how strong Sequence 1 is, they could never defeat him. Looking at Star and One-Eyed, who were standing obediently, he again immersed his consciousness in the fourth soul realm, gazing at Faceless lying motionless within the soul realm, and Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Guys, well done. This battle was definitely worth it. When we get back, I'll treat you to a feast." Wen Yu briefly summarized the battle and made a promise of extra food to Xing and Dayuan. Upon hearing this, Xing and Dayuan immediately jumped up and down excitedly. Neither of them had entered their mini forms, and with that jump, they kicked up a cloud of dust. All right, all right." Wen Yu interrupted the two spirit pets' overzealous behavior and waved his hand. Seeing Wen Yu's gesture, Xing quickly shrank in size and closely followed Wen Yu down the mountain. "By the way, Dayuan, where's Simba's magic crystal?" Wen Yu's voice came from afar. "Woof woof, eaten." Oh, then you must be very full. Eat a little less tonight. You have to understand that it's really not easy for the big boss to take care of you too. You both eat too much. And now there's one more. Woof woof. Big boss, you're bullying me again? Just kidding, there will be plenty of meat tonight. As when you walked down the mountain, a figure slowly emerged from the lush forest where he had just fought with Wan Ping. It was Guan Tao. Guan Tao looked at the body of Wan Ping, which had been torn to shreds by Wen Yu, and shook his head gently. There was no sense of frustration or pain in his expression. What a tragedy, so it turns out he still failed. A calm voice came from Guan Tao, and the one he was questioning was Wan Ping, who had now become a pile of mush on the ground. Just as Guan Tao finished speaking, Wan Ping's body suddenly changed. The scattered intestines, internal organs, and fragmented corpse began to gather together. Even the head that Wen Yu had stomped on slowly started to move. In less than a minute, Wan Ping's body had automatically fused into a blood-colored cocoon about the height of a person. Then, the blood cocoon began to pulsate, as if something inside was about to break free. Rip, a sound akin to tearing leather echoed from within the cocoon, and then two hands broke through, forcefully tearing apart the surrounding blood cocoon. Naked, Wan Ping emerged from the blood cocoon unharmed. The reborn Wan Ping first appraised Guan Tao, then looked down at the area where his brother's face used to be on his chest. On his chest, only Lin Li's face remained. Wan An's visage had disappeared. Trinity Soul Demon Skill 4. 3 souls, immortal body S-rank, passive ability. When the host dies, one soul will be consumed from within, and they will be reborn within 1 day. The time of rebirth can be controlled by the host, but please note, the randomly consumed soul is very likely to be the main soul. When the main soul is consumed, the host will be replaced by the devoured split soul, becoming a mindless killing machine. From this skill, it seems Wan Ping was somewhat lucky. At least the main soul wasn't consumed since his thoughts were clear. However, from another perspective, Wan Ping was also unfortunate. Because his brother's soul had been consumed, this meant that Dayuan had destroyed Wan An's body, and Wen Yu had destroyed Wan An's soul. Wen Yu's main pets had killed Wan An twice. Wan Ping slowly awakened from the drowsiness brought about by rebirth, first taking stock of Lin Li's face on his chest, then looking for the now missing Wan An. As if unable to believe this fact, Wan Ping stared intently at his left chest for nearly a minute before finally lifting his head to look at Guan Tao. His bloodshot eyes caused Guan Tao's body to break out in a cold sweat. Because in those eyes, there was no longer any trace of the old Wan Ping, only the deep-seated hatred remained. "So my brother is dead again?" The calm voice, combined with Wan Ping's scarlet eyes, made Guan Tao feel uneasy. After a moment of silence, Guan Tao finally replied, "A Ping, Wan An was dead long ago." What Guan Tao said was the truth. Because Guan Tao understood at the park, Wan An had already died. What appeared on Wan Ping's chest wasn't Wan An, but a terrifying and resentful spirit. "No, you don't understand." Wan Ping shook his head, disregarding his nakedness, and walked directly in front of Guan Tao. "Where is Wen Yu?" A cold voice emanated from Wan Ping, causing Guan Tao to shudder. "What do you want to do?" Guan Tao knew that since Wan Ping had obtained the Trinity Soul Demon profession, the intelligence and calmness that once made his squad proud had been completely destroyed by the terrifying negative effects. Now what remained in Wan Ping's heart was only boundless hatred. "Ha ha ha, of course, it's for revenge." Guan Tao stared intensely into Wan Ping's eyes. After a moment, he shook his head. "A Ping, you must know that your current strength can't kill Wen Yu, let alone Wen Yu's 2 battle pets. Even Wen Yu himself you can't defeat. If you go looking for him now, it won't be revenge." "Where is he?" "Where is he?" Before Guan Tao could finish, he was interrupted by Wan Ping's roar. Guan Tao shook his head directly. "I can't tell you, you'd be seeking death." After hesitating for a moment, Guan Tao finally spoke again. "Hey, you've seen the strength of Wen Yu and his 2 battle pets. I think we should set aside this idea for now and focus on increasing our own power and influence. When we have sufficient confidence, we can seek revenge later." Wan Ping looked at the gaze Guan Tao directed at him. After a moment, he smiled. "Thank you, Brother Tao, thank you." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Wan Ping's lips as he took 2 steps forward and tightly hugged Guan Tao. "I know you care about me, Brother Tao. I've always considered you my big brother." But, in the middle of the two, the face of Lin Li on Wan Ping's right chest suddenly opened up, and 3 beams of light shot directly through Guan Tao's body, continuing into the forest behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust and wood chips. The power of the evil spirit wave, combined with Wan Ping's level 4 strength, struck Guan Tao directly, and it was fatal. Guan Tao looked at Wan Ping in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that Wan Ping would actually attack him. Seeing Guan Tao's pained and twisted face, Wan Ping's smile widened, while he continued speaking the words he hadn't finished earlier. "But he killed my brother. You have to understand, he is my only relative now, and when you killed him again. Are you going to stop me from seeking revenge? Wan Ping released Guan Tao, causing him to collapse to the ground without any support. You are my brother, and Wan En is your brother too. Have you forgotten what we said? We share blessings and hardships together, and now you want me to give up on revenge? That's not what brothers do, so I will help you. I will help you do what brothers should do. Wan Ping looked at Guan Tao, who was writhing on the ground with a very calm expression. And this might have been the calmest Wan Ping had been since obtaining the Trinity Soul Demon profession. By the way, Brother Tao, do you know what you just said? Lin Li had actually said the same. A month ago, when the two of us entered the mountains. He told me that Wanan was already dead, so I should give up on revenge and this profession. He also went on about how if Wanan were here, he wouldn't want to see me like this. All that is nonsense. Wanan was right there with me, every single night he told me. Brother, I died so tragically. You can't hear him, so you naturally disregard his hatred, but I can hear. So, I destroyed Lin Li's body and allowed his soul to enter mine. That way I can take him along to seek revenge for Wanan, but I really didn't expect you would also want me to give up on revenge. I always thought you were the most loyal among us, and you have greatly disappointed me. After Wan Ping finished speaking, seeing Guan Tao just staring blankly at the sky, barely breathing, he delivered another powerful evil spirit wave. Now we are finally together forever. Let's take down Wen Yu and avenge Zioan. An ominous black light flickered in Wan Ping's hand, slowly enveloping Guan Tao's entire body. Guan Tao's corpse began to melt away, flowing like water, and merged into Wan Ping's body through the black light in his hand. Once Guan Tao's body completely vanished, Wan Ping's left chest suddenly swelled, and then Guan Tao's face gradually emerged. His eyes bloodshot, mouth wide open as if issuing a silent roar. Combined with his ashen complexion, his face resembled that of a ghost. Wan Ping examined Guan Tao's face closely, and after a moment he smiled in satisfaction. We are finally connected heart to heart, just like before the apocalypse. However, Brother Tao, you were right about one thing, going to find Wen Yu now is merely seeking death. I need to change my approach. Regarding the events happening with Wan Ping and Guan Tao, Wen Yu naturally had no knowledge of them. At this moment, Wen Yu was leading Xing and the one-eyed creature down the mountain. It didn't take long for Wen Yu to leave the devastated battlefield behind. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Little Snow was waiting for him. Seeing Wen Yu approach, Little Snow scanned his body up and down and didn't find any obvious injuries before speaking. Did you take care of it? Wen Yu nodded. Then are they all dead? The one in charge ran away, the rest are all dead. Little Snow fell silent for a moment, then nodded at Wen Yu. Thank you for avenging them. Wen Yu noticed the hint of sadness on Little Snow's face and remained silent, simply leading the way towards the city. By the way, suddenly turning back, Wen Yu spoke to Little Snow. The organization that killed them is called the Cult of the Demon Worshippers, and this organization might have significant power. Their research capabilities are quite strong. I think your military needs to pay attention to this organization. The implication in Wen Yu's words was that he wanted to leverage the military's strength to investigate the details of the Cult of the Demon Worshippers. After all, when it came to intelligence gathering, Wen Yu couldn't match the military. Little Snow naturally understood the meaning in Wen Yu's words and nodded solemnly. In a dimly lit room in Huaxia. The room was lit only by a desk lamp emitting a soft orange glow, illuminating a small area in the center. An elderly man dressed in casual clothes sat at a large desk, carefully playing with 2 round walnuts in his hands. He was as meticulous as if caressing a lover, serious and focused. As the speed of his spinning walnuts increased, the old man's expression also grew increasingly serious. Crack, perhaps the elderly man had applied too much force, causing one of the walnuts to emit a crisp sound and develop 2 distinct cracks. Sighing, the old man shook his head, placing the cracked walnut on the desk, and spoke in a somewhat muted voice. This must be my last pair of walnuts, right? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows nearby. Yes, sir. The old man nodded, resting his right hand on his head while his left hand seized the cracked walnut on the desk, applying force as he continued speaking. I really enjoy playing with walnuts. Do you know why? Before the person hiding in the shadows could respond, the old man slowly and powerfully continued. I love the feeling of the walnut changing in my hand, gradually becoming rounder and smoother. You're still young, you might not understand this hobby of playing with walnuts. A well-played walnut and an unplayed walnut are vastly different. Every time I spend years shaping a decent pair of walnuts, I treasure them because they represent my hard work. They symbolize my efforts and my rewards. What a pity it shattered just like that, truly a shame. After finishing his words, the old man slowly released his tightly clenched left fist. Inside his palm, the originally cracked walnut had turned into a handful of sawdust. Walnuts are truly wonderful, they never betray your efforts. But humans are different, especially since the disaster began, particularly those cannibals I personally cultivated. Their strength comes too quickly and too easily. They simply don't understand how to cherish this power. Just like this time. The old man's voice grew louder, and by the end, he could hardly contain his emotions, bursting into a roar. His angry voice echoed throughout the room, even producing subtle echoes, indicating just how large this room, yet to be fully seen, truly was. The old man slowly calmed his agitated heart, pondering for a moment before finally speaking. "Have you found out who took the sacred beast?" The voice hidden in the shadows immediately replied. "According to internal military information, it should be Sequence 2. Just as when you made a contract with the Faceless, the cult of the demon worshippers' control over the Faceless immediately became ineffective, and the news quickly reached the cult leader, this elderly man. Upon hearing the words Sequence 2, the old man's brows furrowed immediately, lightly tapping his fingers on the table a few times. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I initially valued someone named Wan Ping. His strength is quite good. If absorbed, he would be more than enough as your assistant. I just didn't expect his enemy would be Sequence 2. After finishing his words, the old man helplessly shook his head. "Then forget it. For the sake of a Tier 4 practitioner, we've already lost the sacred beast. Losing a bit more would be a losing deal. Since it's like this, we cannot simply blame Duyu for this incident. It's just a pity for the only artificial life form I painstakingly created using a large amount of demonic energy, along with the perfect replication skill. When Duyu returns, bring him to see me. I believe he is no longer suited to be the apostle leader. Go and select a cannibal, and pick out 10 Tier 3 peak practitioners from the army to elevate his strength to Tier 4. As soon as Duyu returns, I will extract his skills." The voice in the darkness spoke again. "Killing 10 Tier 3 peak practitioners in one go, this might be difficult to explain to Beijing." The old man contemplated for a moment before responding. "Then let's include Duyu as well. When he returns, we'll kill him. His corpse, plus 3 Tier 3 peak practitioners, should be able to cultivate a Tier 4 apostle." After hearing the old man's words, the figure hidden in the shadows slightly acknowledged and turned to leave the room. Once the room was empty, the old man sighed and took out a white handkerchief from the drawer of his desk. Gently unbuttoning his jacket, a pure black crystal emerged from the old man's chest. Looking at the black crystal shining with black light, a complex expression flashed in the old man's eyes. He then gently wiped the already spotless crystal a couple of times. After a while, the old man set down his work, rebuttoned his jacket, and slowly walked to the door, pressing the light switch in the room. As the incandescent light brightened, the entire room came into view once more. The large room was decorated very simply, with just a few sofas and some simple potted plants. The curtains of several windows were tightly drawn. Even with the light, the interior of the room appeared somewhat eerie. The old man slowly walked behind the desk, took down the green coat hanging on the rack, and draped it over himself. "Knock, knock, knock," the crisp sound of knocking echoed. "Come in." As soon as the old man's voice fell, the door to the room slowly opened. A woman in military uniform saluted the old man and said, "General Peng, the supplies from Beijing have been delivered, and the quantity has been verified." The old man nodded slowly. "Inform the personnel coming from Beijing this time that we thank Commander Lin for gathering in Demon City." Wen Yu and Little Snow hurried back to the central city at an extremely fast pace, one after the other. When the two arrived at the entrance of the central city, Wang Zhigeng, who had already received the news, was waiting for their return at the entrance. He first glanced at Wen Yu, who had a thoughtful expression on his face, and then at Little Snow, whose face still bore some traces of tears. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Zhigeng finally spoke up. "Is everything all right?" The battle on Dongshan Mountain had been witnessed by the entire Mudanjiang city, especially the one-eyed flying leap. Although Star Flight soared higher, Wang Zhigeng did not know Star, and was instead more impressed by the one-eyed figure that Wen Yu had ridden at that time. Wen Yu shook his head, signaling that there was no problem, and then said, "I need your help with something." Noticing Wang Zhigeng's puzzled expression, Wen Yu thought for a moment and continued, "Help me find someone named Guan Tao. His strength is at the mid-level of Tier 3. Wen Yu briefly described Guan Tao's appearance, but unfortunately the information Wen Yu had was limited. "Sure, that's a small matter." As a big boss in Mudanjiang City's central area, if Wang Zhigeng couldn't handle even such a trivial task, it would be a disgrace. "Just notify me once you find him." When Yu understood the principle of eliminating the roots, there was nothing he could do if the black-robed figure got away, as the black-robed figure had the ability to teleport, making it extremely difficult to capture him. However, Guan Tao was different. After giving this instruction, Wen Yu glanced at Little Snow by his side, said nothing else, and turned to head home. Wait, Wen Yu! Seeing Wen Yu turning to leave, Wang Zhigang directly grabbed him. News has come from Beijing this morning. They say they have updates regarding your request. Take a look. Tusk, tusk. Wen Yu silently sighed in his heart. The so-called news regarding his request was nothing more than information about Sun Zuwei. It turned out that searching for Sun Zuwei through this method was indeed simple and convenient, at least several times faster than plunging into Beijing and running around aimlessly. All right, let's see what Beijing has to say first. Wen Yu nodded at Wang Zhigang and directly walked into the central city. Little Snow followed closely behind, clearly needing to use the communication devices within the central city to report some matters to the military. At another entrance of Dongshan, Wan Ping slowly walked out in sportswear. The sportswear had been taken from Guan Tao's spatial ring. The four of them only had this one spatial ring, and since Wan Ping was in poor spirits, it was naturally given to Guan Tao. Moreover, Wan Ping quickly scanned the items in the spatial ring. There were still quite a few defensive items left, most of which had been gifted to Wan Ping and Guan Tao by the black-robed figure as a way to win their favor. After all, in the apocalypse, the so-called doctrines and beliefs of the cult of the demon worshippers couldn't compete with blatant interests. Wan Ping looked back at the chaotic scene of Dongshan, tightened the ill-fitting sportswear, and walked towards the city district. Wan Ping's speed was naturally not slow. His swift movement ensured that he could return to Guan Tao's territory, the area under his control, as quickly as possible, while also intimidating some brazen individuals. In less than 20 minutes, Wan Ping had returned to the old district where Guan Tao's gang was originally based. At the main gate, the two professionals guarding the entrance saw Wan Ping return and immediately opened the door. "Brother Ping, you're back? It's been a long time since we saw you." During Guan Tao's rise to power, Wan Ping had contributed considerably, so the old members who followed Guan Tao all recognized this somewhat reticent guy. However, after Wan Ping devoured Lin Li, his personality changed drastically, and he would often go into fits of rage without warning. Coupled with his terrifying strength, Guan Tao had locked Wan Ping in the basement. Hearing the guard's words, Wan Ping nodded and immediately said, "Some situations have arisen. Notify our team's leadership to convene a meeting." After Wan Ping finished speaking, he took the lead towards the tallest building in the base. "By the way, it needs to be quick." Upon hearing Wan Ping's command, the guard looked a bit confused, but remembering the relationship between this person and their boss, he quickly ran out of the base. In less than an hour, the conference room in the building was already packed with people. Just looking at the number of people and their identities in the meeting room revealed how much Guan Tao cared about this force. Originally, the largest gang in the old district was merely one of the factions under Guan Tao's command. At least 70% of the smaller gangs distributed outside the central city secretly obeyed Guan Tao's orders. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Guan Tao was the king of the underground world in Mudanjiang City. Unfortunately, when a person dies, they are extinguished like a lamp. Seeing the crowd of people in front of him, Wan Ping frowned. Along with the constant ringing of voices in his head that he couldn't understand, Wan Ping felt increasingly irritated. "Quiet, quiet!" Wan Ping shouted twice. The first shout was merely a regular shout without much effect, but for the second shout, he had used his strength as a Tier 4 professional. Thus, a huge wave of sound swept through the entire conference room, and the originally chaotic noise suddenly quieted down. Seeing the so-called big bosses in front of him looking at him with expressions of seriousness, wariness, or fear, Wan Ping sighed inwardly. "What use are you? What good are these trash?" Wan Ping questioned himself several times in his mind, and his brain, which had been ravaged by the Trinity Soul Demon profession, slowly began to devise a plan. "Most of you probably know me, so I won't introduce myself. I just went out with Brother Tao to handle some matters, but a mishap occurred. Brother Tao is dead." As Wan Ping uttered the words, "Brother Tao is dead," the entire conference room erupted into chaos. "What, Brother Tao is dead? Who did it? Who dares to touch Brother Tao in this city? Damn it, let's go back and take revenge for Brother Tao." Listening to the uproar from those present, Wan Ping's irritation intensified, with a surge of anger boiling up in his chest, directly igniting his reason. "Damn it, shut up, shut up!" A roaring voice, primal like a beast, erupted from Wan Ping's mouth, and then a red glow suddenly flashed in his chest. The 6 paths of red light shot out in rapid succession, instantly obliterating several professionals who were shouting loudly in front of him. Seeing this scene, the many big bosses who had just been clamoring were suddenly silenced. It was obvious that the person sitting in the main seat had terrifying strength. Moreover, some individuals quietly raised their heads, scrutinizing the 2 faces that had now become exposed on Wan Ping's chest. One of the faces was that of Guan Tao. Although it looked somewhat terrifying, those who had been close to Guan Tao could tell that it was indeed him. The conference room fell into silence, accompanied by a faint smell of urine. Someone had been scared into wetting themselves by Wan Ping. Perhaps it was the fear of Wan Ping's unpredictable moods, or perhaps it was the dread of his bizarre and terrifying body. Wan Ping remained silent for a while, and once the pain in his head gradually subsided, he lifted his head. "Brother Tao is dead. I was just saying this part, right?" After a moment of thought, Wan Ping nodded. "Yes, Brother Tao is dead, and now you all are under my leadership. Who has any objections?" After a long time, the entire conference room remained silent. Not speaking means there are no objections. The meeting is adjourned. Hearing the adjournment, the entire venue suddenly came to life, with all the big bosses scrambling to escape the room. But before they could leave, Wan Ping's voice rang out once more. "In the future, any magic crystals handed over to me will be tripled." When everyone in the conference room had left, Wan Ping finally rubbed his head. After Wan An's resentful soul was consumed, Wan Ping clearly felt that his mind had become much clearer. Perhaps it's because Xiao En's body has been dead for too long. This was the only explanation Wan Ping could come up with. After a while, as if he had thought of something, Wan Ping stood up and left the conference room. Outside the door, two of Guan Tao's former trusted subordinates were waiting for Wan Ping. For most of these people, who the big boss was didn't really matter, as long as they could get benefits. Wan Ping nodded to the two of them and directly headed towards Guan Tao's former office. "Oh, right." Wan Ping seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to look at the two subordinates still standing in place. "Do you remember that I asked you to find a practitioner with a small black orb on their shoulder?" The two subordinates exchanged glances, and after a while, one of them spoke up. "We remember this matter, but hasn't the message already been sent back?" Wan Ping nodded. "Bring the person who sent back the message to see me." Seeing both subordinates nodding, Wan Ping then left. In the central city, the communicator had already connected the call with the Beijing side early on. When Wen Yu and Little Snow walked into the room, Quang Liu was already seated on the other side of the screen. Wen Yu greeted Quang Liu before directly addressing the main issue. "Xiao Zu's operation to recruit Simba has failed. Some unexpected situations arose. Xiao Zu will explain the specifics to you later." "I heard that Sun Zue has news?" Quang Liu nodded. "Sun Zue has been found. She is in a team made up entirely of female practitioners in the city. I have sent someone to contact them, but she is not very willing to join the military." Upon hearing the news about Sun Zue, Wen Yu said to Quang Liu, "Send someone to keep an eye on her. Don't let Sun Zue leave the city for now. I plan to head over within the next 2 days." "Understood." Quang Liu nodded, indicating that this small matter could be handled easily. "Then see you in a few days." "See you in a few days." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he immediately got up from his seat and left the communication room. As soon as Wen Yu left, Little Snow eagerly sat down in front of the screen and began to talk to Quang Liu about what had happened in the past few days, including Wen Yu's strength, the emergence of the cult of the demon worshippers, and other random topics. Wen Yu and Wang Zhigang stood outside the room, each with a cigarette in their mouths, continuously exhaling smoke. "Are you leaving?" Wang Zhigang was the first to ask. Wen Yu nodded. Although Mudanjiang was his hometown, the surrounding mutated beasts and zombies were not sufficient to provide Wen Yu with the magic crystals and points he needed to level up. Staying here would completely stagnate his strength. Remaining here would only waste his life. Wang Zhigang didn't think too much about it. Seeing Wen Yu confirm that he was leaving Mudanjiang City, he immediately said, "Then let me see you off tonight?" "Ah!" Wen Yu sighed heavily and shook his head. "Forget it, there's not much time left. After handling a few small matters, I'll leave. No need to make it so troublesome." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Wang Zhigang instead smiled. "Your home probably doesn't have water, right? You need to change those clothes." Hearing Wang Zhigang's words, Wen Yu finally noticed his personal hygiene situation. Although the recent battle had not caused any harm to Wen Yu, the dust and dirt everywhere on the battlefield were undeniable. Not only Wen Yu's clothes, but even the One-Eyed and Xing were covered in dust. Wang Zhigang continued, "Also, regarding the news you asked me to investigate, I have already arranged for someone to do it. At the latest, we will have news by tomorrow morning, so I think you should wait here for a day." Wen Yu smiled wryly and shook his head. "All right, looks like you've convinced me." In the office where Guan Tao used to sit, Wan Ping was seated in Guan Tao's former chair, staring fixedly at the practitioner brought before him by his subordinates. "What was your name again?" The practitioner, standing nervously in place, trembled as he spoke. I am Yinan." "Yes, Yinan, right? I heard that Wen Yu lives next door to you." Yinan hesitantly nodded. Originally scavenging inside the city, Yinan was found by Wan Ping's subordinates and directly brought before Wan Ping. Thus, Yinan had no idea why Wan Ping was looking for him. "Oh right, do you have any family at home?" Upon hearing Wan Ping's question, Yinan immediately felt a shiver down his spine. His experiences after the apocalypse had made him very fearful and guarded about such matters. Seeing Yinan's nervous and fearful expression, Wan Ping smiled slightly. Then, Wan Ping's right hand directly slapped Yinan's face. The immense force caused Yinan to fall to the ground, a clear palm print appearing on his face. Yinan coughed twice and spit out a slightly yellowed tooth. "I'm asking you a question. There is a wife and a child." Satisfied with the answer, Wan Ping nodded and turned to sit back in the soft office chair, continuing, "With your weak strength, scavenging must be difficult to support a wife and child, right?" Yinan nodded tremulously, partly because the pain from the injury on his face was continuously sending signals, and partly due to his fear of Wan Ping, fear that he might harm his wife and child. After a moment of silence, Wan Ping abruptly spoke up. "I'm giving you a chance to change your fate." Seeing Yinan look up in surprise, Wan Ping smiled slightly and took out a small, transparent plastic bag from the spatial ring. After shaking it a little, the white powdery substance inside the bag swayed slightly. "You go back, find an opportunity to invite Wen Yu to dinner, and then add what's inside this bag to the food." Wan Ping stood up, walked 2 steps to Yinan, who appeared somewhat hunched, grabbed his hand, and directly stuffed the small plastic bag into Yinan's hand. "Remember, as long as you succeed in this matter, I can help you live like a human." Watching Yinan struggle to nod, Wan Ping smiled satisfactorily, then said to the practitioner guarding the door, "Go, get this gentleman, whatever his name is, a bottle of healing potion, and gather some supplies." After Wan Ping gave his orders, he looked at Yinan's hesitant and struggling expression and slowly said, "These things are considered my investment in you. As long as you succeed in this matter, you will have everything, but if you fail—" Wan Ping looked at Yinan in front of him without finishing the rest of his sentence. "Go back to work." Yinan hesitated for a moment but still turned and left the room. After Yinan left, Wan Ping leaned back in the chair, continuously rubbing his forehead. After a while, as if he had thought of something, Wan Ping stood up, took out a bottle of transparent liquid from the spatial ring, directly poured it over himself, then jumped out of the window and walked into the distance. In the central city, Wen Yu had just finished dinner and taken a shower when he received a message from Wang Zhigang. According to news relayed by Wang's subordinates, a guy named Guan Tao, the underworld leader, was already dead. Now everyone under Guan Tao was managed by someone named Wan Ping. "Wan Ping?" Hearing Wan Ping's name, Wen Yu was instantly taken aback. "Are you sure it's Wan Ping?" Seeing the surprised and puzzled look on Wen Yu's face, Wang Zhigang nodded slightly. "It's definitely Wan Ping, and according to the information, this guy has 2 faces on his chest that can emit shockwaves, one of which is Guan Tao's." Upon hearing Wang Zhigang's description of Wan Ping's characteristics, Wen Yu fell silent immediately. To think that in a small Mudanjiang city, 2 professionals of that caliber appeared, Wen Yu would never believe it even if he were killed. It was a simple reason: there weren't enough resources. Mudanjiang City could barely sustain 1 Simba, and to support another, Wan Ping would have almost exhausted the local resources, including mutated beasts and zombies. If another one popped up, Wen Yu shook his head, pulling himself out of the confusion regarding Wan Ping's rebirth, and directly asked Wang Zhigang, "Where is Wan Ping now?" "He's right in the headquarters of their group." Wen Yu nodded and walked straight outside. Since he had been reborn, it was just a matter of killing him again. For Wen Yu, this was a very simple choice, and it was also a very simple task. Wen Yu moved quickly, and it didn't take long for him to reach the location provided by Wang Zhigang. This was a huge factory area, surrounded by barbed wire that the professionals inside had set up, declaring that this area had an owner. Wen Yu, with the stars overhead and holding the one-eyed pet in his arms, slowly walked toward the entrance of the factory. "Stop, who are you?" Before Wen Yu could get close, he was already stopped by the guard stationed there. Perhaps feeling that the guy in front of him, accompanied by 2 battle pets, was not easy to mess with, the professional guarding the entrance first picked up a steel knife from the side. Then he took out a communicator from his waist and spoke to someone inside the factory, regaining a bit of courage before striding toward Wen Yu. "I'm asking you a question. What are you doing standing there? Don't you know this is our Fierce Tiger Battle Group's territory?" Faced with the advancing professional, Wen Yu glanced at him a few times and directly spoke up. "Is Wan Ping inside? Who the hell are you to ask about Brother Ping?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, the professional immediately began to curse, wanting to reach out and teach Wen Yu a lesson. Unfortunately, Wen Yu's question was not directed at this professional at all. "Woof woof, there's the scent of Wan Ping inside." Wen Yu nodded knowingly, casually pulling out his firearm, the Pulse, and aimed it at the professional who was about to reach out. "Wait!" Seeing the gun, the professional was instantly taken aback, wanting to say something. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Wen Yu stepped over the fallen body of the professional and walked into the factory area. Since Wan Ping was here, there was nothing more to say. He would simply annihilate everything here. Upon hearing the news coming from the guard room at the entrance, the professionals inside the factory quickly rushed out. When they saw Wen Yu striding forward, along with the already deceased guard behind him, they were immediately astonished. Then the alarms in the factory went off, and the rushing professionals, armed with steel knives or ready to release their skills, charged at Wen Yu with ferocity. Looking at the professionals in front of him, Wen Yu did not hesitate to draw out both the pulse and frenzy, targeting these oblivious fish, and wildly pulled the triggers. In an instant, the entire factory echoed with gunfire, explosions, and the cries of survivors before their deaths. In just a short time, everything fell silent. "Let's go, One-Eyed, find Wan Ping's location." Wen Yu simply instructed the one-eyed pet before setting it down. The one-eyed pet sniffed the ground a couple of times and then ran straight into the central building of the factory. Wen Yu turned to look at the chaotic battlefield strewn with debris. Severed limbs and pieces of flesh lay everywhere, a result of frenzy's effects. Some professionals had only a minor blood hole in their bodies, but their spirits had been completely shattered. That was the effect of the pulse. Of course, there were even more professionals who didn't rush out from other areas. After all, seeing the slaughter-like scenario created by Wen Yu, these people had completely lost the courage to attack him. Wen Yu was too lazy to deal with these people now and followed behind the one-eyed pet into the building. Inside the building, it was very quiet. However, with Wen Yu's current strength, he could discern that there were breaths all around inside the building. Nevertheless, since these people hadn't appeared before Wen Yu, he didn't mind letting them off the hook. As Wen Yu moved upward, it wasn't long before the one-eyed pet stopped in front of the door to an office on the top floor. Wen Yu looked up at the plaque that read Chairman's Office and couldn't help but frown. With such a commotion, it was hard to believe Wan Ping hadn't heard it. Even the one-eyed pet wouldn't believe that. However, until now, Wan Ping hadn't shown up, and the one-eyed pet's perception pinpointed Wan Ping's location inside this room. There could only be two explanations. "One-eyed, charge in." Wen Yu made a gesture to the one-eyed pet. The one-eyed pet glanced at its boss and then at the office in front of it, rolled its eyes, and in its mini form directly crashed through the office door. Then nothing happened. "Looks like he ran away," Wen Yu sighed as he walked into the room, observing the arrangement within. The room was small. One couldn't expect much luxury from an office set up in a factory. It contained a few sofas, a desk, and a couple of pots of already yellowing potted plants. Wen Yu slowly approached the desk, first picking up a picture frame that was prominently placed on the desk. The photo inside the frame had yellowed with age and had some bloodstains on it. Some damaged areas had been repaired with transparent tape. Although it was old, it was still evident that the owner valued this photo. Wen Yu quietly gazed at the four big boys in the photo. Familiar faces, though slightly youthful, the people in the picture were smiling happily. Guan Tao, Wan Ping, Wan An, and Lin Li. Behind the four of them was a gigantic stone tablet, engraved with three large characters, "End of Heaven." "Tut, the end of heaven," Wen Yu didn't mean anything special by it, just a simple sigh. After putting the photo back in its place, Wen Yu carefully surveyed the entire room again. After a while, he stopped in front of the desk. "One-eyed, can you smell what this is?" Wen Yu pointed to a remaining wet patch on the floor. The one-eyed dog stepped forward and sniffed vigorously. "Woof, woof. Can't tell." Nodding, Wen Yu turned and left the room. The situation was clear. Wan Ping had already run away and had used something to eliminate his scent. When Wen Yu left the factory area, he hesitated for a moment at the entrance but still headed toward the city center. Wan Ping was gone, and Wen Yu had also captured a few capable professionals, questioning them about Wan Ping's whereabouts. Unfortunately, no one knew anything. "This kid isn't stupid," Wen Yu sighed and shook his head. He understood that Wan Ping had guessed that he would come looking for trouble, whether Guan Tao or Wan Ping survived, so he had fled first. As for continuing the pursuit, not to mention that Wen Yu's tracking method relied solely on the one-eyed dog's nose, but who could catch a level 4 professional darting around? How long would it take to find him? Eliminating the threat also depended on how much effort one was willing to put in. The cost-effectiveness of chasing Wan Ping was simply not high. Wen Yu shook his head and proceeded directly to the city center. When he returned to the city center, night had completely fallen. First, he found Wang Zhigeng and asked him to keep an eye out for Wan Ping's trace. Although Wen Yu had doubts in his heart about whether Wang Zhigeng could find Wan Ping, he still wanted to give it a try. After chatting briefly about mundane topics with Wang Zhigeng, Wen Yu turned and walked toward his room, ready to get a good night's rest. So much had happened today that Wen Yu felt a bit tired. A night passed without incident. The next morning, when you woke up early, in Wang Zhigeng's room downstairs, breakfast had already been prepared, and Little Snow was there too. Seeing Little Snow, when you spoke directly. I'm planning to go home for a bit, pack my things, then we'll head to Beijing together. The so-called packing was merely Wen Yu wanting to check on his little nest once again. Little Snow nodded upon hearing Wen Yu's words. I'll go with you. Little Snow's original purpose for coming to Mudanjiang had not been fulfilled, and she had lost all her trusted subordinates. Fortunately, being able to bring back the level 2 sequence wasn't a complete failure. Wen Yu nodded at Little Snow, then turned to Wang Zhigeng. I won't be coming back after I leave. There are a few things I want to tell you. Wang Zhigeng looked at Wen Yu's somewhat serious expression and nodded, attentive. Recently, please communicate with the military and have them send some strong fighters and heavy firepower over. I don't know when I'll be back after going to Beijing. If 3 months pass and I haven't returned to find you, then organize the survivors of Mudanjiang to migrate collectively to Beijing. Remember, this is very important. Wang Zhigeng looked at Wen Yu in confusion, then nodded. Remember, this is really important. It concerns the lives of all the people in the city. Wen Yu emphasized to Wang Zhigeng once again before turning to head outside. After killing Simba, Wen Yu couldn't guarantee that Mudanjiang City would stand strong during the demonic disaster like it did in his previous life. Though this was his hometown, if something delayed him, and he couldn't rush back during the first instance of the demonic disaster, then the survivors of Mudanjiang would definitely not withstand the demonic disaster. Behind him, Little Snow followed up with a deliberately lowered voice. You know about what happens in 4 months? As military super soldier know, one Little Snow was naturally aware of the demonic disaster. When you nodded. Actually sending them to Beijing is indeed the best move. Although Beijing has started rebuilding, various facilities and buildings are incomplete, and it needs a large number of manpower and warriors. Commander Lin also intends to gather all the survivors from Huaxia to Beijing when the demonic disaster begins. Unfortunately, after saying this, Little Snow shook her head with a somewhat regretful expression. It was likely due to some power struggles within the military. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The military was a deep pool. Stop thinking about useless stuff. Let's go back home and pack our things, and we'll head to Beijing immediately. Little Snow nodded, then changed her tone. Once we get to Beijing, I'll take you out to have fun. There are plenty of fun places in Beijing, and I can introduce you to some new friends. You don't know my group of girlfriends? Hearing Little Snow chattering behind him, Wen Yu helplessly shook his head. However, going with Little Snow to Beijing would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Standing at his room's door, Wen Yu took one last look at his little nest and sighed. He had only been back for a few days, but this simple place undoubtedly evoked many memories in Wen Yu. He decisively closed the door. The lock on the door had already been fixed by Little Snow. Click, the crisp sound of the lock echoed, and Wen Yu directly crushed the key in his hand into a pile of iron shavings. Maybe I won't be back again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. This place ultimately couldn't accommodate a level 2 sequence. Listening to the clattering sounds from upstairs, Wen Yu sat down on the stairs in front of his door, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke slowly. After a while, Little Snow slowly walked down the stairs, holding some complex instruments. Here, help me hold this, I can't carry it all. Well then, just throw it away. Wen Yu frowned, not extending a helping hand but rather telling Little Snow. This is very expensive. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Little Snow immediately rolled her eyes and sat down beside him, fiddling with her obviously more advanced spatial ring. After a while, the front of the two was already piled high with a bunch of miscellaneous items. Most of it was clothing, uniforms, casual wear, and even a few different types of tight protective gear. There were also some food and water items. After Little Snow finished packing, she stuffed the instruments into the spatial ring, looking at the large pile of clothes in front of her, revealing an expression of regret. These clothes may not be expensive, but I saved them little by little, and now they're all gone. Little Snow kept mumbling, clearly blaming Wen Yu for turning a blind eye. By the way, while Little Snow was mumbling, she suddenly shouted, stepping over the pile of clutter and walking towards Wen Yu's door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knocking echoed throughout the hallway. Soon Yi Nan's wife opened the door. Sister-in-law, we're leaving. These things, Little Snow pointed at the food and clothes behind her, are for you. Yi Nan's wife looked at the large amount of supplies behind Little Snow, hesitated for a moment, then directly grabbed Little Snow's hand. You're leaving? Wait a moment. Brother Yi is coming back. Why don't you stay a little longer and have a meal before you leave? Yi Nan's wife looked at Little Snow, her gaze slightly evasive. Unfortunately, Wen Yu and Little Snow didn't pay attention to this expression. Little Snow hesitated for a moment, turning to Wen Yu. Wen Yu extinguished the cigarette and smiled at Yi Nan's wife. "Then we'll trouble you, sister-in-law." Upon hearing Wen Yu's response, Yi Nan's wife immediately displayed a somewhat complex smile, but her words didn't stop. "Not a trouble, not a trouble. Come in and sit for a bit." Yi Nan had gone out scavenging in the morning and probably hadn't gone far. By noon, he had already returned. Upon seeing Wen Yu, Yi Nan forced a somewhat complex smile. Wen Yu was holding the one-eyed dog while reading a fairy tale to Yi Nan's child. Xing and the one-eyed dog were also captivated by the story, quietly gazing at the book in Wen Yu's hands. Wen Yu raised his head and saw Yi Nan's somewhat complex smile, unable to help but ask, "What's wrong, brother Yi?" "Nothing, nothing. Little brother, why do you have time to come here today?" "We're leaving. We've disturbed you for the past 2 days. Sister-in-law insisted we come over for a meal." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he shrugged at Yi Nan. Should be, should be." Yi Nan lowered his head, his face somewhat complex and awkward. Seeing Yi Nan's strange expression, Wen Yu asked again, "Are you really okay?" Yi Nan shook his head. "I'll go prepare food in the kitchen first." Although Wen Yu was a little curious, he didn't delve deeper. In the kitchen, Yi Nan's wife was preparing the meal. When Yi Nan walked into the kitchen, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Neither of them spoke, and only the old pressure cooker was making a bubbling sound from the thick soup inside. After a while, it was Yi Nan's wife who finally broke the silence. "Give it to me." Her voice was very low, and with the various sounds in the kitchen, it was hard for anyone outside to hear what the two of them were saying. Even if Wen Yu could hear, he wouldn't know what this thing referred to. Yi Nan set down the knife he was using to cut vegetables, hesitated for a moment, then took out the small plastic bag that Wan Ping had given him from his pocket. Seeing her husband's hesitant expression, Yi Nan's wife suddenly became angry, snatched the small plastic bag, ripped it open, and poured the entire bag of white powder into the thick soup, then began to stir vigorously with the kitchen utensil. Yi Nan, who was behind, opened his mouth, but after a while didn't make any sound. Once everything was ready, Yi Nan's wife brought a large bowl of this seasoned, thick soup to the table. Behind her, Yi Nan, with a grim expression, walked out like a soulless body. "Come on, Wen Yu, little Snow, it's time to eat." Yi Nan's wife, with her scarred face, revealed a warm smile. "Let's pray first." Looking at the food on the table, Wen Yu interrupted Yi Nan's child, who had reached out his hand, and said directly. This was the rule in Yi Nan's home, and Wen Yu, who had shared meals there multiple times, naturally understood. Once Wen Yu finished speaking, he immediately clasped his hands together, and little Snow mimicked Wen Yu, silently praying. Seeing the two in front of him closing their eyes, unsure of which deity they were mumbling to, Yi Nan's wife signaled to Yi Nan, then stood up and served Wen Yu a large bowl of thick soup. After a while, when Wen Yu opened his eyes, the prayer ritual of the Yi Nan family had not yet ended. Wen Yu shook his head and slowly began to speak. "Brother Yi, this praying thing requires sincerity. You and your wife aren't sincere enough. Even your child isn't as sincere as you. That's not good." Perhaps not picking up on the teasing tone in Wen Yu's words, Yi Nan spread his hands and gave Wen Yu a bitter smile. Wen Yu picked up the spoon from the bowl and took a large sip of soup, slowly bringing it to his mouth. Yi Nan and his wife quietly watched Wen Yu's actions, and when they saw the spoon nearly touch Wen Yu's lips, their hearts reached a peak. Then, Wen Yu abruptly set down the spoon and addressed the couple in front of him. "Your heartbeats are a bit off. Are you sick?" "No, no." The couple shook their heads vigorously. "Oh," Wen Yu nodded knowingly, then lifted the spoon again. Little Snow also noticed that the atmosphere was slightly off. She quietly observed Wen Yu and the Yi Nan couple, who were sweating profusely. "By the way, you're not really sick, are you? Why does your heartbeat speed up when I'm about to eat?" As the spoon approached his mouth again, Wen Yu stopped it once more. The dining table fell into silence, and Wen Yu quietly fiddled with the spoon in his hand, looking at the fragrant, thick soup in front of him, gently shaking his head. "This soup doesn't seem good for me to drink by myself. With so many ingredients, how about you, little Yi, take a sip?" Little Yi was Wen Yu's name for Yi Nan's child. Seeing Wen Yu push the soup towards his child, Yi Nan became anxious. "We won't drink it, we won't drink it. I'll pour it out right now." Hey, 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 bro, don't rush, don't rush. What were you two talking about in the kitchen? It can't be the ingredients in this bowl of soup, right?" Wen Yu had heard Yi Nan's wife's words just now. He initially didn't take these little things seriously, but once the food was served, Yi Nan and his wife's behavior was very wrong. First, the usual prayer became perfunctory, then their heartbeats quickened, along with subtle actions like shaking legs and clenching fists, all of which told Wen Yu that something was off today. "Then the problem is in this soup, right?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the Yi Nan couple fell silent. It was obvious that Wen Yu had detected something amiss from a series of small details. "Do you know? In the apocalypse, there's a very important principle. Food given by strangers must not be eaten. Since the apocalypse began, my strength has been growing rapidly, so I made a mistake. I thought that some weaker individuals wouldn't pose any threat to me anymore. Unfortunately, there are really too many things in this world that can harm people. A while ago, I experienced this once. This is the second time I've encountered it. Today, you two have served as a reminder for me. I toast you both. After when you finished speaking, he raised the glass in front of him and gestured. Of course, he wouldn't drink. Then, when Yu's suppressed voice arose, "Explain yourselves. If you have a good reason, I won't kill you." For a while, no one at the table spoke. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, Little Yi suddenly cried out. When Yu shook his head and said directly, "Little Snow, take the child to the inner room. I'll have a chat with Brother Yi." Little Snow immediately stood up, took the storybook from the sofa, picked up Little Yi, and walked toward the bedroom. For a moment, only Wen Yu and the Yi Nan couple remained at the table. Wen Yu gently stroked the one-eyed dog's fur, quietly watching Yi Nan. Perhaps Wen Yu's gaze put too much pressure on Yi Nan, and he finally spoke. "It's the new big boss of the Fierce Tiger Battle Group. He gave me the poison and wanted me to kill you." Upon hearing Yi Nan's explanation, Wen Yu nodded. "I always considered you neighbors, yet he told you to kill me, and you did. If I don't poison you, my whole family will die," Wen Yu scoffed. "If you don't poison me, your whole family will still die." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Yi Nan's attitude changed drastically. This was a transformation from simplicity to fury. It was an emotional collapse. "What can I do? What can I do? If I don't poison you, my entire family is doomed. Do you understand?" Nodding at Yi Nan's outburst, Wen Yu responded. "So you thought, what if I succeed in poisoning you?" Yi Nan didn't answer directly, but kept muttering "doomed" and similar phrases. Seeing Yi Nan's behavior, Wen Yu slowly shook his head. "Forget it." Yi Nan's choice wasn't wrong, at least not for him. Compared to refusing Wan Ping's request and being killed along with his family, it was better to try and poison Wen Yu. This was also Yi Nan's only choice. In fact, for someone like Yi Nan, there had never been any real choices. Wen Yu slowly stood up and directly shouted toward the inner room. "Little Snow, let's go." Then he turned and looked at Yi Nan, who was crying in despair with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. "Brother Yi, I won't kill you or harm you. We were neighbors once, and now it has come to this." After saying this, Wen Yu walked out the door. Behind him, Little Snow glanced at Yi Nan's wife, who wore a fearful expression, and at Yi Nan, who was somewhat emotionally broken, shook her head and followed Wen Yu out of the room. Downstairs, Wen Yu turned to look at the place he had lived. "Who would have thought, as I'm leaving, it would end like this? Tut, tut, tut." Behind him, Little Snow slowly began to speak. "Isn't it normal? What surprised me was that you didn't kill them." Hearing Little Snow's words, Wen Yu shook his head. "What does it matter if I kill them? What does it matter if I don't? To me, it's all the same." "That's true. Let's go. By the way, you don't have acrophobia, do you?" Little Snow looked at Wen Yu in confusion, and after a while finally realized. Before Little Snow could say anything, Xing's figure instantly grew larger, and then Wen Yu directly picked up Little Snow and jumped onto Xing's back. "Let's go, Beijing! Roar!" With a roar, Xing's wings spread, and then it soared into the sky. Feeling everything below shrink smaller and smaller, feeling the fierce wind hitting his face, a sense of joy surged in Wen Yu's heart. This was what he should be doing, not cooped up in a small room, feeling the so-called warmth of home, but soaring high like a giant dragon. In the sky, accompanied by Wen Yu's joyful laughter, a clear voice trembled and said, "Slow down, too fast. And I just found out I have acrophobia. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The speed of Star was impressive. With a strength level of 4, it could even rival airplanes. Unfortunately, it had to take care of its passenger on its back, mainly Little Snow. At this moment, Little Snow was continuously vomiting on Star's back. Of course, during such times, Wen Yu would always thoughtfully take out some water and tissues, indicating for Little Snow to clean up the mess. Star landed a few times along the way, primarily to forage for food or to chase away some mutated beasts that attempted to provoke it. Naturally, with Star's current strength, these little guys that were so weak they couldn't even be seen clearly were just coming up to add to the fun. Without any other objectives, Wen Yu and the group headed straight towards the gathering place in Beijing. After walking and stopping, within less than a day, the Beijing gathering place was already in sight. 30 kilometers ahead is the Beijing gathering place. Let's stop here for a moment, and I'll have the military send someone to pick us up. Upon hearing Little Snow's words, Wen Yu nodded directly. Not to mention anything else, just Star's size and level alone. Once it got close to the Beijing gathering place, it could cause some chaos. Little Snow took out a silver-colored communication device resembling an old-fashioned mobile phone from her spatial ring and directly dialed an internal military number. After a brief conversation, Little Snow reported their location, and Wen Yu patted Star's back. As Star circled twice in the sky and then found a clear patch of land, it landed directly. With both of them once again on solid ground, little Snow finally let out a sigh of relief. Flying at high altitudes without any safety measures was truly thrilling. When you ignored little Snow, who was constantly drinking water and rinsing her mouth beside him, his gaze fixed on the distant steel metropolis. Just moments earlier, while in the air, when you had already observed a glimpse of the appearance of the Beijing gathering place. Now standing 30 kilometers away, he could still faintly see the gigantic steel pillars of unknown purpose in the gathering place. Isn't it spectacular? In just under 2 months, such a massive-scale gathering place has already been built. Little Snow walked slowly to Wen Yu's side, a hint of pride in her expression as she spoke. It had to be said that due to various abilities and the extraordinary physical strength of the professionals, even the speed of construction had significantly accelerated. Wen Yu nodded. This was undeniable. Just from a distance, he could already feel the enormity and shock of that steel metropolis. Our country is very strong, really strong, especially in terms of military strength. Before the apocalypse, the international environment was not friendly to our country. Under such pressure, the country's higher-ups have made multiple contingency plans for any potential disasters or wars. Watching Little Snow's proud tone, Wen Yu shrugged. Is there a plan for this kind of situation? If you're talking about an invasion from the demon realm, then no. Little Snow pouted her lips with a bit of annoyance upon hearing Wen Yu's words and mumbled softly. Who knew there would be something like the demon realm? Do you think there are really prophets in this world? However, for the zombie crisis that erupted in the early stages of the apocalypse, the country indeed had countermeasures. Is that so? This statement surprised Wen Yu. Little Snow gave him a sideways glance. Of course there are. There are so many zombie apocalypse movies. The military cannot guarantee that a country or organization has developed such things. Wen Yu raised an eyebrow, finally realizing the implications. From the perspective of current technological strength, if someone wanted to develop something similar to a zombie virus, there was indeed a possibility of success. Little Snow continued. Actually, at the early stage of the apocalypse, when the zombie crisis broke out, the military had already prepared at least 3 sets of countermeasures. Even though I don't quite understand the sudden emergence of the exchange stone pillar and the professional system, it doesn't hinder the military's ability to annihilate these undead. Seeing Wen Yu's slightly skeptical expression, Little Snow spoke with indifference. In fact, regarding the zombie crisis, the country has formulated a large number of plans based on the proportion of the first wave of humans infected and turned into zombies. According to our estimates, if it is something like in the movies that is slow-moving and highly infectious, as long as less than 80% of humans mutate in the first wave of disaster, this won't be considered an apocalypse. It can only be regarded as a disaster. You have to understand, such things cannot truly annihilate humanity. When the apocalypse first began, statistics showed that less than 20% of humans were infected and mutated into zombies in the first wave. Even factoring in the infection rate during the first day, the number of humans that mutated on the first day was still less than 50%. The ratio in the military was even lower. A large number of soldiers were cleared out as soon as they mutated into zombies, resulting in a low infection scale. Therefore, the military's losses were minimal. Against a fully combat-ready military, those zombies simply couldn't last long. Not to mention tanks and airplanes. Just considering the existing firearms and ammunition in our country, based on the ratio of 100 bullets to take down 1 zombie, we could kill over 10 billion zombies. Not to mention the missiles in the strategic reserve warehouses. Those could completely sweep through the entire Huaxia more than 3 times over, ensuring no dead angles. So, I really wonder what those zombie movies and novels are thinking. Upon hearing Little Snow's words, Wen Yu fell silent. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Are there really that many weapons? Little Snow nodded. In our country alone, the existing weapons could wipe out all life on Earth dozens of times. Just like a saying from before the apocalypse, the only thing that can destroy humanity is humanity itself. Of course, mutual destruction can only be considered a last resort. At the very least, we need to ensure the continuation of our species. Thus, the military's contingency plans played a significant role. That's the one. Little Snow pointed towards the distant Beijing gathering place and began to explain. Leaving aside the strategic reserve warehouses stored in various places, just talking about the supplies for post-nuclear war reconstruction that the country has assembled. You can't even imagine how much material is actually inside. I've only seen a glimpse, just a glimpse, and inside are not only weapons, food, drinking water, seeds, but also all kinds of technological equipment and various documents related to technology and culture. With this warehouse, as long as there are 10 men and 10 women entering it, our heritage would be guaranteed to continue. Now, The Beijing gathering place you see is built using the materials from that warehouse. This plan was also known as the Nirvana Project before the apocalypse. Once Little Snow finished speaking, she fell silent. When you nodded, is it really okay to tell me all of this? What's wrong with it? Anyway, the entire Nirvana Project has already failed. In this apocalypse, unless the country places the Nirvana Project's location in another space, it cannot escape from various forms of perception abilities. What good does it do to tell you? What relevance does it have? If you want, I could even take you to see it. When you shook his head, let's skip that. Tell me about the military. When you noticed that Little Snow was staring into the distance at the gathering place in Beijing, seemingly lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask her. Upon hearing Wen Yu's request, Little Snow immediately shook her head. That's not possible. The Nirvana Project has already been abandoned, so I can talk about it with you, but the internal situation of the military, unless you are willing to join the military, I really can't disclose. After hearing Little Snow's words, Wen Yu chuckled lightly a couple of times. Then if I join the military, what benefits can you offer me? Little Snow lightly covered her mouth and laughed. A title of war god and the corresponding status, plus internal privileges of the military, along with various material enjoyments, enough. Beautiful women, power, and strength, you'll have it all as long as you obey orders. Of course, you only need to obey Commander Lin's orders. I can guarantee that with your strength, you will become a remarkable hero, more noticeable than Lord Frenzy. You will become a symbol of the military. When Yu shook his head helplessly and said half-jokingly, you military folks are really realistic. I haven't even stepped into the Beijing gathering place yet, and you want Lord Frenzy to step aside. Little Snow winked at Wen Yu. I never said that there is only one war god in the military. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. I just violated regulations with that last comment. Seeing Wen Yu deep in thought, Little Snow directly nudged him, interrupting his train of thought. So does that mean Lord Frenzy can only be considered one of the war gods? Little Snow nodded, and then mysteriously said to Wen Yu, Lord Frenzy is just the war god on the surface because the other war gods are. Well, a bit special, but you will meet the other war gods soon, so don't be surprised. Tusk, Wen Yu clicked his tongue. Are they here to pick me up, or are you trying to show me who's boss? This is quite interesting. They are indeed here to pick you up, but to be precise, that person isn't here for you. As for showing who's boss, Little Snow looked at Wen Yu's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. In the distance, dust was billowing as a military vehicle sped toward them. They're here. Upon seeing the military vehicle approaching, Little Snow's expression turned serious, and she immediately spoke. At the same time, a mental wave reached Wen Yu's mind. It was Xing. Big boss, the presence of a kindred spirit, level 4 strength, level 4 kindred spirit. Wen Yu nodded. The so-called kindred spirit of Xing could only be explained in one way. What was coming was also a divine beast species. As the military vehicle drew closer, Wen Yu, with the eyesight of a level 4 practitioner, could clearly see inside the vehicle. Only one human was present. Lord Frenzy, and perched on his shoulder was a small, bright red bird. The bird was small, only half the size of Xing in its mini form, with bright red feathers that seemed to be aflame, and a pair of crimson eyes that sparkled with a faint spirit light. Before the military vehicle got close, a voice that sounded as clear as a little girl's rang in Wen Yu's mind. Are you sequenced too? Such a method was something Xing had mastered at level 3. It was not surprising for a level 4 divine beast species to use such psychic communication. Wen Yu nodded directly. Then the soul transmission sounded again. So that little guy on your shoulder is my kindred spirit, right? Of course, can't you feel such a strong life wave from me? If it weren't for the fact that you have the same scent as me, I wouldn't believe someone with your IQ could be a divine beast species. Before Wen Yu could respond, Xing directly communicated with the red bird's consciousness, loudly proclaiming in Wen Yu's mind. It's mainly because of your dusty appearance that I find it a bit hard to believe. It's really hard to imagine that someone as glorious as me would have such an ugly kindred spirit. Just look at you, covered in dirt. Oh my, how long has it been since you last bathed? The waves of mental energy kept coming, and the mockery in the tone caused Xing to jump in anger. Before Xing could say anything, a beam of crimson light shot out from the military vehicle, creating a large hole in the roof before landing on Wen Yu's shoulder. Wen Yu glanced at the bird on his shoulder and instantly became alert. This little creature was incredibly fast. Even with Wen Yu not in combat mode, he almost didn't react in time. Little Snow, seeing the bird land on Wen Yu's shoulder, saluted it and said with a hint of a smile, I've met Lord Vermilion Bird. The bird looked at Little Snow, its small head nodding proudly twice as if acknowledging it, then turned to inspect Xing perched on Wen Yu's head. The more I look, the uglier it gets. After a minute of inspection, the bird finally emitted a mental wave with that remark. In response, Xing flicked its tail. Watching the two divine beast species on his shoulder and head squabbling, Wen Yu felt his head was about to explode. He grabbed one of them and threw it far away. Fortunately, the two divine beast species were too busy hurting each other to notice Wen Yu's actions. The bird burst into a glow of red light and shot off at high speed. Behind it, Xing slowly spread its wings and followed, while a mental wave reached Wen Yu's mind. "Big boss, you guys go ahead. Once I pull this guy's feathers, I'll come find you." Hee, they really are interesting. I haven't seen the vermilion bird war god so lively in a long time. Little Snow watched the two divine beast species speeding away and couldn't help but laugh. Wen Yu shrugged helplessly. Having spent so much time with Xing, he could naturally see that Xing was more delighted than angry. This was a joy of encountering kindred spirits. "Aren't you going?" Wen Yu touched the one-eyed creature in his arms. "Woof woof. I'm afraid that red bird will eat me." "Then forget it." Due to their mental link, the one-eyed creature did not have any particularly strong reaction when facing Xing, but it was clear that divine beast species held a formidable deterrent against ordinary mutated beasts. Even if the one-eyed creature was strong, it would inherently be a notch weaker against divine beast species, whether in aura or strength. In the distance, the military vehicle finally arrived in front of Wen Yu. Lord Frenzy sat in the driver's seat, smiled at Wen Yu and Little Snow, then straightened his collar before stepping out of the car and extending his right hand to Wen Yu. "This is our first formal meeting. My name is Lin Quangliu, Sequence 3, currently serving as the White Tiger War God in the military. My name is Wen Yu, Sequence 2, and as for the title of a war god, it seems to have generated quite a bit of discussion. Are there also the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise involved?" Wen Yu began to complain upon hearing Quangliu's words. Quangliu smiled at Wen Yu. "Of course, but they won't move easily. In fact, they are even more special than the Vermilion Bird War God. However, if you want to join the military, these things won't be a secret to you. Let's not discuss that for now." Wen Yu shook his head at Quangliu's repeated invitation, intending to end the topic. Seeing Wen Yu's expression, Quangliu immediately understood that he was not interested in joining the military and decisively changed the subject. "Let's go back to the gathering place first." Quangliu gestured towards the military vehicle nearby. Wen Yu nodded and got into the passenger seat first. With the roar of the engine, the military vehicle sped towards the gathering area in Beijing City. The speed of the military vehicle was not slow, but it was definitely slower than the speed at which the three of them could move at full speed. Perhaps there were regulations at the Beijing gathering place, or it could be for other reasons, Wen Yu did not inquire further about this. "By the way, how is the matter I entrusted to you going?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Wen Yu played with the one-eyed creature while asking. Quangliu kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, answering in the meantime. "Sun Zuwei is currently a cadre in a female combat team. When I found her and told her that the military would provide her protection, she refused." Wen Yu nodded. "Why, she said she couldn't leave her sisters in the combat team." "Well, as long as she's willing, take me to see her later. I want to bring her something and talk to her. If that's her own choice, I will respect it." Wen Yu sighed softly, and some thoughts arose in his heart. This woman is really similar to her dad. As the military vehicle approached Beijing City, the full view of the gathering area gradually unfolded before Wen Yu's eyes. The city walls, already 30 meters high, were still being widened and raised, all made of alloy. From a distance, one could feel the fortitude and ferocity of the walls. Seeing Wen Yu staring intently at the walls, Quangliu began to explain. After the military learned of the existence of the demonic clan, the higher-ups collectively decided to build this wall. The walls are very sturdy and also have some special functions. However, I estimate that this outer wall wouldn't withstand attacks from beings above level 6, so? Quangliu shrugged at Wen Yu. Humans are always good at trapping themselves behind walls because it gives them a sense of security. You think this way too, right? Hearing Wen Yu's response, Quangliu nodded. Of course, this wall isn't completely useless. With the passage of time and the development of new composite materials by the Academy of Sciences, the walls will inevitably be upgraded. At that time, who knows what functions they will serve? And this is just the outer wall? Wen Yu nodded in agreement. This was normal. The function of a wall is to act as a barrier, whether it separates monsters from humans or humans from humans. One must understand that where there are people, there will be communities, and naturally, there will be classes. Let me give you a brief introduction to the situation in the Beijing gathering area. The entire Beijing gathering area is divided into 3 regions. The first region is the outer city, separated by the outer wall. Most of the residents there are refugees and laborers, although there are also a few hunting teams' headquarters located in the outer city. However, those are generally weak organizations. The second region is the inner city, separated by the inner wall. The inner city primarily consists of military camps and infrastructure like power stations, and the Academy of Sciences is also located in the inner city. There are also some powerful organizations. The residence requirements in the inner city are not high. As long as you have strength, you can enter. The third is the central area. Kuang Liu paused for a moment after saying this before continuing. The central area is home to a group of people who held high positions before the apocalypse, various officials and gentry. Yes, they currently wield significant influence in the military. Upon hearing Kuang Liu's words, Wen Yu immediately understood. To put it bluntly, those big shots living in the central area are a large group of officials who are related to each other. Before the apocalypse, the political, military, and economic spheres of the country were controlled by these interest groups, and after the apocalypse, their influence in the military has not diminished. They formed an enormous web of interests, and coupled with their connections within the military, they continue to enjoy privileges that others cannot reach during the apocalypse. Nodding in understanding, when you noticed that Kuang Liu had no desire to continue talking. Instead, little Snow behind them was indignant. These people are just freeloaders, wanting everything to be the best. If it weren't for Commander Lin worrying about killing them, the military might have been thrown into chaos. They would have been wiped out long ago. The central area, bah? Seeing little Snow's furious expression, when you couldn't help but laugh. Don't tell me you don't belong to this privileged class. Kuang Liu nodded. Of course, we belong to this privileged class. Lin Heifeng, or Commander Lin, is my dad, and anyone who could hold the position of commander before the apocalypse must have some connections with the big shots in the central area. In fact, my mother was one of those gentry, but she passed away when I was very young. Kuang Liu's expression was quite calm. Perhaps losing his mother at an early age meant that he had few memories of her. From the sound of your tone, you don't seem too satisfied with them. That's for sure, because with them around, 3/5 of the military personnel belong to those who only listen to orders and not proclamations, which makes my and Commander Lin's work very difficult. They know nothing, unaware of the horrors of the demonic clan, ignorant of the humility of humanity, day after day only holding on to fantasies of those big shots, constantly daydreaming. Some even strongly support allying with the demonic clan as long as they can protect their interests. There's a saying, the older people get, the more timid they become, especially for those big shots who think they're several ranks above everyone else. The dissatisfaction in Kuang Liu's words grew stronger. Those guys have no idea what changes the world has undergone, yet they cling to that stubborn mindset, believing that the military's power is extremely strong and that nuclear weapons are the most terrifying thing in this world. Those fools, hearing Kuang Liu's complaints when you teasingly asked, aren't nuclear weapons the most terrifying? Right now they are, but in a few years the most terrifying will be the professionals. Tusk, I agree with that. After discussing these rather unpleasant topics, it took less than 5 minutes for the outer wall of the Beijing gathering area to come into view. Outside the steel-cast walls, several squads of soldiers were guarding the city gate. Upon seeing the military vehicle's license plate, these soldiers quickly organized personnel to clear out the survivors continuously entering and exiting near the city wall. Then they saluted the military vehicle from a distance. According to Kuang Liu, this vehicle was his personal ride, and with Kuang Liu's influence, these soldiers naturally recognized it. Not slowing down, Kuang Liu drove the vehicle straight through the rows of military salutes into the Beijing gathering area. When you clicked his tongue, it seems like just now you spoke so disdainfully about the privileged class, but it looks like this also counts as a privilege. Kuang Liu replied calmly, I've paid so much for this place. Enjoying privileges is only right and fair. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and likewise, the benefits and rights obtained should also be greater. Exactly. When Yu nodded in agreement, and his understanding of the military's ideology deepened. The military vehicle driven by Kuang Liu moved smoothly through the outer city. When Yu silently observed the scenes outside the window. The streets of the outer city were quite spacious, likely retaining the layout of Beijing City before the apocalypse. Of course, since when Yu had never been to Beijing City before, he was completely unfamiliar with the buildings here. However, he could still identify some issues, such as the dilapidated shanties and tents lining the streets. These were the homes of the refugees struggling to survive. Seeing the military troops passing by, a trace of envy and jealousy flickered in the eyes of these people. After just a glance, Wen Yu turned his head, squinting his eyes as he began to rest. According to Kuang Liu, the gathering place in Beijing was quite large, having undergone more than a month of reconstruction. Combined with the original remaining structures, the entire gathering place was now about half the size of Beijing City before the apocalypse. As for the vast outer city, it was enormous, At the speed of the military vehicle, it would take at least an hour to reach the location where Sun Zuwei and others were. Noticing Wen Yu's squinting expression, Kuang Liu chuckled and asked, "What's wrong? Is the Beijing gathering place different from what you imagined?" Wen Yu shook his head. "To be precise, it's identical. If the entire Beijing gathering place allows even these powerless ordinary people to live well, I really have to reconsider switching my nationality when the demonic disaster strikes." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Kuang Liu chuckled twice. "Don't switch nationalities. If you do that, my dad will definitely tear me apart." Then, Kuang Liu fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking again. "These people are living very poorly, extremely poorly. Do you know what a black coal mine was like before? Their lives are just like those sold-off laborers, barely getting enough food to avoid starvation each day while bearing heavy labor burdens." "Tusk, tusk," Kuang Liu sighed a couple of times and continued, "but we also provided them with another way out, joining the military. Joining the military not only grants a salary, but also the right to reside in the inner city. Unfortunately, there will always be some people who are frightened by the military's death rate, unwilling to fight, or dare not kill zombies and mutated beasts. You see, those are those people." Kuang Liu pointed outside with his mouth. When you followed the direction, Kuang Liu was pointing to see a large group of people about 100 meters away from the roadside, scrambling for a large pot of thin porridge. There was not much porridge, and it looked clear and watery, making Wen Yu seriously suspect whether the staff responsible for this area had secretly taken away most of the rice. But these were the essentials for survival for these refugees. When you even saw two emaciated children fighting over a bowl of thin porridge. The soldiers standing nearby simply watched with smiles, occasionally pointing and laughing. At this moment, Kuang Liu continued, "In the beginning, I also wanted to provide these poor people with more security, but something interesting happened. Initially, we would give them a large bowl of white rice every day. When these poor guys received that bowl of white rice, their expressions were, how should I put it? That was the most beautiful smile I've ever seen, a heartfelt gratitude. But the consumption of food was just too great. You have to understand, right now there are about 50 million survivors in the entire Beijing gathering place. This number is actually quite terrifying. The amount of food consumed daily is incalculable, not to mention those professional workers with big appetites. And currently, the Beijing gathering place has just resumed farming. It's not yet harvest season, and due to the invasion of demonic energy, whether we can grow food for people is another matter. Right now, all food is taken from the strategic material reserves. Since it's a strategic material reserve, it means these things cannot be easily used because no one knows if we will face even more difficult situations in the future. So, unsurprisingly, the food rations allocated to these refugees were correspondingly reduced. Initially, it wasn't reduced by much, just by a quarter. However, these guys actually thought we embezzled their share. They thought we were exploiting them. Under the instigation of some ill-intentioned people, these guys launched a rebellion under the banner of freedom and democracy. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu could only helplessly say that these refugees really had ideas. Kuang Liu continued, "I'm curious about one thing. Why don't they dare to direct their blades towards the zombies and mutated creatures, but instead turn them against our military?" Hearing this, Wen Yu nodded and asked, "And the result?" Kuang Liu shrugged. "The military launched a massacre. Although it was officially called a cleansing suppression, in reality, it was a slaughter. Most of those rebellious refugees were ordinary people. They couldn't see the power gap or the essence of this world. A large number died, and then we directed the remaining refugees to bury them outside the city, treating it as fertilizer for the upcoming farming. It could be considered a harvest for raising them all this time. And then came heavy labor and significantly reduced food rations. It wasn't until then that we realized that fairness and democracy had become things of the past, and they finally understood that this world long ago lacked the laws to protect their lives. So, these people, these timid garbage and parasites who dare not fight to say something unpleasant, their survival truly requires our gratitude." When you nodded. "That makes sense. Every pitiful person must have something hateable about them. There's no such thing as unconditional giving in this world, nor is there unconditional love. However, I think you should cultivate those children a bit." Kuang Liu shrugged. "We're not neglecting them. We call it free range. Every day we open the city gates. Not far outside, there's a military-established farm, a zombie farm. By the way, zombies are now comparable to national treasures. These are the ones we managed to capture with great difficulty. This place can be entered and exited freely, giving those ordinary people who want to change their fates a chance to earn points. So we've provided opportunities in several paths, but they won't take it. That's awkward." When you chuckled twice. "Yeah, that's awkward. In Wen Yu's view, the military's attitude was quite normal. What was abnormal were those laboring refugees. The path was laid out before them, yet they didn't cherish it, willingly moving bricks and eating porridge as thin as water every day. Who can they blame? As Quang Liu said, the military allowing them to survive was already quite merciful. Of course, this is only the outer city. The inner city is much better. Things like schools and physical training grounds have already been built. After all, our country's culture still needs to be passed down. When you nodded, the costs aren't low. Not expensive. For the children of those officers, compulsory education for 1 year is free, but the rest has to be paid in magic crystals. As for those outside, they're not qualified to touch such matters. Tusk tusk, a strict class system? Hearing Quang Liu's words, Wen Yu shook his head and smiled. Originally, Wen Yu thought he was dark enough, yet he didn't expect these military guys to be even darker. This is the apocalypse, right? Quang Liu nodded in agreement. This is just the beginning. Their situation will only get harder, and our situation might also become more difficult. When the demon realm truly launches an offensive, pure humans in this world may become extinct within a few years, and what remains will only be the professional workers. Aren't we all human? No, on the surface, they do appear to be the same species, but their essence has already changed. Professional workers can also be called the new humanity. Hearing the final words of Quang Liu, Wen Yu fell into complete silence. So, it turns out that the high-ranking officials in your military no longer consider themselves pure humans. Quang Liu nodded. The gap in power is the fundamental reason for the creation of classes. When this gap becomes too great, it creates numerous problems. Actually, from the very beginning, the military's War God Project was not called the War God Project. Initially, this project was referred to as the God-Making Project, aimed at using the entire military strength to cultivate the most powerful ultimate life form, to nurture a deity walking among mortals. Unfortunately, it failed. When you raised an eyebrow. How did it fail? The cost was too high, coupled with internal power struggles and some information. Quang Liu hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. This method of cultivation would lead to a series of problems, the most critical being insufficient resources. Also, there's the promotion trial from level 4 to level 5. Promotion trial from level 4 to level 5. Hearing this, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. Quang Liu nodded. This was learned from the Treasure Land Guardian by the military. The promotion trial from level 4 to level 5 will differ from the previous ones. It is both an elimination and a baptism. That's the exact wording. Wen Yu nodded. There may be more internal details, but that information was undoubtedly classified. Even if the military strongly desired to woo him, they wouldn't disclose such information to him. I can only say this. After level 4, it's best to use the magic crystals redeemed with your points for advancement. Otherwise, the difficulty of the trial will significantly increase. When you spoke gently. Thank you, no need to thank me, and with your strength, we may have many opportunities to fight side by side in the future. After a brief exchange, neither Quang Liu nor Wen Yu spoke further. Quang Liu drove silently, while Wen Yu quietly contemplated the military's attitude. The attitude towards ordinary people, as well as the attitude towards Wen Yu himself. One thing was certain. Such a realistic and utilitarian military was undoubtedly good news for Wen Yu. Because Wen Yu was strong enough, in the eyes of the military, that meant he had sufficient value, and naturally, they would be willing to invest some resources in him. This would be a win-win situation. And in Wen Yu's eyes, only with the military's current attitude could the survival of the Huaxia nation be ensured amid the terrifying demonic disaster. In chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. We've arrived. Just as Wen Yu was resting his eyes, Quang Liu spoke. Then the military vehicle slowly stopped in front of a dilapidated 3-story building. When Yu first observed the surroundings, it was desolate. There weren't many buildings, and besides this one, there were no survivors living in the rest. From this position, he could already see the inner walls of the gathering place in Beijing. These 2 points indicated a fact to Wen Yu. Sun Ziwei's small team was not weak. This also meant that Sun Ziwei's life was relatively good. This is it. Quang Liu pointed to the small building in front of them and walked in first. I came here in person not long ago and met Sun Ziwei. She refused to come with me, so I greeted my subordinates below and gave some preferential treatment to these women. Thank you. Quang Liu waved his hand. When you understood that everything Quang Liu did was because of him, or rather, because of his strength. Although this was merely a transaction between himself and the military, the fact that a small group stationed in the outer district could prompt Quang Liu to make a personal trip proved how significant his second-tier status was. Quang Liu took a few steps forward and then stopped in front of the small building. After a while, clear footsteps were heard from upstairs, and several fully armed women walked out of the building. Why is it you again? The leading woman in her 20s spoke first, her tone laced with some confusion and impatience. Kuang Liu smiled bitterly and shook his head, then stepped aside to reveal Wen Yu standing behind him. What? You didn't reveal your identity? Wen Yu stepped forward a couple of paces, not rushing to say anything else, instead asking Kuang Liu first. Kuang Liu shook his head. For these independent groups, they are not very interested in the military. His voice was low, and under Kuang Liu's intentional control, only the two of them could hear it. After hearing Kuang Liu's explanation, Wen Yu nodded. There has always been a saying, chivalry breaks the law. These non-military professional groups might be pursuing some so-called freedom or something bizarre. They usually do not regard the military, the ruler, very highly and instead harbor some inexplicable hostility. Just like Wen Yu himself, without the matter concerning Sun Zuwei, he might never return to the Beijing gathering place in his lifetime. Wen Yu first examined the women who had walked out, then spoke up. My name is Wen Yu, and I'm here to find Sun Zuwei. Yes, I'm her father's representative. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the leading woman looked him up and down, then said, It seems you are also from the military. To get close to Xiao Wei, you really go to great lengths. The first part was spoken at a normal volume, but the latter part was more of a mutter. Unfortunately, in front of Wen Yu's strength, everything was exposed. Wen Yu remained silent, and Kuang Liu merely shook his head indifferently. After a short while, the leading woman spoke again. Do you have any proof? Wen Yu directly took out the pendant left for him by Sun Ruixing from his spatial ring and tossed it to the leading woman. The woman carefully inspected the pendant that had been thrown over, looked at Wen Yu again, and after a moment she finally said, Come with me, but only you may enter. Wen Yu nodded and then said to Kuang Liu, I'll trouble you to wait for me for a while. Small matter. The process of meeting Sun Zuwei went smoothly, as Wen Yu had already provided evidence. Moreover, it was clear that although these women had formed a group, there were no strange rules like men not being allowed to enter. On the way to where Sun Zuwei was, Wen Yu also had a brief conversation with the professionals beside him. This small group was considered a formidable force in the outer district because their big boss had just been promoted to a powerful level 3 professional the day before yesterday. In Wen Yu's eyes, although the strength of a level 3 professional was insignificant, it must be said that in this place, a level 3 professional was already powerful enough to rule. The woman leading the way was quite talkative and curious about the identities of Wen Yu and Kuang Liu, constantly asking questions along the way, to which Wen Yu simply responded with a smile. Before long, the woman had brought Wen Yu to a door. This is our medical room. Zuwei is in charge of our medical work here. After the woman finished speaking, she opened the door. Then, Wen Yu saw the woman in a white coat. She looked exactly the same as in the photo. First of all, I would like to apologize to all my genuine supporters who have been backing me. To those on Kidian and QQ reading, I read all your comments, including the details mentioned in each chapter, as I try to learn from them and make the story better and further. Recently, it seems that there have been some issues in the plot from your perspective, as it appears I've written some unnecessary content. I have been trying to explain that these elements are called foreshadowing, but you all feel something is off. Perhaps my writing skills are lacking. After all, I am still a novice author, and this is my first book. On this point, I can guarantee that as long as there are characters with a plot, they will serve a purpose. The more I describe them, the greater their role will be. I don't want to mold them into one-dimensional characters. When the entire book is finished, you can look back and see if I have achieved this. Recently, I feel so exhausted, truly exhausted. It's not just about work-related issues. Today, I realize the biggest problem actually lies within this book. Really. I have an author group, and I often communicate with other authors there. In the past couple of days, I have been advising those newbies wanting to write apocalypse stories. Don't write about the apocalypse. It's incredibly difficult. Why? Because most apocalypse stories are set on Earth as the backdrop. This leads to many problems. Of course, this is a minor issue. The bigger problem lies in the science fiction genre, apocalypse label. Most readers who click on the science fiction category inherently have higher expectations than those reading fantasy or xianxia. Readers who love science fiction pursue logical consistency. You want to see intelligent characters, at least not those who are used by the protagonist to constantly show off and slap faces. I've managed to deliver that, and while it may not be perfect, I can assure you that the supporting character development in this book is at least above the baseline. You want a protagonist who is not a saint. I've also managed that. At least when you definitely does not belong to that saintly category, you pursue logical storytelling. I can also achieve this, but a book is a whole. When I artificially divide it into volumes, you might think each volume is a phase of story development, but it's not entirely like that. The third volume is connected to what comes after it. At the beginning of the third volume, I wanted to write more daily life scenes. However, some readers found the dog dialogues to be very silly, so I changed it. You feel that many plot points in the third volume are useless. Many characters are unnecessary. Even the cult of the demon worshippers as the antagonist is seen as useless. So I recently revised more than half of the outline. But do you know how my outline was designed before that? You don't know because it was destined to be difficult to deliver. And I repeatedly explained that these supporting characters and the events happening are called foreshadowing, but you're too anxious. The development of a story must always follow a linear path, not a jumpy one. This story I need to tell you bit by bit. This world I also need to write out for you gradually. But you may have forgotten that I am also a person. I cannot write out all the details of a complete world, even if this world is created by me. I also cannot function like a machine and not have logical loopholes. That is absolutely unrealistic. I can only write according to my thoughts, gradually presenting it to you. I also don't want to make any statements in the review section anymore because they are useless. I explained, but you didn't accept it. Then it's better for me not to explain. So, dear readers, if you really want to see this world, then at least be a bit more forgiving towards it. At least have some patience and tolerance. Instead of acting like scientists, continuously scrutinizing a web novel with a magnifying glass for errors. And even more amusingly, in my eyes, there are no mistakes at all. To sum up all I've said, it boils down to one sentence. If you love it, please support it, don't harm it. Right now I am very irritated. When you saw that figure from behind, he thought of many things. It was hard to explain what kind of feeling it was. There might have been some guilt, perhaps a little embarrassment, but more than anything, it was an awkwardness of not knowing how to face Sun Ruixing's daughter. Until Sun Zue turned around and looked at Wen Yu. "Who are you?" Her crisp voice came, leaving Wen Yu at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, the woman who was leading him spoke up. "He said he was entrusted by your father to find you. This is what he just gave me outside the door." After the woman finished speaking, she directly took out the pendant that Sun Ruixing had given to Wen Yu. The moment Sun Zue saw the pendant, she became excited. This is... Seeing Sun Zue trembling as she looked at the pendant, tears streaming down her face and unable to speak fully, Wen Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking first. "This is what your father, Sun Ruixing, entrusted to me." Sun Zue covered her mouth and nose, sobbing for a while, and only then did she manage to calm her emotions enough to ask with difficulty. "So, when you just stood there silent, that expression, that response, it already explained a lot of things?" Wen Yu sighed lightly, looking at the almost broken Sun Zue in front of him, and then glanced at the women around her who were comforting her. He gently said, "Could you please step outside for a moment? I have some things I want to discuss with her." Upon hearing Wen Yu's voice, the women around shot him a glare but did not take any further action. In their eyes, Wen Yu was not some second-tier figure. He was merely a death crier bringing bad news. It wasn't until Sun Zue managed to speak that the women turned to leave the room. When there were only the two of them left, Sun Zue wiped her tears and asked once more, "What about my mom? Old Sun told me that your mother did not survive the first wave of zombification." After hearing this, Sun Zue did not show any special expression, only staring blankly at Wen Yu. Wen Yu sighed, found a chair, and sat down. He looked into Sun Zue's eyes and said seriously, "Your father entrusted me to ensure your safety. I sent someone from the military to find you a while ago, but I heard you were unwilling to join the military. Now I want to understand your thoughts." Sun Zue nodded, a heavy sniff escaping her nose. I... After repeating, "I" twice, Sun Zue found her emotions still somewhat uncontrollable and shook her head directly. Wen Yu nodded and continued, "So you want to stay here?" Sun Zue nodded, "But this place isn't safe, their strength is quite weak." Sun Zue nodded again and finally spoke up. "But they are the only familiar faces I have left." "Understood," Wen Yu said as he stood up and began pacing around the room. After a while, he walked back in front of Sun Zue and took out two items from his spatial ring. One was a broken shield and the other was a scroll. Then, Wen Yu spoke. "This is the weapon your father left in his lifetime, and this is the skill he entrusted to me to give to you. These two items are your father's legacy, and now I am giving them to you." Sun Zue glanced at Wen Yu, first taking the shield from his hands and gently touching the broken areas before speaking. "How did my father die? He was a hero, he died in a war." Wen Yu did not tell the truth, but this was important for him. For Sun Zue it wasn't. If old Sun had any spirit in heaven, he might not want Wen Yu to tell Sun Zue the truth. Sun Zue nodded, remaining silent for a moment before carefully placing the shield at the bedside. She then directly pushed the scroll back towards Wen Yu. "This thing, consider it your labor fee. I really appreciate you coming all the way to Beijing to find me." Upon hearing Sun Zue's words, Wen Yu actually laughed. Really, you and your father have the exact same tone? Tusk, tusk. Sun Zuwei's previously painful mood eased a bit at Wen Yu's words. You can take a look first before deciding if you want it or not. Wen Yu once again handed over the scroll. This time, Sun Zuwei hesitated a couple of times but ultimately took the scroll. Then, her eyes suddenly widened. Eternal Unfading Shanlan Star SSS rank, active skill. After activation, it summons Shanlan spirits to fight for you. The number and quality of summoned spirits depend on the host's level and remaining stamina. This was previously a first-tier Shanlan skill created with overwhelming power, merging the heroic souls of those who died in the Battle of Shanlan. When the host's power reaches level 10, it will awaken the first-tier Shanlan power contained within this ability. Wen Yu naturally knew the attributes of this ability, but Sun Zuwei did not. To be precise, Sun Zuwei could not have seen a skill of such high quality. This is... Sun Zuwei stared at Wen Yu's face in surprise, hesitating to ask. I told you this is your father's legacy before his passing. Seeing Wen Yu's determined gaze and tone, Sun Zuwei remained silent for a while but still handed the scroll back to Wen Yu. Thank you, but this skill Wen Yu shook his head, taking 2 steps back without accepting the scroll. It was given to you by your father. It is a father's love for his daughter. I hope you use it wisely. Let's skip this topic and talk about another of old Sun's last wishes. Sun Zuwei looked at Wen Yu, then at the scroll in her hand, hesitated for a moment, but still placed the scroll on the bedside. Then Wen Yu slowly began to speak. Old Sun asked me to take care of you. My original plan was to arrange a civilian position for you in the military. At least it would be safe. But now that you don't intend to leave, I will ask you again. Will you come with me? Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Sun Zuwei shook her head directly. Then how about this? I can promise you 2 things. No matter what it is, I will do my best to help you. The 2 things were to repay a debt, one during the treasure land trial and one in the battlefield of the 2 realms. Sun Zuwei looked at Wen Yu's serious eyes, perhaps sensing his persistence, and nodded her head. Seeing Sun Zuwei's response, Wen Yu smiled and said directly, if you have any issues, difficulties, or if you change your mind, you can go directly to the military district to find Lin Quangliu, the current Lord of War. He will help you with some matters. He can also contact me. Upon hearing Lord of War, Sun Zuwei looked up in surprise. Clearly, anyone in the Beijing gathering place understood the name of the Lord of War. I will give you his contact details later, and from this, you should also see that my influence is not small, so are you really not considering taking an easy position in the military? Taking advantage of Quangliu's name, Wen Yu directly flaunted it without any sense of shame. Unfortunately, the response from Sun Zuwei was a firm answer. I'm fine here, very safe. More importantly, I have many companions here. I can't leave them, and they can't leave me. Upon hearing Sun Zuwei's response, Wen Yu nodded directly. Remember, I owe you 2 things. Their value will be immense. Then good luck. After saying this, Wen Yu turned and left the room, heading downstairs. When Wen Yu walked downstairs, Quangliu was talking to Little Snow about something. From their slightly intimate demeanor, it was obvious that their relationship was definitely more than just superior and subordinate. However, what did this have to do with Wen Yu? He wasn't one to gossip. After briefly explaining the situation to Quangliu, Wen Yu successfully obtained Quangliu's contact information. This contact information was similar to a mobile phone number from before the apocalypse. Of course, its various functionalities were not as powerful as a smartphone, but it could still be used for calls and messages. According to Quangliu, this device had a communication range only within the Beijing gathering area, as there was only a signal source within such a limited range. Naturally, discussing signal sources was pointless to Wen Yu. After asking Quangliu for another communication device, Wen Yu directly handed it to the woman who had escorted him out. Give this to Sun Zuwei and let her remember what I said. Though the woman was somewhat suspicious of their identities, since they were only delivering something and not doing anything else, she nodded and agreed to Wen Yu's request. Wen Yu turned to look at Sun Zuwei, who had poked her head out from the window upstairs, waved his hand, and then turned to walk towards the military vehicle. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wen Yu rubbed his temple hard and let out a heavy sigh. What's wrong? Wen Yu shook his head. I think you could forcibly bring her out. Wen Yu looked at Quangliu in surprise, clearly incredulous that this guy could suggest such a ridiculous idea. Quangliu shrugged. Violence isn't the best way to solve problems, but it's definitely the fastest and requires no thinking. You're absolutely right, Wen Yu replied helplessly. But was that even possible? If this were a mission, Wen Yu would have done it without a second thought, but unfortunately this was not a mission, it was a promise. This was Wen Yu's promise to his first recognized teammate. Where to next? Deciding not to think about it anymore, Wen Yu turned and asked directly. Actually, I don't know. Upon hearing Quangliu's answer, Wen Yu felt helpless. This guy from the video call seemed incredibly aloof, but in reality, he was nothing like his high-positioned demeanor in the video. The military doesn't have any orders. I've reported your arrival to Commander Lin, and he just told me to handle it as I see fit, so that's what I'm doing. Looking at Quang Liu's "I'll handle it" expression when Yu curled up on his seat, directly watching the somewhat busy street scenery outside. Wen Yu's main purpose for coming to Beijing had already been accomplished. As for the rest, it was to focus on improving his strength. With that thought, Wen Yu spoke up. By the way, do you have any information about large-scale mutated beasts or zombies within Huaxia? This question is classified. In a luxuriously decorated restaurant, Quang Liu spoke to Wen Yu with a mysterious expression. Wen Yu thought he didn't need to pay attention to this guy, ignoring the resistance of the one-eyed creature in his arms, and amused himself with it. After meeting Sun Zuwei, Quang Liu drove into the inner city, and under Little Snow's suggestion, he decided to treat Wen Yu to a nice meal, and then have a good rest for the night before going to see Commander Lin the next day. Hey, give me some reaction, okay? Quang Liu looked hurt as he spoke to Wen Yu. Of course, if you join the military, these will all be no trouble for you. Wen Yu noticed another advantage of Quang Liu. His facial expressions changed very quickly. Just moments ago, he was mysterious and instantly shifted to a serious demeanor. Wen Yu shook his head. We'll see. Actually, that's not a bad idea, but I personally prefer a cooperative relationship. Wen Yu thought he would choose whatever benefited him more. Hearing Wen Yu's answer, Quang Liu nodded and then grabbed a large mouthful of food. Why aren't you eating? The chefs here used to cook for national banquets. The food is quite good. With his mouth full, Quang Liu spoke to Wen Yu. Wen Yu just smiled and shook his head. Meanwhile, the one-eyed creature, seeing the food, immediately jumped onto the table and vented its frustrations over being played with by Wen Yu on a plate of mutated beast meat. Little Snow chuckled and responded. He must have some trauma, Wen Yu simply shrugged, while Quang Liu had no significant curiosity about these matters. By the way, who owns this place? Quang Liu swallowed his food and replied. This is a military asset, used by the military to entertain some guests. Wen Yu nodded in understanding. In Wen Yu's eyes, even in a gathering place during the apocalypse, running a restaurant belonged to the type of people who had money but nowhere to spend it, as one could tell from the restaurant's decor and the number of customers. In the entire restaurant, it was just Wen Yu and Quang Liu at one table. Of course, if it were military property, that would make sense. In less than 10 minutes, Quang Liu, Little Snow, and the one-eyed creature had already cleaned off the entire table of exquisitely prepared food. The appetite of professionals was indeed quite large. Let's go! Quang Liu settled the bill first and then walked out. Wen Yu also observed how Quang Liu paid, using paper money that had been newly created after the apocalypse. This kind of currency, Quang Liu had mentioned in the car, was issued by the military and served as a general equivalent to magic crystals. Now, Wen Yu had a stack of this money in his spatial ring, although to him, these things were practically useless. Moreover, according to Quang Liu, most transactions still tended to use magic crystals. Before the three could walk out of the restaurant, a voice rang from the entrance. Hey, isn't that Lin, our Lord of War? The tone carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this voice, Quang Liu, who was walking in front, stopped and looked up and down at the two people who had just entered. One of them was wearing a military uniform and, judging by the insignia on his shoulder, held the rank of colonel. The other person was much simpler, under 30 years old, dressed in casual clothing, and was seriously assessing Quang Liu in front of him. Quang Liu looked at the military man, smiled, and greeted him. Oh, it's you, Fang Yuan. Seeing the officer act so unruly, should I deduct your military pay or just eliminate you directly? Quang Liu's tone was slightly playful, but the words he spoke revealed a murderous intent. Upon hearing Quang Liu's words, Fang Yuan's expression first stiffened, then quickly turned serious, and he immediately saluted. Greetings, Lord of War. The stance was correct, but this attitude was questionable. Wen Yu, standing behind Quang Liu, watched everything that unfolded and immediately understood what was going on. Clearly, the guy named Fang Yuan only had level 1 peak strength. To hold the rank of colonel with such strength could only mean one thing: he had connections at home. Little Snow's words aptly explained Wen Yu's confusion. This is Fang Yuan, a connected person from a gentry family. Her tone carried a clear disdain, and more importantly, Little Snow didn't even lower her voice. Upon hearing Little Snow's voice, Fang Yuan looked into the restaurant. Then a grin appeared on his face. Little Snow, you're back. It's been a long time. Little Snow smiled a very professional smile and replied lightly, Hello, Fly. Upon hearing Little Snow's greeting, Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders without any further response. The practitioner beside him saluted respectfully to the Wild Flow standing at the restaurant door. I have met the Lord of War. Hearing this person's voice, Wild Flo turned his head to look. "And you are? This is a practitioner from the gathering place in Demon City. I came here on the order of General Peng to celebrate my grandfather's birthday." Fang Yuan deliberately emphasized the words, "my grandfather." After listening, Wild Flo nodded slightly, then ignored the two in front of him and walked directly outside. Fang Yuan didn't pursue the matter further. He just glanced at Wen Yu behind Wild Flo, showing a hint of contemplation in his eyes. "The contradiction is deep," Wen Yu said to Wild Flo while sitting in the passenger seat. A mere level 1 peak practitioner dared to provoke a level 4 practitioner. In Wen Yu's eyes, this was simply unimaginable. Wild Flo nodded directly without revealing any further details. Clearly, some matters were not suitable for Wen Yu to know. However, Little Snow explained from behind, "Fang Yuan's grandfather is a founding father." Wen Yu nodded, indicating he understood. "This is why I am reluctant to join the military. Your concerns are too numerous, with various exchanges of interests and various hidden rules. I really don't understand why it can't be simpler." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Wild Flo nodded and then revealed a somewhat sinister smile to Wen Yu. "The situation will change very soon." Wen Yu looked at Wild Flo's hands gripping the steering wheel, the veins bulging evident. It was clear that Wild Flo harbored deep resentment toward these gentry families. Moreover, the implication in his earlier words. Wen Yu fell silent for a moment before directly asking, "Does it relate to my mission?" Wen Yu owed the military a mission. He remembered this matter well, and the military surely remembered it more. Wild Flo didn't continue but smiled at Wen Yu. "You'll know when you meet Commander Lin tomorrow. I have to say, the environment in the inner city is indeed much better than in the outer city. Various buildings are lined up, some belonging to powerful battle groups, while others belong to the military. Of course, in just 2 short months, it was insufficient for the gathering place in Beijing to restore its original economic order due to the devaluation of currency before the apocalypse and the emergence of new equivalents. More importantly, the resources in the survivors' hands were lacking, which led to the streets appearing very deserted, and more than half of the people were practitioners dressed in various protective gear. This is the residential area exclusively for high-level military personnel in the inner city. Wild Flo's car slowly stopped in front of a row of independent villas. He then got out of the car and pointed to the first house on the right. "This is for you, permanently. Your house faces mine." Wen Yu nodded, without mentioning anything else. Just the fact that the military could allocate a villa to him in this land-scarce inner city, matching Wild Flo's, was enough to prove the military's sincerity to him. Wild Flo took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Wen Yu, saying, "Get a good night's sleep. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." Wen Yu nodded, ignoring Wild Flo, who turned to get back into the car and walked directly into the villa. The villa was spacious and very clean, equipped with various daily necessities and appliances. Given its location, Wen Yu was sure it wouldn't lack for water and electricity. Wen Yu chose a bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa, while the opposite room was occupied by the One-Eyed. That was One-Eyed's doghouse. Moreover, One-Eyed had even occupied a room for Star right next door, and he even drilled a large dog hole through the wall of the 2 rooms. Hearing the constant clattering noises coming from One-Eyed's room, Wen Yu shook his head helplessly. Activating the 4th soul realm, Wen Yu summoned Faceless. He gently communicated with Faceless's consciousness, but unfortunately, Faceless's consciousness was a mass of chaos, failing to convey any effective information. This left Wen Yu feeling quite helpless. He anticipated a scenario where, once Faceless's replicative state was broken by an enemy, its fragile original form would not withstand a level 4 attack. This limited Faceless's combat range. It had to stay close to Wen Yu. After briefly simulating future combat scenes for Faceless, Wen Yu placed Faceless at the head of his bed and closed his eyes. Unless necessary, Wen Yu wasn't accustomed to placing his spirit pet in the soul realm. According to One-Eyed's description, it was nice there, but in reality, it was just a prison. Back in the restaurant, where Wen Yu and Wild Flo had their meal, Fang Yuan had finished eating with the people from the gathering place in Demon City, leaving him sitting alone in the empty hall. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, took out the communicator from his pocket, and directly dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a few beeps, a voice came from the communicator. "Help me check the identity of the practitioner who was with Wild Flo today." The person on the other end simply acknowledged, and within 5 minutes, information about Wen Yu's identity and level had already been transmitted to Fang Yuan's ear. "Sequence 2, huh?" Fang Yuan contemplated for a moment, then immediately stood up and hurried toward the central district. Clearly, the appearance of Sequence 2 was enough to cause a tremendous upheaval in the current situation of the Beijing gathering place. Although Fang Yuan's strength was lacking, and he was not very bold, This was evident from his hesitation to challenge the promotion trial. However, as a third-generation red elite cultivated by the gentry and the son of official and wealthy parents, he was definitely not an idiot. Just as Fang Yuan was rushing back to the central district, the practitioner who had just eaten with him had already returned to the outer city. Looking at the crooked alleys ahead and the hollow-eyed refugees all around, the practitioner's eyes flashed with disdain. Then he twisted and turned through the complicated alleys, ensuring no creatures were following him, before finally entering a rundown building. The building was very ordinary, but in the outer city, any average construction would certainly be a residence for strong practitioners. Before Peng Jun's subordinates could enter, they were stopped by two practitioners at the door. "Stop! This is the territory of our bright battle team." Seeing the arrogant demeanor of the two practitioners, Peng Jun's subordinates couldn't help but frown, but mostly out of disdain for such a ridiculous name. "Take me to see your leader?" After speaking, Peng Jun's subordinate directly took out a token from his pocket. Upon seeing this token, the two guards exchanged glances and then took out their walkie-talkie to speak to the internal personnel. "Check if there are any followers nearby." After a while, a response came from the walkie-talkie. "Safe." Only then did the two practitioners relax and directly give a strange gesture to Peng Jun's subordinate. "Have met, my lord?" Peng Jun's subordinate was quite pleased with their caution, nodded, and walked into the building. The interior of the building was dilapidated, but in the apocalypse, having a place to stay was already not bad, and there were many survivors inside. In the entire building, almost every room was packed with survivors, most of whom were refugees with gaunt faces, unable to fill their stomachs all day. Although these people looked pale, their spirits were surprisingly high. Seeing this scene, Peng Jun's subordinate nodded, evidently satisfied with the work here. Then, following the leading practitioner, he walked straight to the top floor. Before entering the office on the top floor, a wave of indulgent sounds had already reached everyone's ears. Hearing such sounds, Peng Jun's subordinate immediately frowned, kicked open the office door, and stepped inside. Within the room, a burly man with a round face was engaged in the most primitive physical contact with two young women. Hearing the loud bang of the door, he was startled. The burly man was about to explode with anger when he saw Peng Jun's subordinate's appearance. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and bowed his head in greeting. Peng Jun's subordinate waved his hand, first looking around the office's decor, then glancing at the two naked women standing nearby, and after a moment shook his head. "Everyone leave." Hearing this, several women and the leading practitioner directly exited the room, casually closing the door behind them. "Fatty, you're living pretty well here." Hearing the teasing tone of this person, the fatty immediately nodded and bowed. "Everything is for the church." After hearing this sentence, Peng Jun's subordinate nodded and directly took out something. It was a small box similar to a radio. Then he spoke, "This is for you. It's a new tool developed by the research department that can accelerate the brainwashing speed, along with the cult leader's latest orders. Accelerate the development of followers, but you must be cautious. Now the military has set its sights on us. Doing things under the military's nose means you must be doubly careful. If anything ruins my cult of the demon worshippers' grand plan, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough as compensation." Hearing these half-soft, half-hard words, the fatty nodded earnestly. "And if anything happens, you can contact this person." Peng Jun's subordinate pondered for a moment and then took out a note. The note had a name and contact information written on it. When the fatty saw the name on the note, his expression suddenly changed. "This person? How is this person possible? Nothing is impossible as long as the profit is sufficient. All right, I've conveyed all I needed to. Just do well. If things succeed, when the demon realm descends, you'll be among the first converts and become a part of the great demonic clan." Beep, beep, beep. The crisp sound of a horn echoed from outside the villa where Wen Yu was staying. The villa had excellent soundproofing, but it couldn't withstand Wen Yu's keen hearing. Even though a person's hearing can filter out some useless noise, it couldn't escape the persistent honking of the car that lasted nearly 3 minutes. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 a.m. He had to admit that this sleep had been quite comfortable. Perhaps it was due to a day spent traveling, leaving him physically exhausted. After rubbing his face a bit, Wen Yu walked directly out of his room and picked up Du Yan, heading straight to the bathroom. After a quick wash, Wen Yu donned a black trench coat and exited the villa. At the entrance, Quang Liu had already been waiting for nearly 30 minutes. The military headquarters was located in the center of the inner city, just a 10-minute drive from where Wen Yu lived. Looking at the building in front of him, Wen Yu smacked his lips. The Beijing City People's Government sign and the national emblem were dazzling under the direct sunlight. "Let's go," Quang Liu said casually, adjusting his outfit as he walked directly towards the headquarters. Given Quang Liu's status, there was no need for complicated security checks. He merely showed his identification, and they proceeded inside until they arrived at the door of an office. "Commander Lin is inside. You can go in by yourself. I have some work to handle," Quang Liu said, appearing somewhat uneasy when facing this office, or more accurately, the person inside. From Quang Liu's introduction yesterday, when you already knew that Commander Lin was Quang Liu's father. However, seeing Quang Liu's demeanor, it was evident that there were some family matters at play. Wen Yu nodded at Quang Liu and stepped into the office. The office was spacious and nicely decorated. Of course, with Wen Yu's experience, he couldn't really discern what made the decorations good. He just felt that it looked comfortable. In front of a large solid wood desk sat an elderly man with white hair. Hearing the door open, he glanced up and down at Wen Yu before smiling and saying, "You're Wen Yu, right? Please sit." Wen Yu wasn't being polite and directly sat down in the chair in front of the desk. He looked at Commander Lin, then at Xing, who was standing on the desk, and Zhuke, who was perched on Xing's back. Noticing Wen Yu's gaze, Lin Heifeng smiled and spoke, "Yesterday your spirit pet had a great time playing with Zhuke. Last night Zhuke brought Xing over to my home for dinner. I hope you don't mind." Wen Yu shook his head. "If you can feed him, I'm grateful enough. By the way, Xing has quite the appetite, right?" Hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Heifeng appeared somewhat embarrassed. Xing had just grabbed Zhuke off his head and flew up to perch on Wen Yu's head, mumbling continuously. "This old man is not considerate. He promised to treat me to a meal, but halfway through he said the food at home wasn't enough." Xing's mental waves enveloped all living beings present, so of course, Lin Heifeng heard it too, causing his face to turn red. Meanwhile, Zhuke chirped in, "Isn't it because you eat too much, as if you've never eaten in a lifetime, and you eat so rudely? Isn't it you who said you'd treat me to a meal and told me to eat freely? You tricked me. It's you who eats too much. It's you." All right, all right." Wen Yu was the first to interrupt the two divine beast species. These two guys were chattering non-stop, leaving no room for anyone else to speak. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Xing immediately settled down, lying still on Wen Yu's head like a large hat. Zhuke rolled its eyes at Wen Yu and flew onto Lin Heifeng's shoulder, falling silent. Looking at the elderly man in his 50s, Wen Yu spoke up. "I wonder if Commander Lin wants to see me today regarding a mission?" Hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Heifeng nodded and replied, "Before we talk about this mission, I want to ask you a few questions first." Wen Yu nodded, indicating he was ready. Lin Heifeng leaned on the desk, his expression serious as he asked, "Do you really not want to join the military?" This question had been posed by Little Snow and Quang Liu several times already, but the significance of it coming from Lin Heifeng was different. Wen Yu didn't rush to refuse, but instead asked, "If I join the military, what benefits can you offer me?" Lin Heifeng had certainly heard of Wen Yu's strength from Little Snow. With a divine beast species and the combination of Wen Yu and Du Yan, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this combat power was at least stronger than the combined force of the military's Zhuke War God and White Tiger War God. So Lin Heifeng had pondered many times over what could sway Wen Yu. The principle currently followed by the military is that the more you put in, the more you gain. Your strength is impressive. However, if you don't apply your strength where it's needed by the military, it doesn't serve much purpose for us. Therefore, I've designed 3 plans for you. Would you like to hear them?" Wen Yu nodded, signaling for Lin Heifeng to continue. "First, you can fully join the military. You will enjoy rights and status second only to mine, with monthly benefits 3 times that of Quang Liu. This is an assessment based on your current strength. If your true strength is even greater, the benefits will increase accordingly. Moreover, I believe that being called a war god might be beneath you, so I will arrange for the Department of Propaganda to create a title that's unique to you. It will be above the 4 great war gods. Additionally, certain military secrets will be completely open to you. There's a lot in there. Believe me, this benefit will astonish you. However, you must fully obey military orders and follow military task directives." Upon hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu shook his head directly. "That won't work. While the benefits are extensive, fundamentally speaking, it's equivalent to selling myself." Hearing Wen Yu's response, Lin Heifeng nodded instead. "Then let's talk about the second point. You can cooperate with the military to a limited extent. Although we have many soldiers, there are only 4 great war gods at the peak level, and 2 of them are immobile. So, in many situations, we need super professionals who can shoulder the responsibilities. If you cooperate with us, we will inform you where strong individuals are needed and what you need to do. Based on your contributions, we will offer corresponding rewards. Of course, the rewards won't be substantial, but anything you earn from combat will be entirely yours. This plan is akin to employment. You have the right to refuse and the option to withdraw at any time. Naturally, you won't be able to gain too many benefits from us, but it's a win-win situation." Wen Yu nodded upon hearing this plan. This plan was feasible, and according to Wen Yu's thinking, where the military would have headaches, combat was definitely inevitable. And with combat, there would be spoils to enhance his strength. What about the third option? Wen Yu didn't rush to make a decision since there was still one plan that Lin Haifeng hadn't mentioned. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Lin Haifeng took a big sip of water and then pulled out a piece of paper. This is a contract. Let's sign a non-aggression treaty and go our separate ways. How does that sound? Wen Yu smiled and shook his head. Let's go with the second option. Lin Haifeng nodded. Wen Yu's choice did not surprise Lin Haifeng. Strong individuals desire freedom, but do they not want to enhance their strength? With the military's intelligence system, Wen Yu would be able to learn more information, allowing him to rapidly enhance his abilities. The moment Lin Haifeng learned of Wen Yu's strength, he began to have thoughts about him. There were several places that needed such a strong individual to change the current situation. After negotiating the cooperation terms between Wen Yu and the military, both sides were very satisfied with the outcome. Lin Haifeng personally brewed a cup of tea for Wen Yu, and then the two stared at each other in silence for a while. Unfortunately, Wen Yu could never match the patience of this old fox. After finishing a cup of hot tea, it was Wen Yu who first broke the silence. Now I would like to know what large-scale zombie or mutated beast intel the military has. Lin Haifeng remained calm, gently sipped his tea, and then said, "There are a few locations that require someone of your strength, but that's not urgent. Let's have another cup of tea first." Wen Yu nodded, but internally he was already grumbling. "You may not be in a hurry, but I am." Calculating the time, it had been nearly a week since Wen Yu entered Mudanjiang City, and he hadn't made any significant progress in strength. A few days ago, he could use the situation with Sun Zuwei and a visit home to take a breather, but now even Wen Yu couldn't stay calm any longer. Evolution is like rowing upstream. If you don't grow stronger, others will. Gradually, the gap in strength will widen. The fact that Wen Yu was currently sitting in front of the highest leader of the Huaxia military, sipping tea brewed by him, had nothing to do with Wen Yu's looks. After a while, once Lin Haifeng finally finished his cup of tea, he slowly began to speak. "Wen Yu, is it all right if I call you that?" Wen Yu nodded, indicating it was fine. "What do you think of this gathering place in Beijing?" Wen Yu shrugged. "It's not bad." "Yes, it's not bad," Lin Haifeng said as he stood up from behind his desk, slowly walking to the window and looking at the many busy soldiers below, then said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, behind prosperity, there are always dirty things." Hearing this, Wen Yu immediately thought of the military and those gentry youths. "In my eyes, so-called democracy, freedom, and equality have never existed. It is only logical that the strong occupy more resources, which aligns completely with the rules of evolution." "What do you think?" Hearing Lin Haifeng's words, Wen Yu nodded. "Come, take a look outside." Lin Haifeng waved his hand at Wen Yu, signaling him to come closer, then asked, "What can you see down there?" Below, the military district headquarters was bustling with people coming and going, with professionals in military uniforms everywhere, as well as a few military vehicles passing by. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and slowly responded, "I can see that the military's power is quite strong." This was not flattery. When it came to strength, Wen Yu was very sure that the Huaxia military was definitely one of the most powerful human organizations in the world. Upon hearing Wen Yu's answer, Lin Haifeng shook his head. "What I see is a land of wailing." Lin Haifeng sighed heavily, shaking his head as he slowly said, "You know about the demonic disaster that will occur in 6 months, right?" Wen Yu nodded. "How much do you understand about the scale and terror of this demonic disaster?" Wen Yu shook his head. Although he had the experience from his previous life, it was just limited to a small Mudanjiang experience and was quite one-sided. "The demonic disaster, the sovereign haha?" Lin Haifeng turned and walked back to his desk, emptied his teacup, and slowly continued. "According to the known intelligence from our military, the demonic disaster has already destroyed over 100 worlds. We are unsure whether we will be stronger than those already destroyed worlds, and we also cannot guarantee that our strength and abilities will allow us to last longer than they did. In this situation, I can only guarantee that we can gather the greatest strength to resist this disaster. Unfortunately, there are always some people who do not understand my actions, still immersed in the benefits that power brings them." At this point, Lin Haifeng sighed heavily. "Actually, those gentry have not done anything wrong. They enjoy the privileges from their ancestors' legacy, and that is only natural. Just like you and me, are your parents still around?" Wen Yu shook his head. "My father is still alive. He's over 70 years old now. The benefits brought by the professional system are immediate. He's in good health after transitioning professions and lives in the central area. Recently, he even married a widow in her 40s. Lin Haifeng's words had no special meaning. Just like in this world, some elderly and children still enjoy the best education, the best living conditions, and the best of everything after the apocalypse. But some elderly and children can only do hard labor in the outskirts, drinking thin porridge. This is called legacy. Those laborers are not at fault. They are weak and cannot fight zombies or mutated beasts. It's not their fault, but they are at fault for not having a good son or good parents. You can't blame others for this, can you? Hearing Lin Heifeng's remarks, Wen Yu fell silent for a moment but still nodded. This statement was indeed correct. Just like many children before the apocalypse who complained about why they weren't born into wealthy families, who can they blame? But the current situation is different, Lin Heifeng continued. Do you know? According to the theory before the apocalypse, autocracy is actually the ruling model that can maximize military potential. Because under this model, as long as there is a visionary and capable commander, the entire nation will operate like a huge and precise machine, unleashing immense power. Hearing this, Wen Yu quietly said, power can only achieve the greatest effect when concentrated in the hands of a few. Exactly. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Heifeng clapped his hands twice in approval and nodded. This is not my saying, but this is indeed the truth. Can you imagine a scene where an army is torn between two conflicting voices? Without a battle, the entire army would collapse, possibly due to merely the personal grudges between two commanders. The current gentry are massively placing their own people within the military. What's laughable is that I, as the commander-in-chief, can only mobilize a small portion of power. This is a disease. Their existence is not wrong in itself, but they have extended their reach too far. After a while, Lin Heifeng spoke up again. Can I trust you? Wen Yu shook his head instead. That depends on you, not me. Lin Heifeng took out a cigarette, handed it to Wen Yu, and took a deep drag himself. You owe the military a task. I now assign this task to you. This time I need you to kill a lot of people. Wen Yu nodded without hesitation. Killing was not new to him. Whether there were many or few people was just a number, and dwelling on it was meaningless. In a few days, it will be Old Master Fang's birthday celebration. You will attend the banquet, and then I need you to kill everyone present. Remember everyone? Upon hearing this, Wen Yu nodded and then asked, how do I attend Old Master Fang's birthday? Lin Heifeng gave Wen Yu a strange smile. Your intel may have already reached Old Master Fang's hands long ago. They will offer many benefits to win you over. Your information may have already reached Old Master Fang of the Fang clan. To win you over, they will offer many benefits. Wen Yu fell silent once again. Perhaps the grand reception yesterday was also arranged in advance by Lin Heifeng. After a long pause, Wen Yu chuckled a couple of times. Are you not afraid that I will take their benefits and then sell you out? Hearing this, Lin Heifeng shook his head. What they offer you, I can give you more. What they cannot give you, I can also provide. For example, the issue of advancing and becoming stronger, which you care about the most right now, they can't do that. They are not warriors, not soldiers. Many of them are not even professionals. They are just politicians, and outdated ones at that. After hearing this, Wen Yu nodded. If these gentry could provide Wen Yu with enormous benefits, he would definitely not refuse their goodwill. But from what Lin Heifeng said, it seemed that what these gentry could offer wasn't all that impressive. Here, take this. After finishing his sentence, Lin Heifeng immediately took out a beautifully packaged gift box. Wen Yu accepted the gift box, opened it, and looked inside. It contained a cylindrical object. After a simple touch, Wen Yu already understood the information about this item. Spatial Blocker S-Rank one-time item. When activated, it will create a vast distorted space force field around the user. Within the force field, all spatial-type items will become ineffective, including spatial rings, lasting for 10 minutes. Seeing Wen Yu look at him, Lin Heifeng spoke directly. This item is given to you to prevent anyone from using spatial items to escape the scene. During the banquet, you can decide when to activate it, then eliminate all humans within the force field. Upon hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu nodded. This task was really not difficult for him. And then, will the military pile these crimes onto me? Of course, even if the military did that, Wen Yu wouldn't mind. He would just need to rework his escape route. Lin Heifeng shook his head decisively. That night, many things will happen. For example, I will need to clear out some remnants of the military's gentry offspring, as well as some loyalists. But there won't be too many of them, as the dead aren't worth loyalty. Moreover, I haven't done nothing in advance. Once you're done with the task, just go back to the villa and sleep. The next day, I will have Quang Liu come to pick you up, and we will discuss the upcoming cooperation. Then, what high-end combat power do those guys have? Lin Heifeng shook his head. None. The military's high-end combat power is entirely in my hands. As I said before, they are just outdated politicians. Well, I can't say they have nothing. They control some nuclear weapons, but that doesn't matter. After all, they can't let nuclear weapons fall on their own heads, and I also have some countermeasures against that. After finishing, the two fell silent for a long time, and then Wen Yu finally spoke. Why not let Quang Liu and Zhuge handle it? This task should be easy for them. That won't do. Quang Liu is the war god I meticulously crafted, not just because of his power, but more so as a spiritual pillar. He cannot show up for this task. As for Zhuge, it's even less possible. Its existence is still a secret to most humans. The reason I haven't made my move is not only to prepare more, but also because I need a sufficiently strong super powerhouse. If it weren't for you, I would have decided to let Quang Liu disguise himself, but now you are undoubtedly the best choice. After listening to all this, Wen Yu thought for a long while and then extended his right hand to Lin Heifeng. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate? After a simple exchange, Wen Yu walked out of the office with his little soul beast and Xing. Just as Wen Yu was about to close the door, a crimson figure darted out and landed on the shoulder of the soul beast. Zhuge kicked the little soul beast. Seeing it bouncing around wanting to retaliate, it immediately began chattering and teasing the little soul beast even more vigorously. All right, watching Zhuge being playful on his shoulder, Wen Yu gently stroked its head and said, "Why did you follow me? Are you unhappy with Commander Lin and planning to stick with me?" Of course, that was just a joke. If Zhuge really wanted to stick with Wen Yu, it would be quite a gain. Zhuge gave Wen Yu a roll of its eyes, its mental fluctuations directly transmitted into Wen Yu's mind. "Wait until you're stronger. Right now you're so weak and you want to cling to me." After saying this, Zhuge proudly raised its little head, staring straight at the ceiling. Then it was sent flying by a tail swipe from Xing. Watching the two divine beast species fooling around again, a complex expression flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. Since becoming a soul master, Wen Yu had developed a special fondness for powerful mutated creatures. Some of it was due to liking these straightforward yet powerful earthly beings, but for the most part, it was due to greed. One could only imagine how much stronger he would become if he had 3 or more divine beast species spirit pets by his side. However, divine beast species were indeed rare. As the second divine beast species Wen Yu encountered, his desire for Zhuge was obvious. Patting Xing atop its head, Wen Yu walked directly outside. Zhuge also landed on Xing, who flicked its tail a couple of times but showed no signs of displeasure. Thus, a spectacular scene appeared in the military headquarters. A professional stood with a black little sphere floating on his shoulder, cradling a gray, scruffy dog in his arms, with a lizard-like creature perched on top of his head, and atop that lizard-like creature stood a small, proud bird. This person must be running a zoo. Tusk. I've seen professionals riding animals, but it's really rare to see animals riding humans. And he's riding several. Isn't that Commander Lin's bird? It seems to be, but those little animals are so cute. Look at that big lizard on the guy's head. Its eyes are so round. It's the first time I've seen such a large lizard. I'm a dragon. The whispering voices could not escape Wen Yu's hearing, nor could they escape Xing's ears. Xing kept murmuring about its identity in Wen Yu's mind, but unfortunately, Wen Yu had no good explanation for these guys. Could he tell them that the creature on his head was a divine beast species? Then they would ask what a divine beast species was. It was a complete dead end. And who said Xing and the little soul beast couldn't be ridden? I would ride them and scare you to death. Wen Yu rolled his eyes and quickened his pace towards the exit. Downstairs, Quang Liu had already left, but a soldier waited for Wen Yu. After all, as the military war god, Quang Liu was indeed busy, and being able to spare a day to host Wen Yu was already a big favor. When the soldier saw Wen Yu, he saluted him and then pulled out a key. "Sir, this vehicle has been entrusted to me by the Lord of War to give to you." Wen Yu took the key, turned, and looked at the brand new military Hummer beside him, nodding in satisfaction. "Thank you, then goodbye." After the soldier finished speaking, he walked outside while Wen Yu got into the Hummer. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle slowly started moving towards the villa area. The roads in the inner city were relatively good. At least the road from the military headquarters to the villa area was quite well maintained. This not only referred to the quality of the road, but also the number of vehicles passing by. Before the apocalypse, Beijing City was notorious for traffic jams every few steps, but now, Wen Yu was enjoying the empty road with only himself on it, and coupled with the envious and surprised looks from the soldiers by the roadside, he couldn't help but sigh. This is the benefit of power. The car given to Wen Yu by Quang Liu had an unusual license plate, which was evident from not needing to stop for inspections when entering and exiting the military building. This privilege Wen Yu had every right to enjoy. He pressed down on the accelerator, feeling the inertia pushing against his back, and the exhilaration in his heart was indescribable. Although Wen Yu had never driven a car and didn't have a license, with the reflexes of a professional, these things were quite simple. After watching Quang Liu's actions yesterday, he already understood how to drive. As for traffic laws, before Wen Yu could think about it, the villa area was already in sight. He stepped hard on the brakes, causing his body to sway slightly from the inertia. Looking at the military vehicle in front of him and Fang Yuan standing at his door, Wen Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Commander Lin is quite the old fox, he even anticipated this." Then he silently lamented for the people of the gentry. "I hope you can show some sincerity, otherwise the joyous feast might just turn into a funeral." Wen Yu agreed to Commander Lin's task, but in his eyes it was not something that had to be completed. This was merely cooperation, not a commitment. If the benefits offered by the gentry were substantial enough, he could completely overturn the terms of cooperation, and what would it matter if he offended Lin Heifeng? Therefore, while Fang Yuan had a friendly expression, he might not realize that his attitude, or what he presented, would determine the lives and deaths of many people. As Wen Yu got out of the car, he feigned confusion. "You are Fang Yuan, Colonel, right? We met yesterday." Fang Yuan hurriedly walked up to Wen Yu, his demeanor warm as he spoke. "I truly apologize, Brother Wen Yu. Yesterday I was unwise and might have offended you. I hope you can forgive me." While exchanging pleasantries, Wen Yu invited Fang Yuan into the villa, accompanied by two professionals brought by Fang Yuan. Their strength was not low. Both were mid-level 3, which proved that the gentry's power was not weak. Unfortunately, they might not understand just how strong the true peak powerhouses in this world had become. In the villa's hall, Fang Yuan sat on the guest seat, chatting casually with Wen Yu. This was an old routine of chatting before the apocalypse, and of course, Fang Yuan himself was not of low quality. Although it was casual talk, chatting with Fang Yuan felt quite relaxed, mainly because he threw in many off-color jokes. This effectively bridged the gap between the two young men. So, amidst Fang Yuan's strange conversation style, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing Wen Yu yawn heavily, Fang Yuan immediately realized that this guy's patience was nearly exhausted, and he decisively changed his approach. "Yesterday, the first time I saw Brother Wen Yu, I thought you were not an ordinary person. After returning, I checked your identity and discovered you're a sequence 2. That truly surprised me." Hearing this, Wen Yu's gaze turned cold. Although he learned from Lin Heifeng that these people must have known his identity, the performance still had to be complete. This was an actor's self-cultivation. Seeing Wen Yu's expression, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Wen Yu's reaction was not unusual. Anyone would feel a bit sensitive about someone investigating their affairs without permission. "Don't be angry, Brother Wen Yu. Actually, this is a good thing." "Oh, you call this investigating me a good thing? I don't quite understand that." Hearing Wen Yu's somewhat complaining tone, Fang Yuan slowly spoke. "After learning about your identity and strength yesterday, our family head decided overnight to cooperate with you." "Cooperate? And your family head is?" Seeing Wen Yu's puzzled expression, Fang Yuan straightened his face and said slowly, "The vice-chairman before the apocalypse, old Master Fang, you must know him, right?" "Oh," Wen Yu feigned surprise as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, "Actually, the military is divided into two factions, one led by Lin Heifeng and the other by my family head. To be honest, we really think Lin Heifeng is not suitable to be the commander-in-chief. He only knows how to prepare for war every day and has no diplomatic skills or vision. In fact, there are many in the army who are dissatisfied with Lin Heifeng." Then Fang Yuan rambled on about Lin Heifeng, belittling him while boosting his own stature. Once Fang Yuan finished, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. "What kind of cooperation method are we talking about?" Hearing Wen Yu mention the possibility of cooperation, Fang Yuan felt a significant relief. Fang Yuan believed that the cooperation terms he proposed would be impossible for anyone to refuse. "Brother Wen Yu, as a sequence 2, your strength is obviously stronger than Quang Liu's, meaning with you around, there's no need for Quang Liu to play the war god. We can make you the war god of all of Huaxia." Upon hearing this condition, Wen Yu nodded, signaling for Fang Yuan to continue. "And this place isn't quite right. This house is unworthy of the Lord of War's status. What do you think about a courtyard in the central district?" Well, the deal hadn't even been finalized, and he was already calling him the Lord of War. The speed of this change was indeed quick. Fang Yuan continued, "Moreover, as the Lord of War, how can you not have two personal female secretaries?" Fang Yuan deliberately emphasized the word female. "And we will provide the Lord of War with 1,000,000 magic crystal points." The so-called magic crystal points were the currency released after the apocalypse in the Beijing gathering place. 1,000,000 was quite a sum, equivalent to 10 fourth-tier magic crystals, though exchanging it had some difficulty. Seeing Wen Yu nodding again, Fang Yuan spoke dramatically. "Brother Wen Yu, as long as you cooperate with us, we can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Oh, and I have a younger sister who is still unmarried. If our cooperation deepens, I feel we could become family. All of this just requires you to do a few things for us." Then the room fell silent. Fang Yuan thought that Wen Yu was contemplating and weighing his options, and he believed that these conditions would be enough to impress most professionals. Unfortunately, he didn't know that not a single one of these items hit Wen Yu's sweet spot. Is that it? Wen Yu waited for a long time, seeing Fang Yuan staring at him without any response. He couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Fang Yuan's face turned pale, and he awkwardly laughed twice. What? Brother Wen Yu, is that not enough? If you think it's insufficient, we can add 3 more layers on top of the original. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of pain inside. Because these items were originally what Fang Yuan intended to pocket for himself. Wen Yu fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Very good, I'm quite satisfied. No need to add. This is more than enough. Seeing Wen Yu's beaming expression, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether it was because he completed the task assigned by his family or because he managed to pocket some resources. Then Fang Yuan took out an invitation card from his pocket and said, "On the evening after tomorrow, my grandfather will celebrate his 80th birthday at the Fang family ancestral home in the Central District. I will send someone to pick you up, and after the banquet, we can discuss the details of our cooperation." "I will definitely attend," Wen Yu responded with a nod. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, brother Wen Yu." After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left Wen Yu's villa with his subordinates, leaving Wen Yu staring blankly at the invitation card on the coffee table. After a while, Wen Yu helplessly sighed. A perfect description of a politician out of touch with the times. In the following 2 days, Wen Yu aimlessly wandered around the inner city. It wasn't that Wen Yu wasn't eager to improve his strength, it was that the practitioners were too ruthless. All who could earn points were killed. Those that couldn't be killed were either too powerful or too hard to find. At least around the gathering area in Beijing, it had become quite difficult to find creatures that could earn points. Moreover, with Wen Yu's current strength, unless he stumbled upon a large group of mutated beasts, the difficulty of evolution wouldn't be small. It was better to wait until this mission was over and collaborate with Lin Heifeng to gather some information more comfortably. It had already been a full 2 months since the start of the apocalypse. According to Wen Yu's own estimates, even if he spent the remaining time searching for mutated beasts by climbing mountains, he could still elevate his strength to above level 5. It would just take a lot of time and effort. During these 2 days, Little Snow did come to find Wen Yu once, claiming she wanted to introduce some friends to him. Unfortunately, Wen Yu wasn't interested in such matters. At that moment, Wen Yu was in his room studying a military map. The map was filled with red lines. These were all prepared for the upcoming advancement plan. Once he couldn't obtain the information he wanted from the military, this map would serve as his guarantee for advancement. Starting from Beijing, all the way to the Taihang Mountains, Qinling Mountains, and then the Kunlun Mountains, and finally flying out of the country to sweep along the coast. The time is a bit tight, but the points and flesh expected to be gained will be more than enough for us to level up. Hearing Wen Yu's words, One-Eyed and Star merely stood by in silence. How to get there? Of course, it would be a bus, One-Eyed followed by a plane Star. Anticipating their upcoming transportation journey, One-Eyed and Star frowned, silently eyeing the route Wen Yu had planned. It was indeed a bit long. Suddenly, a honking sound interrupted Wen Yu's train of thought about the route. Tidying up the military map, Wen Yu directly stored it into his spatial ring, then picked up One-Eyed and Star and walked out. Outside, Fang Yuan stood in formal attire in front of a Rolls-Royce, smiling slightly at Wen Yu. "Time's up. I wonder if brother Wen Yu is ready?" Wen Yu nodded. "I've been ready for a while." In the luxurious backseat of the vehicle, Wen Yu and Fang Yuan chatted leisurely. In less than an hour, they had already arrived at the Fang family ancestral home. Though it was called an ancestral home, the entire layout of the house was opulent. Even before entering, Wen Yu could hear laughter and chatter coming from inside. "Come on, brother Wen Yu, I'll take you to meet my grandfather." Wen Yu nodded and immediately followed Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, just as they reached the entrance of the house, they were stopped by a servant standing guard. "Excuse me, sir, may I have your spatial ring and your 2 pets?" the servant politely said to Wen Yu. Wen Yu frowned and looked back at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan appeared slightly embarrassed as he spoke to Wen Yu. "I'm sorry, brother Wen Yu, but this is the rule, you see." Wen Yu hesitated for a moment and said to Fang Yuan, "I definitely won't hand over the spatial ring. I can understand why you are doing this for safety reasons. How about this? You can check the items in my spatial ring and then let me bring it inside." There weren't many items in Wen Yu's spatial ring, but there were a few good things he really couldn't let out of his sight. For example, the Dark Divine Light Skill Scroll and the fragment of the Book of Darkness. Fang Yuan hesitated, glancing at the 2 servants who still had their hands extended, then at the determined expression on Wen Yu's face. For a moment he was somewhat indecisive. From this perspective, Fang Yuan's status in the Fang family wasn't high at all. The scene became tense for a moment until a voice came from a distance. "No need, let him through." The voice came from behind. Before Wen Yu could turn around, he saw a figure striding toward him. The newcomer was dressed in a dark green military uniform, and Wen Yu couldn't discern the military rank from the insignia on his shoulder. The newcomer smiled slightly at Wen Yu and introduced himself. "My name is Fang Wenhai, and I'm Fang Yuan's cousin." Then Fang Wenhai pointed to the insignia on his shoulder and calmly said, "This belongs to a special task force newly established after the apocalypse began. I'm a captain in it." Then Fang Wenhai waved his hand at the two servants, and they immediately stepped aside. Fang Yuan, unsure, stepped forward and said, "Greetings, cousin." Fang Wenhai didn't pay much attention to his useless cousin and merely nodded. "You go about your business. I will take Mr. Wen Yu inside." Without caring about Fang Yuan's displeased expression, he walked directly into the courtyard. Wen Yu first looked at the striding Fang Wenhai, then at Fang Yuan, shrugged slightly, and followed Fang Wenhai as they left. "Fang Yuan is my cousin, but strictly speaking, this family relation is a bit distant. Because I belong to a branch of the Fang family that is quite far removed, you should be able to guess why I can come here today." As Fang Wenhai walked inside, he spoke to Wen Yu. Wen Yu nodded in understanding, not for any other reason, but because Fang Wenhai had level 4 strength. This level was absolutely overwhelming among the current practitioners. However, the fact that this guy appeared here today only meant that his luck wasn't very good. "Actually, I have another purpose for coming today." Fang Wenhai suddenly stopped and spoke softly. "You take care of the inside, I'll handle the outside. Once you send the signal, I'll make my move. And be careful of the hidden cards from these gentry." After Fang Wenhai finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the exterior of the mansion. Wen Yu looked blankly at Fang Wenhai, who had walked out the door, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. "This Commander Lin doesn't have confidence in me." Commander Lin's additional precautions were completely normal in Wen Yu's eyes. His own attitude was still an unknown, and Lin Heifeng could not guarantee whether Wen Yu would lean towards the gentry. This was why Fang Wenhai was brought into the picture. Firstly, to help Fang Wenhai resolve some minor troubles, and secondly, to immediately report any situations to Lin Heifeng so he could respond timely. Wen Yu had no complaints about these matters. Being thorough with precautions was a sign of working prudently, especially when it came to important affairs. However, Fang Wenhai's strength made Wen Yu ponder a bit more. This Fang Wenhai is no weakling. Judging by his demeanor, he seems like a seasoned warrior just off the battlefield, most likely a master from the military's frontline forces. Wen Yu was not naive enough to believe that the military only had Quang Liu as the sole level 4 professional. Shaking his head slowly, Wen Yu pushed those useless thoughts out of his mind and casually grabbed a glass of drink from a passing servant's tray, walking towards the lavishly decorated venue inside. Inside the courtyard, the atmosphere was lively with singing and dancing. Wen Yu quietly observed a large group of people in suits and dresses, ordinary folks, moving around and chatting, their conversations accompanied by the clinks of glasses as they discussed various topics. "Minister Wang, I was wondering about the matter I entrusted you with last time." "Oh, you mean your second child's job, right? The transfer order will come down tomorrow, and he'll be in charge of logistics. I guarantee it'll satisfy you. Brother Li, I found a piece of clothing I like. Can you buy it for me tomorrow?" "How much?" "Only 5,000 magic crystal points. That's not expensive at all." "Fine, it's a small matter." "General Sun, it's the old man's birthday today. I wonder what gifts you have prepared?" "Nothing special, just some calligraphy and paintings." "That's worth quite a bit. I went to the antique market in the central area yesterday. The items are scarce, but each is more expensive than the last." The noisy voices echoed in Wen Yu's ears, causing him to frown even deeper. The level of corruption among these members of the gentry exceeded Wen Yu's own imagination. The various discussions about interest transactions included positions of real power, like team leaders and brigade commanders. Not to mention the idle chatter from some noble ladies. Besides clothing, it was makeup, and they even talked about going for a stroll outside the city tomorrow. Of course, they would need the military to provide security. When you couldn't comprehend how, in this era where one could lose their life at any moment, there was so much time to wander around aimlessly. Perhaps in their eyes, with the protection of the military and living in the most prosperous central district of Beijing, they simply wouldn't consider personal safety anymore. Being well-fed and clothed made these people come up with all sorts of thoughts, those trivial ideas from before the apocalypse. Slowly pulling a piece of mutated beast meat from the tray, he chewed on the deliciously cooked food, and Wen Yu nodded slowly. At this banquet, only these dishes matched Wen Yu's taste and values. In the bustling scene, Fang Yuan finally found Wen Yu, who was indulging in food alongside his two pets. The entire row of tables had been wiped clean by Wen Yu and his two pets, scraps of food scattered everywhere. Xing and the one-eyed pet behaved quite well, not running around but continuously taking food from in front of Wen Yu. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, as the people around were staring at Wen Yu and his two pets with mocking voices rising up. Where did this barbarian come from? Seriously, it's like they've never seen food before. Are they refugees from the outer districts? Look at that, coming to a birthday banquet with two animals, how uncouth. Where are these savages from? The various voices mingled. Although they were faint, they were impossible to miss for Wen Yu. As Fang Yuan squeezed through, he naturally heard these discussions and quickly walked over to Wen Yu's side, his face showing a hint of awkwardness. "Brother Wen Yu, don't bother with them." Having been in the military for some time, Fang Yuan understood Wen Yu well. He wouldn't try to conform to the neatly dressed guests. At the same time, Fang Yuan understood these people's strengths. Wen Yu swallowed the beef he was chewing and said indistinctly, "The beef is good." The beef was indeed good because it was from a calf that hadn't mutated. While lacking the immense energy of mutated beast meat, its quality was far superior. Softer, more tender, and flavorful. Seeing Wen Yu's attitude, Fang Yuan relaxed a bit, tugging at Wen Yu and saying, "Come, let me introduce you to some people." Wen Yu set down the food in his hands, grabbing the one-eyed pet and Xing, following Fang Yuan towards the distance. The discussions around them continued unabated, but Wen Yu merely smiled slightly. He had no intention to argue with a bunch of dead souls. Following Fang Yuan, Wen Yu slowly walked to a corner of the banquet hall. There, a group of elegantly dressed young men and women were laughing and chatting, discussing some trivial topics. For example, one man boasted about his success in the promotion trial today, advancing to a level 2 professional to showcase his courage. A beautiful girl was busy discussing with her friend where they should shop tomorrow and what cosmetics to buy. Upon seeing Fang Yuan approach, these people seemed to find their center and surrounded him, showering him with polite conversation. This also reflected the Fang clan's status among the gentry. After a while, as Wen Yu was on the verge of losing patience, Fang Yuan finally pulled Wen Yu over and introduced, "This is a powerful ally we found in our Fang clan. His strength is even greater than Quang Liu." Upon hearing the comparison to Quang Liu, the surrounding men and women were instantly surprised, their eyes scanning Wen Yu with skepticism. Fang Yuan continued, "This might very well be our future Lord of War, so don't say I didn't take care of you, I'm just letting you get familiar with them." At the same time, Fang Yuan quietly whispered in Wen Yu's ear about who was the son of whom and who was the daughter of whom. According to Fang Yuan, befriending them would make Wen Yu's future career smoother. "By the way," after a long pause, Fang Yuan finally said, "Let me introduce you to my sister." Seeing Fang Yuan's mischievous expression, Wen Yu immediately understood. This sister was probably a tool for these gentry to form a marriage alliance with him. In the eyes of these gentry, marriage alliances were absolutely the best means of diplomacy. Before long, Fang Yuan brought over a young woman in a white dress. The woman was around 20 years old, the age when a woman is at her most beautiful. With her good looks, tall figure, and beautiful clothing, she exuded a goddess-like aura. Fang Yuan winked at Wen Yu and said, "This is my little sister, named—" Unfortunately, before Fang Yuan could finish his sentence, his sister abruptly pulled away from Fang Yuan's hand and arrogantly glanced at Wen Yu. "Isn't he just a martial artist? A vulgar person who only knows how to fight? What's so great about meeting him?" At the same time, this woman rolled her eyes at Wen Yu and turned to strut away towards the direction she had come from, leaving a bewildered Fang Yuan behind. "Your status in the Fang clan isn't that great, is it?" Wen Yu took a sip of the drink in his cup, teasingly saying. Fang Yuan looked at Wen Yu with a troubled expression for a while before finally murmuring. The old man agreed. "Her objections don't matter, it's just you might need to put in some effort, brother Wen Yu." Wen Yu nodded. "I will work hard." Just as Fang Yuan and Wen Yu were talking, a team of soldiers escorted several elderly men slowly into the banquet hall. "My grandfather is here and—" The rest of the words were selectively filtered out by Wen Yu because it didn't matter who was coming. "It's starting," a soft mutter sounded. Fang Yuan nodded beside him. "Yes, it's starting." With the arrival of old Master Fang, the entire banquet suddenly reached a climax. Countless people surged forward, continuously expressing phrases like, "May your fortune be as boundless as the East Sea, may your life be as long as the southern mountains." Though these words were cliched in this setting, they made old Master Fang beam with joy. Simultaneously, various items like antiques and calligraphy were continuously sent up to old Master Fang, subsequently taken away by the attendants behind him. Fang Yuan tugged Wen Yu, directly heading towards old Master Fang. "Grandpa," Fang Yuan squeezed through the crowded people with Wen Yu. Of course, some of these people recognized Fang Yuan, which was why they voluntarily made way. Old Master Fang looked at Fang Yuan, then glanced at Wen Yu behind him, who had two spirit pets hanging on him. He nodded slightly and said in a somewhat aged voice, "This young man behind you is Wen Yu, right? Come and sit." Hearing Old Master Fang's words, Wen Yu nodded, walked directly to the front, and sat down beside him. Old Master Fang scrutinized Wen Yu for a few moments, then said to Fang Yuan beside him, "Go call Wen over." Fang Yuan nodded in response. After a short while, Fang Yuan brought over his unwilling sister. Old Master Fang looked at Wen several times, then said to Wen Yu, "This is my granddaughter. She has had a bit of a temper since she was young, but you're both young people. If you communicate more often, I believe you will get familiar with each other slowly." It was clear that Old Master Fang was keen on bringing Wen Yu and his granddaughter together. Wen Yu also acknowledged that pulling in people he wanted to ally with and turning them into his own was undoubtedly the best strategy. Unfortunately, Wen Yu's purpose for coming today was not that. Wen Yu nodded, acknowledging Old Master Fang's question. However, this attitude made Old Master Fang frown, and some bad thoughts surfaced in his mind. Having navigated the political arena for so many years, if anyone had the skill to read people's expressions, Old Master Fang was definitely one of the best on earth. "What's wrong? Aren't you satisfied with my granddaughter?" Old Master Fang smiled at Wen Yu while more carefully observing his expression. Wen Yu looked around, then at Old Master Fang's unchanged face, and slowly shook his head. "Is everyone here? Then I will begin." After speaking, Wen Yu slowly stood up and took out a gift box from his spatial ring. His voice was soft, so soft that the people around barely heard it. Seeing the gift box, Fang Yuan's expression changed, and he slowly gave Wen Yu a thumbs up. Clearly, Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised by Wen Yu's thoughtfulness. Wen Yu slowly held the gift box in front of him, facing Old Master Fang, and respectfully said, "I wish Old Master Fang a fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as enduring as the South Mountain." After speaking, he directly pulled out the spatial blocker from the box and twisted it open. A deep blue light curtain immediately enveloped the entire banquet hall, even wrapping the outside courtyard within it. Seeing the suddenly appeared blue light curtain, the scene fell silent for a moment before chaos erupted. The guests attending the banquet were all elite individuals, and naturally understood that this blue light curtain was definitely not a congratulatory gift. "What are you doing?" Fang Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and shouted at Wen Yu. Wen Yu glanced at the guests behind him who were in disarray, as well as the security personnel rushing into the banquet hall, then looked at the grim-faced Fang Yuan and the calm Old Master Fang in front of him, and slowly spoke. "This is a congratulatory gift from Commander Lin to Old Master Fang. Of course, I also count as part of the gift. And I must say this is not a personal grudge." As the one-eyed and star rapidly grew larger, the entire banquet hall erupted into even greater chaos. At the moment the light curtain was just forming, when you had already given orders to Star and the one-eyed to kill everyone within the light curtain. As the two Tier 4 mutated beasts fully manifested, the scene was instantly filled with gore. The one-eyed and Star found it very easy to deal with these ordinary people or low-tier professionals, as well as some not highly ranked security personnel. When you slowly walked past the dazed Fang Yuan and directly sat down beside the calm Old Master Fang, slowly picking up a box of great China cigarettes next to him, lighting one and taking a deep puff. Perhaps the smell of tobacco made Old Master Fang somewhat uncomfortable. He coughed heavily twice, first looking at the bloody battlefield in front of him, then glancing at Wen Yu sitting beside him smoking, and gently nodded. "I had long known this day would come. I had long known." Wen Yu exhaled a puff of smoke and picked up the conversation. "So aren't you going to bring out the life-saving measures you prepared?" Among these gentry families, there were certainly some hidden cards. Wen Yu had a clear idea of this. Just now, Fang Wenhai also reminded him to be cautious of the backup plans from these gentry families. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Old Master Fang nodded and pointed at two armor-like decorations standing in the banquet hall. "Over there, those are two iron puppets brought from Treasure Land at Tier 3 peak strength. But they're of no use, right?" Wen Yu nodded. "So it's unnecessary to activate them. It's better to leave them for Heifeng to utilize their combat power." Old Master Fang shook his head and sighed. "I don't want to say more. I actually knew this day would come sooner or later. Little Lin is someone I've watched step by step to where he is today. I understand his thoughts very well, and I also agree with them. What a pity I couldn't withstand the corruption of power nor the pleas of family. This is my home, these are my children. The complexities of country and family are too intricate, especially for Old Master Fang. This is a matter that requires careful consideration. Old Master Fang's choice is family, Naturally, Wen Yu doesn't understand his inner thoughts, nor does he need to. In less than 2 minutes, Wen Yu had finished a cigarette and slowly stood up, saying to Old Master Fang, "Let's go, I'll try to make your death a bit more dignified." Old Master Fang didn't reply, only nodded. Wait, don't kill my grandpa. When you, our family, has given you so much, aren't you satisfied?" Fang Yuan trembled as he stepped forward, placing his body between Wen Yu and Old Master Fang. Wen Yu's right hand trembled slightly, then he shook his head. "I said this is not a personal grudge." Bang! The physical damage ability of the tremor is not particularly strong, but under Wen Yu's physical qualities, even a tremor is enough to pose a strong lethality to Fang Yuan and Old Master Fang. Thus, one shot, 2 lives. Looking at Fang Yuan and Old Master Fang falling to the ground, Wen Yu showed no reaction, slowly walking to Old Master Fang's corpse and taking the spatial ring off his right hand. There must be many life-saving items inside, but unfortunately it couldn't be opened under the spatial blocker. Wen Yu didn't intend to open it now, it was just his spoils of war, and he couldn't leave it for Lin Heifeng. Standing up, Wen Yu glanced around. All the guests and armed personnel around had been completely eliminated by the One-Eyed and Star. Under the effect of the spatial blocker, these people's life-saving cards were entirely locked in the spatial ring, undoubtedly saving Wen Yu a lot of trouble. Woo-woo, crying sounds came, and Wen Yu slowly walked to the large chair where Old Master Fang had originally sat. Pat, pat! Footsteps continued to echo, and under the hearing of Tier 4 professionals, Wen Yu could feel the heartbeat of the person hiding behind the chair quickening bit by bit. Then Wen Yu walked in front of the last surviving guest in the banquet hall. "Hello, Wenwen." Hearing Wen Yu's greeting, Wenwen tightly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Beneath her, a puddle of light yellow water was growing larger. "Please, don't kill me." Wen Yu slowly shook his head. "I'm just a martial artist. Without killing, I lose my value of existence. So, goodbye." When one person and 2 pets finished tidying up the spatial rings on the ground, the barrier still did not disappear. Wen Yu raised his wrist to check his mechanical watch. Only 5 minutes had passed since the barrier was activated. Lighting a cigarette, the corpses strewn across the ground did not evoke any emotional response from Wen Yu. He could only say that, in Wen Yu's eyes, these boring politicians and human parasites were no different from the demonic creatures and mutated beings he had killed. With a cigarette in his mouth, Wen Yu stepped over the corpse of Old Master Fang and walked directly to the 2 puppets beside the hall. He slowly reached out his hand to stroke the strange patterns on the iron puppet, and at that moment, a notification sound echoed in Wen Yu's mind. Iron Puppet B-Rank Item. A humanoid metal puppet forged by a magical civilization, with a body quality of 200 points and immunity to most energy attacks, while having strong resistance to physical damage. Requires 3rd-tier magic crystals to operate. Having just found the control device for these 2 puppets in Old Master Fang's clothing pocket, Wen Yu now observed the attributes of the iron puppets, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. From these 2 puppets, Wen Yu could see a lot. For instance, Old Master Fang may have long suspected that Lin Heifeng would take action against these gentry, yet he did not choose to fight to the death. Instead, he willingly accepted his fate. Though these 2 puppets did not pose much trouble to Wen Yu under normal circumstances, they could actually combat 4th-tier professionals. Yet Old Master Fang did not use them. This old man might still hold onto the persistence of being an old revolutionary and have the bottom line of being a national leader. Moreover, it could be said that there are really a lot of good things gathered in Beijing. Since the gentry had these items, the military must also have them. Deeply rooted, Wen Yu silently sighed in his heart. This illustrates the difference in power between organizations and individuals. Even though Wen Yu's strength was enough to look down on all professionals on Earth, when facing these powerful organizations, there was still a significant gap. Slowly shaking his head, Wen Yu pushed these thoughts aside and carefully observed the 2 puppets with both eyes. He casually moved a stool and sat down beside the 2 puppets. Wen Yu did not intend to hand these 2 puppets over to Lin Heifeng. Another 5 minutes passed slowly. As the color of the blue light curtain outside faded to near transparency, it emitted a pop sound. Like a balloon, the blue light curtain shattered, signaling that the spatial blocker in Wen Yu's hand had failed. At the moment the light curtain broke, the sounds from outside clearly reached the banquet hall's interior. Shouts of killing, wails, and even the booming sounds of gunfire intertwined, informing the survivors of the entire Beijing gathering place that tonight's winds were a bit noisy. Wen Yu paid no attention to the sounds outside. In fact, in Wen Yu's eyes, the remnants of these gentry could no longer contend with Lin Heifeng. Old Master Fang's attitude indicated that as the leader of these gentry, he must have sensed Lin Heifeng's intentions, but did not show any objection to his cleansing actions. Perhaps it was for the greater good, Or maybe he believed the gap in power was too great to resist. Anyway, in Wen Yu's estimation, if Lin Heifeng couldn't even stabilize the Beijing gathering place, then the title of Commander-in-Chief would truly be a waste, and Wen Yu would also have to reconsider his cooperation with the military. Automatically filtering out the sounds from outside, Wen Yu carefully examined the collected spatial rings. First was the F-rank spatial ring, measuring 111, with surprisingly more than 10 pieces. He scanned them one by one and selected the items he could use. Of course, for these politicians, their use of spatial rings was somewhat different from Wen Yu's. What they contained were not items like food and water, but various precious metals, diamonds, or stacks of brand-new banknotes. Oh, and various styles of clothing. After rummaging for a while, Wen Yu finally found 3 items he wanted, 3 protective gear pieces. Unfortunately, their grade was too low, suitable only for professionals below the 3rd tier, and thus of no help against the enemies Wen Yu currently faced. He casually set the 3 items aside and looked at the 3 E-level spatial rings in his hand, each measuring 333. This time, they contained quite a lot of items. Wen Yu obtained at least a dozen protective gear pieces, 3 of which were useful against 4th-tier professionals. Finally, Wen Yu turned his gaze to Old Master Fang's spatial ring. Spatial ring C-rank item. Internal size 100 and 1010. Not to mention anything else, just the rank of this spatial ring was enough to satisfy Wen Yu. Opening the spatial ring revealed a plethora of items that dazzled Wen Yu. Dozens of defense items targeting 4th-tier professionals combined would be enough to withstand a 4th-tier professional for many minutes, along with 2 items designed for 5th-tier professionals. Of course, this is just Wen Yu's assessment of the protective items. Just like himself, he could easily reach the attack power of a normal 5th-tier professional. Wen Yu turned Old Master Fang's spatial ring upside down, spilling various items across the hall, then took out the items from his original spatial ring one by one and placed them into the new spatial ring. Fragment of the Book of Darkness, Dark Divine Light Skill Scroll, some potions and food, and a small section of vine collected from Birch Forest Town. Now he had also added a considerable number of protective items. Nodding in satisfaction, Wen Yu then stored the 2 puppets behind him into the spatial ring. Although these 2 guys were somewhat trivial for Wen Yu at the moment, they would surely be effective for backup. After briefly organizing his current belongings, Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction. He would not force himself to crave these externalities, but having more is certainly better. He had to understand that Wen Yu was a thoroughgoing pragmatist. The sound of several noisy footsteps grew closer. Wen Yu carefully distinguished who it was. Indicating for the one-eyed Xing to enter mini form, Wen Yu adjusted his posture slightly, waiting for the people outside to come in. In less than a minute, Lin Heifeng was the first to step into the chaotic banquet hall, followed by Kang Liu and Fang Wenhai. Behind the 3 of them were several fully armed soldiers, one of whom was carrying a professional on their shoulder. Judging by appearance, it was likely the person they encountered a few days ago at the restaurant, someone with Fang Yuan. "Did you solve it?" Wen Yu nodded in response. "Not a single survivor left." Hearing Wen Yu's answer, Lin Heifeng nodded in satisfaction, then walked up to Wen Yu and slightly bowed. "On behalf of the entire Beijing gathering place, I thank you for your actions today. What you did has changed the landscape for survivors across Huaxia." Wen Yu shook his head slightly. "For me, it was just a transaction, an ordinary task, merely a very simple slaughter." Hearing Wen Yu's response, Lin Heifeng slightly nodded and did not say anything more. He casually indicated the professionals behind him to inspect the hall, perhaps fearing that Wen Yu would not be thorough, or perhaps wanting to find something. However, these matters were no longer related to Wen Yu. Glancing at a professional's shoulder, which belonged to the deceased from the Demon City Gathering, Wen Yu shrugged. "There was a situation on the Demon City Gathering side, but we haven't figured out the specifics. This person was a death warrior," Kang Liu explained to Wen Yu. Wen Yu nodded. His earlier question was simply out of curiosity. Standing up directly, Wen Yu spoke to Lin Heifeng, who was beside Old Master Fang's corpse. "Mission accomplished. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Lin Heifeng had been standing in front of Old Master Fang's corpse, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing Wen Yu's voice, he slightly nodded. "Come to the military headquarters tomorrow. We will conduct a win-win transaction, which can also be considered our first collaboration." Upon hearing the commander's words, Wen Yu chuckled twice, nodded, and turned to walk outside. At the Demon City Gathering in Peng Jun's office, when Lin Heifeng launched the attack on the central area, Peng Jun had already received the news. Old Lin acted too quickly. Peng Jun sighed and pressed his temples, smiling wryly. Beside him, a young man in military uniform with sharp eyes slightly nodded. My original plan was to wait for the right moment to contact those from the gentry and work together to subdue Lin Heifeng, thereby taking over the Beijing gathering. However, once old Lin strikes, those clueless guys will have no chance of survival. Peng Jun shook his head helplessly, and there wasn't much regret in his tone. By the way, how is the information you were asked to explore? The young man sitting beside him slightly nodded. News has come in that demonic entity is in Harbin. Upon hearing this news, greed could not be concealed in Peng Jun's eyes. During this time at the Demon City gathering, you will take charge of the administrative matters. I need to go to Harbin. The young man nodded. Peng Jun stood up, hurriedly putting on his clothes, then seemed to recall something and paused in place for a moment before saying, "Has the new apostle leader been trained yet?" The young man nodded. "Bring him along with me." "Understood." Upon hearing Peng Jun's instruction, the young man immediately walked out. "By the way, Peng Guang, there's one more thing. Keep an eye on the movements of Sequence 2. He has recently been mingling with old Lin. Speak with Guardian number 1 and find an opportunity to eliminate him." Hearing the word Sequence 2, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the young man named Peng Guang. Seeing his reaction, Peng Jun chuckled. "Recently, take some time to explore your new abilities. When the time is ripe, you will be Sequence 2, not Sequence 5. Also, talk more with Guardian No. 1 recently and strive to gain more benefits from him." "Understood." Peng Guang nodded and turned to leave the room. Only Peng Jun remained standing in place, lost in thought. After a while, he chuckled and spoke to himself. "This is truly interesting. I never expected that the treasure land guardian under the sovereign would have thoughts of betrayal. So, the so-called sovereign is not all-knowing and all-powerful after all. When you woke up, he felt the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. He slightly pulled back the curtains, and warm sunlight poured into the bedroom, instantly bringing a sense of warmth to him. Looking at the military vehicles driving back and forth on the street outside, as well as the soldiers patrolling, you couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the cleanup work regarding the remnants of the gentry was still not completed. After a moment of contemplation, you understood. The gentry's infiltration into the military was quite deep, with both overt and covert forces present. It was impossible to resolve these matters in just one night. You quickly washed up and called for the one-eyed and Zing before heading downstairs. Driving for no more than 10 minutes you arrived at the military headquarters. Without going through any security checks, the soldier at the gate let him pass upon seeing his license plate number. He made his way directly to Commander Lin's office. Before entering, he heard Lin Heifeng's calm voice from inside. "Immediately disband the armed forces of the 32nd Mobile Brigade and activate the hidden agents to eliminate Feng Xiaobai. Mobilize a group of professionals to pursue the remaining gentry members who have fled the city. We must eradicate them completely." "Mobilize?" Outside the door, you listened to the series of commands being issued by Commander Lin, waiting for a while. Professionals in military uniforms were coming and going, and after about an hour, Commander Lin finally finished arranging these follow-up tasks and directly spoke to the door. "Come in." You pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, Commander Lin appeared somewhat fatigued, but his eyes were brighter than ever. You looked at Commander Lin and smiled. "Commander Lin, congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the sole power holder in the entire Beijing gathering." Commander Lin smiled and nodded, showing no modesty. He said, "It all depends on your strength. You have helped me immensely, and I will never forget that." "That's great." After you finished speaking, he directly sat in the chair opposite Commander Lin, watching Lin Heifeng skillfully arrange the tea set in front of him. He slowly began to speak. "I believe you understand the purpose of my visit this time." Hearing Yu's words, Commander Lin directly nodded. "Exactly. I have some matters here that require your strength." Yu took a gentle sip of the tea that Lin Heifeng had handed him before speaking. "As for the cleanup of the remnants of the gentry, I will not participate. Chasing these individuals would not yield any benefits and would only waste time, something Yu was not willing to do." Lin Heifeng understood Yu's thoughts and nodded in agreement. "Let's take a look at this first," Lin Heifeng said, taking out a map from the side. On the map, several red or black dots of varying sizes were clearly marked. "What is this?" Yu asked, looking at the markings on the map with confusion. "This is currently detected by the military district, belonging to dangerous level mutated creatures, both individuals and groups. This is what the military district has currently detected, belonging to the dangerous category of mutated beasts, both individual and in groups. The dangerous category I'm referring to is one that even the military district deems hazardous. At least with Quangliu's own strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to handle the cleanup." Upon hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Yu nodded in agreement and said, "That makes sense. I really need this kind of intelligence right now. Seeing the slightly fervent look in Wen Yu's eyes, Lin Heifeng smiled. Let me explain the situation in these areas to you. With that, Lin Heifeng pointed directly to a location in the Tibet Autonomous Region. There a huge black dot was marked, shining darkly. This is a divine beast species. It has a strength level of 4. According to the images sent back by satellites, the entire Lhasa has already been completely destroyed by this divine beast and its subordinate mutated beasts. The true form of this divine beast should be a canid creature, but after becoming a divine beast species, it has morphed into a bizarre black Kilin-like creature. The last time I sent Quangliu and the vermilion bird to communicate with it, they were sent back. Its temperament isn't good, and it looks really ugly, so we named it the ominous face Kilin, nodding at Lin Heifeng's words. Wen Yu pondered for a moment before saying, continue. He couldn't take on this divine beast species. Its strength was too great, and its subordinates were too many. These were all reasons, but the main reason was that a divine beast species could produce a massive effect in resisting the invasion of the demonic clan. Here, Lin Heifeng pointed to a place near Guangxi. This is another divine beast species called the white tiger, and this one is a genuine white tiger. This white tiger is extremely ferocious. It's a lone beast without any subordinates, but its combat power is incredibly terrifying. There's also here another divine beast species, a nine-tailed fox. And here, wait a minute. Wen Yu immediately interrupted Lin Heifeng's words. Are all the black dots divine beast species? Seeing Lin Heifeng nod affirmatively, Wen Yu felt helpless. There are a total of 7 locations. These are all the divine beast species currently observed within Huaxia. Of course, I can't be certain if there are more. Wen Yu carefully studied the map for a moment. The 7 divine beast species were distributed in different locations. Although their realms had overlapping areas, they were clearly distinct. Wen Yu let out a heavy sigh. Let's not mention the divine beast species. The cost of killing those creatures is just too great. Based on Wen Yu's estimation of his own combat power, he and the Faceless with its eye mutation might be able to take down a divine beast species. Adding Xing would mean their combined combat power could potentially match that of 2 divine beast species. This level of combat power is simply insufficient to guarantee victory in battle against a divine beast species. Thus, hunting divine beast species from any perspective was unreasonable. Seeing Wen Yu's helpless expression, Lin Heifeng nodded and placed his finger on the red dots. The number of red dots was considerable, and they were all located near mountains and rivers. Lin Heifeng explained, these red dots represent large mutated beast gathering places. A complete food chain has already formed within them. For ordinary professionals, these areas are forbidden zones, but for you, I think there's nothing to fear unless there are divine beast species that I haven't detected. Divine beast species don't appear so easily, Wen Yu asserted. This was certain. In the vast Huaxia, only 7 divine beast species had been observed. Including Xing and the vermilion bird, there were only 9. That number was already quite low. Lin Heifeng shrugged. Noticing Wen Yu was seriously examining the map, he took a small sip of tea and continued. Actually, I'm showing you this not to encourage you to hunt them down. Hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu raised his head in confusion. You might have forgotten. I've said before that we are in cooperation, but what benefit do we gain if you go out and kill these mutated beasts? Lin Heifeng's words were direct and realistic, but Wen Yu preferred dealing with realistic people. And right now, I don't want you to engage in large-scale hunting of mutated beasts because, as you should know, these creatures will fight alongside us in the future. Nodding at Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu acknowledged the fact. However, he could not give up on advancement for that reason. Enhancing his strength was paramount. After finishing, Lin Heifeng rolled up the map and slowly spoke. You must have memorized this map. This is merely an additional reward for your efforts this time. After all, finding a woman doesn't require such a big effort. This deal itself is not quite fair. I have a suggestion. You might want to consider it. If you disagree, then you can go after those mutated beasts later. Hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu nodded. Seeing Wen Yu's attitude, Lin Heifeng smiled and said slowly, I think it's much better for you to hunt the demonic clan for advancements than to chase after the mutated beasts. What do you think? I think so too, but the demonic clan hasn't appeared yet. Wen Yu rubbed his head and said softly. Strictly speaking, Wen Yu had only seen the demonic clan once on Earth. That was during the battlefield of the 2 realms. He had encountered them a few times in the treasure land. Wait. Thinking of this, Wen Yu suddenly looked up at Lin Heifeng. Lin Heifeng simply smiled and took a sip of tea. You have treasure land, and there are large numbers of demonic clan inside. Even Li Quanon could hide one back then. It was hard for Wen Yu to believe that the military district didn't have any treasure land for its use. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Heifeng nodded and slowly explained, we have many treasure lands. These kinds of places open and close repeatedly. The military's controlled treasure lands have consistently maintained around 100, but most of them are one-time use. Once the treasures inside are taken, they are gone. A small portion belongs to challenge-type treasure lands that can accommodate most professionals. However, recently, the military discovered a super treasure land. This treasure land is somewhat special. Do you want to take a look? Upon hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu nodded directly. Such things were not to be missed no matter what. Seeing Wen Yu's response, Lin Heifeng smiled and nodded. Then I think our deal is 9 out of 10 successful. When Lin Heifeng finished speaking, he did not provide further explanations. Instead, he put on his coat and walked outside. At the entrance, 2 personal guards belonging to Lin Heifeng immediately saluted when they saw him come out. Lin Heifeng turned his head and said a few words to one of the Tier 3 peak guards before taking Wen Yu down the military headquarters building. Outside, Lin Heifeng's exclusive vehicle and driver had already been waiting at the door for a long time. Shall we go together? Forget it, I'll drive myself. Lin Heifeng nodded. Then you follow closely, the distance is a bit far. The distance Lin Heifeng mentioned was indeed quite far. The 2 vehicles drove one behind the other for about 3 hours, finally leaving the vicinity of the Beijing gathering area, and they slowly stopped in front of a large factory area. Seeing Lin Heifeng get out of the car, Wen Yu also got out directly. This is the place. Lin Heifeng pointed to a huge factory building in front and said slowly. Looking around, the factory's outer walls were new, as if they had been built after the apocalypse began, but what puzzled Wen Yu was that there were no signs of people coming and going around. Perhaps noticing Wen Yu's confused expression, Lin Heifeng smiled and said, "Follow me." After saying that, Lin Heifeng took the lead and walked to the factory entrance. As soon as Lin Heifeng reached the factory door, something resembling a camera popped out from the gap in the door, scanning Lin Heifeng with red lights. After a moment, with 2 electronic beeps, the factory door opened, revealing a dark passage inside. The perimeter of this factory area was just recently completed, and the things inside are classified as confidential, so I didn't dispatch a large force to guard it here. 1. The time was too rushed. 2. To avoid drawing attention. 3. We also don't have enough personnel in the military. But there is an elite squad here, one of our military's most elite teams. You've met the captain. Upon hearing Lin Heifeng's explanation, Wen Yu nodded. Fang Wenhai, right? Yes, that's him. When we cleared the central area last night, it was Fang Wenhai's squad that took action. They belong to the integrated force I established after the apocalypse, combining professionals with modern equipment. Since discovering this treasure land a week ago, their squad has been responsible for guarding this place and will also enter the treasure land to carry out tasks. Hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu nodded in understanding. What tasks? Lin Heifeng did not respond and led the way into the dark passage. The passage was not long. After walking for less than a minute, they reached the end. At the end, a row of soldiers was guarding the entrance to the passage. When they saw Lin Heifeng enter, they immediately saluted. When Yu observed the soldiers' uniforms, they were identical to Fang Wenhai's, so they were likely the special forces Lin Heifeng had mentioned. As Wen Yu followed Lin Heifeng into the factory area, the scene inside came into view. The most striking feature was, of course, the enormous entrance to the treasure land standing in the middle of the factory. Nearly 30 meters high, silver light flowed continuously. Besides that, there was nothing else. However, seeing this entrance to the treasure land made Wen Yu frown. This entrance is a bit small. It was indeed a little small because, based on the entrance's scale, it barely qualified as a large treasure land and definitely did not reach the level of a super treasure land. Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Lin Heifeng shrugged. The treasure land entrance is just an entrance. In fact, the treasure land guardian inside is quite interesting. When it was first opened, this entrance had a diameter of nearly 200 meters. That was truly towering into the clouds. Then we sent experts to communicate with the treasure land guardian. Guess what? Lin Heifeng smiled at Wen Yu. 2 barbecues plus 2 bottles of Wuliangai, and the treasure land guardian immediately talked to us about everything. Shrinking the entrance scale was just a small matter. Hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu looked at the treasure land entrance with curiosity. Lin Heifeng continued. According to our observations, these treasure land guardians should be remnants of worlds destroyed by the demonic clan. Since they are living beings, it means they have desires, which naturally means they can communicate and be utilized. We obtained quite a bit of information from this treasure land guardian. Let's go in first. After Lin Heifeng finished speaking, he took the lead and approached the treasure land entrance. With a flash of silver light, Lin Heifeng's figure instantly disappeared. Wen Yu quickly followed him into the treasure land. A familiar feeling of dizziness came over him, and within a second, Wen Yu had broken free from the dizziness. Looking around, Wen Yu was instantly shocked by the scene before him. What appeared in front of Wen Yu was a small city entirely made of steel. The layout of the small city was very reasonable, with a castle-like building at its center, and the entrance to the treasure land was located right at the edge of the city wall. Lin Heifeng explained beside him. This small city is part of the treasure land itself, providing a layer of protection and a gathering point for professionals entering the treasure land. Here, we in the military call it the outpost. A flash of white light appeared in front of Wen Yu, and a slightly strange-looking black-robed figure appeared before him. The figure first performed an odd gesture toward Lin Heifeng, then fixed its all-black eyes on Wen Yu. Greetings, Sequence 2. I am the Treasure Land Guardian of this Treasure Land, number 56. You can call me Caldo. Wen Yu nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Lin Heifeng said, Sequence 2 was brought in by me. I will explain the rules and tasks of the entire Treasure Land to him, so you don't need to worry about that. Lin Heifeng's tone was very polite. Upon hearing this, Caldo nodded and showed a friendly smile to Wen Yu before disappearing. Wen Yu stared at the spot where Caldo had been for a long time before finally speaking. What type of guardian is this? Wen Yu had only seen two guardians. One was Arcada, and the other was the fourth prince. Arcada was a mischievous child, while the fourth prince, based on Wen Yu's description, was definitely a despicable person with an abnormal mind. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Heifeng smiled and said, According to our psychologist's assessments, this Caldo belongs to the friendly type. He's quite nice, although he looks a bit strange. His mental state is quite immature. Upon hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Wen Yu nodded. Then this treasure land shouldn't be too hard. No, in fact, the difficulty of this treasure land is terrifying. After Lin Heifeng said this, he did not say anything else and led Wen Yu toward the castle-like building at the center of the city. As they walked, he explained, I'll explain the situation here to you later. First, let's go to the castle. That's where our command center is, as well as a branch of the Academy of Sciences. The group walked quickly, and Lin Heifeng, being a third-tier professional himself, had crossed more than half of the Steel City and arrived at the castle entrance in less than 10 minutes. Along the way, Wen Yu carefully observed the architectural style of the city. The style resembled some ancient European cities, with buildings that looked like iron coffins, empty inside. According to Lin Heifeng, because the treasure land had just opened, the military had not yet deployed large-scale troops into it. However, it was foreseeable that once some issues were resolved, this place would become an alternative city that combined garrison and research. When the group arrived in front of the castle, Lin Heifeng directly presented an identification card-like object. Upon seeing this, the soldiers guarding the castle entrance immediately allowed them to pass. The interior of the castle was large, with spacious areas divided into 3 levels. Lin Heifeng explained, the first and second floors are the residences for the special operations team stationed here. The third floor contains the conference room and the command center, along with some other functional departments. Additionally, there is one more level below, which is currently the territory of the research department. After a brief introduction, Lin Heifeng led Wen Yu directly to the third floor. At the end of the stairs, Fang Wenhai and a middle-aged man dressed in white were already waiting. Lin Heifeng nodded at the two of them and walked directly into the large conference room on the third floor. Once everyone was seated, Lin Heifeng introduced, This is Fang Wenhai, whom you have met. He is currently the overall commander of military operations in this treasure land and the only fourth-tier professional here. Fang Wenhai nodded at Wen Yu. This is Zhao Xiang, the vice president of the Academy of Sciences, who is currently in charge of research in this treasure land and some special tasks. Lin Heifeng did not provide specific details about their work to Wen Yu, likely due to it being classified information, and Wen Yu himself was not particularly interested in such matters. Then Lin Heifeng pointed at Wen Yu. This is Sequence 2, Wen Yu. I called him over partly to deal with potential large-scale wars and fourth-tier or above strong practitioners from the demonic clan. Recently, ever since Zhao Hai obtained intelligence on the opponent, he has been complaining about the lack of strong practitioners. Now I can provide you with a strong ally. Hearing Lin Heifeng's teasing words, Fang Wenhai frowned slightly. It might still not be enough. Oh, has a new situation arisen? Fang Wenhai stood up, directly pulling aside a nearby curtain, signaling a guard to turn on the projector. Then looking at Lin Heifeng and Wen Yu, Fang Wenhai said seriously, Let me first introduce the general situation here to Wen Yu. This treasure land does not belong to any known type of treasure land. As the projector activated, a huge map appeared before Wen Yu. The entire treasure land resembles a circular area. According to our troops' reconnaissance, this area covers an impressive 100,000 square kilometers. Wen Yu silently calculated in his mind, 100,000 square kilometers was roughly equivalent to a quarter of Heilongjiang province. This was already a considerable area for a treasure land. Seeing Wen Yu nod in acknowledgement, Fang Wenhai continued, "Here is where we are located." Fang Wenhai pointed to a small green dot on the edge of the circular map. The small town itself was not large. Based on Wen Yu's estimation, its size was probably only one-third that of the entire Che town, making it indeed insignificant on a 100,000 square kilometer scale. "Here is the location of our opponent." Fang Wenhai pointed directly at a black dot that was symmetrical to the small green dot. "According to our observations, the opposing location is also a city comparable in size to ours, but the difference is that there are 3 Demon Realm gates in their city." Upon hearing the term Demon Realm Gate, Wen Yu frowned, beginning to understand what this treasure land was all about. "The mission of this treasure land is defensive. Our task is to safeguard this city and ensure it is not invaded by demonic creatures. For every day we defend, the treasure land will provide us with a large number of low-level magic crystals, including first and second tier, with only a few third tier. Of course, this is just the overall reward from the treasure land guardians for our military. Additionally, depending on the amount of demonic creatures hunted in this treasure land, extra rewards can be obtained. Individuals need to exchange with the treasure land guardians for this." Lin Heifeng explained from the side. After listening to the two of them, Wen Yu nodded in agreement. In other words, here, apart from the points and magic crystals obtained from killing demonic creatures, there is another form of reward from the guardians. Seeing that Wen Yu absorbed this information, Fang Wenhai continued, 3 days ago, we discovered that the Demon Realm gates began to release demonic creatures of varying levels, and during our last observation, 3 fourth-tier demonic creatures had already appeared, and the lower-tier demonic creatures were overwhelming. Currently, they are stationed in the opposing demonic city, and the scouts from the demonic clan have already discovered our city, and we don't know when they will launch an attack here." After hearing this, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "According to your words, this place is essentially a special battlefield. We each have a castle, and it's a mutual attack situation, correct?" Hearing Wen Yu's words, Fang Wenhai shook his head slightly. "Yes, but also no, because the number of the demonic clan is too large. We do not have the capability to initiate an attack. Let me give you a simple overview of the current troop comparison. Recent intelligence shows that there are 3 fourth-tier demonic creatures that we have observed. The third-tier demonic creatures number around 2,000, while the first and second-tier demonic creatures are countless. Our current stationed forces, apart from some heavy weaponry, consist solely of our special operations team totaling 300 members. 1 fourth-tier, the rest are third-tier, plus the cloned mech army dispatched by the Academy of Sciences. Clones?" When Yu arched an eyebrow at Zhao Xiang, who had remained silent. Zhao Xiang nodded but said nothing more. It was Lin Heifeng who explained, "We are short on manpower, and since cloning technology has matured, we have started producing clones for necessary guarding work. Of course, they are artificial beings and cannot upgrade. Regarding this issue, scholars at the Academy of Sciences believe it might relate to the soul, though they don't understand what the soul actually is." When Yu nodded in understanding. Equipping clones with firearms or more advanced weapons certainly provided considerable power. As for the notion that using clones goes against ethics, Wen Yu merely smiled and said nothing. "The overall situation is roughly like this. According to our military experts' estimates, the demonic clan will launch an attack against us within 5 to 10 days. This place is essentially a front line where the human race and the demonic clan come into contact, which can also be called a forward post. Of course, we prefer to call it a forward battle, because this will surely be the first large-scale war between humanity and demonic creatures." After hearing Fang Wenhai's introduction, Wen Yu contemplated for a while and slowly nodded. "So what do you need me to do?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Heifeng smiled and shook his head. "You can do whatever you want. That's good." Wen Yu looked at Lin Heifeng's expression and suddenly smiled. What Lin Heifeng meant by "you can do whatever you want" was to allow Wen Yu to act freely. After hearing Fang Wenhai's introduction, Wen Yu had already made up his mind. This treasure land was filled with numerous enemies that kept coming, which was perfect for his advancement. As long as Wen Yu continued to kill demonic creatures here, it would indirectly reduce the military's defensive pressure. This was a win-win situation, a perfect collaboration. As Fang Wenhai finished explaining the situation, the four fell into a brief silence. After a while, Lin Heifeng spoke first. "Currently, all the troops have their tasks, so we can't mobilize more personnel for support at the moment. However, I will be sending over Quangliu." Hearing Lin Heifeng's words, Fang Wenhai furrowed his brows and reluctantly nodded. "In 3 days, I will mobilize more troops and weapons to come, so don't rush." Lin Haifeng reassured him. It was clear that the military's personnel outside were indeed insufficient. Wen Yu chimed in. When large-scale battles occur, this place will become a great training ground. Although many people will die, Lin Haifeng nodded in agreement. If this treasure land was utilized well, it would significantly elevate the levels of the military professionals. After understanding the general situation, Wen Yu lost the desire to continue sitting there. After greeting Lin Haifeng, he walked directly outside. Lin Haifeng had nothing to say about that. As long as he brought Wen Yu in, Wen Yu would naturally exert the effect that Lin Haifeng wanted. No matter whether Wen Yu listened to commands or not, the entire castle had very few people. Most of the soldiers had tasks, making the large castle feel extremely empty. Wen Yu wandered around the castle a couple of times before slowly walking out. Outside, the guards saluted Wen Yu without any complicated procedures like identity checks. As he slowly walked onto the spacious street, Wen Yu observed the city as if he were taking a stroll. In a small town, bringing in a few hundred people felt like a drop of water in the ocean, hardly stirring any waves. Looking at the identical streets and the identical iron houses, Wen Yu walked directly to the door of one room. He gently pressed the door handle, and the door opened directly. It was evident that these empty rooms could be used freely. After casually surveying the room's layout, bed, table, stool, there was nothing more. Perhaps these were just set up as resting places for professionals. One couldn't expect more. When Yu turned and exited the room, walking into the adjacent room, the layout was identical. So, choosing any room is basically the same. He shrugged slightly and activated the Soul Realm. Two purple circles appeared, one on each side, and Xing and Daiyuan jumped out from the Soul Realm, then burrowed into their familiar spots on Wen Yu. Daiyuan nestled in Wen Yu's arms, while Xing lay on top of his head. Taking out some daily necessities from his spatial ring, Wen Yu simply arranged the room and sat down on the stool, speaking up. "Caldo, are you there?" "I'm here, Sequence II." Just as Wen Yu's words finished, the guardian of the treasure land, Caldo, immediately responded. With a fluctuation in space, Caldo, dressed in a black robe, appeared before Wen Yu. After performing a strange salute to Wen Yu, Caldo slowly began to speak. "Is there something you need?" Wen Yu nodded and pointed to the room. "Are all the rooms like this one?" "Yes, except for the central castle, they are all like this." Wen Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. He absolutely wouldn't refuse better living conditions, but since everywhere else was the same, it didn't matter where he stayed. Wen Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking up. "I just heard Lin Haifeng say that you can get another reward here." Caldo nodded and gently waved his arm, causing a semi-transparent list-like item to appear before Wen Yu. This treasure land is called the Demon Hunting Ground. Originally, the scale of the treasure land belonged to a super treasure land, and there were not just one entrance. But due to the military's requirements in this country, I completely closed the other entrances, leaving only this one. Here, killing demonic creatures not only grants points and the magic crystals in their brains, but also earns a hunting point. Zero-tier demonic creatures do not provide hunting points. First-tier demonic creatures earn 1 point, second-tier earn 10 points, third-tier earn 100 points, fourth-tier earn 1,000 points, and fifth-tier earn 10,000 points. This scoring method does not consider individual strength, only levels. Wen Yu nodded in understanding, which meant that killing a peak Tier 3 demonic creature and a Level 3 initial demonic creature would yield the same hunting points. "Are there 5th-tier demonic creatures?" Caldo nodded. "That possibility cannot be ruled out because these demonic creatures are not raised by us, but rather flowed out from the Demon Realm Gate. The Sovereign has controlled the quality of the demonic creatures transported through the Demon Realm Gate, but it can only be lowered to a minimum of 5th tier." "I understand." Wen Yu nodded and shifted his gaze to the exchange list. The items on it were quite luxurious. Various levels of protective gear, potions of various effects. Wen Yu even saw various S-rank and above items or equipment. Wait, as Wen Yu's gaze moved higher, he finally spotted an item. Book of Darkness Summoning Volume, absorbs souls, unleashes the power of darkness. The Book of Darkness Summoning Volume possesses the terrifying power to summon the dead. Exchange requirement, 3 million hunting points. Seeing this requirement, Wen Yu's brows twitched fiercely. 3 million hunting points equated to 300 fifth-tier demonic creatures. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yu asked one last question. "Is the task in this treasure land just to defend the city?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Caldo shook his head. "That's not the case. In fact, the ultimate task of this treasure land is to destroy the enemy's occupied city. When the enemy's city is destroyed, a super reward will be granted by the Sovereign, but the difficulty is very high, because the transportation ability of the Demon Realm Gate is terrifying. Moreover, if either city is destroyed, this treasure land will be permanently closed. Hearing Caldo's words, Wen Yu nodded. Nothing else, thank you. You're welcome. Caldo politely nodded, then slowly disappeared from view. Looking around the small room he was in, Wen Yu quickly tidied up. He mainly spread out his bedding, then took the room key hanging by the door and walked out. After calculating the time, he realized that it had been nearly 70 days since the apocalypse began. This also meant that there were about 100 days left until the Demon Realm gate would open. Before that, Wen Yu needed to ensure that his strength was greatly enhanced. He didn't need to reach the strength of a Tier 6 professional, but he had to reach Tier 5, and he also needed to contract a divine beast species at the 5th Soul Realm. He was truly envious of the power of the divine beast species. So, I need to hurry, sighing lightly, Wen Yu locked the door behind him. This was his home for the time being. Then his one-eyed beast swiftly enlarged, directly entering its battle form. With a star on his head, Wen Yu leaped up and rode on the one-eyed beast's head, quickly heading toward the outskirts of the city. 3 Tier 4 demonic creatures were no match for Wen Yu. Standing in the castle, Lin Heifeng watched as Wen Yu rode away on the large dog, letting out a soft sigh. Fang Wenhai stood beside him, showing some dissatisfaction. Commander Lin, I still think it's better for Wen Yu to act with the main force. Hearing Fang Wenhai's words, Lin Heifeng shook his head slightly. You don't understand. You've been here all this time, so you don't grasp this person's strength. Fang Wenhai raised his eyebrows. Sequence 2 may be a bit stronger than Quang Liu, but even if he is a little stronger, against the overwhelming group of demonic creatures, it's just sending ingredients. From Fang Wenhai's education and experience, he believed that the outcome of a war was never determined by a single individual. Lin Heifeng shook his head, sighing as he spoke. Just watch. In this world, the fate of a war is decided by individuals with super strong capabilities. The world has changed, and the mode of war has changed. Fang Wenhai looked expressionlessly at the one-eyed beast growing farther away, unsure of what he was thinking. The one-eyed beast was fast, and in less than 3 minutes it had already left the small town. Before him lay a desolate expanse covered in yellow sand. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu frowned slightly. The battlefield environment of the treasure land was quite good, with no obstacles and relatively flat terrain. Unfortunately, a similar environment meant that distinguishing direction would be extremely difficult. Of course, for Wen Yu, these were minor issues. He directed the one-eyed beast to continue sprinting forward, while the star occasionally flew up to discern the direction. Beasts had a far superior ability to determine direction compared to humans, not to mention Tier 4 mutated beasts and Tier 4 divine beast species. In this situation, Wen Yu sped forward with his 2 spirit pets. He had only one target, the demonic city. In less than 10 minutes, several small green dots appeared in Wen Yu's line of sight. His super-sharp eyesight allowed him to slightly identify those small dots as soldiers belonging to the military. After thinking for a moment, Wen Yu directly said to the one-eyed beast, "Catch up to them." The soldiers on the opposite side naturally did not possess Wen Yu's keen eyesight. It wasn't until the distance was reduced by about half that they noticed the figure of the one-eyed beast. At first, the soldiers were somewhat flustered. After all, mutated beasts were not allowed into the treasure land, and seeing a blurry creature nearly 10 meters tall approaching from afar definitely couldn't be a human. It had to be a demonic creature. However, the chaos did not last long. As the one-eyed beast swiftly approached, the soldiers had already identified its species, a dog. The possibility of a mutated beast appearing in the treasure land could only mean one thing. Looking at the soldiers below who saluted him, Wen Yu thought for a moment before jumping down from the one-eyed beast's head. What are you doing? We are reconnaissance soldiers from the military's special operations team. We just received information about the demonic creatures and are preparing to return to the base. Nodding, Wen Yu asked, "What information do you have?" The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but decided to share the information. After all, the entrance to this treasure land was strictly controlled by the military, making it difficult for outsiders to come and go. Even though the strong figure in front of them was someone they had never seen before, since he was here, it meant he was part of the military, one of their own. Within the demonic city, the number of demonic creatures has further increased, and a new Tier 4 demonic creature has appeared. An hour ago, the demonic creatures had already split into teams and left the city, possibly searching for our location. Some personnel on the front line have already partially evacuated. After hearing this news, Wen Yu nodded slightly. These soldiers were quite professional. In just an hour, they could relay the situation of the demonic city here, likely due to special communication methods. Wen Yu did not inquire further about these matters. He casually glanced at the soldiers and then pointed randomly. "You, come with me. I need you to relay information. When you return, just say he was taken by Wen Yu, and I will do my best to ensure his safety." "Yes, Commander." The soldiers immediately chose to follow Wen Yu's orders without hesitation. The soldier pointed out by Wen Yu quickly mounted the back of the one-eyed beast, sitting properly. Wen Yu nodded to the remaining soldiers, indicating for the one-eyed beast to continue moving forward. Once he could no longer see the soldiers, Wen Yu then examined the young soldier sitting behind him. He looked relatively young, under 20. There were still some fine hairs at the corners of his mouth, and in military uniform he appeared quite spirited. Mid-Tier 3 strength looked weak to Wen Yu, but within the army he would definitely be considered elite. Nodding at the somewhat anxious soldier behind him, Wen Yu asked, "What is your name?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, the young soldier immediately stood up, performed an extremely standard military salute, and loudly replied, "Report, Commander. My name is Zhao Mingaming, and I belong to—" Wen Yu waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Mingaming's remaining words. "No need to say so much. Your task is to follow me and act as my living map and liaison." "Yes, Commander." His attitude was quite good, or perhaps the military's training had been quite effective. "By the way, are you afraid of death?" After a moment of silence lasting about 3 minutes, Wen Yu turned back and asked, "I'm not afraid, Commander." "Good." Wen Yu paused for a moment, looked at Zhao Mingaming's determined face, and slowly spoke. "I will do my best to ensure you survive, but later, you need to be a bit clever on your own." "Understood, Commander," Zhao Mingaming behind him said with all his might. Wen Yu nodded. "Relax, I'm not really a commander, and you have a communicator on you, right?" "Yes, Commander," Zhao Mingaming replied as he pulled out a silver-white communication device from his military uniform pocket. "Notify the scouts on the front line to report the locations and routes of the demonic creatures, including their numbers." Zhao Mingaming nodded and immediately started fiddling with the communicator. After a while, he spoke up. "Report, Commander. The basic situation and movement routes of the demonic creatures have been fully surveyed." Once Zhao Mingaming finished, he took out a map and something resembling a compass from his military attire, explaining to Wen Yu. "Currently, there are 4 known 4th-tier demonic creatures. Today, these 4 are leading a large group of demonic creatures from the demonic city, advancing in this direction." Zhao Mingaming pointed to the center of the map. "The number of demonic creatures is substantial, and according to our observations, there is a high likelihood that the groups of demonic creatures have special communication methods to relay information. In addition, the entire area within a 100-kilometer radius around the demonic city has already been monitored by the demonic clan." Hearing Zhao Mingaming's words, Wen Yu nodded and said directly, "Point out the direction and lead me to the closest group of demonic creatures." "Yes, Commander." Zhao Mingaming first communicated with his colleague in charge of intelligence, then pointed at the map. "It's right here," Wen Yu nodded. "Then let's set off. Keep in touch with the scouts over there so we can adjust our direction at any time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingaming finally reacted. Commander, are we going to?" "Kill them all," Wen Yu said indifferently. "But, obey the orders, soldier." "Yes, Commander." For these soldiers, the command of the commander supersedes everything, so even though Zhao Mingaming did not know Wen Yu's true strength, he chose to obey his orders. Even though this behavior, in Zhao Mingaming's eyes, was clearly akin to seeking death. A 100,000 square kilometer area is quite large, and based on the one-eyed beast's speed, it would normally take several days to travel from the human race's fortress to the demonic city. Fortunately, Wen Yu was not in too much of a hurry, just chatting with Zhao Mingaming while riding atop the one-eyed beast. Through their simple conversation, Wen Yu also learned about the current battlefield situation. The military had already detected the location of the demonic city, while the demonic clan had not found out the location of the military fortress. But this was only for now. As the number of demonic creatures continues to increase, this small area will eventually be filled with an overwhelming tide of demonic creatures, and by that time, all living beings on the battlefield will have nowhere to hide. Moreover, Zhao Mingaming was quite pessimistic about the outcome of this war. According to Zhao Mingaming, the number of demonic creatures spewing from the 3 demon realm gates was terrifying. On average, over 500 third-tier demonic creatures would surge out from the demon realm gate every day. And just this alone was enough to match the current total number of soldiers in this treasure land, not to mention the countless low-tier demonic creatures. Additionally, the group of demonic creatures had already begun reconnaissance operations under the leadership of the 4th-tier demonic creatures. War was imminent. Wen Yu did not show any signs of concern. Whether there would be war or the outcome of it meant nothing to Wen Yu. He had only one purpose for coming here: slaughter, kill every demonic creature in sight. Perhaps right now, Wen Yu was even feeling that there were too few demonic creatures. This treasure land had no sun, but the sky continuously radiated white light. According to Zhao Mingaming, there was no distinction between day and night here, and the temperature was relatively pleasant. The external environment was entirely fair, providing no advantages to either the human race or the demonic creatures. Zhao Mingaming might have mentioned this to indirectly remind Wen Yu that attempting to use traps or similar tactics to hunt demonic creatures was completely unrealistic. Wen Yu shrugged at this. After nearly 10 hours, the one-eyed beast below Wen Yu sent out a mental wave. "Boss, I've caught the scent." Wen Yu nodded slightly, then patted Zhao Mingaming, who had dozed off on the one-eyed beast. Awakened by Wen Yu, Zhao Mingaming immediately jolted awake. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu couldn't help but nod. These military fighters reacted quickly and had a strong adaptability to the environment. Overall, their quality was quite impressive. Noticing that Zhao Mingaming stood upright, Wen Yu said directly, "A group of demonic creatures has been caught. You can go down now. You can either hide in place or follow them. Once I finish clearing this batch of demonic creatures, I will find you by your scent." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhao Mingaming immediately saluted and loudly proclaimed, "Yes, Commander." Wen Yu felt helpless. During this time, Zhao Mingaming seemed to attach the words Commander at the end of every sentence. "Stop calling me Commander, I'm not your superior." "Yes, Commander." Wen Yu finally realized that this kid, to put it nicely, was earnest, but to put it bluntly, he was a bit inflexible. Not long after joining the army, he had been trained under strict rules, making him seem somewhat rigid. "Be careful," Wen Yu reminded, commanding the one-eyed beast to start moving. The muscles in the one-eyed beast's 4 legs bulged, bringing with them tremendous strength. Earlier, when tracking, the one-eyed beast's speed was quite slow since high-speed movement consumed too much stamina. And now, having learned the enemy's location, the one-eyed beast immediately charged forward. The solid ground was crushed by the one-eyed beast, creating 4 large pits as it launched itself like a cannonball. In an instant, the sound of air exploding echoed, and the massive shockwave blasted outward with the speed of the one-eyed beast. The one-eyed beast's speed swiftly broke the sound barrier. "Hey, slow down!" Wen Yu, facing the one-eyed beast that had suddenly broken the sound barrier, braced himself against the fierce wind, grabbing onto its ear to maintain balance. "Woof woof, boss, you told me to charge." Wen Yu gave the one-eyed beast's ear a hard tug. "You're a bit inflexible yourself." Behind them, Zhao Mingaming hesitated for a moment before following the one-eyed beast, which was now racing ahead. Clearly, this kid wanted to see the combat situation, or, perhaps, relay Wen Yu's death report to the command center in time. Not far ahead of the one-eyed creature, a group of demonic creatures was moving slowly. Though described as slow, this was merely to accommodate the large number of low-tier demonic creatures. At the forefront stood a nearly 8-meter tall bull demon, who wielded a bone-war axe and mooed, as if trying to communicate. With the bull demon's movements, the lower-tier demonic creatures behind it gathered strength to charge forward. When Wen Yu, riding the one-eyed creature, spotted this batch of demonic creatures, the leading 4th-level bull demon also noticed him. The bull demon let out a deafening roar. As the bull demon howled, the entire formation of the demonic clan army began to shift. The low-tier demonic creatures, struggling with their short legs, roared and rushed toward the direction indicated by the bull demon. That direction was where Wen Yu was located. Unfortunately, these creatures lacked the vision of 4th-tier beings and couldn't comprehend the general direction of Wen Yu. Thus, the seemingly overwhelming horde of demonic creatures surged forward, displaying a commendable momentum, but their movements were chaotic. Wen Yu observed the immobile bull demon in the distance and nodded slightly. "The numbers are decent." There were roughly around 10,000 demonic creatures. While 10,000 might not seem like a lot, when considering that the smallest among them stood at least half a human's height, this number became terrifying. A dark mass of demonic creatures roared as they charged toward Wen Yu's position, their speeds varying, shaking the ground beneath them. With his keen eyesight, Wen Yu could even see the sand and gravel on the ground bouncing up and down. "Star, fly over and kill that bull demon." As Wen Yu issued the command, Star, above Wen Yu, soared into the air and then instantly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying demonic dragon, 20 meters long with a wingspan of 30 meters, roared as it plunged toward the 4th-level bull demon among the horde. Roar, the massive sound wave, instantly obliterated the nearby flying demonic creatures that attempted to intercept Star. Star darted through the roughly 10,000 meters distance like a black meteor, taking less than a minute. The bull demon gazed at the increasingly large figure before it, and a glint of blood-red light flashed in its eyes. Fury B-grade active ability. When activated, it enhances physical qualities by 30% for 1 minute. After the skill's duration ends, the user enters a 30-minute period of weakness where their physical qualities drop to half. The skill can be reactivated after the weakness period ends. This was a highly practical ability, specifically for life-and-death situations. Perhaps sensing the terrifying power emanating from Star, the bull demon activated the skill without hesitation. Then a thunderous roar erupted from its mouth as it swung the war axe aimed at Star's head. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as Star's reflexes allowed it to block the bull demon's war axe with its claw. Then Star's finger applied slight pressure, snapped, and flicked. The immense force instantly deformed the war axe in the bull demon's grip, sending the now unusable weapon flying, while the bull demon itself staggered from the impact. Then a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth descended upon it. Snap! Blood splattered. The fourth-level bull demon, standing before Star, hadn't even fully activated its skill and couldn't withstand a single attack before Star bit off its head. At that moment, Star had just finished its dive, crashing down to the ground like a gigantic cannonball. The terrifying shockwave erupted, sending sand and gravel flying like cannon fire, directly turning the surrounding low-tier demonic creatures into pulp. The might of the demonic dragon was indeed fearsome. From a distance, when you watched as Star stood next to the bull demon's corpse, exuberantly expressing its victorious excitement, and he shook his head helplessly. Star had a small quirk of always wanting to stand beside the corpses of its opponents and roar at the sky. Once it began, the roaring could last for several dozen seconds. This was a bad habit that needed to change. When you patted the one-eyed creature on the head and directly jumped to the ground. The one-eyed creature was already eager to fight. It had no bad habits, perhaps due to its harsh upbringing, which made it understand that swiftly eliminating all enemies was the best choice. So it charged directly into the approaching group of demonic creatures. The black flame surrounding the one-eyed creature surged wildly, enveloping its body as if it were a giant shadow, radiating terrifying heat. The first to reach the one-eyed creature were some slower-moving third-tier demonic creatures. However, before these third-tier demonic creatures could launch an attack, the fury of the inferno surrounding the one-eyed creature had already inflicted terrifying damage. The black flames seemed to move of their own accord, continuously leaping off the one-eyed creature, forming sharp black flame spikes that rapidly pierced toward these creatures. This was a technique the one-eyed creature developed based on its initial use of the fury of the inferno. At this moment, the one-eyed creature resembled a giant artillery piece, continuously firing out black flame projectiles. The initial stage third-tier demonic creatures couldn't withstand a single hit. Even the peak third-tier demonic creatures received special treatment from the one-eyed creature, as the black flame spikes, like a Gatling gun, overwhelmed the resisting creatures. Once the dust settled, only a shimmering magic crystal remained on the ground. Seeing the one-eyed creature launch its attack, Star ceased celebrating its victory and opened its massive jaws, where crimson flames surged. A gigantic fire pillar erupted from Star's mouth, and then it spun around. The red dragon flame fire pillar swept a complete circle at a 360-degree angle. The world went silent. All demonic creatures within 500 meters of Star were vaporized by the dragon flame's power. After a second's pause, the sound of ding-ding-dong finally echoed. That was the sound of magic crystals hitting the ground. Observing the demonic creatures charging recklessly toward the one-eyed creature and Star, Wen Yu furrowed his brows slightly. These low-tier demonic creatures seemed completely unaware of fear or powerlessness. They simply rushed one after another toward Star and the one-eyed creature, only to be collectively annihilated. This state was alarming. Fearlessness meant these creatures could inflict significant damage. For Wen Yu, this was inconsequential, but for low-tier professionals, a fearless same-tier demonic creature could become a challenging adversary. Shaking his head, Wen Yu stopped pondering these issues, casually summoned his weapon and shot down a demonic creature that had approached him. Then he issued his final command: quickly eliminate them all. 10 minutes later, when the last mutated beast was shot down by Wen Yu, the entire battlefield was left with only corpses, demonic blood, and magic crystals. Not a single mutated beast was left alive. Similarly, none of the mutated beasts chose to escape, which undoubtedly reduced Wen Yu's workload while also increasing his gains. Xing and the little soul beast saw the battle end, immediately burying their heads and voraciously devouring the corpses of the surrounding mutated beasts, occasionally crunching on a few magic crystals. The flesh and blood of the demonic clan and the magic crystals were the main energy sources for Xing and the little soul beast to advance. Of course, the lower-tier flesh and magic crystals had almost no evolutionary effect for the two. Ignoring Xing and the little soul beast who were eating heartily, Wen Yu began to collect the magic crystals scattered all around and check his own gains. 1 4th-tier magic crystal, close to 200 3rd-tier magic crystals, and thousands of 2nd-tier and 1st-tier magic crystals. After roughly estimating his accumulated points, he found he had nearly 2 million points. Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction. The 4th-tier Bull Demon provided Wen Yu with over 10,000 points and one 4th-tier magic crystal. The rest were all contributions from those cannon fodder. This also illustrates that hunting creatures of the same level to grow stronger is undoubtedly a strenuous and unrewarding task. Calculating in his mind, a 4th-tier attributeless magic crystal is worth 20,000 points, while an attribute magic crystal is worth 50,000 points. With 2 million points, that's equivalent to 100 4th-tier attributeless magic crystals, translating to 50 points of physical quality. Adding the vast amount of magic crystals collected, the treasure land itself had an exchange stone pillar right inside the human race's city. Once he returned to the city and digested this harvest, Wen Yu's physical quality could soar to around 270 points, already more than halfway to the peak of level 4 at 500 points. So it's said that war breeds the strong. This is much faster than sweeping away mutated beasts. His harvest was quite satisfactory. At this rate, as long as he cleared out the remaining 3 demonic clan teams, his physical quality could at least rise to around 400 points. Only the little soul beast, a big consumer of magic crystals, plus the enhancement speed of Xing and the little soul beast was slightly slow. Wen Yu glanced again at the little soul beast and Xing, who were still eating. In this battle, the flesh and blood obtained were hardly enough to provide significant enhancement to Xing and the little soul beast. If Wen Yu and the soul beast's physical quality reached the peak of level 4, yet Xing and the little soul beast were still lagging, Wen Yu would inevitably have to spend money to buy magic crystals of the same level to enhance their physical quality. At the same time, a question arose in Wen Yu's mind. Humans evolved at an incredibly fast pace due to the presence of the exchange stone pillar. Frowning and pondering for a long time, Wen Yu finally understood. Not everyone can encounter such an advantageous battle environment, and not everyone possesses the strength to single-handedly crush an entire demonic army. It can be anticipated that, when the demonic clan invasion begins, human professionals will undoubtedly experience a phenomenon of polarization. The stronger the strong, the easier it will be to earn points, and the faster they will grow in strength, thus significantly widening the gap with the weak. Looking at the piles of broken corpses, a flash of greed flickered in Wen Yu's eyes. He had painstakingly gone through countless trials at the beginning of the apocalypse, and finally today, the powerful foundation he had laid was finally yielding returns. His immense strength would undoubtedly allow him to reap great rewards in this skirmish. Half an hour later, Wen Yu had already cleaned up the magic crystals on the ground, lying quietly on a small dirt slope, gazing up at the eternally pale sky of this treasure land. Xing and the little soul beast were still feeding. When quality was insufficient, only quantity could compensate. The ground full of remnants from the demonic clan also provided some evolutionary effects for Xing and the little soul beast. Behind him, a figure panting heavily ran over quickly from the direction he had come. From the voice, it was Zhao Mingaming, that stubborn one. Before Zhao Mingaming could get closer, he spotted Wen Yu lying on the ground. "Commander, are you all right?" The change in his tone clearly showed he was worried about Wen Yu's safety. Wen Yu shook his head and pointed down at the battlefield. Only then did Zhao Mingaming look down the slope. Amidst the bodies and shredded flesh, 2 gigantic battle pets were quickly consuming food. "This," Zhao Mingaming silently observed the battlefield, then turned to Wen Yu and spoke seriously. "Report, Commander. This time it's our intelligence that had issues. The demonic clan you wiped out might be a small faction split from the main force." "Oh!" Upon hearing this, Wen Yu was surprised. "How many mutated beasts are there in the so-called main force you mentioned?" "Report, Commander. From our observation, this demonic clan unit has 1 4th-tier mutated beast, less than 300 3rd-tier mutated beasts, and nearly 10,000 other mutated beasts." Hearing Zhao Mingaming's answer, Wen Yu nodded, glancing again at the chaotic battlefield. Xing and the little soul beast each possessed a fire-type ability, Fury of the Inferno and Dragon Flame. The mutated beasts that perished under these 2 abilities were completely turned to ashes, making it impossible to find any traces. It just so happened that these 2 skills were also the main group killing methods of the 2 beasts. Added to the fact that the 2 beasts had consumed a portion, the number of mutated beasts visible on the battlefield was at least reduced by 4/5. When Yu had no intention of arguing, he simply nodded at Zhao Mingaming and said, "Communicate with the others and find out the location of the next demonic clan army." Zhao Mingaming nodded, then hesitated before saying to Wen Yu, "Commander, I think it's better not to look for the main force. There's a 4th-tier mutated beast in there, and I'm afraid you—" Zhao Mingaming didn't finish his sentence, clearly worried about hurting Wen Yu's pride. Wen Yu shook his head. "Just find it as instructed. Also, notify headquarters that this demonic army has been eradicated, 1 4th-tier mutated beast, and 200 3rd-tier mutated beasts. That number is correct. After speaking, without waiting for Zhao Mingaming to say anything, Wen Yu directly descended from the battlefield and said to the two spirit pets still feeding, "Let's go, next up, this time ride Xing. Make it a bit faster." The little soul beast forcefully swallowed a 3rd-tier mutated beast, and its body shrank, then bounced onto Xing's back. Wen Yu spoke to the still perplexed Zhao Mingaming. "Hurry up and get on, then quickly check the intelligence." Zhao Mingaming still held a skeptical attitude towards Wen Yu's words, but upon receiving Wen Yu's order, he quickly complied. He swiftly climbed onto Xing's back and took out his walkie-talkie, quickly communicating with the other scouts. In the communicator, Zhao Mingaming quickly communicated with the other scouts. After a while, he walked over to Wen Yu with a shocked expression. "See, Commander. Location?" In response to Zhao Mingaming, only Wen Yu's indifferent voice was heard. "Yes, Commander." Zhao Mingaming immediately saluted Wen Yu and pointed in a direction. Accompanied by the roar of the stars, the giant dragon slowly soared into the air and quickly advanced toward the direction pointed out by Zhao Mingaming. The reconnaissance methods used by the military relied on drones and the skills of practitioners. When Wen Yu made his move, the drone responsible for monitoring the demonic clan's forces had just been shot down, so it naturally did not observe Wen Yu's actions. However, when another drone began to monitor the movements of this demonic clan army again, it found no trace of the army except for the location where Wen Yu was. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Wen Yu had annihilated the entire demonic clan army of 10,000. During the brief conversation, Zhao Mingaming naturally thought of this possibility, and in fact, it was the only possibility. Thus, the look Zhao Mingaming directed at Wen Yu became even more astonished. The information quickly reached Fang Wenhai. At this moment, Fang Wenhai was busy dealing with the sudden appearance of a 4th-tier demonic creature, frequently sending people out to the treasure land to seek support from Lin Heifeng. When the news of Wen Yu annihilating a demonic creature army reached Fang Wenhai, he was stunned for quite some time. Fang Wenhai's strength was not particularly strong. Although he was level 4, his physical quality barely reached 200 points, which meant he was merely a newly transitioned level 4 practitioner. Moreover, Fang Wenhai's skill levels were not high, and he did not possess any hidden profession. Besides his archery skills honed through hard practice, he had nothing else to show for himself. It could be said that in a one-on-one match between Fang Wenhai and Little Snow could at least defeat Fang Wenhai twice, even though Fang Wenhai was a level 4 practitioner. Thus, Fang Wenhai could not comprehend how powerful an individual practitioner's strength could be in this world. Looking at the information before him, Fang Wenhai first furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment, then stood up and began pacing back and forth in the large room. After a while, Fang Wenhai finally stopped, glanced at the information in his hand, and the words spoken by Lin Heifeng echoed in his mind. "Look, in this world, what determines the fate of a war is the super-strong individual power. The world has changed, and the mode of war has also changed. Has the mode of war really changed?" Wen Yu proved with his actions that the mode of war had indeed changed. Carried by the stars, Wen Yu, the one-eyed creature, and Zhao Mingaming directly launched an attack on the demonic clan army they had already observed in the distance. With their massive bodies diving at high speed, as the stars initiated the dive, Wen Yu had already grabbed Zhao Mingaming and jumped off the back of the stars. The one-eyed creature also leaped up, transforming midair, and by the time it landed, it had transformed into a battle form, a super-mutated dog standing 11 meters tall. The giant dragon roared, the one-eyed creature howled, intertwined with the chaotic roars of the demonic creatures. Among the demonic creature army, the only 4th-tier demonic creature, a 5-meter-tall black-skinned beast, was sent back home with a single claw from the stars, and then the slaughter began. Wen Yu demonstrated to Zhao Mingaming just how decisive his fighting style was. In midair, a drone had flown close to the battlefield when it saw Wen Yu initiate an attack, wanting to observe the combat scene in detail. This was the drone responsible for monitoring this demonic creature army. Black and red flames sprayed everywhere, terrifying energy fluctuations and high temperatures annihilated the demonic creatures in swathes. Countless demonic creatures launched suicidal attacks against the one-eyed creature and the stars after the leader's death. They perished on the path of their charge. A few 3rd-tier demonic creatures managed to reach the two spirit pets, leading to bloody close combat. In just a short time, the entire battlefield had been swept clean. A few demonic creatures charged toward Wen Yu, who was not far from the battlefield, only to be calmly eliminated by Wen Yu. This time it took slightly less time than the last. In under 8 minutes the battle was over. Wen Yu pointed to the battlefield below and said to Zhao Mingaming, "Help me collect all the magic crystals on the ground, and I will give you 2 third-tier magic crystals." Wen Yu did not regard himself as part of the military. Although Zhao Mingaming repeatedly addressed him as commander, he could not genuinely command Zhao Mingaming with a commanding attitude. Exchanging 2 third-tier magic crystals for Zhao Mingaming's labor of several minutes was still worth it for Wen Yu. For Zhao Mingaming, it was an offer he could not refuse. "Yes, commander." Zhao Mingaming looked at Wen Yu with admiration and immediately began executing the task. Wen Yu watched Zhao Mingaming's busy figure and sat down on the ground, slowly absorbing the magic crystals dropped by the bull demon. At this moment, in the city occupied by the human race, all the officers present fell silent upon seeing the footage sent back by the drone. "How is this possible? So strong?" A murmured voice came from one officer, but it did not attract anyone's attention, because all the officers present were overwhelmingly shocked by the combat power of Wen Yu's 2 spirit pets. Fang Wenhai stared blankly at the 2 fourth-tier mutated beasts on the screen, who were devouring their food, his mouth slightly agape as if he wanted to say something but could not produce any sound. The situation when the crazy stream acted was something Fang Wenhai had witnessed when the military had just established the Yanjing gathering point. Back then, Crazy Stream was merely a level 2 practitioner. Hence, in comparison, individual strength could at most be considered very strong, but 10 practitioners with the same physical quality together could still deal with Crazy Stream. However, now it seemed that with increasing levels, the growing number of skills, and the widening gap in skill quality, a practitioner's combat power could no longer be judged by levels or physical quality. Just like the person on the screen, Fang Wenhai believed that even if he advanced to a level 5 practitioner, he would still not be a match for Wen Yu along with his 2 spirit pets. Collecting himself with difficulty, Fang Wenhai loudly said to the surrounding officers, "Now, based on the combat power of Sequence 2, let's re-establish the battle plan." Fang Wenhai's voice startled everyone still immersed in Wen Yu's immense strength, and seeing Fang Wenhai's serious expression, they immediately responded. Seeing the staff around him quickly springing into action, Fang Wenhai turned his head and took another look at the scene on the screen, a sudden surge of impulse rising in his heart. With a single person's power dominating the battlefield, should I also consider enhancing my personal strength? Dozens of minutes later, after the one-eyed creature and the stars had finished their meal, Zhao Mingaming also finished collecting the scattered magic crystals on the battlefield. He wrapped them in his clothes and brought them to Wen Yu. Wen Yu glanced at the quantity of magic crystals and nodded. The quantity was right. This Zhao Mingaming was indeed a trustworthy person. He casually tossed 2 third-tier magic crystals into Zhao Mingaming's hands and continued, "Next." "Yes, Commander," Zhao Mingaming replied loudly to Wen Yu, the excitement in his tone clearly revealed. Taking out the intercom, Zhao Mingaming briefly contacted the command center, then turned around, his expression serious, and reported to Wen Yu. "Report, Commander, the remaining 2 teams of demonic creatures have changed direction and are heading towards the demonic city. According to the tactical command's estimates, they must have received news about you clearing the 2 teams of demonic creatures. They are fleeing." Upon hearing this news, Wen Yu nodded, pondered for a moment, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Fleeing? Where can they run to?" "Run? Where can they go?" Wen Yu had a slightly savage smile on his face as he directly grabbed Zhao Mingaming and took big strides towards Star's position. "Let's go, Big Boss will take you to see the demonic city." Wen Yu's idea was simple. "Since you all ran back to the demonic city, then I will go to the demonic city and slaughter you. It's just a matter of slaughtering a city. According to military intelligence, there are only 2 fourth-tier demonic creatures inside. Even if there are a few more that have not been observed, let's say there are 4 demonic creatures. This number is not insurmountable in Wen Yu's eyes. With powerful individual strength, single-handedly slaughtering a city is definitely not just a joke." Star's speed was very fast. Under Zhao Mingaming's guidance, they had reached the demonic city in less than an hour. The demonic city is what the military calls it. They refer to their cities as outposts. Of course, this is merely a term, and you can call it whatever you want. The size of the demonic city is comparable to an outpost, and from a high vantage point, the internal environment layout is not much different from that of an outpost. The biggest difference is the 3 towering demon realm gates standing over 50 meters high at the back of the demonic city. Massive numbers of low-level demonic creatures continuously poured out from the demon realm gates, and occasionally, shadows of a few third-tier demonic creatures could be seen. Black and gray demonic energy continuously spouted out from the 3 demon realm gates, and was then absorbed by a 30-meter-high cylindrical object placed in the middle of the city. From Wen Yu's perspective, it was clear that the amount of demonic energy being absorbed by the cylindrical object was quite astonishing. Even though the amount of demonic energy spewing from the three demon realm gates was considerable, it did not cause the demonic energy concentration near the demonic city to rise at all. Inside the demonic city, countless demonic creatures densely filled the entire area, but surprisingly none of them moved, simply staying still within the city. On the 20-meter-high city wall, three fourth-tier demonic creatures stared directly at Wen Yu, their killing intent and apprehension clearly visible. Three fourth-tier demonic creatures, and one of them is an ancient demon. Wen Yu slightly assessed the quality and quantity of high-level demonic creatures in the demonic city, slowly nodding his head. "It's a fight we can take." As Wen Yu threw Zhao Mingming off Star's back, Star immediately opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. Then Star dove down at an incredible speed. With the skills provided by the demon dragon armor, Star loved to use its strong body from the divine beast species to directly crash into enemies. As Star's figure approached rapidly, one of the fourth-tier demonic creatures standing on the city wall could no longer control its killing intent, and the violent pressure emanating from Star, roaring as it charged down the wall, directly colliding with Star. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. This oddly shaped fourth-tier early-stage demonic creature was killed directly by the immense impact of Star, and then, without losing speed, Star charged straight at the ancient demon. Seeing Star's gigantic figure getting closer, the ancient demon on the city wall grinned menacingly at Wen Yu on Star's back, but didn't even make a move to dodge, remaining quietly in place. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Wen Yu's heart. Then, boom! A huge sound came from Star's head position, and a black light barrier directly blocked Star. The hemispherical light barrier completely enveloped the entire demonic city. Star crashed into it with all its might, as if it had hit a copper wall or iron bastion. The massive recoil caused the scales on Star's forehead to shatter, and a few drops of dragon blood spilled out. Star had no time to hit the brakes. The immense inertia caused its entire body to slam against the light barrier like a large fly. Star slid down from midair along the light barrier. The wound on its head was not serious. For Star, such an impact would naturally not cause much harm, but the sudden collision left Star seeing stars. "Big boss, it's a trap!" Long before the violent tremor occurred, Wen Yu had already jumped off Star's back, holding his eye, and looked at the massive light barrier enveloping the demonic city. The black translucent light barrier shimmered with streams of light under the white sky. Although it appeared dark, it did not obstruct the view inside and outside the city. Moreover, from the recent collision that stopped Star, it was evident that this light barrier had quite impressive defensive capabilities. "Big boss, save me, it's a trap." Star was dazed from the impact, and according to human terms it should be experiencing a mild concussion, continuously murmuring in the soul connection. "It's fine, you're okay, and this isn't a trap. Hurry over." "No," Star finally reacted, realizing that aside from some pain on its forehead, it didn't feel attacked anywhere else. Oh, Star made a couple of strange noises, slowly getting back on its feet. Perhaps the effect of the concussion hadn't completely dissipated. As Star stood up, it was still a bit dizzy, walking in the wrong direction and crashing into the light barrier again. After a while, Wen Yu and the two spirit pets quietly observed the demonic city. 10 minutes earlier, when Star staggered back to Wen Yu's side, the protective barrier covering the entire demonic city had already vanished. The protective barrier, which Wen Yu named the Black Light Barrier, had disappeared. Star's injuries had healed quickly. The racial talent of the divine beast species was no joke. Once Star regained its clarity, it immediately began to shout, spewing dragon flame at the demonic city incessantly. Unfortunately, every burst of dragon flame was stopped by the protective barrier outside the demonic city. Wen Yu frowned, examining the ancient demon still standing on the city wall. From beginning to end, even with Star so close to the demonic city, this ancient demon showed no signs of launching an attack. From this perspective, it seemed that this protective barrier could be bidirectional. It not only defended against attacks from outside the city, but also prevented the demonic clan inside from launching attacks outward. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of the black cylindrical object standing in the center of the demonic city. "Star, take me up there to have a look." In the sky, Star continuously tested the protective barrier at the top of the demonic city. No matter how strong Star's attacks were, even if Star merely wanted to enter the demonic city internally, it would be directly blocked by the protective barrier. Meanwhile, Wen Yu stood on Star's back, constantly observing the black cylindrical object. Each time Star launched an attack, the black cylindrical object would suddenly shine with black light, and the massive demonic energy being absorbed would spray out, replenishing the energy of the protective barrier. Wen Yu nodded and directly commanded Star to fly to the front of the demonic city. Then he said to Zhao Mingaming, who was waiting there, "New intel, inside the demonic city there is a 30-meter-high cylindrical object. Preliminary judgment suggests it should be a device capable of generating a protective barrier, with demonic energy as its energy source. The hardness of the generated protective barrier is extremely high. At least with my strength I cannot break through it. Each time it absorbs an attack, it consumes demonic energy." Noticing Zhao Mingaming seriously recording everything, Wen Yu continued, "The protective barrier should be bidirectional, capable of blocking attacks from both sides. It can block physical and energy attacks, but this protective barrier will block creatures from entering from the outside and will not prevent creatures from exiting the inside. Either the protective barrier itself has a simple distinction between friend and foe, or there are creatures controlling it. This is all the intel regarding the protective barrier." Zhao Mingaming quickly finished recording, sending Wen Yu's intel to the command center. Then looking at Wen Yu, Zhao Mingaming spoke. "Commander, since we can't get in, what should we do?" Wen Yu gazed at the massive demonic city and softly said, "I can't get in, so naturally, they can't come out. I will just wait here and see if they can truly tolerate a human trapping all their demonic creatures inside the protective barrier." Hearing Wen Yu's words, Zhao Mingaming's admiration for him intensified. Since the opening of this treasure land, the Huaxia military had always positioned themselves on the weaker side, rarely daring to confront the demonic clan in open battle. However, the moment this human appeared, he directly changed the situation, trapping countless demonic creatures within the demonic city. It was certain that if it weren't for the protective barrier in the demonic city, a bloody massacre would have awaited all the demonic creatures inside. Seeing the starry-eyed look on Zhao Mingaming's face, Wen Yu shrugged. "You should go back first and leave the communicator with me." "Report, Commander. The command center has appointed me as your communicator, so?" Wen Yu waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Mingaming's words. "Just say it's my orders. It's not safe for you here." It was foreseeable that once the demonic clan believed they had accumulated enough strength to defeat Wen Yu, they would surely launch an attack against him. At that time, it was destined to be a bloody battle. In such circumstances, with Zhao Mingaming's strength, she could be wiped out in an instant. "Yes, Commander." Zhao Mingaming wanted to stay, but faced with Wen Yu's order, she had no choice but to comply. The sky in the treasure land was always a vast expanse of white. At this moment, Wen Yu was sitting 10,000 meters in front of the demonic city, continuously stuffing food into his mouth. His one-eyed companion and Star had also entered their mini form, quietly resting beside him. After simply replenishing the energy his body needed, Wen Yu lifted his head and looked towards the demonic city that was 10,000 meters away. On the city wall, two fourth-tier demonic creatures still stood in place, sizing up Wen Yu from top to bottom. Perhaps having received intelligence about Wen Yu's strength, they believed that coming out would only lead to death, so they simply observed Wen Yu's every move quietly. For fourth-tier beings, a distance of 10,000 meters was well within sight, especially since this treasure land had no obstacles in the environment, allowing both sides to see the situation on the other side. Wen Yu smiled slightly at the leading ancient demon, raised the water bottle in his hand, and made a toast gesture. What he received in return was only the ancient demon's sinister smile and a throat-cutting gesture. In this bizarre atmosphere, a change occurred at the demon realm gate within the demonic city. A massive surge of demonic energy erupted and was quickly absorbed by a black pillar. Then a gigantic figure squeezed out from the demon realm gate. With a height of 20 meters, pale blue skin, and an overwhelming wave of violent energy, the low-level demonic creatures crowding around the demon realm gate quickly scattered. What emerged was undoubtedly a fourth-tier demonic creature. This demonic creature first glanced at the crowded low-level demonic creatures around it, then looked at the two fourth-tier demonic creatures standing on the city wall, letting out a fierce roar. "Why haven't we started moving yet?" The massive sound wave poured from the mouth of this demonic creature, its words in the demon realm language spreading far and wide, even reaching Wen Yu outside the city. "Another fourth tier," Wen Yu said solemnly, his gaze towards the direction of the demonic city filled with fighting spirit. "Still not enough." On the city wall, hearing the voice of the blue-skinned demonic creature, the ancient demon slightly turned its head, pointed at Wen Yu sitting below, and spoke. "Down there, the super-strong human race has us blocked here." Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned demonic creature let out a thunderous laugh, then strided forward towards the city wall. "How can a little bug from the human race scare you this much? You are the demonic clan." The blue-skinned creature was large, with long legs, and it didn't take long to reach the base of the city wall. This comparison made it clear just how tall the blue-skinned creature was. This demonic creature didn't even need to stand on the city wall to peek down below. It could extend its head out to observe the situation below. Seeing the abruptly appearing blue head, Wenyu smiled at the probing demonic creature. This smile was naturally noticed by the blue-skinned demonic creature. A single little bug has scared you this much. Just watch how the great warriors of the Blue Steel clan fight. The blue-skinned creature let out a garbled roar, its foul-smelling saliva splattering everywhere as if it were raining, covering the ancient demon and the other fourth-tier demonic creature in goo. The ancient demon quietly wiped the slime off its face, slightly shrugging in response to the blue-skinned creature's words. "You go ahead." Watching the blue-skinned demonic creature suddenly leap off the city wall, the ancient demon shrugged towards Wenyu. Wenyu naturally saw the quarrel that had just occurred between the two demonic creatures on the city wall. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, it didn't hinder his understanding of the situation. Clearly, just by observing the rapidly charging blue-skinned creature, Wenyu could deduce two things. First, there were internal conflicts within the demonic clan and there were power struggles. Second, this blue giant was not very intelligent. Slowly standing up, Wenyu directly entered battle mode. The howling song in his hand extended quickly, and he cautiously focused on the blue-skinned creature's movements. From its speed, it was undoubtedly a fourth-tier demonic creature. Bang! The howling song rang out. A huge energy projectile shot towards the blue-skinned creature, which shattered it with a single punch. The massive body granted it tremendous strength, so even though its physical stats were around 400 points, it still shattered a bullet equivalent to an attack from an 800-point body. However, the howling song's attack was not without effect. At the moment when the bullet collided with the blue giant's fist, the force was completely countered, but the special effect had already activated. The extinguishing power took away a large chunk of the blue creature's fist, and combined with the explosion and tearing effects, the entire right fist of the blue-skinned creature was completely destroyed, leaving only a bit of flesh hanging from the wrist. Although the human body couldn't compare to that of the demonic creatures, humans' ability to utilize tools far surpassed the low level of the demonic creatures. Despite sustaining such injuries, the blue-skinned creature charged towards Wenyu with no change in expression, while the wound on its wrist continuously emitted white light. This could be a healing ability, but in Wenyu's eyes, it was of no use. As the surge of energy appeared, the howling song unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the blue-skinned creature. After acquiring the surge and the howling song, Wenyu's combat mode had undergone a tremendous change. In rare situations, he needed to engage in bloody melee combat with the touch of greed, but more often, Wenyu preferred to use ranged attacks to directly annihilate his enemies' bodies and souls. Facing the torrential rain of bullets, the blue-skinned creature staggered under the onslaught. Within the surge, the power of the soul strike inflicted pain upon the blue-skinned creature's soul, leaving its body unable to move, forced to endure wave after wave of attacks. Then the howling song unleashed its finishing move. Bullet-sized shots flew quickly towards the blue-skinned creature, which tried to stretch out a hand to block the bullets heading for its head. But to its surprise, the howling song's bullets directly changed direction midair. Attribute 5, Additional. The howling song's attack can add all of the host's abilities. Space Shift C rank active ability. After activation, it can defy the laws of motion and change the direction of movement at will once. The combination of these two abilities made the attack from the surge and howling song even harder to dodge. The blue-skinned creature's action to block the bullets became futile, and with a deafening scream, its skull was directly blasted off, revealing its darkish brain matter inside. Then the bullet from the surge drilled into the blue-skinned creature's wound. Though small, the bullet was extremely lethal. Boom! The blue-skinned creature completely lost its life signals. Its 20-meter-tall body collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wenyu looked at the blue-skinned creature that lay dead approximately 1,000 meters in front of him, and then glanced at the ancient demon on the city wall. The ancient demon showed no expression, merely uttering a low sentence in the demon realm language. Idiot! A perfectly good fourth-tier reinforcements ended up dead at Wenyu's hands, without even having the ability to inflict damage on the enemy. As for this, the ancient demon could only express a simple feeling of regret. To the demonic clan, a fourth-tier demonic creature was merely a grain of sand among the vast demonic forces, and it was impossible for the ancient demon to hold any regretful emotions about it. Moreover, the death of the blue-skinned demon creature was not completely without value in the eyes of the ancient demon. At least it confirmed that the human powerhouse outside was also strong and needed to be treated with caution. Wenyu glanced at the expressionless ancient demon who was descending from the city wall, then looked at the corpse of the blue-skinned demon creature, and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. indicating to Zing and the one-eyed creature to enjoy their food. Wen Yu sat directly on the ground and took out his communicator, listening to the flurry of intelligence coming from it. Discovered a reconnaissance squad of the demonic clan to the south, determining 1 third-tier and 10 second-tier demonic creatures. Discovered 2 lost demonic clan members to the east, both at third-tier strength, requesting support. Various pieces of information flowed in from the communicator, preventing Wen Yu from sitting there completely in the dark. From these reports, it appeared that there were still scattered demonic creatures throughout the Treasure Land battlefield. Unfortunately, these little guys weren't worth Wen Yu's effort to search for. They could only be left for the military soldiers to clean up. With Wen Yu blocking the demonic city, the scale of victory had begun to slowly tilt towards the human race, at least in the eyes of most soldiers. Looking at his watch, nearly 12 hours had passed. Wen Yu indicated to the one-eyed creature and Zing to be smart, and he rested his head on the one-eyed creature's body. Although the warm body had a bit of a bloody scent, Wen Yu didn't mind such small details. Raising his hand, he said goodnight to another 4th-tier demonic creature stationed on the city wall, ignoring its twisted face, and directly dozed off. When it came to blocking the demonic city, Wen Yu definitely wouldn't give up halfway. Going back to the forward operating base was just as aimless. It was better to wait here for the strong ones from the demonic clan. After all, it was just a matter of battle. Wen Yu's strength was enough to deal with most crises in this treasure land, even including the 5th-tier ancient demon. Moreover, if he really encountered a 5th-tier ancient demon, Wen Yu had a wealth of protective items in his spatial ring, as well as the Faceless. Who would kill whom was still uncertain. At this time, in the command center of the forward operating base, upon receiving the intelligence from Wen Yu, the various tactical commanders immediately sprang into action. At the same time, after receiving the images transmitted back from the drones, the research department quickly initiated its own operations to study the protective device. Of course, due to the existing data being merely images, the research department was destined to not come up with anything substantial. Seeing the bustling scene in the forward operating base, Fang Wenhai nodded and turned to walk outside the city. As the current chief commander of the forward operating base, Fang Wenhai naturally understood the current situation. The human race had a great advantage due to the 2nd-tier sequence. The demonic clan outside the demonic city had already been wiped out by the military soldiers. However, since the human race had strong ones at the 2nd-tier level, it was likely that the demonic clan would also have such strong beings. If the 2nd-tier beings got entangled with the enemy's powerhouse, the situation would revert to the original state where the human race couldn't even move. Therefore, reinforcements were essential. According to the messages transmitted by the communications personnel yesterday, Lin Haifeng would designate a large number of high-level professionals to enter the forward operating base today. This also meant that the first battle between the human race and the demonic clan was about to break out. In the northeast, Ice City, Harbin, looking at the somewhat desolate Ice City, Peng Jun let out a heartfelt sigh. After a while, Peng Jun spoke up. "How's the positioning of that demonic entity?" The black-robed figure beside him replied respectfully. "Report to the cult leader, the demonic entity is currently nesting at the top level of Wanda Plaza, and all the nearby humans have already been killed by it." Peng Jun nodded. "Let's go." The two moved quickly, and in less than half an hour they had crossed most of Harbin City. Before they even approached the territory of the demonic entity, a loud eagle cry came from a distance. Hearing this sound, a flash of excitement crossed Peng Jun's eyes, and he suddenly quickened his pace, rushing toward the source of the sound. At Wanda Plaza in the Haxi district, a mysterious blue giant eagle with a wingspan of over 20 meters proudly raised its head, unleashing a deep blue airflow aimed at a drone in the sky. The drone's reaction was nothing but a joke in front of the mysterious blue giant eagle. Before the drone could do anything, it was hit by the airflow, instantly turning into a large ice block that shattered upon hitting the ground. If Wen Yu had been present, he would have recognized that this big bird was the former overlord of Che Town, shot down by Zing. The giant eagle scanned the surroundings, trying to see if there were any little things monitoring it, and after a moment its gaze fixed ahead. Ahead, Peng Jun's figure appeared faintly. Peng Jun quickly dodged a blast of cold air coming towards him, simultaneously taking 2 steps back with his body, raising both hands to indicate that he meant no harm. However, the giant eagle didn't care about that. Seeing Peng Jun evade its attack, it immediately flew into a rage, spreading its wings and letting out a cry that echoed far and wide, clearly agitated by the small bug in front of it. Seeing the situation before him, Peng Jun let out a sigh and directly opened his military uniform to reveal the black crystal on his chest. The black light swirled continuously on it, and at the same time, the black crystal on the giant eagle's forehead reacted immediately. The two mysterious black crystals seemed to share some strange connection, and under the guidance of the two black crystals, the consciousness of Peng Jun and the giant eagle instantly connected. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all these bugs that provoke me. The killing intent in the giant eagle's mind was extremely strong. It seemed that being alone, it had often been disturbed and hunted by professionals. Of course, the result was clear. The giant eagle was still alive, while the professionals that had harassed it had turned into decorations in its nest. I mean no harm. Peng Jun attempted to communicate with the giant eagle. The effect was remarkable. Judging by the giant eagle's size, it had already advanced to the 4th tier, and its intelligence was sufficient to understand human language. Unfortunately, the black crystal on its head frequently emitted a strange mental fluctuation that disturbed the giant eagle's mind, making it unable to comprehend any of the communication. Whether it was from humans or mutated beasts, the mental fluctuation emanating from Peng Jun seemed to have a special effect that instantly awakened the giant eagle. Who are you? Why do you feel familiar? Hearing the mental fluctuation returned by the giant eagle, Peng Jun let out a breath, and the massive stone in his heart was suddenly lifted by more than half. We are of the same kind, both demonic entities. We are of the same kind, both demonic entities. What is a demonic entity? The giant eagle displayed a humanoid confusion on its face. These things, can I explain them to you when we get home? Home, it means a place to live. Of course, it is much more comfortable than here. When the giant eagle heard Peng Jun's mental fluctuations, it became much calmer in its mind. At the same time, as the mental link deepened, the giant eagle developed a strange sense of intimacy toward the human before it. Upon hearing Peng Jun's invitation, the giant eagle hesitated for just a moment before nodding. Its body quickly shrank down to a mini eagle less than half a meter long, landing directly on Peng Jun's shoulder. Peng Jun gently stroked the little eagle's head, a smile he could not hide appearing at the corner of his mouth. Behind him, the black-robed figure had caught up, and upon seeing the giant eagle grooming its feathers on Peng Jun's shoulder, humbly spoke up. Congratulations, cult leader master, on finding a new sacred beast. Peng Jun nodded and looked up at the gray sky. Perhaps it was the joy in his heart without a way to express it, or perhaps the secrets hidden deep inside him were too significant. He wanted to share them with his trusted ones around him, so he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Do you know what it is? It is a demonic entity. You've definitely heard this term because it's not a big secret among us in the cult of the demon worshippers. Earth has divine beast species. Do you know how divine beast species are produced? Seeing the black-robed figure shake his head, Peng Jun continued to speak to himself. Divine beast species are born when the Earth's will infuses its origin power into the bodies of Earth's creatures, causing mutated beasts to undergo terrifying changes. The combat power of divine beast species, it's no exaggeration to say, is absolutely the pinnacle of power in this world. Humans, no matter how many opportunities they encounter, can hardly defeat divine beast species. They are the darlings of the world, but since the Earth has divine beast species, why wouldn't a world like the demon realm have beings endowed with the demon realm origin power? Peng Jun paused slightly, pointed at the mysterious crystal on his chest, and continued. This thing, from my observation, should be similar to a collection of demon realm will. Although I don't quite understand why it appears in the form of a crystal, it does not hinder me from utilizing its power. When I absorbed this crystal into my body, its power had already changed the essence of my life. Similar to the blessing of the demon realm origin power, which is the demonic entity. So, strictly speaking, I can no longer be considered a human. It and I are of the same kind. Upon hearing Peng Jun's words, the black-robed figure became even more humble and respectfully said, Under the leadership of the cult leader master, we will surely defeat those professionals and become great members of the demonic clan. Peng Jun glanced at the black-robed figure, sighed softly, and shook his head. Do you know what my original intention for founding the cult of the demon worshippers was? The black-robed figure shook his head in confusion. My original intention was not to ally with the demonic clan to destroy humanity, but to find a glimmer of hope for us humans to survive. Peng Jun looked up at the sky, murmuring, This crystal has brought me power, but it has also brought a lot of information. Information, which can also be called intelligence. Having intelligence about the enemy is a good thing, but I would rather have never known anything about these demonic clans. Peng Jun fell silent for a while and continued. Do you know the combat power of demonic entities? Hearing Peng Jun's question, the black-robed figure shook his head. The combat power of demonic entities is not strong, of course, only when compared to divine beast species. Under the same physical attributes, two demonic entities have the right to challenge divine beast species. 3 demonic entities can remain undefeated against divine beast species, 5 can triumph, and more than 10 are needed to ensure the annihilation of divine beast species. So, divine beast species are still the peak combat power on this planet. But the problem lies in the numbers. Do you know how many troops the demonic clan has? Do you know how many demonic entities the demonic clan possesses? Seeing Peng Jun's bitter smile, the black-robed figure fell silent for a while before shaking his head again. Low-level cannon fodder, the demonic clan has hundreds of times more than Earth's creatures. Mid-level combat power, the demonic clan is still hundreds of times stronger than Earth's creatures. High-level combat power, still hundreds of times. Even the number of demonic entities in the demon realm is in the tens of thousands. This is a comprehensive crushing. When the demon realm gate opens, the battle situation will take a sharp turn. With such a power gap, it is difficult for me to find hope in defeating the demonic clan. No, I can't even find hope for the Earth not to be destroyed. A look of fear filled Peng Jun's face, as if he saw a future where the Earth was overrun by the demonic clan and countless demonic entities soared everywhere. So I thought of a method to become one of the demonic clan, to become a demonic entity, and then pray that the demonic clan could leave a spark for us humans. Even if it's just a few humans, that would be good. A deep voice came from Peng Jun, and the black-robed figure could even feel that the once proud and domineering elder before him had slightly hunched his once erect body. Peng Jun shook his head, turned, and walked outside, murmuring softly, "I don't want to be a traitor to humanity. I want to be a great hero. I want to gather all the forces like Lin Heifeng and wrestle with the demonic clan and these invaders. But I know too much that I've lost the courage to resist." When Wen Yu woke up, the first thing he saw was the ancient demon standing on the city wall. Next to the ancient demon was a newly appeared demonic creature. It was a black-skinned demon creature. Although the black-skinned demon creature was merely a cannon fodder race in the demon realm, the sheer number of this race was enormous. Even if its individual strength was weak, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a few powerful lucky ones. This was evident from its ability to stand next to the ancient demon. In just 5 short hours, the demonic clan had reinforced with another 4th-tier demonic creature. Unfortunately, these were of no use in front of Wen Yu. Wen Yu understood, and the ancient demon naturally understood as well. The 3 4th-tier demonic creatures standing on the city wall showed no movement, merely observing the situation on Wen Yu's side quietly. The one-eyed creature was still lying on the ground, snoring non-stop, while Xing was busy, calling out loudly at the demonic city, occasionally spitting out dragon flames, crashing against the protective shield of the demonic city and slowly disappearing. From Xing's furious expression, it was evident that the little guy still held a significant grudge about yesterday's crash. Upon seeing Wen Yu awake, Xing immediately ran excitedly to Wen Yu's front. Its massive body overshadowed everything, blocking Wen Yu's view of anything else besides Xing. "Shrink down!" With a gentle command, Wen Yu watched as Xing's body quickly shrank. He took out food and magic crystals from the spatial ring and began to have breakfast with Xing. At that moment, a crackling sound came from the communicator placed aside. Then, a familiar voice rang out. "Wen Yu, do you need my support? Wen Yu, do you need my support?" Wen Yu immediately recognized the voice was from Lord Frenzy. After a brief moment of silence, Wen Yu replied, "The pressure here isn't too great at the moment. If you have no other matters, you can come over and take a look." "Wait for me for half a day," Lord Frenzy responded, and then hung up the intercom. At this moment in the outpost, countless military vehicles were pouring out of the treasure land entrance. On board were either heavy weapons or well-equipped soldiers. Just yesterday, the incident involving the gentry in Beijing had been roughly resolved by Lin Heifeng, leaving the remaining factions insignificant. Moreover, several defensive lines outside the Beijing gathering area had also been significantly reduced. Though termed defensive lines, their main purpose was to guard against mutated creatures. However, the territories of mutated creatures were clearly distinct from human habitats, with no major conflicts occurring. Additionally, the environment in the treasure land of the outpost was extremely suitable for training troops. Lin Heifeng had already decided to mobilize most of the military forces to the treasure land, preparing for a direct confrontation with the demonic clan. With a massive influx of troops, the relatively small outpost was quickly filled with military personnel and various weapons. Next to the treasure land entrance, Lord Frenzy had just hung up the communication device and turned to Fang Wenhai with a smile. "Old Fang, I heard when you displayed great prowess here yesterday, surprising all of you." Lord Frenzy's tone was mostly teasing. Fang Wenhai showed little reaction, merely nodding. "The strength of Sequence 2 exceeded my imagination. It's incredibly strong. I can hardly believe humans possess such power. There's a video file of Sequence 2's battle recorded by drones in the central castle. Would you like to see it? After witnessing Wen Yu's strength, Fang Wenhai had completely revised his understanding of these sequences. Even for someone like Lord Frenzy, who was Sequence 3, he wouldn't be far off compared to Wen Yu. Before Lord Frenzy could respond to Fang Wenhai's words, a young man in casual clothes, not yet 20, spoke up from behind Lord Frenzy. I think, Brother Fang, you must have been cooped up here for too long, not realizing the strength of the Lord of War. That's why you admire a Sequence 2 that emerged from some corner. You should know that Lord Frenzy's strength is invincible. The young man's tone was filled with confidence, not in his own abilities, but in Lord Frenzy. Lord Frenzy only waved his hand, signaling Fang Wenhai to lead him and his group toward the central castle. Little Snow behind Lord Frenzy calmly said, I've seen the strength of Sequence 2. It's probably not something the Lord of War can match. Upon hearing Little Snow's words, the young man's lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything further. Lord Frenzy nodded slightly at Little Snow's comment. Putting aside everything else, just talking about that divine beast species in Wen Yu's hands, it's not something I can defeat. Forget it, no need to discuss this. Wen Yu will be our comrade for a while, and you will see who is stronger and who is weaker. There's no need to discuss useless matters here. And especially you. Lord Frenzy pointed at the young man in casual clothes behind him. What's the saying? A single powder can eclipse 10 black ones. With that mouth of yours, you'll surely get me into big trouble. The young man's mouth twitched a couple of times, mumbling under his breath. The big boss himself is the strongest. Clearly, he was somewhat disgruntled by Lord Frenzy's earlier admission. Lord Frenzy shook his head with a smile, ignoring the young man's mumblings, and followed Fang Wenhai directly toward the central castle. Behind Lord Frenzy, 10 individuals dressed in various styles followed closely. These were the main reinforcement forces of the military, the war god and 10 strong fighters. In the central castle, after Fang Wenhai detailed the current situation in the treasure land and showed the battle footage of Wen Yu from yesterday, everyone fell into silence. The silence among the militaries, 10 strong fighters, stemmed from Wen Yu's overwhelming strength, while Lord Frenzy's silence was attributed to the protective barrier around the demonic city. Have any of you sent someone to investigate this thing on site? Lord Frenzy asked first. Fang Wenhai shook his head. The capable ones who dare to approach the demonic city are soldiers lacking professional knowledge. The experts without strength would find it too dangerous to go. Zhao Xiang doesn't allow my tech personnel to risk going to the front lines. Although there were many technological personnel in the military, this task definitely had to be entrusted to top researchers. Given the current level of technological strength and educational systems, losing even one such talent is a significant loss. Upon hearing this, Lord Frenzy nodded slightly. How about this? I'll take some people to check it out first, and I will personally ensure the safety of those precious gems. Fang Wenhai nodded. Then that's settled. I believe with you there they won't have any problems. After hearing Fang Wenhai's response, Lord Frenzy turned and walked toward the door. By the way, Lord Frenzy. Seeing Lord Frenzy about to leave, Fang Wenhai immediately spoke up. How is the preparation for the nuclear weapons? Upon hearing this question, Lord Frenzy immediately pointed outside the window. 10 missiles of various yields have been brought in, along with the corresponding launch devices. However, Commander Lin has ordered that these should not be used unless in a critical situation. After all, large-scale destructive thermal weapons like nuclear missiles won't yield points for killing demonic creatures. Commander Lin wants you to pay attention to this. The treasure land isn't about battling demonic creatures to the death. It's about quickly cultivating a batch of experts. So when you see things that cannot be done, just save more professionals. Lord Frenzy paused slightly before issuing a final reminder. Also, don't worry about casualties. The military needs level 4 professionals, not level 1 or 2 cannon fodder. Fang Wenhai nodded in understanding. When Lord Frenzy was ready, 5 military vehicles, carrying Lord Frenzy and his group along with 2 researchers from the Academy of Sciences, advanced toward the direction of the demonic city. At this moment, Wen Yu was standing in front of the demonic city, watching the slaughter show below featuring the one-eyed creatures. Right after speaking with Lord Frenzy, a large number of demonic creatures rushed out from the demonic city. At first, Wen Yu felt a bit tense, thinking these demonic creatures were gathering their strength to confront him directly. However, after the one-eyed creature unleashed the fury of the inferno and killed 1/10 of them in an instant, Wen Yu immediately realized it wasn't like that at all. These were merely the demonic clan's cannon fodder coming out to die. The one-eyed slaughter below was incredibly fast. In just a short while, it had already wiped out the thousands of demonic creatures that had rushed out. Looking at the scattered magic crystals and the remnants of demon blood on the ground, Wen Yu furrowed his brows as he glanced at the ancient demon on the city wall. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively commanded the one-eyed creature and the star to collect the spoils. It's probably because the demonic city is filled to the brim. This was Wen Yu's guess. Naturally, he had no way of knowing if it was true or not. But even if there were conspiracies involved, Wen Yu couldn't see through them. He could only react to whatever came his way. The ancient demon on the wall grinned wickedly at Wen Yu before turning and walking down from the city wall. Within the demonic city, the amount of demonic energy spewing from the three demon realm gates suddenly increased. Wen Yu didn't notice that it had been a very long time since new demonic creatures appeared from the three gates. At the same time, at the center of the three demon realm gates, a blood-red, 3-meter-high small demon realm gate was slowly taking shape. Hours passed in a flash. Wen Yu remained seated at the front of the demonic city, playing with the heart-thumping energy stick and the crazy song. The one-eyed creature and the star were also lying bored on the ground, either napping or scratching at the sandy earth. Meanwhile, the demonic city showed no signs of activity. Not even the 3 fourth-tier demonic creatures on the city wall could be seen. Just as Wen Yu was about to take out some food and prepare to eat, a mechanical rumble sounded from the distance, growing louder. Turning his head, he saw several military vehicles speeding towards him. The first to get out of the military vehicle was Quang Liu, who greeted Wen Yu before walking straight over. Behind him, 10 military super soldiers disembarked one after another, surrounding several seemingly weak human researchers in the center. Quang Liu walked up to Wen Yu and unceremoniously took an energy bar from the ground, chewing as he spoke. "The ones behind are my subordinates, all military super soldiers. I brought them out this time to broaden their horizons and level up a bit. Those few are from the Research Institute, responsible for studying the energy shield outside the demonic city." After hearing Quang Liu's words, Wen Yu nodded and said directly, "It will be very dangerous for them here." Wen Yu didn't know the capabilities of these military super soldiers, but under the most optimistic estimate, they could barely take down a normal-level 4th-tier demonic creature in a one-on-one fight. Once the demonic clan within the city engaged in battle with Wen Yu, ordinary 4th-tier creatures would surely become cannon fodder in the fight. Quang Liu nodded in understanding and continued. "According to military estimates, when the demonic city launches its next attack, you'll likely be unable to withstand it. With me barely holding on with them, we can at least fend off a few 4th-tier demonic creatures. That's not entirely useless. Moreover," Quang Liu glanced at the super soldiers escorting the researchers towards the demonic city. "They won't grow if they haven't seen blood or experienced brutal battles. The military wants super soldiers, not cheerleaders who cower under my wing and only wave flags." Wen Yu shrugged and spoke again, "I'm not cut out to be a babysitter. So here I am." Seeing Quang Liu's helpless expression, Wen Yu smiled and continued to watch the situation in the demonic city. After learning that the human race had once again sent personnel to the demonic city, the familiar ancient demon stood on the city wall once more. First, it glanced at the researchers, who were about a dozen meters away, using instruments to study the protective device. Then it looked at Wen Yu and Quang Liu, who were near the researchers. The anger in the ancient demon's eyes exploded. "These guys really think we're made of clay?" Complex demonic realm language erupted from the ancient demon's mouth. The 4-level black-skinned demon creature behind it grinned wickedly and slowly spoke. "Perfect. Let's send some cannon fodder to harass them a bit. Also prepare more offerings for my abilities." The ancient demon nodded slightly, and at the same time, a complex and hidden mental fluctuation emanated from its mind. Within the demonic city, a 3rd-tier initial-level demonic creature led nearly 3,000 lower-tier demonic creatures, rushing out of the city gate with claws and teeth bared towards Quang Liu and the others. While there were many demonic creatures, the equivalent points they could earn were indeed quite substantial. However, Wen Yu remained seated unmoving. Wen Yu wanted to see the strength of Quang Liu and these military super soldiers. The drones constantly hovering in the sky told Wen Yu that the way he fought, as well as the way the one-eyed creature and the star fought, had already been mostly figured out by the military. In other words, Wen Yu's own strength had largely been exposed to the military. Yet, Wen Yu had no information at all about the military's top combat power. While Wen Yu felt no resentment about this, it still left him a bit uncomfortable. Taking advantage of this small group of demonic creatures, he decided to observe the strength of Quang Liu and these super soldiers. The battle quickly commenced. As a large number of demonic creatures rushed out of the city wall, Quang Liu quietly pulled back a few researchers a couple of steps, and then took out a protective item from his spatial ring. Brilliant Light Shield, a rank item. After activation, it unfolds a protective shield around oneself, which can immunize damage below level 5, lasting for 10 minutes. During the defense period, one cannot attack outside from within the brilliant light shield. This was something Jiang Went and others had used when facing the one-eyed creature back in the treasure land of Shanlan's Star. Although from Wen Yu's current perspective, breaking through this brilliant light shield would be a piece of cake. The level 3 initial tier cannon fodder from the demonic clan could definitely not break this shield. Seeing that the researchers were already protected by the brilliant light shield, Quang Liu ceased any further actions, quietly observing the battle situation of his 10 military super soldiers. Little Snow, ranked first among them, was the first to launch an attack. 2 purple light symbols appeared in midair, and then Little Snow's spirit pet Kiki and a 5-meter-tall, plump white pig immediately emerged from the air. Kiki let out a wild cry and pounced directly at the leading third-tier demonic creature, quickly biting through its head. The attack method of the plump pig was even more interesting. The pig snorted a couple of times, blue energy waves rapidly condensed from its nostrils, and then, akin to a Gatling gun, blue frost arrows continuously erupted from its 2 nostrils. The speed was extremely fast, and the lethality was not low. In the blink of an eye, the low-tier demonic creatures within a 100-meter radius of the plump pig had been turned into a sieve. Frost Arrow C rank, active skill, condenses the power of frost and then launches it in the form of arrows. Hitting enemies will inflict physical damage along with a slight freezing effect. This ability alone wasn't particularly terrifying, but the ability system of this plump pig was fascinating. Super Energy Saving a rank passive ability. The consumption of skill release will be reduced by half. Lazy by nature a rank passive ability. In daily life, it's just eat, sleep, eat after sleeping. After obtaining this ability, the host will automatically gain a lazy attribute, showing no interest in activities outside of eating and sleeping. However, once battle occurs, the energy accumulated from regular eating and sleeping will explode completely. Stamina will be rapidly replenished during battle. The amount replenished depends on the duration of eating and sleeping. Eating after sleeping and sleeping after eating, putting on weight definitely shows looking adorable. From the appearance of the plump pig, it was evident that it regularly ate well, drank well, and slept well. So the plump pig, now fully unleashed, could be described as a mobile turret. The entire battlefield was covered in frost arrows from the plump pig. Wen Yu was a bit surprised by the explosive display of Little Snow's 2 spirit pets. It seemed that even without obtaining Simba, the military had managed to find another spirit pet for Little Snow in a short period, and it looked quite powerful, though it was a bit odd for a woman to be leading a fat pig. Ignoring Little Snow's magnificent display, Wen Yu turned his attention to the other super soldiers. A few of the super soldiers performed in a standard manner. Their skills, though not complex, combined to produce substantial lethality. They employed the same strategy used by Jiang Wentao and his group, firepower and a sniper combination. There were also a few suited for single combat, with decent combat abilities, but nothing particularly noteworthy caught Wen Yu's attention. Most surprising to Wen Yu were 2 individuals among them. According to Quang Liu's introduction, one was number 8, who flickered rapidly, giving Wen Yu the impression of a pure shadow as he harvested the lives of one demonic creature after another with his military dagger. Even though his attack method was single target, his speed made the slaughter quite efficient. The other individual who surprised Wen Yu the most was a young man in casual clothes standing at the back. The young man looked under 20, a bit immature, and when they first met, he had deliberately glared at Wen Yu, leaving him somewhat puzzled. When the battle first began, this young man had been standing at the back, muttering about something. In less than a minute, this young man shouted dramatically, "Come forth, divine dragon!" Then, to the bewilderment of Wen Yu and Quang Liu, a massive 3-meter-tall wheel appeared before the young man. It resembled a giant roulette. The wheel had 9 sections: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The young man, super soldier number 2, who had replaced the deceased Jiang Went, rubbed his hands together, staring at the large wheel, continuously muttering, "O King of Luck, grant me power." Then, no. 2 lightly brushed the wheel, and it immediately began spinning rapidly. After a while, the pointer on the wheel stopped in the purple section. Upon seeing this, number 2 burst into laughter. "O King of Luck, all you little demonic spawns, go die." Then the wheel vanished, and a sci-fi-style firearm appeared in number 2's hand. Boom, boom, boom. No. 2 aimed skyward, firing 3 shots in quick succession, and then the gun slowly disappeared. In Wen Yu's stupefied expression, 3 massive bullets resembling cannonballs continuously split in the sky, raining down upon the battlefield. It was as if they had eyes. Each bullet accurately struck the head of a demonic creature. Though small, the bullets were incredibly deadly. None of the demonic creatures on the battlefield were able to withstand even a single bullet. Thus, countless bullets instantly wiped out all the demonic creatures within the battlefield. With number two's terrifying burst of power and the blessing of the King of Luck, the battle came to an end. How was that? Number two bobbed his head, addressing his comrades, who wore faces full of helplessness. Little Snow indignantly remarked, "How Yun, you truly have good luck." "That's right." How Yun tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky, then clasped his hands together, mumbling, "Trust in the King of Luck, gain eternal life. King of Luck, bless me with daily good draws, draw white, don't draw black. All right, leave a few people to clean up the battlefield, then number 1, number 2, number 5, and no. 8, you 4 continue to protect the researchers from the Academy of Sciences. Quickly study the principle of this protective shield and its maximum defense value." Quang Liu swept his gaze over the blood-soaked battlefield and then looked back at the ancient demon on the city wall, whose eyes glimmered coldly. His brows furrowed slightly. Quang Liu was also somewhat confused about the purpose of the demonic clan in the demonic city giving away free points. The ancient demon watched the slaughter below with a blank expression, showing no psychological fluctuations. After a while, the ancient demon shook its head and softly said, "Has the news been sent back to the demon realm?" The adjacent 4-level black-skinned demon creature merely nodded. From this perspective, the status of this 4-level black-skinned demon creature seemed not inferior to that of the ancient demon. "What did the main world say?" The black-skinned demon creature shook its head. "Nothing specific, just that they sent more 4th-tier clan members and 3 upcoming great ones." Upon hearing this news, the ancient demon nodded in satisfaction. 3 are enough. As long as they can hold that divine beast species, our forces will be sufficient to wipe out all the humans below. Don't underestimate these guys. I feel that fellow holds significant power within him. The black-skinned demon creature pointed at Quang Liu, who was not far below. "Leave that fellow to me?" The ancient demon ignored the black-skinned demon creature's words, waved its hand, and turned to walk down from the city wall. The black-skinned demon creature exchanged a glance with Quang Liu, its ugly face revealing an unclear smile. "If you can kill him, I'll take your surname." A mocking mumble escaped from the black-skinned demon creature's mouth, but no living being could hear it. Turning its gaze towards the surging demonic energy from the demon realm gates and the increasingly clear blood-red gate, the black-skinned demon creature murmured in a low voice, "If I conquer this place, I should be qualified to become a guard of the demon palace." The black-skinned demon creature looked at Quang Liu and the others below, then glanced at the 3 4th-tier demonic creatures squeezing out from the demon realm gates, slightly waving its hand. The 3 4th-tier demonic creatures seemed to have received some kind of information, directly heading into rooms or hiding in alleyways. In the unseen shadows of the human race, the small demonic city had already seen an increasing number of 4th-tier demonic creatures. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. According to the intelligence relayed from the outpost, more and more troops and equipment had been transported in, including various heavy weapons. In the eyes of military experts, the entire outpost had become an impregnable fortress. However, when you felt that this was of no use at all. On the contrary, the personnel from the military academy had made some progress in researching the protective shield of the demonic city. The operating principle of the shield was roughly what Wen Yu had described, but the actual limit of the shield had indeed been measured by these scientific geniuses. The results showed that a single nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons would be enough to briefly break through this protective shield. Moreover, based on information obtained during casual conversations with Quang Liu, Lin Heifeng had some ideas regarding this demonic energy shield. Whether it was about ideas or not, Wen Yu did not particularly pay attention. At present, he was quietly fiddling with the firearm in his hands, while Quang Liu and others sat idly by. The research personnel had already retreated. In the 3 days that had passed, 5 waves of demonic creatures had emerged from the demonic city, all of which had been picked up by Quang Liu and the others. The foul stench coming from the front of the demonic city made Wen Yu feel a bit nauseous. It was simply because there were too many dead demonic creatures, and the super soldiers below were unwilling to retrieve these demonic spawns, allowing them to rot instead. Of course, it was just an unpleasant smell. As for diseases, with the physical fitness of professionals, there was no need to worry too much. Regarding the demonic clan continuously charging out to their deaths, Wen Yu had also discussed this with Quang Liu. Both agreed that the flesh and blood on the ground might be the release material for a certain demonic clan's own skills, or could enhance the power of those skills. The two of them exchanged simple opinions and immediately reached a consensus. Instead of waiting here for the demonic clan to make a move, it would be better to proactively keep a distance. expanding the entire defense perimeter in any case. With the mobility of Wen Yu and Quang Liu, as soon as these demonic clans left the city, they would definitely be doomed to be slaughtered. So as early as 2 days ago, Wen Yu, Quang Liu, and the others had already changed direction and continued to roam around the demonic city. They left a few drones to monitor the dynamics of the demonic city from a distance. On the walls of the demonic city, the ancient demon and black-skinned demon creatures watched the more than 10 people in the distance who had changed positions, without any expression. The blood and flesh on the ground could indeed enhance the skill power of the black-skinned demon creatures, but this had little to do with whether Wen Yu and the others could avoid it. Looking at the almost formed Crimson Demon Realm gate behind them, the ancient demon couldn't help but clench his fists. "It's coming soon." The black-skinned demon creature nodded in agreement. "Fourth-tier demonic creatures are enough. We just need to wait for the three lords to emerge and we can launch the attack. Get ready, it won't be long now." The ancient demon glanced at Wen Yu and the others in the distance, expressionless, and stepped down from the city wall. Inside the demonic city, demonic energy surged and howled, then was absorbed by the black pillar in the center, continuously enhancing the defensive capability of the demonic city's shield. In the middle of the three demon realm gates, the shadow of the blood-red demon realm gate was approaching solidity. At this rate, it wouldn't take a few minutes for this special demon realm gate to take shape completely. This red demon realm gate itself was not large and happened to be stuck in the middle of the three demon realm gates, equivalent to a blind spot in terms of visibility, so the human side couldn't detect it at all. The ancient demon stood quietly before the demon realm gate, watching the increasingly clear red demon realm gate. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes then. The ancient demon slowly knelt before the demon realm gate, raising 4 arms high as if performing some prayer ritual or welcoming the life forms about to appear with the highest courtesy. As the ancient demon moved, terrifying figures began to emerge from the various hidden corners of the demonic city, quietly standing behind the ancient demon. Naturally, what was happening inside the demonic city had already been observed by the drones circling outside. When you looked at the drone footage uploaded to the tablet in Quang Liu's hand, carefully counting the demonic creatures that appeared on it. 27, that's quite a lot. The so-called 27 included all the demonic creatures standing between the 3 demon realm gates, including the ancient demon. When you couldn't tell their tier from the footage, but judging by their standing position, these demonic creatures were likely not much lower in status than the ancient demon. "Actually, I'm more concerned about what they're doing standing between the 3 demon realm gates," Quang Liu said with a puzzled expression. When you couldn't answer this question, because until now, the 2 of them had not discovered the trace of the red demon realm gate. "They're probably performing some pre-battle prayers or something. I heard that in ancient times, before going to war, they would always sacrifice to the heavens for blessings." Behind them, Hao Yun muttered something unclear. After a while, when you spoke up, "Get ready, this time I'll confront them head-on. You can stay or leave as you wish. But let me make it clear in advance, if you choose to stay, you must bear the consequences yourself. I won't provide any protective measures." Wen Yu's words were mainly directed at the military super soldiers. These individuals exchanged glances with one another before finally locking their eyes on Quang Liu. Quang Liu carefully examined the footage on the tablet in his hand and after a while spoke up. "You all retreat first." "Yes, Commander." The military super soldiers saluted in unison, turned around to pack their things, and got on the military vehicles swiftly leaving. "Aren't you leaving?" Wen Yu quietly stared at the demonic city, softly asking. Quang Liu simply shook his head. At the moment the military super soldiers retreated, the blood-red demon realm gate had completely taken shape. The red gate stood tightly closed, with no breath or demonic energy emanating from it, as if it were merely a blood-red door. However, the numerous demonic creatures standing before it had their heads increasingly lowered. After a moment, the red door finally stirred. A shadow over 3 meters tall, pitch black, forcefully pushed open the door and walked into the demonic city. It looked so relaxed, as if it were entering its own home. As this shadow emerged from the demon realm gate, its full appearance was unveiled to all demonic creatures. It was an ancient demon, but unlike other ancient demons, this one had 6 arms instead of 4. Moreover, a pair of meat wings covered in black scales were tightly pressed against its back, and a mysterious black crystal in the center of its forehead flickered with dim light. This was a demonic entity, an ancient demon entity. Seeing the many demonic creatures before it, the ancient demon entity slightly nodded and then stepped aside for the blood-colored gate behind it. Then, a pair of red lights suddenly illuminated from within the gate. From the gate, hissing sounds continuously emanated, followed by a gigantic head struggling to squeeze out of the blood-colored gate. It was a giant snake-like demonic creature. Its entire head was much larger than the blood-colored gate, forcing the gate to madly absorb the surrounding demonic energy to expand its size. It wasn't until the gate had expanded to over 5 meters high that the giant snake finally managed to squeeze out of the demon realm gate. With a height of 5 meters and a length of 50 meters, its body was devoid of scales, replaced instead by intricate and complex patterns. In the center of its forehead, there was also a slightly bulging black mysterious crystal. As soon as the giant snake appeared, its tongue flicked in and out, as if gathering information from the air. After a while, the giant snake stopped moving, its body slowly shrinking down to a small snake only 5 centimeters thick, then quickly coiling around the wrist of the ancient demon. As the aura on it continuously converged, the ancient demon entity appeared to be wearing a beautiful bracelet, and the giant snake's presence was no longer visible. The ancient demon entity looked gravely at the still pulsating blood-red demon realm gate behind it and spoke to the ancient demon kneeling on the ground. "It's time. Let's set off." Hearing the words of the demon entity, the ancient demon hesitated for a moment, then stood up and began to explain. "Among the human race over there is a mutated beast that might be a divine beast species. How about we wait for that esteemed one?" The ancient demon entity shook its head. "That esteemed one will not arrive in the short term. The remaining demonic energy in this space will not allow Ulfoth to descend. We must first drive those enemies away, then close the demonic energy shield to accumulate demonic energy. Only then can the esteemed one descend here." After listening to the ancient demon entity's words, the ancient demon slightly nodded. Then a hidden wave of spiritual energy spread outwards. The demonic creatures that sensed this wave immediately became energized, roaring loudly towards the sky. Subsequently, all the remaining demonic creatures in the demonic city surged out, racing towards the location of Wen Yu and Kuang Liu. Wen Yu and Kuang Liu naturally observed the situation happening in the demonic city through the drone's transmitted images. Wen Yu carefully scanned the 6-armed ancient demon and took a couple more glances at the serpent wrapped around the ancient demon's wrist, sending a spiritual message to Xing and Dayuan to be cautious. Watching the swarm of demonic creatures pouring out of the demonic city, Wen Yu's heartbeat and the rhythm of his war blade slowly elongated. In the spiritual message, he instructed Dayuan. "Take blood." Dayuan immediately understood his boss's intention, scrunching its small face and mumbling something, but it made no movement. Seeing this and glancing at Xing, who was already restless, Wen Yu promptly kicked Dayuan twice. "Just take the blood when I tell you to. It's not that much." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Dayuan gritted its teeth and bit into its own claw with force. Wen Yu asked Dayuan to take blood mainly to activate Faceless. Unfortunately, Dayuan was a bit resistant to having Faceless transform into its own appearance. After all, seeing another identical self could be unsettling. Dayuan's blood slowly flowed out along its claw, and Wen Yu collected a few drops. In the surrounding space, a burst of purple light flashed, and then Wen Yu's right hand plunged directly into the soul realm space, pulling Faceless out. Slowly dripping Dayuan's blood onto Faceless, watching as Faceless squirmed and gradually morphed into Dayuan's appearance, Wen Yu glanced at the woofing Dayuan beside him, pondered for a moment, and eventually spoke. "In the upcoming battle, you will stick with Faceless." Dayuan glared fiercely at Faceless and barked, "Boss, I don't want to be with this fake. He's a counterfeit." However, Faceless, upon receiving Wen Yu's instructions through the spiritual wave, silently approached Dayuan, causing Dayuan's fur to bristle in agitation. "All right, for now, this is the plan. Dayuan and Faceless will handle the weaker cannon fodder, while Xing stays put for now to deal with those 4th-tier demonic creatures rushing out. Kuang Liu, you and I will act as needed." Wen Yu paused before continuing. "If the situation looks grim, we'll retreat immediately." Kuang Liu nodded in agreement. When it came to running away if they couldn't win, Kuang Liu was fully supportive. Watching the increasing number of demonic creatures surging out of the demonic city, Wen Yu entered a battle stance, simultaneously raising 2 guns and shouted loudly, "Go." The first wave of demonic creatures to exit the city consisted of cannon fodder below the 4th tier. Wen Yu was confident that Dayuan and Faceless could handle them, and even if some 3rd-tier demonic creatures posed a threat, that was something Wen Yu hoped to see. With the blessings of the Destiny fight and the Blood and Flesh chapter, Dayuan and Faceless would only grow stronger as they fought. Seeing the demonic creatures getting closer, the miniaturized Dayuan let out a couple of roars, quickly enlarging its body and charging towards the oncoming horde of demonic creatures. Faceless followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Xing, who had already entered battle mode, made several woofing sounds. "Boss, are these 2 guys going to be okay?" Wen Yu shook his head, glancing at Xing's excited eyes, and slightly replied, "Those 2 are fine. When the fourth-tier demonic creatures join the fight, you can act. Zing nodded, seriously focusing on the numerous demonic creatures standing on the city wall, then his gaze settled on the six-armed ancient demon for at least 10 seconds before hesitantly speaking. Boss, that guy's aura is somewhat similar to the eagle. Eagle? Wen Yu pondered briefly and immediately realized which eagle it was. He examined the drone's footage more closely and after a moment asked Zing, "How strong is its aura?" "Very strong," Wen Yu nodded. Since Zing said it was strong, it definitely wouldn't be weak. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yu immediately adjusted his strategy. Pay attention. Wait until that ancient demon and the giant snake in its hands strike before you act. Zing nodded in comprehension. Then Wen Yu turned to Quang Liu, asking, "How many fourth-tier demonic creatures can you handle by yourself?" Quang Liu shook his head, not answering the question directly, only silently taking out the war blade from the spatial ring and walking while saying, "Let's go." Daiyuan and Faceless quickly engaged with the many lower-tier demonic creatures. Under the combat power of the two fourth-tier mutated dogs, the lower-tier demonic creatures were swept away in waves. Some turned to ash beneath the fury of the inferno from the two Daiyuans, while others met a tragic end under the sharp fangs and claws of the two Daiyuans. Watching the battle unfold below, the six-armed ancient demon at the forefront on the city wall spoke in a deep voice. "This creature is quite interesting." The ancient demon entity was referring to Faceless. The nearby ancient demon nodded. "Not long ago, I didn't see this creature. It seems that it should have the ability to copy others' bodies and skills. The combat power of the two dogs shows no obvious difference." The ancient demon entity nodded and then continued to ask, "Is the blood and flesh below enough?" Upon hearing this question, the black-skinned demon creature immediately replied, "It's been enough for a while, my lord." "Then don't let these little guys die in vain. Activate the skills immediately." At the same time, the ancient demon entity pointed its finger and summoned 8 fourth-tier demonic creatures. "You 8 will go entangle those 2 dogs below." The 8 named demonic creatures immediately nodded in agreement. The ancient demon entity glanced over at Wen Yu and Quang Liu, who were getting closer, and casually summoned another 8 fourth-tier demonic creatures. "You all will be responsible for taking down those 2 humans below." And then, the ancient demon entity looked at the ancient demon beside it and immediately said, "You command the remaining lower-tier demonic creatures to directly advance towards the castle on the opposite side." From the words of the ancient demon entity, it seemed to have a deep understanding of this treasure land. The ancient demon first gazed at the battle situation below, then glanced at the grinning black-skinned demon creature beside it, and instantly understood the current situation. It would be impossible for it to take credit for killing the human race's experts. Although it felt a bit gloomy inside, it could not disobey the orders from the demon entity. "Yes, my lord." As the ancient demon released its spiritual wave, the lower-tier demonic creatures that had been waiting for execution below immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. To avoid being annihilated by the wide-range attacks of the two Daiyuans, this method of dispersing and escaping was undoubtedly the best choice. "Come back." Seeing the movements of the demonic creatures before him, Wen Yu thought for a moment and immediately understood the demonic clan's intentions, not to mention Quang Liu. At that moment, Quang Liu promptly took out the communicator from the spatial ring and reported the situation to the military. By the time Quang Liu finished communicating with the military, the demonic creatures in the demonic city had already completed their division. A massive number of lower-tier demonic creatures gathered below the demonic city. Then, led by the ancient demon Wen Yu was most familiar with, they directly headed towards the location of the forward base. Accompanying them were 2 fourth-tier demonic creatures. The remaining 24 fourth-tier demonic creatures and 2 demonic entities had already jumped off the wall and were slowly walking towards the positions of Wen Yu and Quang Liu. Seeing the powerful demonic clan members ahead, Wen Yu clicked his tongue. "Quite a number, huh?" More crucially, just by sensing the auras of these demonic creatures, it was evident that each one would be difficult to deal with. Quang Liu nodded, stating directly, "Let's try attacking first." "Then let's give it a try," Wen Yu said, immediately shooting at a 4th-tier demonic creature, while the 3 spirit pets roared and charged directly towards the opposing demonic creatures. The first clash between the human race's experts and the demonic race's experts unfolded in this place, filled with blood and flesh remnants. The first to launch an attack was the ranged assault originating from Wen Yu's 3 spirit pets. 2 pillars of fury of the inferno combined with a dragon flame formed a massive 2-colored fire column, which surged madly towards the demonic creatures. Unfortunately, in battles of this caliber, such a simple method of attack was not enough to make an impact. As soon as the fire column was launched, a total of 26 demonic creatures scattered in all directions to evade the attack, and immediately after, various kinds of ranged skills were fired back at the three spirit pets. Flames and ice intertwined, mixed with the power of storms and dark fluctuations, turning the ground where the three spirit pets stood into a sieve in a mere instant. However, the three spirit pets had already dodged this strike. Then a gaunt, skeletal demonic creature unleashed its skill. Teleportation A-level, active ability. Swap positions with any unit within the line of sight. The target of this skill was none other than Xing. With a strange energy fluctuation passing by, Xing's body instantly vanished, replaced by the gaunt skeleton. Seeing Xing disappear, the one-eyed creature next to Xing roared and immediately pounced on the skeleton. As the one-eyed creature's massive mouth approached, two green flames suddenly ignited in the hollow eyes of the skeleton. Summon A-level, active skill. Upon activation, immediately summon pre-locked units to appear beside yourself. Limit of 10 units. With a flash of black light, 7 demonic creatures of varying shapes immediately appeared beside the skeleton. One of them, a bull demon, swung its massive bone war axe, directly cleaving into the body of the advancing one-eyed creature. A gruesome wound appeared on the one-eyed creature's body, and the immense force sent it flying far away. Our targets are these two dogs. One of the skeletal demons, standing 5 meters tall, rubbed its bony lips together, letting out a piercing sound in the demon realm language. Hearing this skeletal demon's words, a total of 8 demonic creatures charged towards the one-eyed creature and faceless. At that moment, as the skeletal demonic creature exchanged positions with Xing, the leading ancient demon entity launched an attack. Its 6 arms raised high, brimming with overwhelming power, a faint red light gradually intensified from its 6 fists, then reaching its peak strength. In the instant that the skeleton and Xing swapped positions, the 6 arms of the ancient demon entity came crashing down, resembling a massive battle axe, striking hard against Xing's body. The red light surged wildly, and the glowing energy from its 6 arms seemed to move on its own, directly entering Xing's body, followed by a thunderous explosion. Internal explosion A-level, active ability. After activation, the next attack will be infused with fire power, penetrating the enemy unit's body, causing an internal explosion and inflicting tremendous damage. As if 6 grenades had been stuffed inside Xing's body, a torrent of fire energy erupted violently, creating 6 massive bloody holes, accompanied by shattered scales and flesh. With a roar, Xing activated all its abilities. Dragon Might Domain SS level, active skill. When activated, a mysterious force field envelops the surrounding area, significantly weakening all creatures within it. Dragon Blood Amplification SSS level, active ability. Burn the blood within to amplify all skills and physical attributes. Once activated, it can be voluntarily stopped, but will continuously consume blood during the effect. These 2 terrifying abilities activated suddenly, and alongside the injuries sustained and the effects of Dragon Blood Amplification, the Demon Dragon armor produced an incredibly formidable defensive effect. The ravaging energy within was squeezed out of Xing's body, and terrifying dragon flames instantly enveloped its surroundings. As soon as the ancient demon entity sensed the loss of power upon seeing Xing activate the Dragon Might Domain, its brows furrowed slightly, and it quickly retreated, while the bracelet on its wrist suddenly changed. The originally 5-centimeter bracelet automatically unfastened from the ancient demon entity's wrist, and then the great serpent demonic entity's body lengthened against the wind, instantly restoring to a terrifying size of 5 meters in thickness and dozens of meters in length. Under the suppression of the Dragon Might Domain, the great serpent demonic entity still possessed immense power as it charged directly at Xing. A noxious gas slowly coalesced on its 2 giant fangs. Death Toxin S-level, passive ability. A terrifying toxin develops within the body, with an extremely strong paralyzing effect. Any unit below the host's level will die if contaminated by this toxin. Simultaneously, the ancient demon entity activated its 2nd ability. Demonic Energy Enhancement S-level, active ability. Infuses the host's body with demonic energy, comprehensively enhancing the host's physical attributes. The enhancement is doubled. The skill has no time limit, but continuously consumes stamina during its activation. Under the effect of demonic energy enhancement, the physical attributes that were previously suppressed by the Dragon Might Domain momentarily recovered. Though it didn't completely offset the skill's effects, it was enough to give it the power to fight back. It is important to note that this ancient demon entity already had a physical attribute limit of 500 points. After being weakened to 100 points by the Dragon Might Domain, activating demonic energy enhancement brought it back to 200 points. Adding to that the racial and entity advantages of the ancient demon, its current battle capability was not considerably weaker than Xing's. The terrifying fangs of the serpent drew closer to Xing, and the noxious toxin made Xing's brow furrow. This was something that absolutely could not be touched. In a mere breath, Xing devised a plan to deal with the great serpent. With claws flashing, it struck directly at the serpent's head, smashing it down to the ground, preventing it from moving. At the same time, a violent dragon flame brewed in Xing's mouth. Under the state of dragon blood amplification, the power of Xing's dragon flame was nothing short of terrifying. Just as Xing's dragon flame was about to strike the great serpent demon entity, from a distance, one of the ordinary fourth-tier demonic creatures that had been idly watching the battle suddenly activated its skill. Dazed Sea Level Active Ability emits a mysterious wave that affects the enemy unit's psyche, causing a short-term dazed state, with the duration depending on the difference in physical attributes between both sides. The skill itself was not strong, and that spectator demonic creature's physical attributes were also weak, so Xing merely paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. The dragon flame erupted from its mouth, striking the body of the great serpent demon entity. Unfortunately, that was merely a superficial layer. The great serpent demonic entity activated its second ability. Shedding Skin SS Level Active Ability, an ability that can only be possessed by super strong beings among serpentine creatures. Once activated, it permanently reduces one's physical attributes by 10 points while leaving behind a snake skin in place, allowing the user to teleport to any location within 1,000 meters. This is a terrifying life-saving ability. At this moment, the great serpent had returned to the side of the ancient demon entity, looking ferociously at Xing. Xing, on the other hand, was glaring with fury at the two demonic entities across from him, glancing at the 8 distinct fourth-tier demonic creatures standing behind the ancient demon entity. He stretched out his tongue, lightly licked his lips, then looked at the massive blood hole on his body that was nearly healed and directly charged towards the 10 demonic creatures. The ancient demon entity frowned at Xing's wild momentum, quickly casting a glance at the 8 fourth-tier demonic creatures behind him that had become weak under the pressure of the dragon might domain, and spoke swiftly. "You all go kill those 2 humans. You!" The ancient demon entity pointed at the black-skinned demon creature. "Activate Blood Beast immediately." With the command of the ancient demon entity, the 7 demonic creatures behind it immediately charged towards Wen Yu and Quang Liu, who were already surrounded by the 8 fourth-tier demonic creatures. While the black-skinned demon creature remained in place, its eyes began to emit a flickering bloodlight. Meanwhile, the 2 demonic entities rushed towards the approaching Xing at high speed. At this moment, Wen Yu and Quang Liu were facing the onslaught of the 8 demonic creatures. Wen Yu's physical attributes were currently only 200 points, while Quang Liu had around 230 points. Facing 8 fourth-tier demonic creatures, the battle looked extremely difficult for the two. Various abilities continuously crashed down on the land, leaving Wen Yu and Quang Liu in a very precarious situation. Of course, this was only on the surface. Although these demonic creatures had 4th-tier physical attributes, just like the human race had series-level experts like Wen Yu and Quang Liu, there were also ordinary professionals like Fang Wenhai. At the 4th-tier stage, level was no longer the primary factor influencing combat power. In front of the 8 4th-tier demonic creatures, there was no ancient demon, nor was there any overly powerful presence. When you even had the time to steal a glance at the battle between Xing and the one-eyed creature, there was no need to mention Xing's side, when you had great confidence in Xing's strength. However, it appeared that those 2 creatures with black crystals on their heads, resembling giant eagles, were very difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, the one-eyed creature and Faceless were exerting their might, making the opposing demonic creatures jump around. Unfortunately, among the opponents of the one-eyed creature and Faceless, 1 bone demon and 1 bull demon were performing remarkably, so the 2 beasts had yet to break the situation. Hey, what are you looking at? Our performance compared to your battle pet is really trash, don't you think of a way? Quang Liu grumbled beside him, meanwhile shattering a skill that had crystallized into ice with his blade. When you had the time to banter with Quang Liu, "Aren't you doing nothing either?" Hearing Wen Yu's words, Quang Liu pouted, then directly swung his blade to repel a 4th-tier demonic creature. Seeing the ancient demon entity's side, 7 more demonic creatures dispersed and charged wildly towards them. Quang Liu glanced at Wen Yu, who had a calm expression and couldn't help but sigh. "You seem relaxed, but I'm worried about those demonic creatures heading for our forward position." "Then, I'm not playing with you anymore." Accompanied by Quang Liu's furious shout, explosive lightning flickered around his body. Thunder SS Level Active Ability, Heaven's Punishment, controlling the power of lightning. This ability, like the Faceless's Fury of the Inferno, could produce countless variations. As a human, Kuang Liu was even more adept at skill applications than the one-eyed creature. The lightning surrounding him was rapidly absorbed into his body, and Kuang Liu's entire being appeared as if struck by lightning, his hair standing on end, followed by a surge of immense power within his body. Using the power of lightning, his physical attributes experienced a significant increase, while also accelerating his reaction speed. This was a special application method of thunder developed by Kuang Liu. The violent explosive sounds continuously emanated from within Kuang Liu, and then his body unleashed tremendous power, slicing toward an approaching fourth-tier demonic creature with a single strike. The power of lightning howled on the blade, and the originally 2-meter-long massive war blade was enveloped in blue electric light, stretching instantaneously to 5 meters. In just one strike, he directly tore the fourth-tier demonic creature apart. Then, a white light suddenly illuminated Kuang Liu, and under the coverage of that white light, the incoming various abilities or attacks could not shake Kuang Liu even slightly. Invincibility SS level, active skill. After activation, no damage will be suffered for 10 seconds. With the white light surrounding him, Kuang Liu appeared like a celestial god, continuously swinging massive blue and white blade lights, making the demonic creatures around him jump in panic. Then Kuang Liu activated his third ability. White Tiger Divine Might SSS rank, active ability. Summons the phantom of the White Tiger to envelop the body, significantly amplifying his strength with a physical attribute amplification effect of 5 times. Simultaneously, the White Tiger Phantom will autonomously attack surrounding enemies. The White Tiger will only use physical attacks, and its attack power is comparable to that of the host's own physical attributes. Looking at the nearly 20-meter-tall giant White Tiger Phantom enveloping Kuang Liu's body, Wen Yu fell completely silent. It's uncertain whether Kuang Liu obtained this skill after becoming known as the White Tiger War God, or if he became the White Tiger War God because of this skill. However, there is no doubt that Kuang Liu's strength was absolutely terrifying. At least, without a spirit pet, Wen Yu could not be a match for Kuang Liu. Then, the White Tiger Phantom surrounding Kuang Liu emitted a soul-shaking roar, and Kuang Liu's fourth skill was activated. Slaughter S level, passive ability. In a single battle, as the number of enemy units killed increases, the physical attributes enhance more, while the speed of stamina recovery will also increase at an accelerated rate. 4 abilities above the S level combine to make Kuang Liu the strongest among the military humans, the White Tiger War God. At the same time, he was also the sequence 3 of the human race. Raging power continuously surged from Kuang Liu's body, and under the terrifying amplification of his physical attributes, within a short period, his physical attributes skyrocketed to nearly 2,000 points. Combined with the giant White Tiger Phantom enveloping his body, this man had become a nightmare for the demonic clan surrounding Wen Yu and Kuang Liu. The massive war blade continued to extend. Under the power of the demonic energy, the entire blade seemed to vanish, and only the howling sonic boom echoed across the battlefield. Each swing released brilliant blue light, and terrifying lightning energy danced wildly throughout the area. At the same time, the enormous White Tiger apparition around Kuang Liu let out a silent roar, guarding him and tearing apart any demonic creatures that dared to approach. In just a short time, the 8 surrounding 4th-tier demonic creatures had been shredded in half by Kuang Liu's terrifying power, and the remaining demonic creatures immediately began to retreat. However, under Kuang Liu's body stats exceeding 2,000 points, where could they retreat to? In the distance, 7 4th-tier demonic creatures that had separated from the star's battlefield quickly approached, but they could not save these struggling 4th-tier demonic creatures. When you saw Kuang Liu displaying great power, and he aimed his weapons, the heartbeat and the mad song, at a strangely shaped 4th-tier demonic creature and pulled the trigger directly. This 4th-tier demonic creature was already preoccupied with defending against Kuang Liu's war blade and the rampant lightning energy, leaving it completely unable to mount an effective countermeasure against Wen Yu's attack. 2 bullets of different sizes flew towards the demonic creature, and the added spatial deviation ability caused the bullets' trajectories to become erratic. The demonic creature didn't even have time to block the incoming bullets, nor did it have the capability to stop them. As the heartbeat struck its body, the piercing pain in its mind left the demonic creature unable to move, merely standing in place and howling continuously. Then, the mad song's attack followed closely behind. With a single strike, it obliterated the demonic creature's head. At that moment, under the combined force of Kuang Liu and Wen Yu, the surrounding demonic creatures had no chance to retaliate. Stealing the kills, huh? Kuang Liu casually swatted away a demonic creature and still had the leisure to joke with Wen Yu. Wen Yu shrugged, acknowledging the fact of stealing kills. He quickly fired bullets from the heartbeat and the mad song, which, enhanced by his spatial ability, altered their paths in midair before burrowing into the body of a demonic creature. A violent explosion erupted, and the struck demonic creature was torn to pieces by the special effects of the mad song, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. Before the 7 distant demonic creatures could close in, Wen Yu and Kuang Liu had already cleaned up the 8 demonic creatures surrounding them. Kuang Liu gently shook the clean war blade in his hand, licked his lips slightly, and gazed at the 7 approaching demonic creatures. The lightning surrounding his body suddenly blazed brightly, and he charged straight towards the 7 fourth-tier demonic creatures. Wen Yu took a look at Kuang Liu's speed, which was already indistinguishable, silently reholstered his 2 guns, and turned to walk towards the location of the one-eyed creature. Kuang Liu alone was more than enough to deal with the 7 demonic creatures. There was no need to pay too much attention to the star, as the Dragon Might domain did not distinguish between friend and foe. If Wen Yu rashly dove in, his power would undoubtedly be weakened to an unimaginable extent. Instead, he could still lend a hand in the direction of the one-eyed creature and the faceless. The ancient demon entity wielded a massive battle axe, entangled with the great serpent demonic entity, relentlessly battling against the star. Of course, the combined power of the 2 demonic entities was still somewhat insufficient when facing the star. A slight odor of decay emanated from the battle axe as it struck the star, leaving charred marks on its body with each blow. Demonic weaponry S-rank, active ability, condenses the power within the body to summon various weapons or armor. The summoned weapons and armor can only be used by the host, and they come with special effects. The pitch-black battle axe was a weapon conjured by the ancient demon entity, possessing an extremely strong corrosive effect. Unfortunately, these things were utterly useless in front of the star. The current body stats of the ancient demon entity were over 200 points, whereas the star had reached 600 points after activating the dragon blood amplification, creating a threefold difference in physical stats that made the ancient demon entity's attempts to counter the star seem extremely awkward. Fortunately, the current situation was 2 against 1. The star's tail whipped down heavily, causing a blast of sound in the surrounding air. The enormous force carried an incredibly violent impact, aiming directly at the ancient demon entity. The ancient demon entity promptly raised its battle axe while a suit of pitch-black battle armor appeared around its body. Boom! The ancient demon entity was slammed into the ground like a nail, spitting out a mouthful of black liquid. At the same time, the battle axe in its hand and the black armor on its body shattered into pieces. Transforming into a stream of black demonic energy, it was inhaled back into the ancient demon entity's body. With just one strike, the star severely wounded the ancient demon entity. Just as the star intended to press the attack and finish off the ancient demon entity, the nearby great serpent demonic entity quickly moved onto the star's body, wrapping its 4 legs tightly. Like a constantly constricting rope, the body of the great serpent demonic entity tightly coiled around the star, causing it to stagger and slow its pursuit of the ancient demon entity. Snake Wrap-A-Rank, active ability. A natural ability of serpentine creatures that tightly constricts prey, rendering it immobile. This ability has terrifying offensive power. If opponents of the same body stats are ensnared by the great serpent demonic entity, there is absolutely no chance of escape. They will only become prey. However, under the dual effects of the Dragon Might domain and Dragon Blood amplification, the physical stats of both sides were in stark contrast. The star, with originally 200 points, now had its strength far exceeding the 2 demonic entities. The star exerted its limbs with all its might, and the body of the great serpent demonic entity seemed ready to be torn apart, creaking loudly, while the star unleashed dragon flame, directly spraying towards the ancient demon entity in the distance. The red light intensified before the ancient demon entity's eyes, a fleeting panic flashed in its gaze, and a round shield instantly appeared in front of it. Boom, 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 the reinforced dragon flame shattered the ancient demon entity's weapon defense, enveloping it entirely. The ancient demon entity howled in agony amidst the flames, while the body of the great serpent demonic entity beneath the star began to crack apart, black demonic blood gushing forth from its body. Skin shedding activated. In an instant, the body of the great serpent demonic entity appeared beside the ancient demon entity, and the injuries on the ancient demon entity's body quickly recovered under the influence of a black light. This was the 4th ability of the ancient demon entity. Reshape S-Rank, active ability, consumes a large amount of stamina to activate the skill, which can completely heal the host's injuries. This healing ability is extremely effective, but the consumption is rather high. Just by looking at the ancient demon entity standing there gasping for breath, one could tell that even with its strength, it could not use this ability too many times. Seeing the star charge towards it once more in the distance, the ancient demon entity directly patted the side of the great serpent demonic entity. "Let's go, back to the city wall, quickly." Hearing the ancient demon entity's words, the great serpent demonic entity immediately opened its large mouth and swallowed the ancient demon entity whole. Swallowing B rank, active ability, a feeding method of serpentine creatures that allows the host to directly consume enemy units and quickly digest them. This is essentially an offensive capability. When the great serpent demonic entity uses this ability to swallow an opponent, even strong individuals of the same rank will soon be digested by the terrifying power within the great serpent demonic entity. However, right now, this ability was being used to help the ancient demon entity escape. After swallowing the ancient demon entity, the great serpent demonic entity sped towards the city wall. Boom! The explosive dragon flame struck the great serpent demonic entity, which immediately activated the skin shedding. As a piece of serpent skin fell to the ground, the great serpent demonic entity's figure appeared 1,000 meters ahead. The star locked onto the great serpent demonic entity's silhouette. Its wings spread wide, and it dashed rapidly towards the great serpent demonic entity. Then its two front claws tore into the body of the great serpent demonic entity. Unfortunately, it was just more serpent skin. In just a minute, the great serpent demonic entity shed its skin 8 times, forcibly moving back to the city wall of the demonic city and using the magic city's shield to block the star outside. Its mouth suddenly bulged, and the ancient demon entity was directly spit out from the great serpent demonic entity. Covered in slime and with its skin a mess due to corrosion, the ancient demon entity let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Blood beast, activate quickly, I want to kill it." Hearing the roar of the ancient demon entity, the red light in the eyes of the black-skinned demon creature standing at the foot of the city wall suddenly brightened. Subsequently, around the demonic city, the demonic creature corpses that had been killed by Wen Yu and the military super soldiers quickly stirred. In just a few days, countless demonic creatures had died at the foot of the demonic city, and the entire area was saturated with a rotten smell. The stench of demonic blood had even seeped into the ground, leaving only small black marks behind. As the black-skinned demon creature activated its skill, the demonic blood that had already seeped underground or dried on the surface quickly condensed, as if controlled by some unknown force, continuously surging to the surface, carrying a multitude of severed limbs and broken arms, solidifying in front of the black-skinned demon creature. In an instant, it seemed as if a black rain of blood had fallen around the entire demonic city, with countless droplets flying up into the sky, then surging toward the black-skinned demon creature. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon entity let out a few sinister laughs, simultaneously connecting its mind to the black stone pillar within the demonic city. With a massive surge of demonic energy pouring out from the 3 demon realm gates, it was quickly absorbed by the black stone pillar, causing the range of the protective barrier around the demonic city to suddenly expand, enveloping the black-skinned demon creature at the foot of the city wall. Xing also noticed the changes happening on the battlefield and quickly shot a breath of dragon flame toward the black-skinned demon creature, but it was blocked by the protective barrier. Then, without losing momentum, Xing directed his dragon flame toward the black mass continuously coalescing in front of him. The gigantic meat mass formed from flesh and blood kept pulsating, as if giving birth to some kind of life. When Xing's dragon flame struck the meat mass, it failed to exert any of its intended destructive power. Faced with this unknown scene and feeling the pressure emanating from the meat mass, Xing paused, cautiously observing the mysterious object before him. Wen Yu had naturally already seen the situation near the demonic city. Slightly withdrawing from the battle circle, Wen Yu looked toward the pulsating black sphere in front of the demonic city, unsure of what he was thinking. In the distance, Kuang Liu had already killed 7 demonic creatures and was walking toward Wen Yu's position. "It seems this is the backup plan of these demonic creatures." Upon hearing Kuang Liu's words, Wen Yu nodded. This situation undoubtedly fell within the expectations of both Wen Yu and Kuang Liu. But what they hadn't anticipated was that those demonic creatures sent to die were not there to initiate any curse or barrier, but had instead coalesced into a gigantic unknown entity. This meant that the tactical shift in the battlefield strategy for Wen Yu and Kuang Liu had completely failed. However, there's no need to worry, is there? Perhaps relying solely on Wen Yu and his 3 spirit pets might not be enough against these 4th-tier demonic creatures, but with the addition of Kuang Liu, whose combat power was comparable to that of a divine beast species, the battle strength of the human side on the entire battlefield had far exceeded that of these demonic creatures. This was something the demonic creatures had not foreseen. In fact, even Wen Yu had not expected Quang Liu's combat ability to be this strong. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Quang Liu scanned the battlefield. The Cyclops and the Faceless had already torn apart 3 fourth-tier demonic creatures and seemed poised to end the battle in a short time. In this aspect, there was no need for Wen Yu and Quang Liu to intervene. On Xing's side, there were only 2 demonic entities and 1 fourth-tier black-skinned demonic creature still alive. Moreover, both demonic entities were severely injured. This battle was undoubtedly already won. Just as both Quang Liu and Wen Yu were forming the thought that victory was assured, the black spherical object in front of Xing began to change. The massive meatball formed from demonic blood slowly cracked open, and then a strange creature slowly crawled out from within. The creature had a bald body, with not a single hair on it, and its slick skin seemed to have black light flowing over it. This creature was nearly 5 meters tall and appeared as a giant spherical being with a large belly and short legs. As soon as this strange creature appeared, the ancient demon entity let out a series of piercing, manic laughs, its gaze towards Xing filled with killing intent. "Kill him!" Filled with hatred, the demon realm language echoed from the ancient demon entity's mouth, and then the black-skinned demon creature nodded slightly, its entire body transforming into a beam of black light and shooting into the strange creature's body. Blood Beast SSS rank, active ability, condense the blood surrounding the battlefield into a blood beast. The strength of the blood beast is determined by the amount of blood available on the battlefield. When the blood beast is summoned, the host can enter the blood beast's body, serving as the control core. After learning this skill, other abilities cannot be acquired, and the blood beast's existence lasts for 1 day. The blood beast will have 4 abilities. Blood Beast Ability 1, Immortality SSS rank, passive ability. The blood beast is formed from condensed blood, and with its strange energy fluctuations, it can quickly recover from damage. During its 1-day existence, the blood beast is immortal. Blood Beast Ability 2, Permanent Form SS level, passive ability. When the host merges with the blood beast can undergo a transformation, changing into any form. Once transformed, it cannot be changed again, and its physical fitness is determined by the amount of blood used to condense the blood beast and the form it takes, with no enhancements or reductions. Blood Beast Ability 3. Blood Corrosion SS level, passive ability. Any attack from the blood beast will carry corrosive power that significantly weakens the opponent's defenses, inflicting great damage. To some extent, the blood beast's attacks effectively ignore defense capabilities. Blood Beast Ability 4. Blood Drain S level, passive ability. The blood beast itself is formed from blood, and when it inflicts damage on enemies during battle, it will create a terrifying bleeding effect. This ability of the blood beast is powerful in itself, but after acquiring it, no other abilities can be obtained, and the activation conditions are quite strict, making it difficult to say whether this ability is good or bad. However, one thing is certain. Once the blood beast is formed, its combat capability is undoubtedly terrifying. The blood beast, which had merged with the black-skinned demon creature, instantly underwent a transformation. With muscular limbs, wings that seemed crafted from metal, a terrifying dragon maw and sharp teeth, its black scales shimmered with a faint glow in the air. In a short time, the blood beast had taken on Xing's form. It was evident that the black-skinned demon creature, having watched from the sidelines for a long time, deemed Xing's body the perfect killing machine. Permanent Form SS level, passive ability activated. Of course, this ability only changed the form of the blood beast and did not grant it Xing's skills. But even just this was already terrifying. The blood beast let out a ferocious roar and charged directly at Xing. When Xing saw the creature before him that looked exactly like himself, he instantly became furious, slightly spreading his wings and exerting tremendous force with his limbs, his massive body shooting toward the blood beast like a cannonball. In no time, the 2 identical creatures collided. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed across the battlefield. During their brief contact, neither of the 2 monsters retreated even a step, clawing and biting at each other with razor-sharp claws and teeth. Quite strong, Wen Yu observed the entangled blood beast and Xing, unable to resist furrowing his brows. However, what Wen Yu didn't know was that the blood beast's strength was absolutely not limited to this. The Permanent Form SS level, passive ability not only mimicked Xing's size, but also replicated Xing's racial talents belonging to the divine beast species. This meant that in its current state, the blood beast was essentially a complete divine beast species, and it would not be suppressed by the dragon might domain. Additionally, given the numerous demonic creatures that had perished on the battlefield, including several recently deceased 4th-tier demonic creatures, the physical quality of this blood beast had already risen to Xing's level. 600 points, corresponding to the physical quality of a divine beast species. It turns out that under the same physical condition, Star is completely overpowered by the Blood Beast. The four abilities of the Blood Beast, with its first skill being the existence of immortality, provide it with a perfect defensive skill. Coupled with the third and fourth skills, the power system of the Blood Beast is undoubtedly a combination of spear and shield. The two identical monsters crash against each other, and Star's attacks are completely negligible to the Blood Beast. Every time Star attacks, it creates a large wound on the Blood Beast's body. But the Blood Beast's own abilities allow it to fully heal the scars from the attack in no time. On the other hand, the damage the Blood Beast inflicts on Star is extremely terrifying. Each blow creates a massive wound on Star's body, and the wounds are deep, with blood gushing out. Even Star's own demon dragon armor can only barely mitigate a portion of the damage. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the ancient demon entity and the great serpent demonic entity leaping down from the city walls in the distance. After a moment of thought, Wen Yu transmitted a message to Star through their soul connection. Star was fiercely battling the Blood Beast, and upon suddenly hearing Wen Yu's request, he froze for a moment and unexpectedly received a slash from the Blood Beast's sharp claws. Coldly glancing at the Blood Beast, Star immediately stopped engaging in close combat. Instead, he took 2 steps back, spread his wings, and flew straight into the sky. The Blood Beast found Star's actions somewhat strange, but that did not hinder the strategy set in advance by the ancient demon entity. The Blood Beast's wings also unfurled, and with a tremendous roar of wind, its massive body soared into the sky. However, the awkward way it flew revealed that the black-skinned demon creature responsible for piloting the Blood Beast was indeed not very skilled at flying. Wen Yu watched as Star and the Blood Beast flew further away. He then turned his attention to the ancient demon entity and the great serpent demonic entity that were slowly approaching, unable to help but lick his lips slightly. "These two creatures are our opponents." Kuang Liu nodded slightly, wielding his war blade, and under the enhancement of the massive white tiger's phantom, charged forward. Kuang Liu's speed was fast, but the two demonic entities were even faster. Without the suppression of the Dragon Might domain, the power of the two demonic entities erupted completely. The physical capacity of the ancient demon entity was 500 points. Without the pressure from the Dragon Might domain, and with the enhancement from demonic energy, its apparent physical capacity reached 1,000 points. Moreover, combined with its dual racial talents as an ancient demon and a demonic entity, its physical capacity was exceedingly high. So high that it slightly gained the upper hand against Kuang Liu. Kuang Liu's massive war blade danced wildly, but it was directly intercepted by the giant battle axe in the ancient demon entity's hand. The two weapons clashed, creating a loud explosion. Then, Kuang Liu's war blade tilted. This meant that purely in terms of physical capacity, Kuang Liu could not compete with the ancient demon. Feeling the immense power transmitted through his hands, Kuang Liu's heart sank. Before he could react, the ancient demon entity's attack followed closely. The battle axe, glowing faintly, struck down again. Kuang Liu sidestepped to evade, and as the battle axe smashed into the ground with furious force, the earth immediately erupted violently. Having already been infused with internal explosive power, it fortunately did not hit Kuang Liu directly. The white tiger phantom surrounding Kuang Liu let out a silent roar, and its tail whipped like a whip against the ancient demon entity's body. However, the ancient demon entity disregarded this attack, resisting the impact from the white tiger phantom, and swung its axe again, smashing it directly onto the war blade that Kuang Liu had raised. Boom! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted as the point of contact between the two weapons exploded, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack under the tremendous backlash. "Damn it!" Taking advantage of the moment when the ancient demon entity pulled back, Kuang Liu yelled out, "Wen Yu, what the hell are you doing?" But the only response to Kuang Liu was silence. Long before Kuang Liu intercepted the ancient demon entity, the great serpent demonic entity had already swiftly approached Wen Yu. The stench from its venom made Wen Yu feel a tingling sensation all over his body, even from a distance. Seeing the giant snake before him, Wen Yu immediately entered combat mode, boosting his physical capacity to 400 points. In this treasure land, as the only known exchange stone pillar was located at the outpost, Wen Yu had not had the opportunity to enhance his physical capacity after slaughtering numerous low-level demonic creatures. However, when facing the great serpent demonic entity, the few dozen points of physical capacity suddenly seemed insignificant. The speed of the great serpent demonic entity was extremely fast. With Wen Yu's reaction speed, he could only catch a glimpse. A black shadow rushed toward him rapidly. The serpent's upper body stood upright, and just as the hissing sound came out of its mouth, its entire upper body came crashing down toward Wen Yu like a mountain. considering Wen Yu's own combat capabilities. Tackling a demonic entity with a base physical capacity several times greater than his own was undoubtedly wishful thinking. When the feeling of danger struck, Wen Yu activated his phasing ability at the first moment, and his weapons, Jidong and Quang, continued to fire at the front, attempting to slow down the Great Serpent demonic entity's attack. However, there was no effect. Quang was somewhat effective, achieving 800 points of attack power, along with the effects of annihilation, explosion, and bleeding, which still had a slight impact against the Great Serpent demonic entity. Of course, this effect only meant inflicting a few bowl-sized wounds on the Great Serpent demonic entity. In comparison to its massive body, these wounds were truly negligible. Jidong fared even worse. With a disparity in physical capacity exceeding 5 times, the Soul Strike effect attached to Jidong was pitifully weak. When the Great Serpent demonic entity was hit by Jidong's bullets, it was like a normal person suffering from a migraine. In such fierce combat, it could endure. The Great Serpent's massive body descended rapidly, its speed so fast that Wen Yu couldn't react in time. Boom! The sound was like an earthquake, echoing across the battlefield as clouds of dust and dirt were kicked up. Wen Yu's figure subsequently vanished. Earlier, when facing the Great Serpent demonic entity, Wen Yu had already activated his phasing state, allowing him to evade this blow. At this moment, Wen Yu stood inside the Great Serpent demonic entity's body, gazing at the dark, gleaming flesh around him. Feeling a significant loss of stamina inside his body, Wen Yu calculated silently. I can only stay here for about 3 minutes. The interior of the Great Serpent demonic entity was filled with corrosive liquid, and the terrifying muscular strength was continuously squeezing, meaning Wen Yu was under constant attack. Of course, the intensity of this attack wasn't too strong. Quietly extending the touch of greed in his hand while canceling its phasing effect on the blade, Wen Yu stabbed with all his might toward the Great Serpent demonic entity's body. Thud, the sound was like slicing through meat, but the resistance on the touch of greed was immense. Just a half-inch into the flesh, it was stopped by the terrifying muscle tissue inside the serpent's body. Wen Yu slowly withdrew the touch of greed. Such a degree of damage was simply too small. This was also why Wen Yu dared not move recklessly while stationed here. Once he attempted to shift his body, he would inevitably be obstructed by the solid muscle tissue. While it wouldn't cause harm in the phasing state, it would undoubtedly accelerate the depletion of his stamina. He might not even be able to take 2 steps before losing enough stamina to cancel the phasing state. At that point, he would truly be doomed. Once again taking out Quang and Jidong, Wen Yu fired several shots at the flesh before him. These shots had a decent effect, dealing more damage to the Great Serpent demonic entity than the touch of greed did. Yet, it was still ineffective. Then, how about this? A sinister smile appeared on Wen Yu's lips as he directly infused his phasing ability into the bullets from Quang, aiming at the position he had calculated. That location, as Wen Yu estimated, was right around the Great Serpent demonic entity's heart. This attack proved significantly effective. The bullets flew rapidly from Quang's muzzle, aided by the phasing ability, dodging the nearby flesh and bones, heading straight for the predetermined spot. Boom, boom, boom! Continuous explosive sounds echoed from inside the Great Serpent demonic entity's body. Wen Yu, being inside, could naturally feel the Great Serpent demonic entity's body convulsing, while outside, the sound of its rolling body rang out. It seems this is about right. Wen Yu felt the Great Serpent demonic entity's reactions and directed Jidong towards a specific position. Then, the bullet infused with phasing ability shot out instantly. Boom! An explosion resounded inside the Great Serpent demonic entity's body. And Wen Yu felt the pressure around his body suddenly lighten as the flesh of the Great Serpent demonic entity completely vanished. All that remained was a serpent's skin slowly falling from the air, passing through Wen Yu's phasing body and landing on the ground. Freed from the Great Serpent demonic entity's body, Wen Yu immediately scanned his surroundings. The battle between the faceless and the one-eyed monster was nearing its end, with only a bone demon still struggling in the hands of the 2 beasts. Meanwhile, the fight between Quang Liu and the ancient demon entity had also temporarily paused. From the looks of it, the 2 were evenly matched, both sustaining injuries. The Great Serpent demonic entity was beside the ancient demon entity, continuously hissing, likely explaining Wen Yu's capabilities. Star had already flown to the other side of the demonic city with the blood beast, and they were flying further away. Watching the ancient demon entity and the Great Serpent demonic entity muttering to each other, Wen Yu quietly observed his own situation. Thanks to his phasing ability, Wen Yu was unharmed, though his clothes were tattered. However, his stamina had already dropped below half, which meant that if the Great Serpent demonic entity attacked him again, he would only face the fate of being digested. "Are you okay?" Quang Liu panted, asking Wen Yu. Wen Yu silently shook his head, glancing at the distant figures of Star and the Blood Beast, which had become two small black dots. Then Wen Yu raised Jidong and Quang, aiming at the ancient demon entity, and quickly pulled the trigger. The whistling bullets enveloped the ancient demon entity. A flicker of disdain crossed the ancient demon entity's eyes. Having seen the recent battle situation, the ancient demon entity had a rough understanding of Wen Yu's strength. In the ancient demon entity's eyes, this human was undoubtedly a soft persimmon. Dealing with him was much easier than handling the one with the war blade. It ordered the great serpent demonic entity to entangle Quang Liu while it swiftly approached Wen Yu. The ancient demon's physical capacity needed no further elaboration. It slightly sidestepped to evade Quang Liu's interception, watching Wen Yu's figure come closer, a brutal glint flashing in its eyes. Just one strike will be enough to kill you. In fact, after communicating with the great serpent demonic entity, the ancient demon entity had decided to swiftly eliminate Wen Yu while letting the great serpent demonic entity entangle Quang Liu for a moment. The only challenging aspect in dealing with Wen Yu lay in his phasing ability. It was precisely this ability that allowed Wen Yu to inflict considerable damage on the great serpent demonic entity. The size of the ancient demon entity guaranteed that it would not allow Wen Yu to enter its body, and its smaller size implied greater agility. Under such a terrifying disparity in physical capacity, it meant that accurately hitting the ancient demon entity would be extremely difficult for Wen Yu. It was evidently proven that hitting the ancient demon entity was indeed quite a challenge for Wen Yu. He could barely see a shadow approaching him, and in a short time, the distance between him and the ancient demon entity had halved, but none of the bullets he fired had struck the ancient demon entity. This demonic entity's speed was even faster than Jidong's bullets. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu silently retracted his two soul armaments and deactivated his combat mode. A flicker of satisfaction flashed across the ancient demon entity's eyes. The human in front had already given up resisting. As it watched the approaching demonic entity, Wen Yu slightly closed his eyes and let a smile spread across his lips. It was a devious smile. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the ancient demon entity, it did not appear that way. It could only see Wen Yu's smile as somewhat bitter. So the battle axe was raised high. Then, a purple light flashed in midair. Ding! The ancient demon entity's battle axe struck down on a black, scaled thigh. The immense force shattered several scales, and then it came to a halt. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure swept over, reducing the ancient demon entity's physical capacity by 80% before finally stopping. Looking at the familiar figure before him, the ancient demon entity swallowed hard, feeling its limbs grow weak. Meanwhile, the distant great serpent demonic entity was even more wretched. Upon seeing Star's figure, it seemed to recall the terror of being killed 8 times by Star moments ago. Its massive body coiled up and frantically retreated. Behind Star, Wen Yu smiled slightly at the ancient demon entity and slowly spoke. "Your opponent was never me." Then Star raised its claws high, and with the tremendous physical capacity disparity, it directly slapped the ancient demon entity. The massive force shattered the battle armor on the ancient demon entity, causing its scales to shatter, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. Feeling the overwhelming pressure and the severe wounds on its body, despair flashed in the ancient demon entity's eyes. While this ancient demon entity had formidable capabilities, it lacked any life-threatening means, and now, at this point, it was clear that it had no chance of survival. Desperately watching the increasingly distant great serpent demonic entity, the ancient demon entity gathered its last breath, shouting a phrase in the demon realm language toward the great serpent. "Explode!" Before the ancient demon entity could finish its words, Star had already bitten off its head. The ancient demon entity's physical capacity was not low, and the strength of its skeletal muscles was certainly formidable, but it took a considerable effort for Star to completely sever the ancient demon entity's neck. Opening its massive jaws, it devoured the head along with the magic crystal inside. Wen Yu glanced at the retreating great serpent demonic entity, having no desire to pursue. Quang Liu felt the same. When Star appeared, the pressure from the dragon might domain had almost made him fall to the ground, and he still had not adjusted to the drastically reduced physical capacity. He could only allow the great serpent demonic entity to return to the demonic city unhindered. Quang Liu gave Wen Yu a thumbs up from the side, and Wen Yu merely shrugged. The battle seemed difficult, but in reality it had not caused much turmoil. Dividing the enemy's battlefield and gathering the living forces on their side to face less with more, this simple strategy was understood even by Wen Yu. The power of the Soul Realm was fundamentally Wen Yu's way of facing less with more. In the distance, the blood beast suddenly lost track of Star and was spinning in the air, clearly having mastered the rhythm of flying. Meanwhile, the great serpent demonic entity had entered the protective range of the demonic city's barrier, coldly and resolutely watching Wen Yu and Kuang Liu below. After a while, as if it had made up its mind, it turned and walked into the demonic city. "Is it over?" Kuang Liu directly took out a super healing potion worth 5,000 points and tilted his head to drink it. The super healing potion is specifically designed for 4th-tier levels. However, in Wen Yu's opinion, as long as Kuang Liu relies on his physical attributes, he didn't need to drink a potion at all. Wen Yu still did not understand the lavish behavior of Kuang Liu. Although, to most people, Wen Yu could also be considered wealthy. Wen Yu turned to look at the 3 spirit pets that were devouring the demonic creatures on the ground and nodded slightly. "It's over." Even though the demonic clan summoned a blood beast, causing some turbulence in the battle, the outcome was successful, and that was enough. After glancing at the blood beast flying in the distance and the giant snake demonic entity that had already vanished, Wen Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "We can't block any longer. Our details have basically been figured out by the demonic clan. The next battle will likely not be this simple." Kuang Liu nodded in agreement. Strictly speaking, this battle was not an encounter between the human race and the demonic clan. It was merely the clash between Wen Yu and Kuang Liu, Sequence 2 and Sequence 3, against the demonic clan. Perhaps the demonic clan held a nonchalant attitude towards the death of dozens of 4th-tier demonic creatures and one demonic entity. But next time, they would definitely gather stronger forces. If anything were to go wrong for Wen Yu and Kuang Liu, the consequences would be severe. "Let's go back to the outpost. There should still be a lot of demonic creatures heading there, a big wave of points." Kuang Liu appeared slightly excited, and Wen Yu nodded in agreement. Looking again at the blood beast that dared not come out within the range of the demonic city, Wen Yu signaled his 3 spirit pets and turned to leave. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Wen Yu and Kuang Liu turned to leave, a series of explosive sounds echoed from the distant demonic city, followed by a terrifying storm of demonic energy. Hearing this sound, Wen Yu and Kuang Liu suddenly turned back and saw the 3 originally standing demon realm gates, with the middle one continuously twisting and distorting like an abstract painting. After the giant snake demonic entity crawled back onto the city wall, it watched below as the bone demon was tightly bitten by 2 canine creatures, and saw the ancient demon entity being torn apart and devoured by the star. The coldness in its eyes grew stronger. Recalling the unfinished words of the ancient demon entity before its death, the giant snake demonic entity immediately twisted its body and crawled down from the city wall. The serpentine crawling speed was not slow, and with the terrifying size of the giant snake demonic entity, it took only a few minutes to crawl next to the 3 demon realm gates. Looking at the 3 gates that were constantly spewing out demonic energy, then glancing at the fully formed blood-red mini-demon realm gate, a flash of madness appeared in the eyes of the giant snake demonic entity. "For the demonic clan!" The demon realm language, accompanied by a hissing sound, came out of the giant snake demonic entity's mouth and echoed throughout the entire demonic city. Unfortunately, the giant snake demonic entity's voice had only one listener, the blood beast inside the city wall. The blood beast, actually its inner black-skinned demon creature, glanced at the giant snake demonic entity with a complex expression, then let out a terrifying roar. Roar, the sound, identical to the star, echoed throughout the demonic city, as if mourning, crying, or perhaps a brief farewell ceremony. Then the giant snake demonic entity suddenly coiled its body. Its several dozen-meter-long body suddenly exerted force, rapidly springing upward. Like a sharp sword piercing the sky, the black crystal on its forehead, representing its demonic entity identity, shimmered with brilliant light. Then it crashed into the middle demon realm gate. With the terrifying power of its body, the head of the giant snake demonic entity slammed heavily against the demon realm gate like a gigantic warhammer. Black, foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere, and the massive recoil caused the head of the giant snake demonic entity to crack open. Although it didn't injure the interior, it still left the giant snake demonic entity feeling dizzy. The giant snake demonic entity shook its body slightly, then with blood-stained eyes, fervently stared at the demon realm gate it had just crashed into. "For the demonic clan!" A slightly strange demon realm language came from the giant snake demonic entity once again, and alongside the blood beast's roar, the giant snake demonic entity crashed into the demon realm gate once more. The black crystal on its forehead made contact with the demon realm gate first, and an eerie force was transmitted into the gate. It was as if the power of the black crystal was absorbed by the demon realm gate, its luster diminishing. The continuous crashing sounds echoed like a bell ringing, the sounds carrying far and wide, almost like a signal. Finally, The giant snake demonic entity twisted its body and unleashed its final strength, slamming heavily against the demon realm gate. The black crystal on its forehead shattered instantly, then was absorbed by the demon realm gate stained with the blood of the demonic entity. Under the tremendous force, the head of the giant snake demonic entity instantly shattered, leaving only its enormous body sliding slowly to the ground, twitching continuously. Black blood like a small river gradually spread out, staining the entire ground in front of the demon realm gate black. It died. However, the giant snake demonic entity did not die in vain. After the demon realm gate absorbed the black crystal from the giant snake demonic entity's forehead, it suddenly underwent a transformation. Like an abstract painting, the originally towering demon realm gate twisted continuously, the surrounding space being driven by massive forces, and black cracks appeared around the gate. Terrifying demonic energy surged wave after wave, and through the small voids, one could clearly see the scene on the other side of the demon realm gate. It was a lake. However, the lake was filled with black, viscous liquid, which continuously rolled and undulated. From the lake, strange two-legged creatures, resembling lizards, began to crawl out. The lizards that just crawled out of the lake were small, only about the length of a person, but the moment these little creatures emerged from the lake, the overwhelming demonic energy surged rapidly, continuously drilling into the bodies of the lizard-like creatures. The small lizards visibly grew larger and longer, and their aura became increasingly powerful. In a short time, the external appearance of the lizards underwent earth-shattering changes. Their lengths ranged from 10 to 50 meters, and their auras varied between levels 1 and 5. This was undoubtedly a manufacturing facility of the demonic clan, capable of mass-producing demonic life forms that could reach level 5 at birth. The changes of the demon realm gate in the external world accelerated. The entire demon realm gate gradually twisted into a swirling black hole, then slowly stabilized. The surrounding spatial cracks also gradually calmed down. Then, a gigantic lizard-like head emerged from the black hole. Just this head was already 10 meters long, its skin smooth and hairless, and it also had no eyes. The giant lizard lightly flicked its tongue, seemingly discerning information within the demonic city. After a while, the lizard took a step out, with a total length of 50 meters and strength at level 5. Moreover, this was just the beginning. With the emergence of the first fifth-tier lizard-like demonic creature, in the vortex formed by the demon realm gate behind, one after another, more lizard-like demonic creatures surged out from the black hole. These demonic creatures, apart from their varying sizes, looked identical. As more and more lizard-like demonic creatures appeared, the entire demonic city was filled with these eerie beings. In the sky, the blood beast saw the lizard-like demonic creatures on the ground and couldn't help but shiver. How could it be? Their lair? They actually opened up Baru's lair. This madman? Perhaps the blood beast flying in the sky had startled the Baru demon beasts on the ground, as these creatures with sightless heads all turned to look up at the sky. A few fifth-tier Baru demon beasts gathered countless lower-tier demonic creatures, even though they themselves had no concept of sight. It still sent the blood beast, or rather the black-skinned demon creature, into a state of alarm. Hello, the blood beast trembled as it sent out a wave of mental energy, trying to greet the Baru demon beasts on the ground. Unfortunately, they weren't buying it. In other words, these terrifying demonic creatures, which even the demonic clan feared, would consume anything, except for these polite greetings. Moreover, it was quite coincidental that what the Baru demon beasts liked to eat the most happened to be demonic creatures. Several fifth-tier Baru demon beasts let out a series of gurgling sounds, and then all the Baru demon beasts on the ground opened their wide mouths. Countless slippery tongues quickly lunged at the blood beast in the sky. Among them, a few fifth-tier demonic creatures had tongues that were even faster and stronger, and they immediately wrapped around the blood beast's ankles. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from its own kind, the blood beast quickly reacted and tried to break free from the tongues wrapped around its ankles. Unfortunately, before the blood beast could make any moves, more tiny tongues swiftly wrapped around its body. Then, all the Baru demon beasts exerted their strength together. The blood beast simply couldn't withstand such immense force, and in an instant, as if it were a crashing airplane, it plummeted towards the ground. No, we are on the same side. Before the black-skinned demon creature could say anything further, the horde of Baru demon beasts seemed to have found a delicious snack and directly pounced on the blood beast. In that instant, terrifying chewing sounds erupted from the massive group of Baru demon beasts surrounding the blood beast, accompanied by the piteous screams of the black-skinned demon creature inside. Help me! Help me! Perhaps the great demon lord heard the cries of the black-skinned demon creature, as a larger Baru demon beast emerged from the black hole. The only difference was that atop this Baru demon beast stood a strangely shaped demonic entity. This entity had gray-green skin, 4 short legs barely supporting its body, and on its short body rested a disproportionately large head. Above its huge single eye, a black mysterious crystal was clearly visible. This was also a demonic entity. Seeing the Baru demon beast surrounding the blood beast, the demonic entity slightly furrowed its brows and spoke out. "Stop it, my little ones. This one is not your prey." The distorted, harsh voice was mixed with a faint wave of mental energy. Upon sensing this mental wave, the Baru demon beasts immediately dispersed, revealing the blood beast within. The appearance of the blood beast remained unchanged. After all, with its ability of immortality, as long as the blood beast's duration hadn't run out, the black-skinned demon creature inside would naturally be safe. However, the most terrifying aspect was that these Baru demon beasts had no brains at all. They would fixate on their prey, tearing at it until either the prey died or they themselves perished. Without the command of the demonic entity, the only fate awaiting the black-skinned demon creature would be dismemberment. Seeing the Baru demonic creatures around it disperse, the blood beast quickly turned over and shakily approached the demonic entity. "Master," the demonic entity smiled slightly at the blood beast, revealing its mouth full of dark, jagged fangs. "Tell me, where exactly is this place?" "Master, this is—" The black-skinned demon creature suppressed the tremors in its heart and explained all the rules of this treasure land, along with the battle that had just occurred. After listening, the demonic entity nodded. "Then, come with me. At least your abilities are somewhat useful. Moreover, the highest capacity allowed in this treasure land is only peak 50 strength. The big babies can't come out relying on these little ones." The demonic entity pondered for a long time, slowly shook its head, and then patted the large head of the Baru demon beast beneath it. "Release this state and come sit by my side." Hearing the unquestionable tone of the demonic entity, the black-skinned demon creature hesitated but nodded, immediately releasing the blood beast from its state, returning it to its original form and climbing onto the body of the Baru demon beast. Seeing the black-skinned demon creature so obedient, the demonic entity nodded in satisfaction. "A new world. I wonder if the natives of this world have any delicious demonic creatures." Seeing the demonic entity licking its lips, the black-skinned demon creature immediately shivered. At the same time, it recalled the legends about the Baru demon beasts within the demonic clan. Baru demon beasts belong to a special group within the demonic clan. They themselves lack intelligence, possessing only bizarre combat capabilities and a terrifying reproduction rate. Moreover, these creatures will devour any flesh and blood. This has caused the Baru demon beasts to ravage as if they were pests in the demon realm. Furthermore, their horrifying adaptability to the environment made it impossible to eradicate these disgusting things. It wasn't until the ancient demon clan and the higher-ups of the demon palace spent a long time studying the habits of these creatures that they finally found a way to counter the Baru demon beasts. Using the flesh and blood of the Baru demon beasts, they cultivated a special biological species that could guide the Baru demon beasts. The plan succeeded, and a new species emerged. Even though its combat ability was extremely weak, as long as they led the Baru demon beasts, each of their kin was equivalent to an invincible army. However, this newly emerged tribe inherited a nasty habit from the Baru demon beasts. Compared to other creatures, they preferred to eat demonic entities. Fortunately, this new tribe was intelligent, and having intelligence meant they could communicate, could interact, and could compromise. Under a series of countermeasures, the Baru demon beasts smoothly became a part of the demonic clan army. However, no demonic entity liked to deal with these demonic creatures. Looking at the bizarre demonic entities beside him, and the Baru demon beasts overwhelming below, the black-skinned demon creature felt a tightness in his heart. No creature understands the terror of these Baru demon beasts better than the demonic clan itself. As he watched the endless stream of Baru demon beasts appearing behind him, the black-skinned demon creature trembled and said, "My lord, is this sufficient?" The demonic entity cast a strange glance at the black-skinned demon creature, letting out a series of piercing, shrill laughs. "How could this be enough? I have at least 100 times more little treasures, all hungry." Accompanied by the shrill laughter and the incessant, gurgling sounds from the surrounding Baru demon beasts, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire demonic city, until a small team of black-skinned demon creatures surged out from the demon realm gate. Before these cannon fodder could observe what this world was like, countless slimy tongues instantly wrapped around the small team of black-skinned demon creatures. Then, with a whoosh, in the blink of an eye, this pair of black-skinned demon creatures vanished without a trace. Then an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The secondary Baru demon beast that had eaten a black-skinned demon creature suddenly swelled up, as if it had grown a large tumor with a massive lump protruding from its side. Then, with the cry of this Baru demon beast, the lump burst open. from the body of this secondary Baru demon beast, a smaller primary Baru demon beast actually split out. This is how Baru demon beasts reproduce. As long as there is one Baru demon beast and sufficient food, it can within a short time become a terrifying army. The black-skinned demon creature swallowed hard at the sight of the Baru demon beast's reproduction method. This terrifying race, while lacking super strong beings and powerful skills, can become a formidable race among the demonic clan solely based on its monstrous reproduction method and speed. Beside him, the demonic entity laughed maniacally. Little treasures, now there's one more. Everything happening in the demonic city was naturally seen by Wen Yu and Quang Liu outside the city. Watching the footage sent back by the drone, Wen Yu felt goosebumps rise as he saw the star-like blood beasts being controlled by countless slimy tongues, being bitten relentlessly like a giant catfish on a sticky board. Even Xing beside him swallowed hard. This is impossible to fight. Retreat. A very simple logic. Since the blood beasts could be controlled, Xing would definitely not be able to escape. Although when you could use the power of the Soul Realm to pull Xing back, the uncontrollability would be too great, and Wen Yu himself wouldn't have to do anything else. Without Xing, with just Wen Yu, the Cyclops, and Faceless, along with Quang Liu's strength, there was no way they could stir up any waves. At that moment, Wen Yu directly recalled the Cyclops and Faceless swiftly mounted Xing's back, while pulling Quang Liu up, and then Xing soared into the sky. Xing also felt that staying here to fight these giant lizards was not a good strategy. In the distance, the movements of Xing were naturally seen by the demonic entity in the demonic city. After a moment's contemplation, the demonic entity slowly spoke. "Is that the strong one from the world you mentioned?" The black-skinned demon creature nodded. "Let's go, let's exit the city first. I smell the aroma of food outside the city." Hearing this, the black-skinned demon creature immediately felt a chill. The so-called food was nothing more than the demonic creatures that had been killed outside the city. With the instruction from the demonic entity, the army of Baru demon beasts immediately moved. Observing the actions of these Baru demon beasts, their movements were orderly, making it hard to believe they were mere mindless monsters. The demonic entity rode on a giant Baru demon beast, leading the charge out of the city. Looking at the slightly shriveled corpses of demonic creatures on the ground, a smirk appeared at the corner of the demonic entity's mouth. "Without the broth, the taste is far from great." Then, as if bored, the demonic entity casually waved its arm. Countless Baru demon beasts sensed the command from the demonic entity and immediately sprang into action. Countless slimy tongues continuously curled towards the shriveled corpses of the demonic creatures on the ground. Then they stuffed them into their mouths and began to devour. Accompanying this feast was horrifying reproduction. In just a short time, the corpses on the ground were completely swept away, and then several thousand Baru demon beasts had already appeared on the scene. The demonic entity closed its eyes, sensing the number of demonic creatures around. After a moment, it nodded. "This time, let's head forward and see. I heard that some of the demonic clan have already gone ahead to the opposite city." "Yes, my lord," the black-skinned demon creature replied respectfully. The demonic entity nodded. "Then let's not waste any more time. Children!" A massive sound wave emanated from the mouth of the demonic entity, proving that this demonic entity was not as weak as imagined. Looking at the countless Baru demon beasts staring at it, the demonic entity nodded in satisfaction. "Time to eat!" Accompanied by the synchronized gurgling calls, the demonic creature army headed straight for the forward outpost. Moreover, from the black hole behind, Baru demon beasts continued to surge forth. The self-detonation of the great serpent demonic entity brought a terrifying clan to the entire forward battle scene. A top predator clan that could hardly be described even by locusts. Xing's speed was fast, at least significantly quicker than the Baru demon beasts behind. After all, among the numerous Baru demon beasts, many were low-level, and it was they who were dragging down the speed of the entire Baru demon beast army. Of course, this also applied to the demonic creature army led by the ancient demon advancing towards the forward outpost. As soon as Xing took off, Quang Liu had already pulled out the communicator, inquiring about information within the outpost. Wen Yu and Quang Liu could observe the situation in the demonic city through the drone, and the commander in the outpost could see it too. Of course, the specific countermeasures had not yet been formulated. These guys, to a large extent, still had not rid themselves of some bureaucratic habits, and their efficiency was quite low. This did not concern Wen Yu much, but a piece of information obtained from the military department was immensely useful to Wen Yu. That is, the demonic creatures that had set off early had not yet reached the vicinity of the forward outpost. Guiding Xing, he quickly followed the aura towards the group of demonic creatures ahead. Wen Yu had made up his mind that he would devour this batch of demonic creatures no matter what. With these points, when he returned to the forward outpost, his strength would definitely increase significantly. It didn't take long for Wen Yu to catch up with the demonic creatures that had set out ahead. First, he summoned the Cyclops, then began the bloodletting, and subsequently summoned the Faceless to replicate the Cyclops' power. The two big dogs were directly thrown off Xing's back by Wen Yu. Then, when Yu entered combat mode, his physical attributes boosted to just over 400 points. Standing on Xing's back, he summoned Frenzy and Throb, launching continuous attacks at the group of demonic creatures below. Frenzy had nothing good to say about these demonic creatures and certainly did not entertain the idea of leaving them for military personnel to train against. Quickly activating his skill, he jumped directly off Xing's back. A massive phantom of the white tiger flickered around Frenzy, and its violent power swept away a large portion of the demonic creatures. Meanwhile, Xing dove down rapidly, tearing apart the leading ancient demon and several nearby fourth-tier demonic creatures, swallowing them down without even leaving a magic crystal for Wen Yu. Without the suppression of top-tier combat power, these low-level demonic creatures couldn't block the trio for even a moment, and they were swiftly cleared out, cleaning up the battlefield and disposing of the demonic corpses. After seeing how the blood beast was summoned, Wen Yu made a decision. He would not leave even a drop of blood or a single corpse for the black-skinned demon creatures behind. The method of cleaning up the corpses was simple. The three spirit pets, Cyclops, Xing, and Faceless, sprayed massive columns of fire from their mouths, instantly charring the consumed bodies of the demonic creatures on the ground and evaporating the demon blood. Of course, this was also a stroke of luck for Wen Yu, as he was unaware of how the Baru demon beast army reproduced. The technique of turning corpses to ashes was indeed an accidental discovery. However, just because Wen Yu didn't see it didn't mean the military's reconnaissance methods were blind. Long before the Baru demon beast army began devouring the corpses of the demonic creatures outside the demonic city, the military had already grasped a rough understanding of this monster's breeding methods. The method of dividing and reproducing like a single-celled organism filled the observing military personnel with great dread. It was easy to predict that once they engaged in close combat with these Baru demon beasts, their numbers would only continue to swell as they ruthlessly slaughtered and consumed, until the military's professionals were completely overrun by the massive waves of Baru demon beasts. At the forward base, a discussion regarding the Baru demon beast army was nearing its end. Leading the meeting, Fang Wenhai simply tapped the table twice and then directly stated, "Then let's proceed with the plan we discussed earlier." The so-called plan, of course, targeted the Baru demon beasts rushing toward the forward base. With Fang Wenhai's command, this colossal military mechanism immediately sprang into action. On the streets of the forward base, countless missile vehicles rapidly adjusted their positions based on the information coming from the front. In just a few minutes, accompanied by the commander's communication order, short-range missiles mounted on the backs of the missile vehicles shot swiftly into the sky, then quickly launched toward the target location. Located between the forward base and the Baru demon beasts, Wen Yu and Frenzy naturally saw the countless short-range missiles trailing flames in the sky. "What's happening?" Wen Yu furrowed his brow and asked Frenzy. Wen Yu and Frenzy had just briefly discussed the situation, and according to Frenzy, the best way to handle the newly emerged demonic creatures was to set the battlefield in front of the forward base. By leveraging the advantages of conventional weapons, they could engage these bizarre demonic creatures head-on. First, it provided the support of walls and heavy firepower, and second, it served as a training opportunity. In the eyes of the military's higher-ups, the latter was the focus. Frenzy also frowned and took out a communicator to contact the forward base command. Not long after, Frenzy returned with a grim expression, pulling out his tablet and placing it directly in Wen Yu's hands. "Take a look for yourself. This is how the demonic creatures are responding to this wave of missile attacks." The military's short-range missiles accurately struck their targets. From Frenzy's explanation, Wen Yu understood one thing. Most of the missiles could be seen as large explosive packages. The difference lay in the warhead's explosive yield. Currently, the warheads being launched by the military did not include powerful nuclear weapons, but the overall explosive yield inside the warheads should not be underestimated. From the screen, it was clear that just before the missiles hit the ground, a demonic entity, riding atop a gigantic lizard-like demonic creature, issued a command. Then these bipedal lizards moved swiftly, digging a large pit in the ground and quickly burrowing into it. Their speed was astonishing. Moments later, missiles rained down, precisely striking this area. In an instant, smoke filled the air, causing even the drone's signals to experience a brief interruption. On the grayish screen, after a short time, the signal was restored. The ground was littered with craters and corpses, some bodies showing signs of being charred by flames. However, soon, the entire impact zone seemed to come alive as countless bipedal lizards crawled out from underground. This round of missile attacks had shattered the sky, managing to eliminate 1/5 of the lizard-like creatures. Most of the dead were smaller-sized demonic creatures, but it didn't end there. Without any commands from the leading demonic entity, countless bipedal lizards sprang onto the corpses of their kind, mouths wide open, constantly gnawing on the flesh of the fallen. Then came division and reproduction. In Wen Yu's astonished expression, it didn't take long for these bipedal lizards to basically restore their original numbers. They may have lost over 1,000 demonic creatures. Wen Yu glanced at Frenzy, then at the Baru demon beasts on the screen, and swallowed hard. These things, before Wen Yu could finish, Frenzy said with a pale face, "You've seen their breeding method, and what's even scarier is their efficiency in utilizing the energy in flesh and blood. According to military estimates, these guys have nearly 100% efficiency in absorbing the energy from flesh. This means that for every level 1 creature's corpse they consume, they can grow another level 1 demonic creature. If they get close to the forward base and engage in close combat, can you imagine what kind of situation will arise?" Upon hearing Frenzy's words, Wen Yu nodded. This ability, in a sense, could be equated to an immortal body. Consuming the corpses of their kind allows them to regrow one. Consuming the corpses of enemies allows them to regenerate a kinsman, a perfect assimilation ability. Coupled with a good individual combat capability, these bipedal lizards would turn all life forms on the battlefield into their kind. It was just like a plague. When Yu nodded knowingly and directly commanded Xing to rush toward the forward outpost. He had no intention of confronting the bipedal lizards behind them head-on. Kuang Liu pondered for a moment and slowly spoke up. "The military will initiate long-range strikes. I think we can go back and take a look, and after the missile strike we can launch an attack. At the very least, with the strength of your soul pet, you can burn them to ashes." Hearing Kuang Liu's words, Wen Yu shook his head directly. What a joke! The miserable state of the blood beast was still fresh in his memory. If these guys were to block their group, the outcome was naturally not worth discussing. In Wen Yu's view, the risks and rewards of this matter were completely disproportionate. Perhaps Kuang Liu also understood this and did not annoy Wen Yu with nauseating concepts like national righteousness or war situation. This was also a point that made Wen Yu feel satisfied with Kuang Liu. There were no unrealistic fantasies. The issue at hand was always a clear exchange of interests. It was even more so in his attitude toward Wen Yu. This aligned with Wen Yu's appetite. Xing's speed was fast, but the distance from the demonic city to the forward outpost was not short. Along the way, after experiencing the spectacle of 2 missile launches, Wen Yu finally made it back to the central castle. On Xing's back, Kuang Liu had already explained the results of the 2 missile strikes to Wen Yu. In the second missile strike, the military had improved significantly. Besides increasing the payload, they also used a large number of napalm bombs, and the types of missiles had changed. Mainly, they employed a large number of short-range underground missiles to counter the bipedal lizards' underground tactics. The bipedal lizards were the name given by the military to the Baru demon beasts, which was quite apt, and Wen Yu was willing to refer to these unknown demonic creatures by this name. The results of the second missile attack finally showed effectiveness. At present, whether it was professionals or demonic creatures below level 5, they were somewhat powerless against hot weapons, not to mention that most of them were low-level demonic creatures like the bipedal lizards. The overwhelming missiles once again accurately hit their targets. It must be said that Huaxia's 2nd Artillery Corps is absolutely world-leading in missile technology. The smoke created by countless missiles could even be seen from afar by Wen Yu, and even the ground of the treasure land trembled under the impact of such powerful weapons. The bipedal lizards, which bore the brunt of this wave of missiles, certainly did not have it easy either. The underground missiles instantly caused countless hidden demonic creatures to be killed, and then the napalm bombs unleashed their power, burning the corpses of the demonic creatures with high temperatures, but the effect was not very significant, because not long after the missiles hit the ground, a large number of bipedal lizards crawled out once again, devouring the bodies of their kin amidst the flames. Overall, this wave of strikes only managed to eliminate around tens of thousands of the bipedal lizards. Thus, the military launched its 3rd wave of attacks. This time, it was a saturation strike of surface-to-surface missiles. According to Kuang Liu, the number of missiles launched in this wave accounted for the entire stock of missiles the military had at the forward outpost. The sky was filled with missiles, continuously raining down as if trying to turn the bombarded area's soil into ashes. The continuous missile bombardment lasted for several dozen minutes, completely destroying the bipedal lizards that were not deeply hidden, while also forcing those that were buried underground to quickly crawl out, braving the missile strikes, retreating towards the demonic city. 3 consecutive waves of missile strikes had successfully driven back this wave of attacking bipedal lizards. Unfortunately, if this goes on, it would be better to just withdraw from the treasure land. This was Wen Yu's exact words. Kuang Liu nodded in agreement with this point. Massive destructive weapons like missiles do not yield points for killing demonic creatures, which means that these 3 consecutive waves of missile bombardments provided no benefits whatsoever aside from forcing the demonic creatures back. By the way, are you not planning to fire 2 nuclear weapons to directly wipe out the demonic city? Wen Yu's tone was half teasing, half serious. Kuang Liu just shook his head, not saying anything else. Perhaps in the military's eyes, the value of this forward outpost was still significant, even with the emergence of such an overpowering group like the bipedal lizards. Seeing Kuang Liu's silent response, Wen Yu shrugged. The existence of this treasure land was the best thing for Wen Yu. As soon as they arrived at the forward outpost, Kuang Liu jumped off Xing's back and directly walked toward the central castle. Wen Yu also said nothing and first assessed the environment at the forward outpost, then headed straight for the nearby exchange stone pillar. The forward outpost had changed a lot, filled with fully armed soldiers and military vehicles, and now and then he could see some new recruits training and running drills. From the looks of it, the military was preparing to use this place as a training ground. Of course, this aligned with Wen Yu's interests. However, after seeing the terrifying reproductive methods of the bipedal lizards, Wen Yu had serious doubts about how much longer this treasure land could exist. I guess we should hold on for as long as we can. Letting out a slight sigh and ignoring the astonished gazes of the soldiers directed at Xing, Xing flew directly to the vicinity of the exchange stone pillar with Wen Yu. Wen Yu jumped down from Xing's back, and Xing slowly shrank its body before lying on Wen Yu's head. Placing his hand on the exchange stone pillar, Wen Yu silently murmured, "Check points." Ding, remaining points 10,839,782. Over 10 million points. This was the harvest from these past few days, a considerable amount, after quickly calculating his current physical condition. Wen Yu's current physical quality had risen to 204 points after absorbing 8 4th-tier magic crystals. Of course, many 4th-tier magic crystals had been secretly consumed by Daiyuan and Xing. Wen Yu had no opinion on this. Allowing Daiyuan and Xing to eat 4th-tier magic crystals could also enhance the power of the 2 beasts. He quickly estimated the points needed to raise his physical quality to 500 points. A non-attribute 4th-tier magic crystal required 20,000 points, and to raise his physical quality to the peak of level 4 at 500 points, he would need 592 magic crystals. In other words, 12,840,000 points. Seeing this figure, Wen Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth. In such an environment where large-scale demonic creatures were encountered, there was simply none before the demon realm gate opened. Yet despite his reckless actions, he couldn't even raise his physical quality to full, which undoubtedly struck Wen Yu like a blow to the head. Beneath his strong combat power, he was merely raising several big spenders on magic crystals. You gain some, you lose some, it's just that, so you all have to hold out a little longer. Looking at his remaining points and the vast amount of magic crystals in his spatial ring, Wen Yu did not consume them right away. Instead, he decided to exchange all the low-level magic crystals in the spatial ring for 4th-tier magic crystals. This scene caused Xing, who was lying on Wen Yu's head, to shout in protest. "Big boss, save some for snacks. If you keep doing this, we won't have anything to eat. There's still meat. You won't starve. Not tasty," Xing mumbled softly, while casting a resentful glance at the large handful of magic crystals that Wen Yu was scattering. At this moment, Xing's heart was in turmoil. Wen Yu was also relieved for one reason. The one-eyed chatterbox was currently lying still in the soul realm. Otherwise, he felt these 2 guys would definitely team up to snatch his spatial ring. The little soul beast was also constantly conveying emotions of don't exchange and save some to Wen Yu. Seeing that Wen Yu showed no signs of yielding, it could not help but keep bumping against his cheek. "Stop messing around." With one hand, Wen Yu pressed down on the 2 restless spirit pets and directly looked at the exchange stone pillar. As beams of light flashed by, a large number of 4th-tier attribute magic crystals surged out from the exchange stone pillar. There were various attributes, totaling 178 4th-tier magic crystals. Wen Yu directly stored the magic crystals into his spatial ring, nodding in satisfaction. With these exchanged magic crystals, The gains from this battle could be considered quite significant. He selected 40 dark attribute magic crystals from the pile and directly stuffed them into the little soul beast's body, effectively silencing its incessant mumbling. After the little soul beast reached the 4th tier, it had not undergone any enhancements. Now, with 40 dark attribute magic crystals, its physical quality rose directly to 220 points, which was no small gain. As for why he used dark attribute magic crystals, Wen Yu was about to reach the 5th tier, and the prerequisite for the skill Dark Divine Light required a 5th tier professional along with a dark attribute skill of S rank or above. Of course, according to Wen Yu's estimation, merely feeding magic crystals to level up naturally would undoubtedly be a fool's dream if he wanted to obtain an S rank or above dark attribute skill. The little soul beast was not a divine beast species, but this could be seen as Wen Yu taking a gamble, albeit with a very low chance of winning. He directly exchanged his points for 500 attribute-less magic crystals, spending a total of 10 million points. Looking at the remaining points, which were less than 840,000, Wen Yu exchanged for 10 4th-tier beast attribute magic crystals to feed the little soul beast, raising its physical quality to 225 points. The exchange stone pillar did not provide dark attribute magic crystals, which made Wen Yu somewhat annoyed. As for accumulating dark attribute magic crystals by hunting demonic creatures, just thinking about the effort involved made Wen Yu decisively abandon that idea. With the remaining more than 330,000 points, Wen Yu purchased a large number of super healing potions aimed at 4th-tier professionals, as well as numerous stamina recovery potions. These supplies could definitely bring huge effects at critical moments. Then, Wen Yu looked at the remaining points and decisively exchanged them for various supplies. It was only after spending every last point that Wen Yu quickly left, heading toward his room. His originally reserved room remained the same. Taking out the key from his spatial ring, he opened the door and looked at the room that had accumulated a bit of dust, but Wen Yu did not pay attention to these details. Carefully locking the door, Wen Yu directly poured out the magic crystals from his spatial ring and began to absorb them one by one. The 500 4th-tier attribute-less magic crystals were quickly absorbed, and Wen Yu's physical quality directly increased to 454 points. He then took out the various attribute magic crystals from the spatial ring. First, he fed a few pure beast attribute magic crystals to the little soul beast, raising its physical quality to 233 points, then selected the mixed attribute magic crystals and absorbed them again. After consuming a total of 92 mixed attribute magic crystals, Wen Yu immediately raised his physical quality to 500 points, reaching the peak of level 4. He then summoned the one-eyed creature and inquired about the physical qualities of the one-eyed and Xing. After going through several battles, and with the nourishing from Xing, the one-eyed creature's physical quality had risen to around 220 points. Wen Yu could not determine the exact value, but had to rely on the one-eyed creature's words to infer. As for Xing, its physical quality had already exceeded 250 points. This might be because Xing had consumed a considerable amount of 4th-tier demonic creatures, along with the corpses and magic crystals of ancient demon entities that had also gone into Xing's belly, significantly boosting its physical quality. As for Faceless, Wen Yu had no way to judge its physical quality. Faceless had no intelligence and similarly lacked physical quality. Wen Yu could only try feeding it some flesh, but the blob-like body of Faceless showed no change and did not convey any emotions either. He then carefully examined the remaining magic crystals in his hand. There were 30 remaining magic crystals of various attributes, but it was precisely because of their mixed attributes that Wen Yu felt helpless. Experience from his previous life told Wen Yu that devouring magic crystals of a single attribute would yield better skills after leveling up. However, leaving 30 4th-tier magic crystals unused still made Wen Yu feel annoyed. It was a feeling of being able to enhance his power but being unable to do so. With a slight sigh, Wen Yu shook his head. Just as he was about to store these magic crystals away, a sudden thought struck him. Wen Yu suddenly stood up, walked out of his room, and headed toward the central castle. Wen Yu's idea was quite simple: to trade. With the military's vast resources, there must be a demand for various magic crystals. As long as he exchanged these 30 magic crystals with the military, he was confident he would get a satisfactory result. On the way, Wen Yu silently familiarized himself with the massive power within his body. In a short time, Wen Yu's physical quality had doubled, leading to many tactical moves that he could easily execute before now appearing slightly distorted. It might be minor, but during battles with strong opponents, any action that did not meet his requirements would bring consequences that Wen Yu absolutely did not want to bear. Switching between combat and non-combat states, the little soul beast kept transmitting messages in his mind. "Master, you're so mean, torturing me without giving me magic crystals to eat." "There will be," when you sighed deeply while constantly comforting it. "These big eaters of magic crystals, made when you experience both pain and joy." When Yu arrived at the central castle, he happened to see Kang Liu walking out of an empty room. Along with Kang Liu were several super-strong military experts. As soon as she saw Wen Yu approaching, Little Snow, who was standing behind Kang Liu, immediately brightened up, smiled, and greeted Wen Yu while whispering something into Kang Liu's ear. Kang Liu nodded slightly in response. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu felt a slight sense of unease rising in his heart. "I just feel like there's some kind of conspiracy." Wen Yu sent a message through his mental waves, and immediately Du Yan barked up. "Wang Wang, definitely a conspiracy. Big boss, you need to be careful. Look at that woman grinning so slyly." A series of barks came from Du Yan, and except for Wen Yu and his spirit pet who understood the general meaning, it left Kang Liu and the others looking puzzled. Seeing this, Wen Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Instead, Xing and Little Soul Beast immediately cried out, "Brother Dog, you really are not loyal. Weren't we supposed to form an alliance?" Du Yan rolled his eyes dramatically in Wen Yu's arms. "You guys are too young." Since Wen Yu exchanged all of his low-level magic crystals, the three spirit pets reached a consensus. They formed an alliance. Together, they decided to resist Wen Yu's act of selling delicious food to the three little ones. The way they resisted was by not speaking a word to Wen Yu, leaving him to die of loneliness. Unfortunately, it seemed that the alliance among the three spirit pets was not solid, especially since Du Yan, with far more social experience than Little Soul Beast and Xing, immediately betrayed this temporary alliance. Rather than deal with issues that were bound to yield no results, it was better to hold tightly to their big boss's thigh, as who knows when they might get a few more magic crystals to eat. Looking at Du Yan's sinister and sneaky expression in his arms, combined with his constantly writhing body, Wen Yu gave Du Yan a hefty knock on the forehead and looked towards Kang Liu. "What's going on? Is there any new information?" Kang Liu looked Wen Yu up and down, his eyes mixed with some indescribable emotions. After a while, he shook his head and revealed a big smile to Wen Yu. "No new information. We are about to hold a meeting, and since you are here, it saves me from having to find you." Seeing the expression on Kang Liu's face, Wen Yu immediately felt that these guys must be plotting something against him. Before Wen Yu could inquire for details, Kang Liu spoke first. "You must have something to ask us if you're here, right?" Wen Yu thought it over and put aside thoughts like, "These guys have a conspiracy," or "They want to harm me," and directly spoke. "I want to use these to exchange for some magic crystals of the same attribute from the military." After finishing, Wen Yu took out the remaining fourth-tier magic crystals from his spatial ring. Kang Liu took the magic crystals and examined them carefully, slowly speaking. "Sure, these magic crystals are of decent quality, with fairly pure attributes. What type of magic crystals do you want to exchange for?" Kang Liu's words did not surprise Wen Yu. The number of military professionals was enough to digest these various attribute magic crystals, and selling Wen Yu a favor with such a small matter was definitely something the military would not refuse. Wen Yu pondered for a long time and said to Kang Liu, "Beast attribute will do. Don't you want the rare attributes? We can exchange those for you too." As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, Kang Liu immediately took the topic up, sharing a piece of news that made Wen Yu's heart flutter. "Darker attributes are fine too." Seeing Wen Yu's slightly doubtful expression, Kang Liu nodded directly. "Exchange rate is 1-1, no objections, right?" "None." Wen Yu's response was very straightforward, clearly afraid that Kang Liu might change his mind. Upon hearing Wen Yu's answer, Kang Liu took the magic crystals from Wen Yu's hands and handed them to Little Snow behind him, signaling her to handle the matter, and then spoke again. "The military doesn't have many dark attribute magic crystals, especially fourth-tier ones, which are quite scarce, but—" At this point, Kang Liu intentionally paused and looked towards Wen Yu. Wen Yu immediately understood Kang Liu's meaning. "At a 1-1 ratio, I need unlimited exchange limits. That's your favor." This favor was significant in Wen Yu's eyes. The dark attribute magic crystals meant a lot for Little Soul Beast and Wen Yu, and based on Wen Yu's estimation, even if the military offered a 2-1 ratio, Wen Yu would agree. If all of Little Soul Beast's remaining physical attributes were enhanced using dark attribute magic crystals, the skills obtained after leveling up would definitely be quite good. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Kang Liu slightly nodded. "Unlimited may not be possible, as I don't know how many magic crystals and points you have left, but I can guarantee that the military will definitely provide all the fourth-tier dark attribute magic crystals for your exchange." For the military, obtaining fourth-tier dark attribute magic crystals was not a difficult task. For instance, using third-tier mixed attribute magic crystals to exchange at the exchange stone pillar for fourth-tier magic crystals might give a small probability of yielding a special attribute magic crystal. And using 10 third-tier dark attribute magic crystals to exchange for one fourth-tier magic crystal would yield a dark attribute fourth-tier magic crystal 100% of the time. Such matters were not a challenge for the military. As for why the military didn't simply give the dark attribute magic crystals to Wen Yu. Wen Yu certainly wouldn't forget what Kang Liu said when he first arrived at the Beijing gathering place. After reaching fourth tier, it's best to use the points you earn to exchange for magic crystals to level up. Since Kang Liu said this to him, it was definitely not without reason. Wen Yu nodded without hesitation. Then, it's settled. What do you need me to do? Dealing with you is so convenient. Kang Liu affectionately patted Wen Yu on the shoulder while smiling. This, however, sent a chill down Wen Yu's spine. I knew it. How could I possibly get a bargain from you lot? Wen Yu smiled wryly and shook his head without any complaints. Although he didn't know what the military would entrust him with, having a stable channel to exchange for dark attribute magic crystals was undoubtedly beneficial. At least in Wen Yu's mind, as long as it was something he could do, there was no reason to refuse. While Kang Liu did not say much more, he simply signaled for Wen Yu to follow him, then headed toward the third floor of the central castle. When Wen Yu followed Kang Liu to the strategic command center on the third floor, the room was already packed with officers from various departments who had been waiting there for a while. Kang Liu directly sat down at an empty seat, gesturing for Wen Yu to sit beside him. Little Snow and the others took their places behind Kang Liu. Wen Yu glanced around at the military personnel sitting upright and felt the serious atmosphere in the conference room, quickly realizing the topics of discussion to come. It was surely about whether to fight or retreat, and if they chose to fight, how to proceed. Moreover, from the slightly accelerated heartbeats and somewhat reddened eyes of these soldiers, one could sense that most of them had a certain attitude towards the demonic creatures. Kang Liu first poured a glass of water for Wen Yu, then picked up a file bag next to him and placed it directly in front of Wen Yu. Take a look at this first. Inside the file bag were only a few simple images of two-legged lizards, along with some textual descriptions. There wasn't much to say about these, Wen Yu already knew them. However, the last few documents caught his attention. They depicted a panoramic view of the demonic city, clearly showing a huge black vortex where the Demon Realm Gate originally stood. Due to the collapse of one Demon Realm Gate, it slightly revealed the blood-red mini Demon Realm Gate at the center. Wen Yu elbowed Kang Liu and pointed at the red Demon Realm Gate. Those guys with black crystals on their heads. With this simple statement, he directly indicated the purpose of the mini Demon Realm Gate. Nodding, Wen Yu stared intently at the mini Demon Realm Gate, lost in thought. According to drone observations, that giant snake directly smashed through a Demon Realm Gate, which is how that black vortex appeared. The footage is too distant and somewhat blurry. We don't know the exact situation, Kang Liu explained. Wen Yu observed the black vortex with some confusion. In the image, a giant two-legged lizard was crawling out from the vortex. It seemed that this creature belonged to the Demon Realm Gate of the two-legged lizards. However, Kang Liu's words puzzled Wen Yu because, in his last life, during the first 6 months of the demonic disaster, he remembered the Demon Realm Gate being absolutely indestructible. Even the strongest figure from his last life, Simba, was just lurking beside the Demon Realm Gate to hunt. He had never heard of Simba causing any damage to the Demon Realm Gate, let alone smashing it directly. Shaking his head slightly, Wen Yu set aside this unresolvable question, quietly picked up his glass of water and waited in silence. Both Wen Yu and Kang Liu were already among the latecomers. Yet now they still had to wait for others, and it was needless to say who that person was. Within 10 minutes, the door of the conference room was pulled open, and the familiar figure of Lin Heifeng appeared at the entrance. Behind him were an elderly man in a white lab coat and a man around 30 years old. Upon seeing Lin Heifeng, all the military personnel present immediately stood up, saluted crisply, and shouted loudly. "Hello, Commander!" Even Wen Yu was pulled up by Kang Liu, awkwardly executing a not-so-standard military salute. Lin Heifeng did not say anything like, "Hello, comrades," or "Thank you for your hard work." He merely waved his hand slightly, indicating everyone to take their seats. The one in the white lab coat is Feng Guansheng, the president of the Academy of Sciences, and the one behind him is Wei Tian, the vice president of the Academy of Sciences, Kang Liu explained. Hearing Kang Liu's words, Wen Yu examined the two men behind Lin Heifeng. Feng Guansheng was nothing special, just a balding old man, but Wei Tian caught Wen Yu's attention. Being so young and already a vice president of the Academy of Sciences was enough to prove this guy's capability. Moreover, when you had to admit that Wei Tian was better looking than himself, old Feng is extremely lecherous. It said he recently married a young wife in her 20s. This old man is really fickle. He used to be close to the gentry, but now that those gentry are finished, he immediately ran to Commander Lin to ingratiate himself. If it weren't for his real ability, my old man would have dealt with him long ago. Kong Liu's voice was very low, just enough to reach Wen Yu's ears. After all, if a conversation between Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 was overheard by others, it would be quite embarrassing. Hearing Kong Liu's introduction, Wen Yu asked in a similar tone, "That guy named Wei Tian? He is a genius, a true genius. After the apocalypse began, many theories about demonic energy have been deduced by this guy, including many new types of equipment." Nodding, Wen Yu sat down with Kong Liu, quietly waiting for Lin Haifeng to speak. The bureaucratic aura on Lin Haifeng was not too heavy. At least when Wen Yu interacted with him, he could feel that this old man was decisive in his actions. This conference was no different. With a simple "let's begin" from Lin Haifeng, the meeting that would determine the fate of the outpost officially commenced. First, the secretary behind Lin Haifeng gave a detailed explanation of the current situation and various pieces of intelligence. These things naturally didn't need to be elaborated, as everyone present already knew about them. Among them Wen Yu and Kong Liu, who were the fundamental reasons for the current situation. Once the secretary finished speaking, Lin Haifeng immediately began to speak. "Now, I want to hear everyone's thoughts. Do you want to continue fighting these two-legged lizards, or do you want to withdraw from this treasure land?" Hearing Lin Haifeng's words, Fang Wenhai, who was sitting nearby, immediately spoke up. "I think that although these two-legged lizards have a strong reproductive capacity, it is still possible to fight. From the 3 waves of missile strikes a while ago, we can see that conventional weapons still have a powerful combat effectiveness in the current war. This also means that our military still holds a strong firepower advantage. We, the 8th Division, have no cowards who fear death. I believe this is an excellent opportunity for our Huaxia military to train soldiers and gain points." Various voices rang out from the attending officers, mostly advocating for a battle with the two-legged lizards, albeit mingled with some less harmonious conservative voices. However, these were not important, because in this meeting, the truly significant aspect was Lin Haifeng's own thoughts and intentions. After dismantling the gentry, Lin Haifeng now held the reins of power, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was at the peak of power in the entire military and even Huaxia. In ancient times, this would be akin to being an emperor. Hearing the voices below, Lin Haifeng carefully scrutinized the officers who wanted to withdraw from the treasure land. Then he slowly nodded. It seemed like he was deeply contemplating what these people were saying, but in reality, this old man is as dark as they come. I estimate that after the meeting ends, quite a few people will be stepping down. The gloating voice of Kong Liu reached Wen Yu's ears, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly. No one knows a father better than his son. Kong Liu was well aware of his dad's methods and thoughts. Lin Haifeng's strategic mindset was to fight. This was merely a skirmish, and it already sent the entire Huaxia military fleeing in disgrace. How would they fight when the Demon Realm Gate officially opened? How would they muster the courage to resist? Therefore, these conservative factions, lacking fighting spirit, seemed increasingly unfit for the front lines in Lin Haifeng's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Haifeng and Kong Liu were like viewers watching a live broadcast, listening to commentary during the meeting, which made Wen Yu find it somewhat amusing. At this moment, Kong Liu's words hadn't ceased. "Look at those officers opposing continued combat. You should be able to hear their heartbeats. One after another, they sound like drums. I think these guys are best suited for logistical work in the rear." Wen Yu noncommittally nodded. At this point, Lin Haifeng, sitting in the main seat, seemed to have made a decision and immediately tapped the table. The power of a level 3 professional was not insignificant, yet under Lin Haifeng's control, it caused no damage to the table. It merely interrupted the discussions below. "I have a general idea of your thoughts. Overall, most people still think it's better to stay here and fight the demonic creatures, right?" The crowd below nodded in unison. Even the conservatives dared not voice any opposing opinions this time. Then today's meeting will primarily revolve around how to fight. After Lin Haifeng finished speaking, he immediately gestured for his secretary to bring out some documents and then said, "First of all, I have already formulated a few simple strategic objectives regarding this war yesterday. Please pass them around." Lin Haifeng's strategic planning was very straightforward. It is mainly divided into 3 strategic objectives. First and foremost is training troops. I believe no one has any objections to this, right? The crowd below nodded in agreement, and even Wen Yu strongly recognized this point. What is the greatest purpose of this treasure land? There's no doubt that it provides a stable source of points, albeit with considerable danger. But it's far better than searching everywhere for mutated creatures. Not to mention that by the time the Demon Realm Gate opens, those mutated creatures will belong to the Allies. Even now, the sheer number of mutated creatures is a significant problem. There are many organisms on Earth, with rich species, but at this current stage, the concentration of demonic energy on Earth is insufficient for all organisms to mutate. At least the vast majority of plants and nearly all insects and microorganisms have not mutated. Even rats, cats, and dogs still have a small portion that hasn't mutated, and killing ordinary plants and animals yields no points. Using the means of killing mutated creatures to earn points, in Lin Haifeng's view, constitutes internal strife. This also reflects Lin Haifeng's methods and his attitude towards mutated creatures. But how to train troops is key. Before the officers below could voice any opinions, Lin Haifeng continued, "Fang Wenhai, please talk about the movements of those bipedal lizards." Upon hearing Lin Haifeng's command, Fang Wenhai nodded and spoke directly. Currently, those bipedal lizards are entrenched in the demonic city. After 3 waves of missile bombardments, they might have been frightened, and there are no signs of them wanting to launch an attack out of the city. However, according to our observations, the black vortex in the demonic city is continuously teleporting bipedal lizards, and in terms of numbers, the entire demonic city is nearly filled. According to the estimates from the forward command post, these bipedal lizards may later break into smaller units to address the limited capacity of the demonic city and to prevent missile strikes. After listening to Fang Wenhai's words, Wen Yu silently calculated and then nodded. In Wen Yu's view, Fang Wenhai's judgment was correct. Breaking into smaller units is indeed an excellent way to counter missile bombardment. Moreover, these bipedal lizards are not afraid of war of attrition. Their terrifying reproductive ability makes the concept of population size very vague for this race. Once Fang Wenhai finished speaking, Lin Haifeng spoke again after about 10 seconds. "I believe that in response to the bipedal lizards breaking into smaller units, our countermeasure is quite simple. Let the strong lead a few elites to hunt down these demonic creature squads, and once members level up to level 4, they will lead the remaining squads. In this way, if a large-scale gathering of demonic creatures occurs, we will immediately use missiles to crush them. Although the bipedal lizards have a numerical advantage, we have heavy weaponry, air supremacy, and an information advantage, so the danger won't be too great." This was Lin Haifeng's countermeasure. With Wen Yu and Quang Liu, both possessing sequence-level combat strength, even dealing with level 5 bipedal lizards wouldn't be a difficult task. "What do you think?" Lin Haifeng ignored the reactions of others and directly turned his gaze toward Quang Liu and Wen Yu. Quang Liu directly nodded without voicing any opinions. On the other hand, Wen Yu furrowed his brows in thought for a moment but eventually nodded. This was a matter of exchanging interests. The price for exchanging dark attribute magic crystals from the military was to act as caretakers. Then it's settled. Upon seeing Wen Yu's response, Lin Haifeng immediately made a decision regarding this strategy. "Next, let's discuss the general assault of the demonic creatures and how our firearms failed to hold up. This is what is known as thinking of victory before thinking of defeat. If missiles or even nuclear bombs fail to effectively intercept the demonic creatures, it signifies that we need to confront these bipedal lizards head-on." Lin Haifeng paused for a moment before speaking again. "Regarding the terrifying reproductive ability of the bipedal lizards, you have all seen it in the video files. In this situation, we have limited choices." The so-called limited choices, in Wen Yu's view, could only mean abandoning the forward base's treasure land. But Lin Haifeng's response made Wen Yu regard him with renewed respect. "Once this situation arises, I will communicate with the treasure land guardians and immediately open the entrance to the forward base treasure land, allowing troops from other countries and organizations to enter." Hearing Lin Haifeng's words, all the officers present looked at him in surprise. In their eyes, the entire forward base treasure land was practically private property of the Huaxia military. Sharing this treasure land with other countries was, for most of those present, an unimaginable act. However, after a simple weighing of the pros and cons, almost everyone nodded in agreement with this idea. The longer this treasure land exists, the longer the military has to train, and correspondingly, the greater the benefits the military will gain. If they cannot withstand the attacks from demonic creatures, rather than abandon the treasure land, it is better to call in reinforcements. Every moment they can hold on is valuable. This is a mutually beneficial action. Since there are no objections, then the implementation plan for the first strategic goal is set. This matter will be handled by Quang Liu. With just 2 simple sentences, the first strategic plan for the forward base was finalized. The second point concerns the demonic energy shield device within the demonic city. As Lin Haifeng spoke, he pointed to the cylinder on the document in front of him and then glanced at Feng Guansheng. Feng Guansheng naturally understood Lin Haifeng's meaning. He cleared his throat slightly and then spoke up. According to our Academy of Sciences research, this demonic energy shield device should be usable for us. From the bottom of this device, it is clear that it is not anchored to the ground, which means it can be moved. Our Academy of Sciences hopes that the military can bring this device back. If we can obtain some technology regarding the utilization of demonic energy from this device, it will greatly enhance the military's combat capability. Even if we can't research any technology, being able to use this protective device to safeguard the Beijing gathering place would still be a good thing. After finishing these words, Feng Guansheng nodded at Lin Haifeng. Lin Haifeng directly looked at Quang Liu. This task falls under a secondary strategic objective. Achieving it would be perfect, but if it can't be done, it's not a big deal. However, grabbing the demonic energy shield device cannot involve a large army and is also difficult to do with heavy weapons. So my view is to gather the strength of elite fighters and make a surprise attack. What do you think? Using a large army to attack the demonic city would result in too many casualties. Even using heavy weapons risks damaging the demonic energy shield device. Upon hearing Lin Haifeng's words, Quang Liu first looked at the pictures in his hand, then slowly shook his head. I can't do it myself, and the strength of the military's super fighters is not enough. Even with Wen Yu, it would be very hard. The difficulty Quang Liu mentioned wasn't about how to enter the demonic city, but rather how to carry this large object from the demonic city back to the forward base. The C-grade spatial ring in Wen Yu's possession was taken from Old Master Fang, and given Old Master Fang's identity, it was sufficient to prove the quality of this spatial ring. However, the C-grade spatial ring only has an internal size of 100 and 1010, which is not enough to hold the demonic energy shield device. Hearing Quang Liu's response, Lin Haifeng nodded and did not elaborate further on any issues. From the look on his furrowed brow, it was clear that Lin Haifeng also did not have a spatial ring large enough. After a while, Lin Haifeng shook his head. If there's an opportunity, we'll give it a try. If not, then that's fine. Compared to the strategy of training troops, seizing the demonic energy shield device could only be considered an attempt, and Lin Haifeng did not express a strong desire for it. As for the third strategy, it concerns the ultimate reward for destroying the demonic city. While we don't need to do something like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs if it becomes unavoidable, we can directly use a nuclear bomb to destroy the demonic city before retreating, thus obtaining the ultimate reward. Therefore, prepare 2 500,000-ton equivalent nuclear bombs, placed in front of the entrance to the treasure land, ready to launch at any time. Understood. Hearing this command, a military officer immediately responded. Lin Haifeng slightly nodded, stood up, and said, "Meeting dismissed." After a while, when everyone had left, Lin Haifeng and Quang Liu remained in their seats. Wen Yu was also quietly summoned by Quang Liu. The meeting just now was an internal discussion of the military and, strictly speaking, had little to do with Wen Yu. At most, he had learned that the military still intended to firmly defend the forward base, as well as a mutually beneficial exchange of interests. Now that Quang Liu had called him over, it left Wen Yu somewhat puzzled. Seeing that only Lin Haifeng, Quang Liu, and Wen Yu were left in the entire conference room, Lin Haifeng finally spoke. "I hope you don't mind what we discussed just now, Wen Yu," Lin Haifeng said with a smile, showing none of the commanding aura he had earlier. Wen Yu shook his head. "An exchange of interests, isn't it?" "Exactly. That's why dealing with you is so pleasant." Lin Haifeng smiled and nodded, continuing, "Actually, you don't need to play the babysitter. You just need to wander around at the front line and be responsible for hunting high-level bipedal lizards." Wen Yu nodded, appreciating that Lin Haifeng was considerate of his thoughts and opinions. Since coming to the Beijing gathering place, Lin Haifeng had always been very polite to Wen Yu, which was an important reason Wen Yu had to nod just now. "As for the dark attribute magic crystals, don't worry, there are still plenty in the armory, enough for you to level up." "That's good," Wen Yu smiled. After a while, Lin Haifeng spoke again. "What do you think about what I said earlier about seizing the demonic energy shield device?" It seemed that Lin Haifeng was more concerned about this matter than he let on. Wen Yu took a sip of water and directly said, "It's impossible with just the two of us, me and Quang Liu." This was a fact. Looking at the size of the demonic energy shield device, one could easily estimate its weight. Even a one-eyed person would struggle to carry it. If Star was responsible for carrying the demonic energy shield device, then who would fight? Relying solely on Quang Liu wouldn't work, Wen Yu didn't feel secure about that. Hearing Wen Yu's response, Lin Heifeng nodded and spoke solemnly. If, and I mean if, I can find 3 or more strong individuals of your caliber, would this matter be feasible? Upon hearing this, Wen Yu immediately raised his head, looking at Lin Heifeng in surprise. Quang Liu furrowed his brow and said, "1 from sequence 5 can count, but I don't know who the other 2 are." Abroad, Lin Heifeng's 2 words explained everything. Wen Yu suddenly understood. At the beginning of the apocalypse, human civilization did not collapse overnight. There must have been exchanges between various countries. It was not surprising that Lin Heifeng could contact the officials of other countries. Instead, it was Quang Liu who frowned and asked, "If we rely on them, whose device is that?" "It's ours. It's merely a matter of interest. Now we hold the initiative." Lin Heifeng took a calm sip of tea, clearly confident about this matter. "Then we can give it a try. Also," Wen Yu raised an eyebrow at Lin Heifeng, provoking a bitter smile from him. "You won't miss out on benefits." "In that case, I'm all in," Wen Yu replied firmly. If a team of more than 5 top-tier experts couldn't even capture a demonic energy shield device, how could they contend with the demonic clan? Quang Liu pondered for a long time and slowly nodded. Seeing their reactions, Lin Heifeng smiled. "Then there's no problem." After a brief conversation, Lin Heifeng was the first to exit the conference room. Given Lin Heifeng's status, there was indeed no need for him to endure danger in this treasure land. In the spacious conference room, only Wen Yu and Quang Liu remained. When Yu first glanced at Quang Liu, who had made considerable gains in battles outside the demonic city. Of course, Wen Yu could not gauge Quang Liu's exact physical condition, but it was certain that his physical capabilities had significantly improved. This was the real concern for Wen Yu. It was predictable that these top-tier experts would find promotion much easier than he did. Although his profession ensured he could gain a considerable advantage in battles of equal rank, the speed of promotion for Soul Masters was several times that of regular professionals. Of course, the rate of gaining points was also several times faster. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. At this moment, Quang Liu naturally did not understand Wen Yu's thoughts. He directly took out a communicator from his spatial ring, communicated briefly, and then said to Wen Yu, "In a moment, Little Snow will bring over the magic crystals. I will arrange for a few capable people to help you out, which should lessen your workload." Wen Yu nodded. This aspect of the problem still needed Quang Liu to arrange, and he could only ensure he would do his best. Before long, Little Snow and the military super soldiers entered the conference room. Receiving 30 dark attribute magic crystals from Little Snow, Wen Yu directly stuffed them into the body of the little soul beast. This scene made Zing and the one-eyed giant gulp, with mental waves continuously transmitting topics like "the big boss is biased," "the big boss is not good to us," "let's still unite," and so on. Once the little soul beast digested the magic crystals and raised its physical capabilities to 248 points, Quang Liu immediately unfolded a map and said quickly, "This is the map of the entire treasure land. I divided the middle section into 2, creating 2 hunting areas." After saying this, Quang Liu drew a straight line between the demonic city and the outpost. "When you will be responsible for the right half, I will take the left half, and you will lead the teams. Each team will consist of 30 elite members with 5 teams on one side. Teams 1, 2, 5, 8, and 9 are on the right side. Your safety will be assured by Wen Yu, who will take command if necessary. The rest are on my side. Any questions?" "No, sir." The 10 military super soldiers immediately saluted and responded loudly. "Good, set off immediately." Resolving this issue swiftly and decisively, Wen Yu and Quang Liu walked out of the conference room side by side. "By the way, take this." Quang Liu directly handed a silvery-white communicator to Wen Yu. "The channel is set up. Someone will inform you where high-level demonic creatures appear or if any team is in danger. However, I estimate they won't be so foolish, considering our spies and scouts are everywhere in the treasure land." Wen Yu nodded, took the communicator, exchanged greetings with Quang Liu, and walked outside. First, he returned to his temporary dwelling, resting for a moment. About a few hours later, Wen Yu stepped out, riding Zing towards the direction of the demonic city. Along the way, Wen Yu fiddled with the communicator, receiving plenty of information. The military super soldiers had already set off in teams according to Quang Liu's arrangement and were waiting for further orders in the center of the treasure land. According to reports from frontline scouts, the demonic city still had no significant movement. However, the number of demonic creatures inside was increasing. It wasn't just the streets of the demonic city. Even the rooftops were crawling with bipedal lizards. However, these creatures did not leave the city, possibly fearing the power of human heavy weaponry or other reasons. In the videos sent back by the frontline intelligence personnel, when you saw the familiar black-skinned demon creature, seated atop a massive bipedal lizard, chatting with a bizarre demonic entity. Meanwhile, the black whirlpool at the center of the demonic city continued to swallow massive numbers of bipedal lizards. So right now, there's nothing going on, right? You're not wrong to say that. Quang Liu's voice came through the communicator, when you took a deep breath and urged Xing to quicken its pace. Inside the demonic city, the demonic entity watched the drones flying outside, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. These guys, the words were laced with murderous intent, causing the black-skinned demon creature nearby to shiver. Have you thought of a way to deal with those explosive things? Hearing the demonic entity's inquiry, the black-skinned demon creature shook its head slightly. After a moment, the demonic entity slowly said, "That's why your race is lowly, weak in body, and lacks intelligence." The anger in the black-skinned demon creature's eyes flashed fleetingly, then it slowly lowered its head, humbly saying, "Indeed, my lord." The demonic entity looked expressionlessly at the black-skinned demon creature and then spoke. "You go turn off the demonic energy array." Upon hearing this, the black-skinned demon creature was taken aback. "But my lord!" Before it could finish speaking, it was immediately interrupted by the demonic entity. "As long as it's not attacked, the demonic energy array looks the same from the outside whether it's on or off. Do as I say." After this was said, the demonic entity immediately sent out a mental wave. The massive number of bipedal lizards in the demonic city suddenly sprang into action, with those below level 4 quickly crawling out of the city, while level 4 and 5 bipedal lizards remained motionless inside the city. Seeing this scene, a ruthless look flashed in the demonic entity's eyes. "Don't you want points? There are plenty, but don't overdo it." Then the demonic entity directly activated a skill. Fog of War C rank active ability. Create a large area shrouded in fog. This area cannot be moved and is immune to most visual detection methods. As the fog slowly enveloped most of the demonic city, the distant drones instantly lost their effectiveness. Everything that happened in the demonic city naturally did not escape the military's surveillance. Watching the mist slowly rise within the demonic city, when you directly took out his walkie-talkie and asked, "Is there any countermeasure? What else can we do?" Quang Liu answered somewhat nonchalantly. "Didn't you send anyone in to take a look? You want to go?" When you suddenly realized that those with strong abilities who entered wouldn't come back out, while the weak ones couldn't even touch the edges of the demonic city. "Our drones tried to get in but were shot down from far away. We can't see anything outside. But it doesn't matter, now that the demonic creatures are flooding out of the demonic city, our training plan is about to start. When you take good care of your side, especially Little Snow, don't let her die. By the way, Little Snow isn't your little lover, right?" Quang Liu fell silent for a moment before spitting out 2 words. "Pigeon kiss." After joking with Quang Liu, the speed of Xing's flight suddenly increased. Since the demonic creatures in the demonic city had indeed stepped out of the protective shield as expected, this wave of points was undoubtedly when used to reap. As for the fact that the demonic energy array, also known as the demonic energy shield, had already been turned off, the military was completely unaware. Intelligence from the front line indicated that the bipedal lizards pouring out of the demonic city were indeed, as the tactical command had anticipated, scattering immediately upon exiting the city, dividing into dozens or even hundreds of small teams, quickly crawling towards the forward base. Among these emerged demonic creatures, there was no sign of high-tier demonic creatures. The military explained that the leader commanding these demonic creatures in the demonic city likely wanted to gather all the high-level demonic creatures to launch a strong attack on the forward base. The gathering point was right in the mist. Quang Liu also joked that the military's nuclear weapons would finally have a place to be used. Wen Yu did not comment on this matter, as he couldn't think of a reason either. As Xing's flight speed increased, Wen Yu soon spotted the bipedal lizards crawling at a considerable speed ahead. "Kill them!" With Wen Yu's command, Xing dove down, crashing towards the surface like a meteor, then spewed out dragon flame. The battle ended. On the ground, Xing and the one-eyed creature were feasting heavily. Nearly 100 bipedal lizards were enough to fill the stomachs of these two, and since there were no 4th-tier demonic creatures among them, Wen Yu only requested the 2 spirit pets to bring back half of the 3rd-tier magic crystals for him, and he asked no further questions. The remaining magic crystals could be considered a little benefit for the 2 spirit pets. At this time, Wen Yu was examining the corpse of a 3rd-tier bipedal lizard on the ground. Upon close inspection, Wen Yu had to admit that the name, bipedal lizard, was indeed fitting. Its grayish-white skin was slick, covered with a somewhat disgusting slime. Its 2 thick, short thighs were enough to support the entire weight of its body. The sharp claws indicated that these bipedal lizards were definitely skilled at digging. Tolerating the stench, Wen Yu forcefully pried open the bipedal lizard's large mouth. Inside, the sharp teeth were arranged in a serrated pattern, and he used his finger to gauge the sharpness of its teeth. It didn't feel like much at first, but with a slight application of force, he could feel a slight sting on his finger, quite sharp. He then looked at the bipedal lizard's tongue. The tongue was long, strong, and very elastic. Wen Yu had to exert some force to tear off the lizard's tongue. According to Wen Yu's estimation, even a practitioner with 200 points of physical attributes would find it very difficult to escape if wrapped by this tongue, relying solely on brute force. Moreover, the bipedal lizard's tail was also quite fierce, with a circular bony protrusion at the end resembling a hammer. Considering the length and sturdiness of the bipedal lizard's tail, once it swung, the lethality would undoubtedly be significant. A fierce combat race, when you categorized the bipedal lizard. Then, when you directly tore off a piece of flesh from the bipedal lizard and summoned Faceless. For a race that, having one was like possessing an entire army, Wen Yu was quite envious. After Faceless devoured the bipedal lizard's flesh and blood, it quickly transformed, becoming a bipedal lizard in a short time. Wen Yu understood that this creature was not a special species. However, before Wen Yu could carefully observe the bipedal lizard's skills, a strange mental fluctuation suddenly transmitted from the direction of the demonic city, swiftly penetrating into Faceless's body. Wen Yu was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the fourth soul realm in his mind immediately vibrated, quickly shattering that consciousness. The change came too suddenly. By the time Wen Yu regained his senses, everything had returned to calm. Wen Yu remained silent for a moment, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. So there's something controlling you. In the distant demonic city, the demonic entity suddenly opened its eyes. As soon as Wen Yu's fourth soul realm power shattered that mental fluctuation, the demonic entity had already sensed the situation. Staring intently in the direction of Wen Yu for a long time, the demonic entity's lips curled slightly. Do you really think you can control the Baru demon beast? Too naive. Split reproduction race foundation level, incomplete, passive skill split body skill. Devour flesh and blood, digest the energy within the flesh and blood, and then quickly split off a same-kind life form of one lower host level from itself. The split-off life form also possesses the ability to reproduce. Individuals split from this skill will not gain any abilities other than split reproduction. Just a single individual can evolve a whole species. Looking at Faceless's only skill, Wen Yu couldn't help but frown. Beforehand, Wen Yu had no idea how terrifying the reproductive capabilities of these bipedal lizards were, whether it was innate or a skill. But now it was clear that this was clearly a foundation-level ability. With just this ability alone, a terrifying race could evolve. As for the words incomplete and split body skill, according to Wen Yu's understanding, it should refer to the skill effects of the split body's reproduction being different from that of the main body. The complete version of split reproduction would certainly be even more terrifying. It seemed that the so-called bipedal lizards were a race that had been eaten into existence by a single organism. Then, Wen Yu thought of the bipedal lizard's digging abilities. Clearly, digging was the racial talent of these bipedal lizards and could also be called instinct or nature. Wen Yu had explored the skills and combat methods of the bipedal lizard and immediately proceeded to the next experiment. That was to see whether the bipedal lizard split from the Faceless could be controlled by him. Actually, before conducting this experiment, Wen Yu had a slight bad premonition. This premonition stemmed from the strange mental fluctuation he had just experienced. At Wen Yu's command, the bipedal lizard transformed from the Faceless opened its mouth wide and began to devour the flesh and blood in front of it. The bipedal lizard had a large mouth and consumed its food quite rapidly. In less than a minute, the corpse of a level 2 bipedal lizard in front of the Faceless was completely devoured. Even the blood on the ground that hadn't yet soaked into the soil was meticulously licked clean by the Faceless. Then, as seen only in the videos, the bipedal lizard's splitting and reproduction appeared before Wen Yu's eyes. A large bulge formed on the right side of the Faceless's body, and then with a pop, the bulge burst open, splattering the surrounding slime everywhere. From within the bulge, a level 2 bipedal lizard crawled out. As soon as it appeared, this disgusting bipedal lizard immediately let out a silent roar at Wen Yu, and its slimy tongue shot straight toward his head. Wen Yu quickly grabbed the bipedal lizard's tongue, and with a burst of strength in his arms, he pulled the newly born bipedal lizard in front of him and stomped on its head, crushing it. Not possible! A faint sigh escaped Wen Yu's lips as he looked helplessly at the dead bipedal lizard on the ground, gaining a new understanding of this species. This species seems to have no intelligence as individuals. As soon as they are born, they attack non-kin life forms around them without even assessing their environment. However, these bipedal lizards do not attack each other. They only consume the bodies of their kin when they die. Moreover, they cannot advance, at least they cannot level up by devouring flesh and blood. This was Wen Yu's biggest discovery. These bipedal lizards do not enhance their physical qualities by consuming flesh and blood. They can only utilize the energy within the flesh and blood for reproduction. This is a species that takes reproduction as its only goal. Wen Yu then carefully examined the points he had received, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Wen Yu scrutinized the dead level 2 bipedal lizard that had just been crushed. In terms of size, the level 2 bipedal lizard was considerably smaller than the faceless, but the other physical characteristics remained unchanged. He directly extracted the magic crystal from the dead level 2 bipedal lizard and looked at the bipedal lizard on the ground, then at the magic crystal in his hand. The magic crystal was not pure, with a mix of beast and earth attributes, and contained a bit of dark attribute, making its quality quite poor. Wen Yu played with the magic crystal in his hand for a moment before sending out a mental wave toward the faceless. "Eat it!" Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, the faceless immediately opened its mouth wide and began to consume it. In less than a minute, another level 2 bipedal lizard appeared before Wen Yu. This time, Wen Yu was too lazy to act himself, directly commanding the faceless to bite it to death. When the faceless killed the newborn bipedal lizard, a clear notification sound echoed in Wen Yu's mind. "Gained 232 points, just as I thought." When he had just killed the first newborn bipedal lizard, Wen Yu didn't pay much attention to the points notification, as focusing on the notification sound in his mind during every battle would have driven him crazy long ago. Now, concentrating his attention, he immediately heard the notification sound. This proved that the bipedal lizards produced by the faceless also belonged to the demonic clan recognized by the sovereign. Then what about the magic crystal? The smile in Wen Yu's eyes grew wider, as if he felt he had discovered something extraordinary. Next, he dissected the corpse of the recently deceased bipedal lizard and extracted a level 2 magic crystal from its brain. Looking at the 2 level 2 magic crystals in his hand, the corners of Wen Yu's eyes involuntarily twitched. It was his left eye that was twitching. "This is truly interesting." Wen Yu gently licked the corner of his mouth and then began examining the 2 magic crystals in detail. The quality of the second magic crystal was even worse than the first. The degree of mixed attributes made Wen Yu frown involuntarily. This broken thing isn't much better than a magic crystal with no attributes. However, all things considered, this was still a magic crystal. He directly stored the 2 magic crystals in his spatial ring and sent out another mental wave. "Continue." Ding, gained 165 points. The points gained were less than last time, which meant that the third bipedal lizard produced had a lower physical quality than the second. Wen Yu pondered for a moment and decided not to extract the magic crystal from the bipedal lizard's head, instead saying directly, "Continue." The faceless accepted the command and immediately swallowed the entire corpse of the bipedal lizard. Then another bipedal lizard appeared before Wen Yu and was quickly killed by the faceless. Ding, gained 165 points. "Just as I thought." Wen Yu stepped forward and extracted the third magic crystal, which was of exceptionally poor quality. Wen Yu had always been puzzled about what magic crystals were. Now it seemed, the so-called magic crystal is probably the essence energy within living beings. This was only Wen Yu's rough conjecture, as he didn't have a high education and his research ability was lacking. As he examined the magic crystal in his hand, he continued, "Continue." When the faceless ate the corpse for the 7th time, no new bipedal lizards appeared. Wen Yu wasn't surprised by this. The main reason lay in the 6 level 2 magic crystals in his hand. After losing the magic crystals, the essence of flesh and blood from the corpse had decreased significantly, to the point where it was no longer enough for the faceless to produce a level 2 bipedal lizard. This meant that a corpse of a level 2 bipedal lizard had provided Wen Yu with 6 level 2 magic crystals and nearly 1,000 points. Wen Yu looked at the faceless, and his smile grew broader. This was just a level 2 bipedal lizard. The faceless was now level 4, which meant it could replicate level 4 bipedal lizards. As a result, the magic crystals and points gained from the faceless would far surpass what he had now. Moreover, the faceless could also level up. Thinking of this, Wen Yu suddenly felt a thrill and quickly raised his head, shouting loudly in the distance, "Wait for me, leave some flesh and blood." The method of advancement for the faceless is through the consumption of the flesh and blood of mutated beasts. And through Wen Yu's simple experiment just now, he was able to draw a conclusion. Most of the magic crystals contain the essence of flesh and blood. However, there's one strange point. For instance, the one-eyed and star can extract evolution energy from the flesh and blood of lower-level creatures, but they cannot extract evolution energy from lower-level magic crystals. It's possible that there are components in the magic crystals that Wenyu himself is unaware of, or perhaps it's a secret. These things are destined to yield no results for Wenyu himself. In fact, even the military has not fully clarified what exactly magic crystals are. But this does not prevent Wenyu from maximizing his benefits. Upon hearing Wenyu's voice, the one-eyed and star immediately raised their heads, looking at Wenyu with confusion. Just a moment ago, the two spirit pets were engrossed in their meal and had not noticed the experiment Wenyu conducted. Looking at the small portion of blood still left on the ground, Wenyu's heart ached. How much magic crystal and points have been wasted? Commanding the Faceless to dismiss its replication state and return to its dough-like shape, Wenyu held the Faceless in his hand while instructing the one-eyed and star to get to work. The so-called work was to pile the remaining flesh and blood on the ground into a fixed location. The one-eyed and star appeared reluctant, but under Wenyu's push with magic crystals, they quickly sprang into action. The two massive Tier 4 mutated beasts lifted their 4 legs and went to work. After a while, a smelly mountain of flesh appeared before Wenyu. The magic crystals must be all collected, right? Upon hearing Wenyu's words, the one-eyed and star obediently squatted in front of Wenyu, their large heads nodding up and down incessantly. All for you? Wenyu generously waved his hand, causing the one-eyed and star to let out a couple of excited screeches. Wenyu ignored the one-eyed and star's ruckus, as well as the little soul beast that kept bumping against his cheek, and directly placed the Faceless on top of the mountain of flesh. Wenyu had never fed the Faceless before, so he naturally did not know how it ate. Poor Faceless, ever since it followed Wenyu, it had eaten nothing but dust. At this moment, upon encountering a massive amount of flesh, the Faceless immediately began to devour it, and it was the first time Wenyu saw the Faceless's eating method. Countless white threads slowly split from the Faceless's body and then plunged directly into the flesh mountain below. The white threads, resembling straws, continuously drew nutrition from the mountain of flesh and transported it into the Faceless's body. A large amount of essence of flesh and blood entered the Faceless's body, staining its originally white body gray. As the Faceless's eating speed increased, before long, the entire mountain of flesh had disappeared. Moreover, the Faceless had grown noticeably larger. After a few seconds, the Faceless's size slowly shrank, while the gray essence of flesh and blood within its body was gradually assimilated, finally returning to a ball of white. Wenyu lifted the Faceless, rubbing it up and down, but after a while he shook his head. There's simply no discernible change. This was also the Faceless's drawback. It lacked intelligence and was extremely difficult to communicate with, making it impossible for Wenyu to know the Faceless's advancement progress. Instructing the one-eyed and star to shrink their bodies, Wenyu took out a communicator from his spatial ring. After connecting to the channel, he immediately spoke. "Does the military have high-level bipedal lizard tissue?" A frantic voice quickly transmitted back from the other end. "Of course, there are Tier 4 and Tier 5. These were collected by the military from the battlefield after missile strikes, meant to study the characteristics of this race, as well as their body composition or genomes. Kang Liu, I have a collaboration proposal. Do you want to hear it?" The so-called collaboration proposal was very simple. First, the military would provide the flesh of Tier 4 bipedal lizards, allowing the Faceless to transform into a Tier 4 bipedal lizard. Then, the military would collect the flesh to feed the Faceless, allowing the transformed bipedal lizard to produce Tier 3 bipedal lizards. The Faceless would be responsible for hunting, with all magic crystals going to the military and all points going to Wenyu. Of course, in this collaboration model, Wenyu would benefit significantly since he only needed to place the Faceless in one location and give one command: kill the demonic creatures you produced. This command, after being transmitted through the power of the Soul Realm, was something the Faceless could still barely accept. In this situation, Wenyu effectively secured a stable source of points, while the military also gained a stable source channel for Tier 3 magic crystals, all without any risk. The collaboration was settled with a snap. As for letting the Faceless advance first, the military strictly prohibited it. After all, for the military, the effect of Tier 3 magic crystals at this stage was far greater than that of Tier 4 magic crystals. The military wanted to manufacture a massive number of Tier 4 professionals first. However, the military did not directly cut off the Faceless's advancement channel. The bodies of the demonic creatures Wenyu hunted could all be used to allow the Faceless to advance. And the collaboration location, or rather the placement location for the Faceless, was right in front of the forward base. Wenyu was quick, but the military was even quicker. When Wen Yu rode Star back to the forward base, military personnel were already waiting for him in front of the base. Ever since both sides reached a consensus, Kang Liu immediately returned to the forward base, and his spatial ring was filled with the flesh of the hunted demonic creatures. Seeing Wen Yu's figure, Kang Liu smiled and said, "Where is your amazing spirit pet? Let me see it." Wen Yu directly took out the faceless and placed it in Kang Liu's hands. "Tut, tut, tut, what is this thing? Its shape is quite unique. It doesn't look like a biological entity at all. It's an artificial creation snatched from the cult of the demon worshippers." Kang Liu naturally knew what the cult of the demon worshippers was, and Wen Yu had communicated this with him before. However, he had concealed information regarding the faceless. Now that it was exposed, it didn't matter. After all, compared to the benefits they were about to gain, this small secret really didn't need to be kept anymore. Kang Liu nodded slightly upon hearing Wen Yu's words, returning the faceless to him while saying, "We are also investigating the cult of the demon worshippers, and we have gathered some information. We might need you to take action then." "No problem." Hearing Wen Yu's response, Kang Liu nodded, not lingering any longer, and directly stated, "Let's get started." A mass of Tier 4 bipedal lizard flesh was brought over by Wei Tian, the deputy director of the Academy of Sciences, and placed directly into the faceless's body. In a short period, the faceless's body transformed into the shape of a bipedal lizard. Its 40-meter-long body and slippery, disgusting exterior made Kang Liu frown continuously, while Wei Tian's eyes shone with excitement. "Quick, quick, quick, feed it the flesh!" Upon hearing Kang Liu's words, the surrounding soldiers immediately took out clumps of gray-black bipedal lizard flesh from Kang Liu's spatial ring and directly threw them in front of the faceless. What specific tier of bipedal lizard flesh it was, Wen Yu could not know, but the splitting and reproducing ability of bipedal lizards required only sufficient energy from the flesh to activate, without needing to care about the flesh's tier. As Faceless ate with large bites, a big bulge slowly formed on the right side of its body. Then, with a puff, a newborn Tier 3 bipedal lizard fell to the ground. It was quickly bitten and killed by Faceless. Wen Yu naturally received the notification of earned points, while the military personnel immediately moved forward, prying open the head of the dead bipedal lizard to extract the magic crystal. Then Faceless devoured the corpse on the ground. Another puff sound. Truly, a perfect species. Seeing this scene, Wei Tian's eyes sparkled as he looked at Faceless. He couldn't care less about the disgusting slime on its body and earnestly stroked it while continuously exclaiming in awe. Puff! Another bulge burst, splattering slime all over Wei Tian's face. Fortunately, Faceless reacted quickly and immediately turned to bite the newly born bipedal lizard, preventing Wei Tian from taking any real damage. It seemed that Wei Tian was oblivious to the slime splattered on his face and the foul odor, standing still with a fervent look in his eyes that made Wen Yu shiver. "Frankenstein?" The faint voice of Kang Liu reached Wen Yu's ears, causing him to nod in agreement immediately. In less than an hour, Faceless had provided the military with nearly 100 third-tier magic crystals, and Wen Yu himself had earned over 200,000 points. The cost was merely some flesh and blood. Joy for all would be an understatement to describe this collaboration, seeing everything fall into place and Faceless developing its instinctive reaction of eat, kill, eat, when Yu walked directly outside. Leaving Faceless here was not a problem, and Wen Yu could free himself to continue on the front lines to kill demonic creatures and earn points and flesh. Strictly speaking, Faceless's production of points was not particularly fast. It was at least not as efficient as Wen Yu's own killing spree. However, it was an endless supply. Even outside this treasure land, such actions could still continue. Under this advantage, unless Wen Yu encountered a very tricky situation and had to rely on Faceless's power otherwise, Faceless would only turn into a magic crystal point producer. The battle situation on the front lines remained clear and straightforward. Led by super-strong military personnel, elite teams continuously hunted small groups of demonic creatures, steadily increasing their strength. Once large groups of demonic creatures appeared, Wen Yu and Kang Liu would immediately arrive to clean up. Without Tier 4 or Tier 5 bipedal lizards, the entire battlefield was developing steadily as the military expected. "Everything is under control." This was the exact phrase from Fang Wenhai, who was responsible for commanding the entire situation at the military's forward command post. Wen Yu glanced at the demonic city shrouded in mist in the distance, unable to suppress a wave of doubt in his heart. Is everything really under control? Those bipedal lizards seem way too quiet. Those humans seem quite happy. In the demonic city, enveloped by the war's mist, the deep voice of the demonic entity echoed. "It seems so, my lord," replied a respectful black-skinned demon creature beside him, whose eyes could not see. The war mist skill of the demonic entity did not obscure its own vision, but other creatures didn't enjoy such good treatment, including the Baru demon beasts it controlled. But that didn't matter since Baru demon beasts didn't have eyes. The demonic entity looked through the thick mist towards the direction of the forward station, murmuring to itself, "Kill, kill, make it a little more enjoyable, get stronger, so I can provide more food for my precious ones. What a bunch of childish guys, don't you think?" "Yes, my lord," the black-skinned demon creature replied respectfully. The demonic entity grinned and nodded, then turned to look behind. Behind the demonic entity, numerous high-level bipedal lizards were continuously digging into the ground, and in a short amount of time, they had already excavated a massive pit, and this action continued. Seeing this scene, the demonic entity smiled even more, almost as if talking to itself. "So, everything is under control?" It's hard to say who had a more comprehensive grasp of the current situation or who had more confidence in this forward battle. But on the surface, it was indeed the military that held the larger advantage. Under this somewhat bizarre attitude of everything is under control, from both sides, the entire treasure land had become a garden for the military to harvest points and magic crystals. In this situation, within just a week, the military saw a surge of Tier 4 professionals. These newly promoted Tier 4 professionals would then lead small teams to continue this hunting activity, increasing the military's personnel deployment while also enhancing the defensive capabilities of the forward station. This resulted in the area between the demonic city and the forward station becoming a battlefield for both sides. A large number of bipedal lizards died in battle, and their flesh was transported back to the forward station to feed faceless. Similarly, many soldiers were torn apart and devoured by the bipedal lizards, but compared to the number of bipedal lizard deaths, the military's death rate was not high. Meanwhile, the bipedal lizards from the demonic city continued to pour out in droves, proving how terrifying the teleportation ability of that black hole was. Boom! With a violent explosion, countless shrapnel flew in all directions. The bipedal lizard, hit directly by the single soldier missile, opened its large mouth as if silently roaring, but could not hide the gruesome wounds on its body. A substantial amount of blood and flesh sprayed out from the wounds of the bipedal lizard, and under the powerful force of the firearms, the bipedal lizard hardly struggled for long before collapsing to the ground. Unfortunately, there were simply too many of these creatures. Before the soldier, who was shouldering a rocket launcher, could react, a slippery tongue shot out from the ground and quickly wrapped around him. The tongue was thin and lacked power, indicating that the bipedal lizard launching the attack was not strong. At least, not to this Tier 3 peak soldier. Before the soldier could muster strength to break the tongue of the bipedal lizard underground, countless other tongues flew out from the ground, and in a short time they entangled the soldier into a cocoon. Big Hair, in the front, a Tier 4 professional wielding a war blade, saw this scene and immediately shouted. Unfortunately, being loud didn't help at all. Numerous bipedal lizards hidden underground suddenly exerted force, relying solely on the reaction force from their tongues to pull their entire bodies out of the ground and directly pounce on the soldier called Big Hair. The sounds of biting and bones breaking echoed endlessly. In just a short time, a Tier 3 peak professional met their demise. All that remained were a few splashes of crimson blood. Then came rapid division and reproduction. Relying on the flesh and blood of a Tier 3 peak professional, these bipedal demon creatures quickly produced over 100 Tier 1 and Tier 2 bipedal lizard troops. The remaining soldiers watched as despair grew stronger in their eyes, especially the Tier 4 professional at the forefront, whose eyes were filled with regret and anger. He swung his war blade wildly, instantly shattering several bipedal lizards surrounding him. "Run, run!" the professional shouted, trying to carve a bloody path out. Unfortunately, surrounded by nearly 1,000 bipedal lizards, where could he run? Countless slippery tongues quickly wrapped around him. Even though their strength wasn't great, their sheer number was overwhelming. Nearly 1,000 low-level bipedal lizards made this Tier 4 professional sink deeper into the quagmire. The reason this squad of soldiers was surrounded was simple. As more and more military fighters joined the battle, the overall fighting situation had shifted considerably in favor of the military. This caused the military front to continuously advance, even blocking low-level demonic creatures within a radius of 300 kilometers around the demonic city. All military fighters had to face the embarrassing situation of having many soldiers but too few resources. The squad leader, this Tier 4 professional, had dived deep into the front lines for points, only to be surrounded by bipedal lizards. As the battle situation grew more dismal, the Tier 4 squad leader fought desperately, only to watch helplessly as his comrades were devoured one by one, turning into new bipedal lizards. "It's over," Just as the Tier 4 professional fell into despair, the head of a Tier 3 peak bipedal lizard exploded directly in front of him, followed by a furious beast roar echoing in the sky. "Star, kill them!" A cold voice floated down from midair, and then the few remaining soldiers saw a burst of fire. "Didn't they say it was forbidden to go deeper?" When you asked the Tier 4 professional beside him while watching Star and the one-eyed creature pick up magic crystals off the ground. "There are too many people behind, so it's because of greed, right?" "Yes, sir," upon hearing the response when you nodded and spoke directly. "First, collect the flesh and blood, then take your men back to the outpost. These matters you can discuss with your commander. There should be punishments where they are due." "Yes, sir," the squad leader said loudly, seeing Star and the one-eyed creature finish tidying up when you immediately moved further ahead. "Captain, is that our newly promoted Lord of War? That dragon is so strong." Once they could no longer see Wen Yu's figure, the military soldiers lowered their saluting hands. One young soldier asked quietly. The captain nodded slightly, then hesitated before saying, "The title of War God is fine to call in private. According to number 6, this one's strength is even greater than the Lord of War. But unfortunately, they don't belong to our military." Commander Lin wanted to bestow the title of War God on this person, but it was refused. At this point, the soldier couldn't help but express confusion. That was the War God, a title representing the peak military power of Huaxia and even the entire human race, yet it was refused. Forget about the War God. Our lives were saved by that person. I actually think the title Guardian is better. You don't know, the whole Eastern Battle Zone has already spread this title in private. This person has saved many lives. The last soldier holding a sniper rifle spoke excitedly, his eyes shimmering with inexplicable admiration, much like Wen Yu's little fan. The captain nodded slightly. "In fact, I have already been saved by this individual twice. Counting this time, it's the third. Just don't know if there will be such good luck next time." A heavy sigh escaped the squad leader's lips, his words filled with deep emotion, leaving his teammates silent. It wasn't that the military's death rate was high, but it had still reached about 20%. In this battlefield, the only thing determining the lives and deaths of these ordinary soldiers was luck. "Let's go. I guess I'm going to join the suicide squad this time." Meanwhile, Wen Yu was wandering in front of the demonic city. The bipedal lizards within the demonic city kept emerging endlessly, but without high-end combat power, these creatures posed almost no threat to Wen Yu. As he looked at the gradually fading war fog, Wen Yu slightly squinted his eyes, lost in thought. "What do you think they are doing in this fog?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, the one-eyed creature in his arms immediately barked. "I guess they are having babies in there," Wen Yu delivered a sharp retort in response to the one-eyed creature. "Can't see, don't know." Star's answer was simple and straightforward. "What do you think?" Wen Yu tilted his head slightly, asking the little soul beast beside him. At this moment, the little soul beast had increased its physical quality to 465 points, using only dark attribute magic crystals. Wen Yu still had plenty of points in hand, and when he returned to the outpost, he could elevate the little soul beast's physical quality to Tier 3 peak. As its physical quality improved, the little soul beast's cognitive ability also grew stronger. "They can't be digging holes in there," digging a tunnel directly to the outpost. I must say, the little soul beast's theory was the most reliable. However, Wen Yu shook his head. Digging directly to the outpost is impossible. The military has deployed a large number of vibration detection devices at the front line. Any vibrations from digging can't escape the mechanical forces, but digging directly to the front lines is possible, although the military already has countermeasures. Upon hearing Wen Yu's explanation, the little soul beast immediately fell silent. "By the way, Big Boss, the day before yesterday, I heard Mimi say that you are being called the Guardian by the soldiers of this battlefield. So should I call myself the Guardian Soul Beast now?" The little soul beast's crisp, childish voice directly transmitted into Wen Yu's mind. "And Mimi is the name of Little Snow's little soul beast." After Little Snow advanced to Tier 4, her soul beast's cognitive ability also greatly strengthened. Soul beasts have a special resonance that allows them to communicate directly over short distances. Hearing the little soul beast's words, Wen Yu just shook his head. Meanwhile, Star and the one-eyed creature shouted loudly, "Then I'll be the Guardian Dragon. From now on, please call me Guardian Dog." "Bro," the noisy voices made when you feel a headache. "You two really came up with terrible names." Every day, Wen Yu would routinely observe the demonic city and then hunt nearby for points. This was the life Wen Yu led over the course of a week. Although it was plain, the feeling of becoming stronger every moment captivated Wen Yu deeply. His past life experiences not only taught him how an ordinary person should behave and maintain a mindset after entering the apocalypse, but more importantly, they revealed to Wen Yu the greatest survival rule in the apocalypse: Power is the rule, and the fist is the truth. Now nothing excited Wen Yu more than watching himself and his spirit pet grow stronger day by day. So, the military really is impressive this time. After a simple reflection, Wen Yu rode Star and flew directly toward the surrounded military team in the distance. These soldiers could be saved, so he would save them. The military offers a peach, and I return a plum. This is what we call a transaction and the essence of good cooperation. In the treasure land, regardless of day or night, Wen Yu sat quietly on the ground eating. Although there were corpses and blood of two-legged lizards scattered all around, it did not affect Wen Yu's appetite in the slightest. Moreover, if you were to talk about appetite to someone eating a high-protein energy bar that tasted like rubber, he would definitely spit in your face. This was merely to replenish energy. In contrast, One-Eyed and Star were eating happily. Within the week, Wen Yu had extensively exploited One-Eyed and Star's snacks. With the massive points provided by low-level magic crystals and Faceless, he exchanged a large amount for level 4 beast attribute magic crystals to enhance Star and One-Eye's strength. Regarding which attribute magic crystal the two beasts should consume, Wen Yu chose beast attribute magic crystals from both fire and beast attributes. The main combat method of the two beasts remained focused on close combat, and although both had fire attribute skills, it merely provided them with an additional attack method. After simply inquiring about the physical condition of the two beasts, Wen Yu learned that One-Eye's physical quality had already improved to around 350 points, while Star was approaching 400 points. According to Wen Yu's plan, he intended to wait until both beasts reached the peak of level 4 before challenging the promotion trial. Based on their current speed, it wouldn't be too slow. Just as Wen Yu was contemplating how to allocate his points, the communicator he had tucked in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Wen Yu's heart tightened instantly. As the communicator continued to vibrate for several seconds, it meant that the signal it emitted was of the highest alert level. And within the treasure land at the forward base, the so-called highest alert level could only indicate one situation. Quickly pulling out the communicator, Wen Yu connected with Quang Li. What happened? On the other end, Quang Li's deep voice sounded. They've moved. And 10 minutes earlier, inside the demonic city, perched atop the head of a peak level 5 Baru demon beast was a demonic entity who casually cast a war fog, restoring the already thinning war fog to its original density before speaking to the nearby black-skinned demon creature. Are you ready? The black-skinned demon creature nodded humbly. Everything is ready, my lord. The demonic entity nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at the demonic city shrouded in war fog. In the demonic entity's vision, countless Baru demon beasts, about 50 meters long, lay quietly within the demonic city, their numbers filling the entire fog-covered area. Some even lay on the heads of other Baru demon beasts, stacking up like a pyramid formed by Baru demon beasts. The numbers were incalculable, and all were level 5 Baru demon beasts. In the center of these Baru demon beasts, a 30-meter-high cylindrical object was being carried by one level 5 Baru demon beast. It was the demonic energy array. Seeing this scene, the demonic entity nodded in satisfaction. These were the level 5 Baru demon beasts that had surged from the black hole in just 1 week. As for those below level 4, they had already been sent out to die by the demonic entity. After observing the army of level 5 Baru demon beasts throughout the city, the demonic entity then glanced at the large hole in front of the demon realm gate. The hole's diameter was nearly 100 meters and unfathomably deep, with no one knowing where it led, while occasionally some level 4 Baru demon beasts crawled up and down from it. Then let the operation begin. With the demonic entity's sinister laugh, the entire demonic city seemed to come alive in an instant, the gug-gug sounds of Baru demon beasts echoing endlessly. Massive Strength Technique A-Level, Active Ability. After activation, it grants all units within the range a massive strength effect, increasing stamina and power by 30%. Duration, 10 minutes. Group Swift Technique A-Level, Active Ability. After activation, it grants all units within the range a swift effect, increasing speed by 30%. Duration, 10 minutes. Group Stone Skin Technique A-Level Active Ability. After activation, it grants all units within the range a stone skin effect, enhancing the defense capabilities of the target units. Duration, 10 minutes. With a wave of the demonic entity's hand, the 3 group enhancement abilities were instantly bestowed upon almost all Baru demon beasts in the demonic city. Then this terrifying army moved. A strong, slimy tongue shot directly at a drone hovering outside the demonic city. This small, precision mechanical device had no chance of resisting the level 5 Baru demon beast's attack and was instantly shot down. However, before it was shot down, The drone faithfully transmitted its last observed information to the Strategic Command Center at the forward base. Countless Level 5 Baru demon beasts surged out of the demonic city in a stacking formation, with a 30-meter-high black cylindrical object at the center, its strange patterns constantly flashing with light. It was proven that this demonic energy shield device was indeed mobile, something that the military could investigate, and the demonic creatures naturally understood even better. "Launch missiles, target all missiles at their heads," Fang Wenhai shouted loudly upon seeing this scene, but these were not all the demonic creatures. Commander, it's bad." From the edge of the encirclement, a large number of two-legged lizards suddenly drilled up from underground, all level 4. The voice of the communicator soldier grew increasingly faint, and it was evident that even he realized how much of a blow these suddenly emerged high-level two-legged lizards would deal to the frontline soldiers. However, this situation did not exceed the expectations of the operational command center. Since it was a siege, preparations had to be made for the enemy to break through. Just like war, it would always be accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. "Specific location?" Fang Wenhai asked in a calm voice. "The entire frontline battlefield." Upon hearing this news, Fang Wenhai immediately connected the dots regarding the situation. The military had plenty of devices to detect underground vibrations, but they couldn't place these things around the demonic city, because if they did, those low-level bipedal demon creatures would destroy them. In this scenario, these level 4 demonic creatures suddenly emerged from the underground of the front lines to launch an attack, which the military naturally could not detect. Moreover, the fog within the demonic city. Thinking of this, Fang Wenhai immediately interrupted his own thoughts and shouted loudly. "Notify the frontline soldiers to retreat immediately, inform Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 to initiate rescue operations, and establish a defensive circle at the predetermined location. Move faster, and what about the missiles? Fire them at those clustered level 5 bipedal lizards. Make sure to obliterate them." As soon as Fang Wenhai finished speaking, the 2nd Artillery Corps stationed at the outpost launched an attack. The target was the group of level 5 bipedal lizards stacked like a Buddha statue. How fast can a level 5 creature move? When you could provide an answer, as in a battle state, when Yu's physical attributes were indeed at level 5 strength. Once a level 5 creature reaches its top speed, it can easily break the sound barrier, even reaching dozens of times the speed of sound. So the question arises, how fast would this pyramid of stacked lizards move? The pyramid-shaped group of bipedal lizards consisted of peak level 5 lizards at the bottom, while the upper bipedal lizards had slightly weaker physical attributes, but did not need to take any action. Their purpose was simply to hold tightly onto their kin below, coupled with the enhancement from the group's swift technique. Although their massive size caused significant wind resistance, greatly slowing down their movement speed, just looking at the violent winds and shockwaves swirling around them, as well as the earth-shattering sonic booms, reveals one fact. This pyramid made of bipedal lizards had evidently already broken the sound barrier. Breaking the sound barrier is not difficult, at least for professionals. As long as one's physical attributes are close to 100 points, one can indeed break the sound barrier while running at full speed. But how large is this pyramid? The answer is the size of the entire demonic city. This bizarre formation, this terrifying Baru Demon Beast Legion, seemed like a meteor, like a city, sweeping towards the outpost crazily. The momentum was earth-shattering. Seeing the terrifying scene relayed back on the screen and feeling the slight tremor beneath his feet, Fang Wenhai furrowed his brows deeply. This expression even surpassed when he had just learned that the bipedal lizards had tunneled to the front line. At the same time, Fang Wenhai recalled a statement made by Lin Heifeng. "The war mode has changed." Has it really changed? As Fang Wenhai murmured, the missiles were launched. Using missiles against a unit moving at supersonic speed is definitely not a simple issue. Fortunately, in modern warfare, the rapid development of electronic information technology allows missile troops to target enemy units without relying on visual locks. Moreover, missiles can be fired indiscriminately because the outpost has plenty of them. A volley of missiles, calculated based on the trajectory of the bipedal demon creature pyramid, was launched into the distance. A few minutes later, the missiles hit their target with only moderate precision. The reason for the lack of precision was solely due to the speed of the Baru Demon Beast pyramid. In the face of a target breaking the sound barrier, a small number of missiles missed, while the majority bombarded the pyramid directly. Then, a black light burst forth, quickly nullifying the damage from the missile explosions, and amidst the smoke and flames, the Baru Demon Beast pyramid remained completely unscathed, relentlessly charging toward the outpost. The ground cracked along the way, and any being daring to stand in front of this terrifying behemoth whether human soldiers or low-level Baru demon beasts, was shredded into pieces by the horrific wind pressure surrounding the pyramid before they could even get close. Only drops of blood and bits of flesh splattered onto the demonic energy shield. Following that, a second wave of missile bombardments came in quick succession, yet still no effect. Watching the smoke in front of him, the demonic entity let out a sinister laugh. It naturally understood the power of the demonic energy array. This device can absorb an unlimited amount of demonic energy. The more demonic energy absorbed, the greater the amount of energy stored, and the stronger the defensive capability it can provide. After the black hole was opened, a large amount of demonic energy from the demon realm surged in. This influx was even greater than that provided by dozens or hundreds of demon realm gates combined. All this demonic energy had been absorbed by the demonic energy array over the past week, meaning that the defensive capability it could currently provide was astonishingly high. Under the calm gaze of the demonic entity, the second wave of missiles slammed into the demonic energy shield, and then was completely blocked by the demonic energy shield. Die, die, die! The demonic entity's laugh grew louder, and its roars intensified. Under the stimulation of its horrific killing intent, the black-skinned demon creatures around it shuddered. Inside the operational command center at the outpost, calculate the time. How long until this thing reaches the front of the outpost? Fang Wenhai's question was answered in just a few seconds. The answer was 30 minutes. Launch the nuclear missile. Quickly launch the nuclear missile. Even though the lethality of the nuclear missile would not only intercept the bipedal lizard pyramid, but could also damage the demonic energy shield device, potentially sending any soldiers who hadn't evacuated near the pyramid straight to hell, Fang Wenhai still issued the command without much hesitation. At the same time, notify Commander Lin and Caldo that the moment the nuclear missile proves ineffective, they should immediately open the treasure land entrance. Yes, Commander. The messenger behind him received the order and promptly headed out. Watching the scenes relayed back on the screen, Fang Wenhai's sense of unease grew stronger. Now, Fang Wenhai had already envisioned the worst-case scenario. That is, once this thing approached the outpost, what awaited all humans would be an exceptionally bloody battle. When the bipedal lizard pyramid was activated, Wen Yu naturally noticed it. Looking at the rolling dust in the distance and feeling the earth-shattering momentum, Wen Yu didn't say a word and turned to run. What is that? Xing and the one-eyed creature cried out anxiously. The little soul beast shook nervously, while Xing flapped its wings faster, resembling a black arrow, quickly fleeing into the distance, or rather escaping for its life. That will be our nightmare, Wen Yu said hoarsely. If nothing unexpected happens, starting from now, the situation of the entire outpost will undergo earth-shattering changes. The war has truly begun. Get ready. Hearing Wen Yu's voice, Xing and the one-eyed creature immediately shivered. In the face of such quantity and quality of bipedal lizards, Wen Yu's individual combat power could never turn the tide. Just as Wen Yu reached the area of the blockade, the first round of missile strikes hit their targets, and the communicator in his arms rang. Amidst the smoke and the booming sound that resonated throughout the treasure land, the communicator transmitted the voice of a rushing stream. Wen Yu, immediately rescue the soldiers on the front line and establish a defensive circle at the designated position. Establishing a defensive circle at the designated position was the military's contingency plan for the bipedal lizards' tunnel warfare. Centered around Sequence 2 and Sequence 3, the military forces at the front line would be consolidated, firmly positioned between the demonic city and the outpost. In adverse conditions, the two strongholds could act independently. For instance, to escape, but when the situation is critical, escaping would undoubtedly become exceedingly difficult. If the military can turn the situation around, then these two strongholds will transform into a blockade line. Once this situation occurs, the soldiers left on the front line will become the nightmare of those defeated bipedal lizards. Unfortunately, judging by the current situation, can the military handle that big guy? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It's difficult. I'm afraid the next round will be mushrooming, and I don't know how much yield it has. Keep your distance from that monster. I know without you saying it. Staying far away from the bipedal lizard pyramid was something that didn't need to be stated explicitly. I'll notify you of any situation. Stay safe. Okay. Wen Yu replied simply, hung up the communicator, and looked down. Below, countless fourth-tier bipedal lizards were continuously burrowing up from the ground, attacking the teams that were hunting demonic monsters on the front line. Save the people, Wen Yu said without much hesitation. Upon hearing Wen Yu's order, Xing swiftly dove down while in midair. Wen Yu directly tossed the one-eyed creature down. The one-eyed creature grimaced, its body rapidly expanding. and as soon as it landed, it immediately tore apart the surrounding fourth-tier bipedal lizards into pieces. The poor one-eyed creature had already fallen from the sky countless times, serving as a firefighter. Amidst the pervasive bloody scent and violent murderous intent, the first large-scale war between the human race and the demonic clan officially began. Long before Xing landed, when Yu had already jumped down from midair. Entering combat mode directly in the air, he casually snapped two rapidly curling tongues, and with throb and frenzy in hand, he crazily pulled the trigger towards the chaos below. Currently, Wen Yu's physical strength was 500 points, while the little soul beast had a physical strength of 465 points. After entering combat mode, Wen Yu's physical strength immediately soared to 965 points. Even the fourth-tier bipedal lizards at their peak only had 500 points of physical strength, let alone these lizards lacked any combat skills. At present, the power of throb and frenzy was enough to instantly kill these fourth-tier monsters. Boom, boom, boom! The rhythmic bursts of frenzy mixed with the continuous gunfire of throb created immense pressure on the bipedal lizards across the battlefield. Most of the bipedal lizards surged frantically towards Wen Yu, inadvertently relieving the pressure on the encircled team. Seeing these squawking bipedal lizards, Wen Yu let out a disdainful snort. Xing, set them on fire! As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, a ferocious pillar of fire swept over. The fire pillar penetrated Wen Yu's already phasing body, directly annihilating the bipedal lizard in front of him. With this single move, the entire battlefield was cleared. Xing's dragon flame was extremely powerful. Although the flesh and energy of the bipedal lizards were completely wasted under the dragon flame, there was no need to worry about these small details now. In a short amount of time, the dozens of fourth-tier bipedal lizards that surrounded this team had been completely wiped out, with hardly any corpses left. Clean up the battlefield faster. Follow me. Yes, Commander. Several battered soldiers saluted Wen Yu and immediately joined the action of collecting the magic crystals. In less than a minute, the remaining corpses of the bipedal lizards had been devoured by the one-eyed creature and Xing, and the scattered magic crystals on the ground had already been collected by the military personnel. Wen Yu casually took the dozens of fourth-tier magic crystals handed over by the team leader and directly stored them in the spatial ring, before leading the team towards the preset rendezvous point. Along the way, countless bipedal lizards crawled out from the ground and pounced wildly, only to be shot down by Wen Yu's precise shooting or torn apart by the one-eyed creature and Xing. The surrounded soldiers, seeing the distant flames and energy waves pouring out, immediately felt as if they had found their bearings, rushing toward the direction where Wen Yu was located. The massive bodies of Xing and the one-eyed creature acted like a flag, attracting the attention of all the soldiers on the Eastern Front who hadn't managed to retreat in time. Before long, as Wen Yu arrived at the preset gathering point, a team of over 200 soldiers had already formed behind him, and at the designated stronghold, even more military fighters had gathered. Seeing that the large force led by Wen Yu had arrived at the stronghold, Little Snow, who was already stationed there, immediately came out. "How's the situation?" Seeing Little Snow, Wen Yu asked directly. "Most of the personnel from the Eastern Front who couldn't evacuate are here, and number 2 is also here. The remaining personnel have retreated back to the outpost." Hearing this news, Wen Yu nodded. "You all stay here." Boom! Before Wen Yu could finish his sentence, a flash of fire erupted in the distance. A huge explosion followed, creating a large mushroom cloud. Then, a terrifying shockwave swept through, carrying countless sand, stones, and flesh, followed closely by a massive amount of radioactive dust. The unknown power contained within the radiation made Wen Yu feel a wave of discomfort in his body, but he quickly returned to normal. The physical quality of a professional ensured that they had some resistance to radiation. However, even for Tier 3 and Tier 4 professionals, staying in such an area for long periods was not advisable. At the very least, staying for 10 days to half a month would not have much impact. Even if there were effects, a bottle of healing potion would be enough to address these issues. For Wen Yu and the others, the greatest harm came from the supersonic shockwave. The enormous shockwave directly lifted a massive amount of sand and soil, which hit the professionals present like cannonballs. Of course, these impacts did not cause significant damage to the Tier 3 mid-level professionals on the scene. At most, they knocked a large number of people down. After all, this area was far from the explosion center, barely brushing the lethal range of a nuclear weapon. Wen Yu was left dizzy and disoriented by the sudden explosion, and as he regained his senses, he saw the surrounding warriors falling to the ground in disarray. "Is everyone okay?" Wen Yu's voice was somewhat loud because the intense explosion had left his ears ringing. Fortunately, the soldiers who remained here had at least Tier 3 peak strength, and being far from the nuclear strike zone, the tremors and the sound of the explosion did not cause them significant harm. Of course, dizziness was unavoidable. Little Snow groggily got up from the ground, her originally clean and orderly military uniform now covered in dust. Seeing Wen Yu talking loudly, she couldn't help but rub her ears. "What are you saying? I can't hear you." Wen Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that what he said was not important. "Huh, what did you say?" Before Little Snow could finish her sentence, a large amount of sand flew straight into her mouth, choking her and causing her to cough. Wen Yu shook his head helplessly. The recent nuclear explosion had caused some degree of hearing damage to those present, but this situation would quickly recover. Thinking of this, Wen Yu ignored Little Snow, who was still spitting sand, and looked toward the two-legged lizard pyramid in the distance. Wen Yu wanted to see what damage the nuclear weapon had inflicted upon this pyramid. Unfortunately, the two-legged lizard pyramid was completely unharmed. In the forward command office of the outpost, Fang Wenhai naturally witnessed the entire process of the nuclear bomb striking the two-legged lizard pyramid. The originally planned nuclear warhead of 100,000 tons had directly hit the two-legged lizard pyramid. Then the large screen flickered. The entire command office was silent, everyone waiting for the result of this nuclear strike. After a while, when the image switched back, Fang Wenhai saw that the two-legged lizard pyramid remained stationary, continuously posing in various shapes. The nuclear weapon had not inflicted significant damage on these two-legged lizards. The only damage caused was when the nuclear bomb detonated, generating a tremendous force that collided head-on with the demonic energy shield, resulting in the two-legged lizards near the demonic energy array being squashed into meat patties. Other than that, there were no additional effects. Looking at the device of the demonic energy shield still shimmering on the large screen, Fang Wenhai felt a bitter taste at the corners of his mouth. Notify all non-combat personnel in the entire forward battle station to evacuate quickly. After calmly issuing the order, Fang Wenhai hesitated for a few seconds before speaking again. Let all personnel below Tier 3 evacuate. Notify the Academy of Sciences to activate the Clone Mechanical Legion. Inform headquarters to send the 3 major special operations teams into the treasure land while increasing the supply of weapons and ammunition. Notify Caldo and Commander Lin to immediately open the entrance to the treasure land and inform the 2nd Artillery Corps to launch a 200,000-ton nuclear bomb immediately. Hearing Fang Wenhai's words, a staff officer behind him immediately retorted. "We're too close now. A 200,000-ton nuclear weapon could affect the forward station. Shouldn't we reduce the yield of the nuclear bomb?" Hearing this, Fang Wenhai shook his head immediately. "I mentioned evacuating non-combat personnel to keep them safe from the nuclear weapon's impact. As for those above Tier 3, they can withstand the aftershocks of the nuclear weapon." Fang Wenhai paused, then spoke very seriously. "Also, you shouldn't be questioning my decision right now. You should execute the order immediately." The roar of the Tier 4 professional left everyone present feeling cold and silent. "Make it quick. Hurry up." As Fang Wenhai's voice grew louder, the military personnel on site immediately sprang into action. Fang Wenhai paid no attention to the busy scene behind him, turning his head to stare directly at the pyramid, which had begun to stack up again, tightening his hands into fists. The situation seemed to have exceeded the military's expectations. On the front line, Wen Yu stared intently at the two-legged lizard pyramid that had started moving again in the distance while glancing at the dazed military soldiers behind him, revealing a bitter smile. The nuclear bomb, ineffective. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Little Snow, who was still rubbing sand out of her eyes, immediately stopped her actions and asked tremblingly, "Is that possible? Nuclear weapons are the peak of human thermal weapons. If the nuclear bomb is ineffective, then?" If the nuclear bomb is ineffective, it would mean that the form of warfare would shift from the long-range strikes that humans excel at to the close quarters fighting typical of the apocalypse. Professionals and demonic creatures would directly engage in melee combat. It would be bloody, brutal, and lead to massive casualties. There should be more powerful nuclear weapons, right? A voice came from the distance as a humanoid figure crawled out from the sand. Humanity's technological warfare system won't end before we even reach Tier 5, right? The figure that crawled out paid no attention to the dust on its body, staring intently at the two-legged lizard pyramid in the distance while muttering to itself. This guy was the military's super soldier number 2, Hao Yun. Upon hearing Hao Yun's words, Wen Yu remained silent for a while, until Hao Yun spoke again. "Big boss, what should we do now?" After a week of interaction, Wen Yu's strength had completely impressed the previously critical and young Hao Yun. In Hao Yun's eyes, Wen Yu's power was now on par with Quang Liu. his address towards Wen Yu had shifted from commander at the beginning to big boss now. Upon hearing Hao Yun's words, Wen Yu immediately took out his communicator. Unfortunately, due to the influence of heavy radiation, the communicator only emitted crackling sounds. After putting the communicator back into his pocket, Wen Yu looked at the surrounding warriors, who were staring in shock at the distant, vaguely visible two-legged lizard pyramid, and calmly said, "Everyone, listen to me." His voice was not loud, but the sense of tranquility in it made these warriors focus their attention on Wen Yu. Now, as you can see, the situation is dire. I don't want to say any bullshit about us definitely winning because, according to my estimates and the advancement speed of this two-legged lizard pyramid, it's very likely that we won't be able to stop it. This means that those level 5 two-legged lizards will definitely charge into the outpost. However, I want to say that according to our original battle plan, this pyramid is not our strategic target, but should be the command center's combat objective. From a strength perspective, we don't have the capability to stop this thing. At this point, Wen Yu paused slightly, glancing at the somewhat vacant-eyed military warriors, and spoke again. "Do you know what the strongest point of humanity is?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, everyone present remained silent. "It's cooperation, it's clear division of labor. That thing." Wen Yu pointed at the rapidly advancing two-legged lizard pyramid in the distance and said loudly, "We cannot handle it, but I believe the military command center must have a solution. That is a certainty." In fact, Wen Yu didn't know if the military had a solution, but whether they did or not, he could only say there was one now. "Right now, we should leave that big guy to the command center to deal with, and then we need to intercept the two-legged lizards crawling out from the frontline battlefield. That's what we can do and what we should do." After Wen Yu finished speaking, the scene remained silent. From Wen Yu's perspective, this was somewhat awkward. Facts proved that Wen Yu wasn't particularly good at speeches, and these military warriors were not easily swayed. Fortunately, there were others present. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Little Snow immediately clapped her hands, attracting the attention of most people, and slowly said in her clear voice, "From the moment you entered the military, you became a soldier, a warrior, a hero ready to sacrifice for Huaxia. I know what you are thinking, and I know what you are worried about. If the outpost is breached, the treasure land exit will be blocked by those big guys, and we might very well become trapped with no way to escape. However, I need to remind you that if we do not fight and just stand here trembling at that two-legged lizard pyramid in the distance, then in the end, we will surely be the ones who die. The military has a slogan that says, 'Soldiers do not fear death. If you fear death, don't be a soldier.' But I want to remind you of one more thing. In this fucked-up world, the more you fear death, the faster you die. So now, for the sake of your own lives, quickly pick up your weapons and prepare to fight." Little Snow's voice grew louder until she finally shouted at these warriors. Facts proved that these military warriors still had some basic qualities. Even those who had joined the military after the apocalypse quickly organized themselves into formation after a brief moment of thought, standing neatly in front of Wen Yu. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu nodded. Putting aside everything else, just looking at these people's qualities, it was evident that the military still had strong combat power and cohesion. After a moment, Wen Yu spoke again. "The military will not lose, we will not die, but right now, we need to do what we should do. That is to eliminate the two-legged lizards appearing from the frontline battlefield to prevent them from gathering and attacking the outpost. Now let's start organizing into groups." After finishing his words, Wen Yu directly took out a map and handed it to Little Snow. This kind of task still needed to be handled by professionals. Just as Wen Yu was diligently organizing these soldiers, at the entrance of the outpost treasure land, a continuous stream of low-level soldiers and technicians had begun to evacuate. Originally, there weren't many people in the outpost, and under an orderly evacuation, these personnel had quickly exited in a short time. Then, the second wave of nuclear bombs launched. A 200,000-ton nuclear bomb's power was terrifying. At this moment, the two-legged lizard pyramid had reached the midpoint between the demonic city and the outpost and was advancing at a rapid speed. With the explosion of a new nuclear bomb, the entire outpost treasure land shook. And far away on the frontline battlefield, Wen Yu and others naturally observed this nuclear explosion. The violent shockwave made Wen Yu's clothes flap loudly. Fortunately, Little Snow had just proposed that the military would definitely launch nuclear weapons again, so everyone had already moved away from the kill zone of the nuclear explosion. Including Wen Yu, everyone stared intently at the distant two-legged lizard pyramid. As the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, a faint black light seeped out from within. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu's heart sank, still ineffective. The power of the demonic energy array had once again intercepted the nuclear bomb. "Look, the glow of the shield seems to have weakened significantly." Upon hearing Little Snow's words, Wen Yu finally lifted his head and carefully observed the demonic energy shield. Then Wen Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. It indeed worked. The impact of the second nuclear bomb on the demonic energy shield was visible to Wen Yu, and of course, Fang Wenhai at the outpost could see it too. Seeing this, Fang Wenhai immediately shouted, "Launch another nuclear weapon with a yield of 100,000 tons." But Commander, the radiation dust and shockwaves haven't completely dissipated yet, and the distance is too close. It's just too close. Launch it quickly, Fang Wenhai roared at the messenger like an enraged lion. Under Fang Wenhai's orders, the third nuclear bomb was launched again. Watching the missile with a trailing flame rapidly approaching, the anger in the eyes of the demonic entity grew stronger. "Tell me, what the hell is wrong with such a powerful weapon?" The bloodthirsty gaze was directed at the black-skinned demon creature beside him, but the black-skinned demon creature could only mumble without words. At this moment, the black-skinned demon creature was undoubtedly on the verge of collapse. How could he know what nuclear weapons were? Watching the fire in the sky getting closer, the rage in the demonic entity's eyes became stronger. The remaining demonic energy may not be able to withstand this attack, so... After silently calculating for a moment, the demonic entity directly emitted a mental wave. As the mental wave spread, the two-legged lizards within the shield immediately began to reorganize their formation. These two-legged lizards formed a sphere, with the demonic entity and its surrounding demonic energy shield at the center. This was the tactic of the demonic entity. Its own life, along with the demonic energy matrix, absolutely could not be lost. And as for the outer layer of these soon-to-be cannon fodder two-legged lizards, since there were as many as needed, why should the demonic entity care? Boom! The third nuclear bomb hit the target. A large amount of smoke and flesh was raised. There was no need to wait for the drone's footage to be sent back. One could see that in the massive mushroom cloud, the black light of the demonic energy shield erupted with an unprecedented brilliance and then quickly extinguished. Accompanying it was a rain of blood and flesh. It worked. The demonic energy shield was shattered. On the frontline battlefield, Wen Yu smashed the head of a level 4 two-legged lizard with one hand while loudly shouting. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, the warriors intercepting the two-legged lizards in the battlefield suddenly had their morale boosted, pushing back the two-legged lizards that had crawled up from the ground. I said, how could the nuclear bomb have no effect? Hao Yun, holding a large hand cannon, kept firing while shouting loudly. Only Wen Yu had a flash of worry in his eyes. As the one with the strongest physical fitness on the scene, Wen Yu naturally saw the farthest and the clearest. The demonic energy shield had indeed been breached, but what followed was... In the strategic command center of the outpost, the floor was filled with dust, and there were cracks all over the walls. The explosion point of the third nuclear bomb was too close to the outpost, close enough that the residual effects of the nuclear explosion had already caused significant damage to the outpost. Fang Wenhai did not pay any attention to the broken glass and dust flying indoors, but seriously stared at the few remaining screens in front of him. The screens clearly showed that the demonic energy shield had indeed been destroyed, but the two-legged lizards inside had not suffered much damage. The remaining demonic energy value of the shield had intercepted most of the damage from the nuclear bomb, and the remaining power was simply insufficient to completely destroy the entire two-legged lizard pyramid. At this moment, in the position of the shattered two-legged lizard pyramid, the outer layer was filled with charred two-legged lizard corpses, and then a long, thick tongue extended out from within, directly coiling around a charred corpse and pulling it back inside the pyramid. As if signaling, the entire pyramid began to move. Countless tongues continuously wrapped the outer layer of corpses, and then one after another, two-legged lizards crawled out from inside the pyramid. Some even had large pus-filled sores on their bodies, within which a new level 4 two-legged lizard was slowly forming. Then, the two-legged lizard pyramid suddenly collapsed. Charge. Kill them all. In the center of the two-legged lizards, a voice full of killing intent transcended from within, accompanied by a strange mental wave, giving orders to the remaining two-legged lizards. Then, countless level 5 two-legged lizards surged towards the outpost. There was no formation because the current situation did not allow the two-legged lizards to organize. All they needed to do was unleash their full speed and quickly break through the outpost. Without the pyramid, these level 5 two-legged lizards opened up their speed to the max. Like a giant wave, they came crashing towards the outpost. At the outpost, upon seeing this scene, Fang Wenhai slightly adjusted his dusty military uniform and issued the final command. Notify all members to hold the outpost and wait for external reinforcements. After saying this, Fang Wenhai directly took out a gigantic bow from his spatial ring, then strode out. At this moment, Fang Wenhai was no longer the commander of the entire outpost, but a level 4 archer, a true warrior. The speed of the level 5 two-legged lizards was astonishing. Just before the two-legged lizard pyramid collapsed, these two-legged lizards had already reached a place not far from the outpost, and now, in just a few minutes, these overwhelming high-level two-legged lizards would reach the outpost. Apart from the continuously launched missiles, the military had no other means to keep these two-legged lizards away from the outpost, which meant that bloody close combat was inevitable. At this moment, the remaining warriors in the outpost were not few. During this week, through a large number of hunts of low-level two-legged lizards and the magic crystals provided by Faceless, there were quite a few level 4 professionals and even more warriors above level 3. These people, led by Fang Wenhai and 5 military super warriors, directly climbed up the walls of the outpost. The walls were not tall, barely 30 meters in height, which was insufficient to stop those level 5 two-legged lizards that had already reached a length of 50 meters. Seeing the two-legged lizards approaching in the distance, Fang Wenhai turned to number 8 beside him and asked, "Has Quang Liu been notified?" Number 8 shook his head. "The radiation dust from the nuclear explosion has disrupted communication, and we cannot connect for now." Fang Wenhai took a deep breath and quickly spoke. "Once communication is restored, immediately notify Quang Liu and Wen Yu to fall back. Relying solely on us, it will be difficult to defend against these two-legged lizard attacks." Number 8 nodded in understanding. Fang Wenhai turned to the messenger beside him and asked, "Did Commander Lin say when reinforcements will arrive? Reopening the entrance will take some time, but our reinforcements have arrived." Just as the messenger finished speaking, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind Fang Wenhai. "P.S. Seeking subscriptions, monthly tickets, recommendations, and calls for capable readers to support. Rolling on the ground for it. This book is exclusively published on Kidian." There was a squad of identical, expressionless adult males, each nearly 2 meters tall. Their numbers were not many, only around 100. Each of them wore an entire set of sci-fi-styled exoskeleton armor, and with their massive firearms, they looked quite imposing. Of course, Fang Wenhai knew what these guys were. No matter how intimidating their appearance was, they could not possibly rival professional fighters. These were the military's Clone Armor Legion. Clones, being man-made entities, must possess a specific skill. Human creation F-grade, passive skill. This type of creature is artificially produced. Although it shows signs of life, it lacks a soul and possesses only minimal instincts. This life form can evolve by consuming the corpses of mutated creatures, but after evolving, it cannot acquire skills. Skills can only be obtained through special channels. This ability is a restriction imposed by the sovereign on these artificial life forms. According to military research, the ability of human creation cannot be modified or forgotten by any means. Moreover, these humans, without souls, cannot even enter Treasure Land. The fact that the Clone Armor Legion can enter the Treasure Land must mean that the Academy of Sciences has developed some new black technology. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Fang Wenhai nodded at the leader, Wei Tian. Wei Tian smiled slightly and took out a controller, gesturing with it for nearly 10 seconds, after which the entire Clone Armor Legion quickly sprang into action. These clone warriors marched forward with mechanical steps, directly exiting the outpost and slowly moving towards the direction of the bipedal lizards. Watching the clone mechanical army below, Fang Wenhai furrowed his brows slightly, then spoke. "From my observation, these clones should not have undergone any enhancement upgrades." Wei Tian, who had already stood beside Fang Wenhai, shrugged lightly. "Magic crystals are not something they can use. Besides, the tactics employed by this army are never real-life combat." Fang Wenhai knew of this army, but had never seen the combat style of the Clone Armor Legion. Seeing the puzzled look on Fang Wenhai's face, Wei Tian chuckled softly. "Do you see those firearms?" Fang Wenhai could of course see the imposing weapons in the hands of the Clone Armor Legion. Based on Fang Wenhai's estimation, these should be newly developed weapons by the Academy of Sciences, and their deployment now was likely to test their effectiveness on the battlefield. However, Wei Tian's explanation was quite different from Fang Wenhai's imagination. "Cool, right? I think it looks cool, so I had them installed, but in truth, it's just a model, a kind of toy. You have to understand the nature of clones. If we don't implant memories in them, they know nothing and have no thoughts or emotions. This type of life form is most suitable to be used as human bombs." Upon hearing Wei Tian's words, Fang Wenhai fell silent for a moment, but still nodded. It was useless to discuss any humanitarian concerns with these scientific monstrosities, especially during the apocalypse. But it must be said that using clones this way indeed amplifies the utility of this army. While Fang Wenhai was contemplating these matters, there was another wave of fluctuations at the entrance of the Treasure Land. Then an army of 1,000 quickly rushed out from the Treasure Land entrance, heading straight for the city wall. These soldiers wore dark green military uniforms with a red flame pattern on the back. The leader appeared to be in his 30s, commanding the troops behind him to run toward the city wall while simultaneously pulling out a walkie-talkie and shouting loudly. "Hey, hey, hey, hi, our Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team is reporting in. I hope you haven't been taken out by those demonic spawns yet. And the other two Special Profession teams are almost there too." After a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, Fang Wenhai's voice came through. "You guys are right on time, Shenyi, and during the upcoming battle, don't let you Special Professionals wet your pants." Not long after the third round of nuclear explosions ended, the communicator was back online. It proved that these military-developed communication devices were indeed quite reliable. The first piece of information that came through was about the current situation at the outpost. Countless level 5 bipedal lizards were rushing toward the outpost, their numbers incalculable. Moreover, considering the military personnel and the number of strong fighters, Fang Wenhai did not hold out much hope for the defense's outcome this time. The communicator made a request. It was to have Wen Yu and Quang Liu quickly return to defense. After a simple communication with Quang Liu, Wen Yu quickly made up his mind. He must return to defend. If the outpost were to fall, it would mean that the frontline soldiers would be trapped in the treasure land with no way to escape. In such a situation, both Wen Yu and Quang Liu would also be buried here. After exchanging thoughts briefly, Wen Yu ignored the battle occurring not far ahead between military soldiers and bipedal lizards, and instead surveyed the entire treasure land map while contemplating the retreat route. After a while, Wen Yu made his decision. "Everyone, immediately retreat towards the outpost. Xing and One-Eyed will stay behind to cover." Issuing the simple command, the military soldiers swiftly ended the ongoing battle, and with Wen Yu and Hao Yun at the forefront, retreated toward the outpost. Meanwhile, the distant Quang Liu had already begun to retreat toward the outpost. After all, Quang Liu's influence within the military was certainly not something Wen Yu could compare with. In the face of the countless low-level bipedal lizards trying to intercept them, retreating was not a simple issue. These mindless demonic creatures had only one thought: to kill all non-kindred life forms. Moreover, the entire front line was already filled with these terrifyingly reproductive demonic creatures, and Wen Yu could not afford to leave the remaining soldiers behind to hold their ground. Without Wen Yu, they would definitely not hold up. It was one thing for others, but Wen Yu absolutely could not let Hao Yun and Little Snow die here. If Wen Yu were to do such a thing, it would mean the collapse of their cooperative relationship with the military. Additionally, Wen Yu had another thought. Killing these low-level bipedal lizards was still killing, and killing level 5 bipedal lizards was also killing. According to Wen Yu's estimation, the entire outpost was bound to turn into a massive battlefield, where Wen Yu's safety would not be higher than here. After simple consideration, it would be better to retreat with these military soldiers. You are amazing for listening to chapters 201 to 300 of Doomsday Summoning Frenzy. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.